In the year 2222, Destiny split in two. Hope World, the game that claimed to merge with reality, launched its global open beta. A game where currency could be exchanged, skills could manifest in real life, and the strongest players could reshape the world order itself. But on the very same day, in the slums of Jiangnan City, an ordinary orphan, Yi-chun, awakened a power that should never exist in the mortal world. The ability to rewind time by exactly 1 minute. A failed enhancement? Rewind. Try again. Success is inevitable. A treasure chest that gives trash? Rewind. Open again. Until it shines gold. A wrong choice, a fatal mistake, a missed opportunity? Rewind. Correct the path. Walk the only route toward the peak. With just 1 minute, Yi-chun steps into Hope World and begins his rise as the player who needs no luck, no background, no help. Because fate itself has already become his skill, ***. In this world where billions struggle for survival and glory, Yi-chun walks a path that belongs only to him. The path of the unfavored, the unseen. The 1 minute rewind king. Chapter 1, Hope the World. Tonight at 12 o'clock, countless people are looking forward to the 10-year online game, hoping that the world will be tested publicly. This game is jointly set up with the 10 major league countries, and the currency exchange function is opened on the same day. The game currency can be directly converted into the national currency of Kyushu, and the first batch of Hope World game helmets have already sold 1 billion. Even so, the supply is still in short supply. According to the public statement of Hope Games, the second batch of game helmets will be pre-sold at the beginning of next month. The next batch is expected to produce 2 billion game helmets, and strive to make it before the fifth batch, so that the whole people can enter the world of hope. Of course, if you are lucky enough, you can get the ultimate prize by purchasing the Bite series of potato chips. I hope one of the world's ring registers has been distributed around the world. So far, 3 have been lucky in different countries. I found that there is still one left, and it is said that it is very likely to appear in the Kyushu Kingdom. In Jiangnan City, on an old street, at the entrance of the junk shop, a monitor of more than 40 inches was broadcasting news. At the entrance of the junk shop, where are the 3 young men standing? The leader is a handsome young man, 1.8 meters tall, with slightly dark skin, but he looks relatively healthy, wearing a short shirt that has been washed to white, and his lower body is wearing a pair of short jeans. There are a man and a woman on the left and right. They look like they are about 15 years old, and they are still innocent, staring at the TV intently. These things total 30 pieces of Kyushu's national currency. The boss of the junk station took out a thick book and said to the man at the head, 30? Boss, your price is getting lower and lower. These things usually sell for 50. Yi-chun frowned. They spent a day picking up these junk from the surrounding streets yesterday. If it only sells for 30 yuan, it will definitely not be happy. Brother, this industry is shrinking very much now. 30 yuan is still a pity for you. I don't make much money. If you don't believe it, you can go to another waste station and promise to give you a maximum of 20. The boss is a middle-aged man, he said in a calm tone, bowing his head and counting. Is it okay to give $5 more? Yi-chun continued, wanting to get a few more dollars. It's only 30, I'll give you the money if you sell it. If you don't sell it, forget it. The boss left a sentence and sat in a chair, holding a calculator and counting things constantly. Okay, 30 is 30. Yi-chun wiped the sweat from his forehead, and there was nothing to say. 30 is 30. After saying this, the boss of the junk station directly took out 3 10 pieces of Kyushu national currency and handed it to Yi-chun. After getting the money, Yi-chun left the junkyard with his younger siblings. Brother Yi, this boss is becoming more and more irrelevant, so he bullies us. After leaving the junkyard, Yi-chun's younger brother was the first to speak. He didn't look good, but he could only complain a few words. Bad man. Yi-chun's younger sister couldn't help but say something, but Yi-chun shook her head and rubbed her little sister's little head. Forget it, the world is like this, who made us scavengers? 30 yuan is enough, and if the three of us can earn 30 yuan a day, it will be pretty good, at least it can reduce the burden on the hospital to a certain extent. After saying this, Yi Chun pointed to the fountain pool not far away and said, "Go wash your hands, and I'll buy you something to eat." As soon as they heard that there were snacks to eat, the two were overjoyed and walked to the fountain pool. Yi Chun stretched his waist, then walked to a nearby candy shop, planning to buy 2 lollipops for them to eat. Walking into the canteen, you will be greeted by a huge poster, which is a promotional poster for Hope for the World. Who does not know the hope of the world today and the whole earth? Known as the second world, not to mention the 100% real simulation game, the more important thing is currency exchange, and it is said that the original code of the Hope world was recorded by an extraterrestrial meteorite 20 years ago. Therefore, this game does not have a so-called game administrator, it is completely self-operated, and the content inside is not controlled by humans, so there is no need to worry about encountering insider operations, and this game has the ability to be realistic. That is to say, in the game, the skills you master and the treasures you get will appear in real life one day. No one knows whether this is true or not, but full information online games are epic-making games, whether it is fighting monsters and upgrading, establishing a dynasty, or maintaining health and leisure, they can attract countless players. Therefore, this game has not yet been publicly tested, but it has already become popular all over the world. Many players are willing to enter the game, become a booster, or want to earn the first pot of gold from Hope World. Even Yi Chun had this idea, but the biggest problem was that he had no money. Hope World's game loggers are very expensive, and the cheapest one is 10,000 Kyushu national currency, not to mention advanced loggers. As for what was said in the previous news, Hope World's ring loggers will be the first batch in the world. 4. There are top local tyrants who offer a sky-high price of $100 million, which is equivalent to 600 million Kyushu national currency, and no one is willing to sell it, which shows the attractiveness of this game. Have abilities but can't make money. I'm probably the most useless ability user, right? Seeing the poster, Yi Chun couldn't help but sigh. That's right, Yi Chun does have an ability. In the early hours of this morning, that is to say, on his 18th birthday, he awakened an ability. This ability is 1 minute backward in time. Cool for 5 minutes. It seems that going back 1 minute doesn't have a big effect, you can't buy lottery tickets, and you can't gamble. After all, only going back 1 minute doesn't have a big effect, unless it's a driver's license test. If you choose the wrong question, you will go back to 1 minute ago. Keep doing the question. At first, Yi Chun didn't think that his power was powerful, but after learning about the world of hope, Yi Chun realized the extraordinary power of his power. Any game, as long as it is a game, must have ways of strengthening, increasing, drawing lottery, opening treasure chests, etc., right? If the reinforcement fails, go back 1 minute, then wait for 5 minutes to strengthen it. According to the frequency of once every 6 minutes, you can strengthen it 10 times in an hour. If you fail 10 times, then you can strengthen it 240 times a day. Open the treasure box and don't open the thing you want, go back 1 minute, wait for another 5 minutes, and then open it again until you are satisfied. Although it is troublesome, it can be reset infinitely. Why is this not against the sky? But unfortunately, I have no money to buy a game login device at all, so I have the skills, but I can only regret it for a lifetime. It was at this moment that, suddenly, a harsh voice sounded. I won the lottery. I won the lottery. Ha ha ha, it's the landing ring, it's the landing ring. The voice sounded, Yi Chun's pupils shrank, and looking at the cash register not far away, a fat man of 14 or 15 years old was holding a simple bronze ring and laughed wildly. Landing ring? Yi Chun gasped. There are only 4 landing rings in the world. Is it really in Kyushu? And it appeared in front of him? The next moment, Yi Chun suddenly remembered something, and now he closed his eyes and released his skills. He wants to go back a minute and buy this ring. Without any hesitation, Yi Chun released his ability and returned to a minute ago. A white light flashed by, and his younger brother and sister went to the fountain to wash their hands. At this moment, Yi Chun had almost no hesitation, and he rushed directly to the canteen. The commissary itself is not big, and there are only 4 or 5 people buying things. When Yi-chun saw the white and fat child, and at this moment, the other party was holding a bag of bite-up potato chips in his hand, and a person was standing in front of him, paying money. Hey! Little brother, I want to buy this bag of potato chips from you, and sell them to me for 30 yuan, will you? Yi-chun hardly hesitated. He walked to the little fat man and said slowly. At the same time, Yi-chun tried to keep himself calm. If the other party noticed something, or if the other party was unwilling to sell, he would rather grab it. Snatched. After all, the value of this bag of potato chips is equal to 600 million. Sell me? Why? The little fat man was a little curious. He didn't realize that the potato chips he was holding were worth 600 million. My younger brother likes to eat this kind of potato chips very much. I have found several stores that have already sold them out. Today is his birthday. There is no way I can be a big brother. The original price of this package of potato chips is 5 yuan, and I will pay 30 yuan, okay? Yi-chun tried his best to keep a kind smile. Oh, well, you don't need 30, you can take it. There is also a supermarket in front of my house, and this commissary does not have much stock. The little fat man's heart is also quite good. He directly handed the potato chips to Yi-chun, and he didn't want 30 yuan, so it didn't matter if he didn't buy them. After the cashier and other customers glanced at it, they didn't care anymore. After all, this kind of thing is not an exaggeration. If Yi-chun asked for 30,000 or 300,000, it would be an exaggeration. Thank you. By the way, what's your name? Thank you later. Yi-chun said with a smile, and took the potato chips at the same time. You're welcome, my name is Wang Buchuan, and you don't have to thank me. By the way, do you play Hope World? If you want to play, remember to take me with you. I've got my ID and I'm called Wang Shui. Wang Bufa said, although he looks quite young, he is a big kid. Okay, if there is a chance to meet in the game, I will take you. Yi-chun smiled calmly and said, he is not an ungrateful person. If he really develops in the future, Yi-chun will definitely remember the kindness of this little fat man. The thing was given to Yi-chun, and Wang Bufa clapped his hands and left without caring. After Yi-chun paid the money, he also walked out of the canteen. Perhaps because he was nervous and extremely excited, Yi-chun took a deep breath and tried to suppress his inner joy. After glancing at no one around, he opened the potato chips. Sure enough, after the potato chips were opened, a quaint ring was lying in the pile of potato chips. Yi-chun pretended to pick up a potato chip, then picked up the ring and put it on his ring finger quietly, and completed all this. Ring registrar. Ring registrar. I didn't expect that I could get this ring. It is said that if I own this ring, I can qualify for a game lottery. It is precisely because of this reason that this ring has become a sky-high price. Yi-chun thought secretly. Hope World is an epic-making online game with absolutely no game administrators. Everything in it is fair, there is no mall, and there are no paid items, which means that everyone starts from the same. Therefore, it is impossible to go one step further. Rare things are precious, so if you can draw a prize once, it will naturally attract countless players. Who is the most people on Earth? Of course they are poor, but who are not many? Naturally, they are rich people, so it is also a matter of clearing up the 100 million US dollars. More importantly, the ordinary login device is a helmet and needs to be connected to electricity, while the ring login device automatically absorbs solar energy and can enter the game anytime and anywhere without worrying about connection problems. This is also one of the reasons for its preciousness. But no matter what, Yi-chun got the qualification to enter the Hope World. This alone made Yi-chun satisfied. Wow, brother Yi, you actually buy potato chips? $5 a pack, brother, when are you so generous? Yi-chun's younger brothers and sisters came over after washing their hands, and they were surprised and excited when they saw the bite-up potato chips that Yi-chun was holding. Looking at how hard you two are working so hard, let's eat what's rewarding you. Yi-chun, who was delighted, directly handed the potato chips to the two of them, and took out 2 lollipops, making them even more happy. Just like this, the three walked side by side, walked for nearly 2 hours, and returned home. An orphanage. The yard is already very shabby and old-fashioned. There are two big dogs at the entrance of the yard, one black and one yellow. They will growl when they see strangers, but when they see Yi-chan and others, they immediately wag their tails affectionately, which is very simple and cute. Yi-chan asked his younger siblings to rest, and by himself, he ran to an internet cafe near the orphanage, intending to check some information about Hope World. Just like that, at 9:30 p.m., Yi-chan had already checked the information for 4 hours. Not only him, but also many people in the internet cafe were checking the information related to Hope World, and they were still talking about it. Clap clap clap. Clap clap clap. At this moment, suddenly, a voice suddenly sounded. Good evening, my friends. In 2.5 hours, I hope that the world's public beta will take place. First of all, I wish you all the best of luck, blasting all kinds of magical costumes, and one step at a time. Secondly, this internet cafe has opened the temporary access device for the Hope World, 1 hour. 10 yuan, 50 yuan overnight, and then this internet cafe buys a lot of Hope World game coins. 1 silver coin on the black market is equal to 2 yuan, and 1 silver coin in our internet cafe is equal to $1. After the voice ended, Yi-chan also turned off the computer. He had already checked the information that he should check, and now he was waiting for the server to start at 12 o'clock in the evening. In fact, Yi-chan actually planned to sell the ring at first, but then he thought that if he sold it, it would bring more trouble. Who do you sell to first? Secondly, for things worth 600 million, how many people in Jiangnan City want a hack? Even if it is taken to the largest auction house, excluding any cost and other troubles, it is really 600 million yuan. What is the result? The result is that he will definitely be kidnapped. There are many gangsters these days. People die for wealth and birds die for food. This is the truth since ancient times. Every man is innocent and guilty. Yi-chan knew very well, so he decided to use this ring himself, through his own abilities, to obtain wealth in the game. This is the kingly way. Thinking of this, Yi-chan couldn't help taking a deep breath. He stood in front of the bar, staring at the poster of Hope World, with hope and determination in his eyes. August 1st, 11:55 p.m. The orphanage has been quiet, everything seems very quiet, except for some insects, everything is quiet. Yi-chan was lying on the bed with a ring register in his hand. At this moment, he had already chosen to enter the game world. Entering the game world, Yi-chan felt sleepy for a moment, and immediately after opening his eyes, he saw a palace. This is the place where the character was founded, and I have checked the information before, so Yi-chan is very clear. It's real, it's like entering a world. Yi-chan looked around in surprise. Everything in front of him was not an animation at all, but a real building. Whether it was touch or smell, it was all the same as the real world. Are exactly the same. In the hall, there are 5 statues standing on the left and right. These are the top 10 patron saints of human beings, and they are also the top 10 occupations of human beings. The 5 on the left are warrior, magician, archer, warlock, and assassin. The 5 on the right are appraiser, blacksmith, astrologer, pattern master, and alchemist. At this moment, the system sound suddenly sounded. Great warrior, welcome to the world of hope. Please tell me, what is your occupation? The voice sounded, and Yi-chan understood that this was choosing a career. Assassin. This is the profession that Yi-chan thought of for the first time. He has read a lot of information. Basically, 30% of players will choose warriors, 30% of players will choose magicians, and 30% of players will choose magicians. 30% of players would choose warlocks, and among the remaining 10% of players, 78% would choose archers, and very few would choose assassins. Because of the assassin's profession, the blood thin has no skills, and the operation is very difficult. The choice of assassin is not Yi-chan's non-mainstream, nor does he think he is very powerful, but Yi-chan sees the explosiveness of the assassin. As long as the equipment and resources can keep up, the assassin can instantly deal tons of damage, which is a must for the Lone Ranger. Of course, the imposing Yi-chan also wanted to choose a magician, a group skill to instantly kill monsters, and upgrade and brush monsters easily, but unfortunately, only one can be selected. Great assassin, the King of Darkness protects you. What is your name? The system spoke, praised, and then asked Yi Chun's name. The king's sigh. Yi Chun thought of a good name. The real name is not very good. As for any other name, it is too weird. This name is not bad. The king sigh, hello, since you are the player chosen by the gods, you can get a chance to hope to draw a lottery, but you can also choose the challenge and answer the 3 questions of the Dark King. If you answer to the Dark King's satisfaction, you will get 3 additional lucky draws. If you fail, you will be deprived of this chance to draw. Please choose. The player chosen by the gods? It should be the reason for the ring logger. 1 hope draw turned into 3 hope draws? This really made Yi Chun's heart move. Thinking of this, Yi Chun couldn't help but say, I choose the assessment. The voice sounded, and suddenly, the 5th sculpture on the left moved slowly. Yi Chun looked carefully. The statue was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a cloak, as if lurking in the dark. His eyes were firm and unmoved, as if he wanted to kill the gods. What is the end of darkness? The old voice sounded, as if it came from ancient times. This was the first question, and there were 2 options in front of Yi Chun. The end of darkness is endless darkness. 2. The end of darkness is dawn. The reason why he dared to choose the challenge is because of the supernatural power. Going back to a minute ago, even if the choice is wrong, you can save a chance to draw a lottery, so it is not a loss no matter what. I choose 2. Yi Chun hardly hesitated, because he could only go back 1 minute, so Yi Chun had to hurry. Now 10 seconds have passed. Soon the voice sounded again. Darkness comes with loneliness, so what comes with loneliness? 1. Indifference. 2. Crazy. I choose 2. People who have been lonely all the time will eventually become mad, and indifference is also a kind of madness. This is Yi Chun's perception. After answering, the voice sounded again. In the life of an assassin, is he carrying infamy or carrying supreme glory? Infamous. 2. Glory. 2. Yi Chun still chose the second option, and the voice sounded. You answered all 3 questions correctly, but you didn't answer them from the heart. If you say it yourself, then no matter what you choose, I will give you extra rewards, but now you can't get it. Reward, the assessment failed. The old voice sounded, causing Yi Chun to look shocked. He didn't expect this to be buried in a hole? According to the inertia of online games, it must be a choice. I didn't expect that you want players to say it. Otherwise, if you choose this way, in the eyes of the other party, it is an involuntary choice, so the assessment fails. And if you make your own judgments and explanations, can you get extra rewards for speaking out in person? Thinking of this, Yi Chun nodded immediately. He didn't look uncomfortable, but released his skills directly. He wanted to return to a minute ago. What is the end of darkness? Opening his eyes, he heard the familiar and old voice in his ears. He was asking Yi Chun, and 2 options appeared in front of him. At the end of darkness is light, the light of hope for mankind. Yi Chun opened his mouth and said loudly. Yi Chun, who already knew the plot, could not make a mistake again, and Yi Chun already knew the correct answer, so he gave his explanation. Correct answer. Suddenly, the old voice sounded, but instead of asking a question, he said that the answer was correct. This made Yi Chun a little surprised. He didn't expect the future to change, but he understood that this should be because he answered very well, so the other party will do so. Darkness comes with loneliness, and with loneliness what? The second question came, and Yi Chun already had the answer in his heart. Loneliness is accompanied by madness, and indifference is just an emotion of madness. Those who really sink into the dark are already crazy. Correct answer. The old voice spoke again. In the life of an assassin, is he carrying infamy or carrying supreme glory? The old voice asked. Yi Chun took a deep breath. His face was very firm. Assassin's life bears supreme glory. How can there be any quiet time, but someone is walking forward with a load? We are shadows of the light, and we bear abuse in the dark, but we bear supreme glory and want to wear a crown, must bear its weight. Yi Chun's words were impassioned. Suddenly, the statue of the Dark King kept shaking, bursting with beams of light. Good. Very good. You. Very much in line with the way of the assassin. Are you willing to be the king of darkness? The old voice, which had always been calm before, seemed very moving and excited, he asked. And a voice sounded in Yi Chun's ear. Ding dong! Do you accept the only hidden SSSS level task, the sustenance of the Dark King? Accept this task and you can get the SSSS level Dark King's transfer book and special rewards. At the same time, you can get corresponding rewards for completing each stage of the task. If it fails, it will be withdrawn. Everything. 4S missions? Yi Chun couldn't help taking a breath. Yi Chun, who has checked the information before, knows that in the Hope world, the tasks are hidden and non-hidden. The so-called hidden is to explore by yourself, and it is also divided into unique and non-unique. As the name suggests, unique is only one person. Acceptable. At the same time, the difficulty of the task is also divided into 8 levels of difficulty, SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, and E. The higher the difficulty, the more difficult the 4S tasks do not appear in the strategies given by the official website and the internal test players. He never thought that he would actually trigger the 4th S level mission, which made Yi Chun have to be surprised. Accept. Yi Chun immediately chose to accept it. If he didn't accept it, wouldn't he be punished by heaven? Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for accepting the 4S tasks, the sustenance of the Dark King, obtaining a volume of the Dark King's transfer book, and obtaining a Dark King's ring. At the same time, in the first stage of the task, players are requested to get 5 within 3 months. If you get the first place in different rankings, you can get rich rewards if you complete the current task, and if you fail, you will take back the job transfer book and the Dark King's ring. 5 different leaderboards? This difficulty is indeed a bit big, and there are only 8 leaderboards currently open. Rank list. Equipment list. Competitive list. Bad list. Benevolent list. Reputation list. Money list. Writing list. Pet list. The biggest pressure on all lists is the money list, but currency exchange can only be exchanged for Kyushu national currency. Kyushu national currency cannot be converted into game currency temporarily, it must be 3 months later, but even so, Yi Chun does not feel that he to be number 1 on the money list. The mission requirements must be the first, even if it becomes the second, it is useless. It is indeed a 4S level mission, and the conditions are extremely harsh. The harder the task is, the more rewards you will get. I have 3 months, and everything has a chance. Yi Chun thought secretly, and relaxed, and at the same time a scroll and a ring lay quietly on the table in front of him. The statue of the Dark King returned to its original position, and at this moment, the system sounded again. Congratulations to the players who passed the assessment. I originally hoped that the lottery draw would be changed to 3 additional times. Do you want to draw the lottery now? The system sounded, and Yi Chun naturally chose to draw the lottery now without hesitation. I hope it is difficult for the world to get other rewards. Everyone's starting point is almost fair. Yi Chun is not a player. Now he is facing the requirement of being the first in the 5 rankings, and the pressure is huge. It's hard. The first batch of players has a total of 1 billion players, and the second batch will add another 2 billion players next month. It is almost impossible to stand out among such players, so it is necessary to seize the opportunity and win every step of the way. Lottery. After choosing the lottery, a large roulette will appear in front of Yi Chun. There were all kinds of things on the roulette wheel. The most common one was white, then green, blue, purple, red, and flashing lights of gold. Just look at a white item, and the data is displayed in no time. Hope Experience Potion. Quality, gold item. Grade, the highest level. Effect, it can directly increase 100,000 experience points. It is suitable for consumption below level 30, and it is invalid if it exceeds level 30. Description, untradeable, unable to drop, please take it as soon as possible and don't miss the level. The most common things were gold items, which made Yi Chun finally understand why. The ring registrar would charge a sky-high price of 600 million. In the Hope world, the quality of basically all items is divided into bronze, silver, gold, purple gold, platinum, diamond, legend, king, epic, and artifact, and then it is divided into 5 levels: top level, intermediate level, low level, and bottom level. Small grade. According to the strategy post of the internal beta players, after the public beta, if there are no accidents, the top equipment items in the first 3 months will be the gold level. This shows how precious the gold items are. I didn't expect that I would like to draw a lottery. The worst thing I can do is to get a gold item. I will get 100,000 experience points. It's easy to be the first in the level. It surpasses 1 billion people. Lottery. Yi Chun didn't have any nonsense and started the lottery directly. Soon the big roulette will turn, and 10 seconds later, the pointer on the roulette will landed on a golden item bar. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for obtaining a king level item and a 3 professional certificate. The gold color represents the king. Yi Chun was overwhelmed by surprise. He didn't expect that his luck was so good, and he got the king's reward as soon as he came up. Although he didn't expect the king's reward very much, he was looking forward to the king's reward, but he didn't expect to usher in one. A good start made him overjoyed. Lottery. After waiting for a minute, Yi Chun continued to speak. He didn't intend to waste time. After all, the server has already been opened. He can delay for an hour, but he must not delay for too long, so he does not have to be rewarded by the king. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the gold level weapon, Arthas's great sword. Go back a minute. Yi Chun doesn't have any nonsense. He has goals in his heart, nothing under platinum, at least legendary items. If there is no ability to go back 1 minute, Yi Chun may be a little more casual. A diamond is fine, but if you have the ability as a legendary item, Yi Chun couldn't waste it. After waiting for 5 minutes, Yi Chun performed a lottery draw again. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the gold level skill book, Super Healing. Go back a minute. Perhaps it was because he had drawn the king's reward as soon as he arrived. Yi Chun had been drawing for an hour, and the best thing was to get the reward of Zijin quality. It has been an hour since the server started, but Yi Chun gritted his teeth and chose to go back 1 minute. He didn't want to miss this opportunity, because it was almost impossible to have such a reward in the future. Lottery. This was the 15th redraw. Yi Chun stared at the big roulette. Every time he drew a lottery, he would be a few seconds slower than the last. In this case, history would be changed. The roulette will keep turning, and eventually the pointer falls again, on the red icon. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for winning the king's reward, the incomplete godhead. It was the king's reward again, which surprised Yi Chun. Sure enough, hard work pays off, 2 king awards, and the next one is even a platinum award. It took almost 2 hours to get 2 king rewards in one go, but it was all worth it. For the 3rd lottery draw, Yi Chun looked at the big roulette expectantly. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for getting the purple gold reward, Dragon Roar Rainstorm Archery. Yi Chun did not hesitate to choose to go back 1 minute on the archer's purple gold skill book. He is not an archer, and he will never play the profession of an archer, and the most important thing is one thing. I hope that the lottery is such a rare opportunity. There is indeed some loss in exchange for only 1 Zijin skill book. There is only 1 red reward on the big roulette, which is also a warlock skill book. The Curse of the King. Although I don't know what the effect is, the king's reward must be a high-quality product. Yi Chun is looking forward to drawing the king's reward. Of course, if he draws a diamond or a legendary reward, Yi Chun may consider giving up this skill book. Because it has been delayed for 2 hours, if it goes on like this, you will miss the best time period. Don't look at it as only 2 hours late. It may be because of these 2 hours that it will take 2 months to make up for it. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for getting the platinum reward, the energy gem of a warlock. Go back a minute. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for getting the gold reward, the Storm Sword of Patrol. Go back a minute. For 3 full hours, Yi Chun dragged on for 3 hours, 10 times an hour, and a full 30 draws. The highest reward was a diamond, which made Yi Chun very uncomfortable. It has been 5 hours since the server was opened. Know how many levels have been thrown away. If it wasn't for the restricted level of the first 3 months, Yi Chun would have recognized it. Draw another hour. If you haven't drawn a legendary item, change it to a diamond. Yi Chun secretly said in his heart that he felt that he had drawn 2 king rewards. For the diamond reward, the remaining 80% is gold, 15% is purple gold, 4% is platinum, and only 1% is diamond reward. Not to mention legends and kings. Once. 3 times. 5 times. 7 times. None of the legendary items were drawn, and they were all gold rewards. The 8th time, after Yi Chun chose to draw the lottery, the big roulette wheel slowly turned, and finally stopped on a golden item reward. When Yi Chun was about to release the power subconsciously, suddenly, he heard the sound of the system. Ding dong! Congratulations to the players for drawing the king's reward, the king's curse. Did you get the king's reward? Yi Chun couldn't believe it. He looked at the roulette, and it was true that the pointer was pointing at the gold item, but if he looked carefully, the pointer was right in the middle of the gold reward and the king's reward, and it was impossible to tell what it was with the naked eye. But the system gave a judgment, which means that he actually got the king's reward. Call. Joy came, hoping to draw 3 times and 3 king awards, which made Yi Chun have an indescribable feeling. Ding dong! Since the player has drawn the best items 3 times in a row, he triggers and completes the hidden quest to obtain the title of king, the lucky one of hope. After wearing this title, an additional 100 points of luck can be added. The sound of the system sounded again, making Yi Chun even more joyful. I didn't expect to draw the best reward 3 times in a row, and there are hidden rewards? I really hope that the world is like a real world, with hope and miracles everywhere, but this matter also made Yi Chun take care of it. In the future, even if it is troublesome, you must get the best things, otherwise you will be blinded by this ability. 100 lucky points? Lucky points can only be increased by jewelry and potions. A piece of gold quality jewelry can only be increased by about a little, and a title can be increased by 100 points. It is indeed a king's reward. Yi Chun thought to himself. At the same time, he had been delayed for 6 hours, and it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. If he was delayed like this, he would have no time to play games. But before entering the game, Yi Chun checked the rewards he had drawn. Dark King Transfer Scroll, Dark King's Ring, 3 transfer certificates, Incomplete God, The Curse of the King. 5 things in total. Yi Chun didn't hesitate to use the Dark King's transfer scroll, and all of a sudden, system voices sounded. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player who has transferred to the only hidden occupation of the SSSS level, the King of Darkness. Because the player is transferred to the Dark King, the basic attributes have been changed. Darkness is coming due to the player's transfer to the Dark King and the awakening of the first stage talent skills. Because the player is transferred to the Dark King, awakening the Dark King's professional skill tree ability. Ring of the Dark King. Quality, King. Grade, the highest level. Stage 1 skill, Perception, 100 points. As long as you don't actively attack the enemy, you cannot be detected by the opponent. If it is dark, the effect will be doubled. Stage 2 skills, players need to reach level 10. 3-stage skills, players need to reach level 30. Stage 4 skills, players need to reach level 50. 5-stage skills, players need to reach level 80. 6-stage skills, players need to reach level 100. Explanation: this is the Ring of the Dark King. It is originally a common item, but because it has been worn by the Dark King for a long time, it has some divinity, but it needs corresponding strength to activate the ability of this ring. 3 professional certificates. Quality, King. Grade, the highest level. Effect: with this certificate, you can choose 2 additional occupations. Description: certificates that allow you to have 3 occupations. Hey! A certificate of 3 occupations? Yi Chun was surprised. Each player can only have 1 occupation, and this certificate can allow him to have 3 occupations, which is equivalent to saying that he has the characteristics of 3 occupations, and can also wear as well as learning skills for the other two occupations. Warriors with thick blood and high defense combined with powerful magicians and high-burst assassins are simply invincible. Thinking of this, Yi-chun did not hesitate and chose to use it directly. Congratulations to the player for choosing the other two professions again. The voice sounded. Yi-chun did not hesitate to choose the profession of warlock, because the curse of the king is a skill that only warlocks can learn, and there are three other professions: warrior, magician, and archer. Warlocks are different types of magicians, but warlocks tend to assist, heal or curse, and of course there are certain output methods, but they are not as good as magicians. Therefore, Yi-chun rejected the magician. As for the warrior, Yi-chun thought about it and rejected it. The warrior profession is nothing more than thick blood and high defense. In terms of output and mobility, it is completely unacceptable. Therefore, Yi-chun chose archers. Congratulations to the player for successfully transferring additional classes to warlock. Congratulations to the player for successfully transferring to an additional career as an archer. Fourth thing. A broken godhead. Quality, king. Grade, the highest level. Attributes, increases critical strike chance by 50% and critical strike chance by 10%. Attribute 2, during the seal, divinity is required to unseal. Attribute 3, during the seal, divinity is required to unseal. The critical strike is double damage, the critical strike is quadruple damage. This godhead is extremely useful. It is an assassin artifact. Yi-chun has been amazed and numb. Thinking of this, Yi-chun did not hesitate to equip the godhead, and finally Yi-chun looked at the last skill book. The Curse of the King. Quality, king. Grade, the highest level. Attribute, the Curse of Malice of the Mysterious King. After releasing the skill, all attributes of the enemy instantly drop to 20%, 50% for 1 day. A character can only be cursed once in a lifetime. Description: the Curse of the Mysterious King, full of resentment and anger. All attributes drop by 20% or 50% in an instant? Yi-chun swallowed. This skill is simply a magical skill for bosses. A king's curse is thrown in the past. If you are lucky, the opponent's all attributes will be reduced by half, and the health value will be directly weakened by half. What is the concept? It's an invincible single-kill boss magic skill. The king's reward must be a high-quality product. Yi-chun felt that it was not a dream to dominate the world of hope. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for mastering the warlock skills, the Curse of the King. After learning the skills, Yi-chun directly chose to enter the game. Now that he has been delayed for 6 hours, naturally he cannot continue to delay the time. The new book is for collection and everything. 5 chapters have been updated. If you want to continue reading, please vote for flowers in comments, and then bookmark it. If you support this book, please vote more. If you have a reward, you can consider adding more. Thank you. Have you teamed up to farm low-level monsters? Buy a lot of novice weapons, don't waste it. 10 copper coins for a novice weapon. Long-term recycling of game currency, the price is fair and stable. Are there any graduating friends? Come on quickly. Which big brother is willing to take the little sister Lolian? The novice village was overcrowded. Yi-chun thought it was 6 hours late, so it shouldn't be too much, but it turned out that Yi-chun thought too much, and it was still overcrowded. Among the billion players, many players lost time because of many things. Just entered the game, and suddenly, I heard the sound of the system. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player wearing the Dark King's ring, successfully reaching the top of the Hope World equipment list. Whether to disclose the game ID, if not, the reward will be given on the settlement day of the monthly list. If it is disclosed, you can get an additional 500 reputation points. The system sounded, allowing Yi-chun to make a choice. Public. It was the game ID anyway, so Yi-chun didn't worry about anything. As soon as the words were finished, the full server system sounded. Congratulations to the player from the Kyushu region, King Sai. With the King's equipment and the Ring of the Dark King, he ranked first in the Hope World equipment list. Congratulations to this player and an additional 500 reputation points. A full server message sounded. and players all over the world were boiling at this moment. What? Just out of the king's equipment? Nima? Don't you mean absolute fairness? King equipment, tell me fairness? Is this GM's son? No, it's my father. Impossible. As a closed beta player, I believe in the fairness of the Hope world, but the king's equipment, The players are boiling. Not only the players from the Kyushu region, but also the foreign players are confused. Now, in terms of the entire Hope world, 3 pieces of gold quality equipment are on the leaderboard. The equipment rankings must be gold quality equipment to qualify for the list, not to say that any piece of equipment can be on the list, at least gold. 1 billion players, 3 pieces of golden equipment, Yi-chan came directly to a big move, the king's equipment, isn't it shocking? World Chen Muge, the king's sai, I am willing to bid 50 million to buy your ring. If you can, please chat with me privately. World Wang Pingen, I bid 100 million, and I want the king's equipment. I will pay on the spot and never delay. World Mr.Fei, I am willing to pay $20 million to buy it. I hope this friend can sell it. At the same time, I can also help you in real life. I am the president of the Megland Group. All of a sudden, a lot of strong men appeared in the whole world, and they all offered to buy Yi-chan's king's weapon, and I don't know how much envy, jealousy, and hatred they attracted. However, Yi-chan is also very helpless. He also wants to sell it, but the Ring of the Dark King is a key item in the 4S missions. It is absolutely not allowed to sell. Selling is giving up the mission. This thing cannot be traded. If it can be traded, not to mention 1 million. 50 million Yi-chan are sold. It's not that Yi-chan can't see it. He knows that this thing is very valuable, but Yi-chan really needs money now. There are so many younger brothers and sisters in the orphanage, and he doesn't want everyone to continue to suffer. This is also the fundamental reason why Yi-chan entered the world of hope. He wants to make money, and strive to make the younger brothers and sisters in the orphanage live a good life, at least to go to school. Ding dong. Player Big Fat Pig has requested to add you as a friend. Ding dong. Player Huangfu Tainyo has requested to add you as a friend. Ding dong. Player Lord Grim requested to add you as a friend. Ding dong. Player soars to the sky and requests to add you as a friend. At this moment, tens of thousands of friend requests sounded, but Yi-chan ignored them. After choosing to refuse strangers to add friends, the world became quiet. The next moment, Yi-chan opened his attribute bar and looked at his attributes. Player, the King's Sai. Level, 0. First class, Assassin, Dark King. Second occupation, Warlock, not transferred. The third occupation, Archer, not transferred. Health, 100 out of 100, when the health is 0, the character dies. Magic value, 100-100, when the magic value is 0, the corresponding skills cannot be released. Attack power, 20-40, critical hit is 40 points of damage. Magic attack power, 20-40, 40 points of damage for a crit. Constitution, 10. Affects health. Spirit, 10. Affects mana and magic damage. Strength, 10. Affects physical damage and weight-bearing capacity. Agility, 10. Affects movement speed and reflexes. Known degree, -100, the effect of the night state is doubled. Reputation, 500. 10,000 reputation points are required to enter the leaderboard, and reputation points can be exchanged for prizes. Title, Hope the Lucky One in the World. Increases luck by 100 points. Experience points, 0/1000. Because it is a mixture of 3 occupations, the experience value is higher than that of ordinary players. Gold, 0. Night King Skill Bar. Darkness is coming, passive skill, your perception is reduced by 100 points. Warlock Skill Bar. King's Curse, curse a unit strongly, all attributes of the cursed unit will be reduced by 20% 50%. The above is his own attributes, all attributes are full, which makes Yi-chan feel happy, such attributes, not to mention the air in seconds, but at least it is more than enough to face some low-level monsters. The next thing to do is to pass the novice task. Like most online games, the first thing to do is the village chief. In fact, no game can get rid of this limitation, otherwise, players will not understand the gameplay of this game at all. Yi-chun came to the village chief and quickly chose to accept the task. Young adventurer, Astali's hope, there are many monsters outside the village now, are you willing to protect the village? The village said in a solemn tone. At the same time, the system sound also sounded. Whether to accept the novice task, the village's concerns, the evaluation of this task is simple, the player can choose a more difficult novice task. Choose a more difficult novice mission. Yi-chun didn't hesitate to speak. He has been delayed for 6 hours before going online now. I don't know how much the level has been pulled. The level leaderboard must be 20th level to get up. At present, there are only people in the equipment leaderboard in the 8 major leaderboards. Board. There is not a single player in the rest of the leaderboards, so Yi-chun has to choose a difficult novice task. Players are asked to make a choice. The experience of simple tasks is as usual, the experience of medium tasks is doubled, the experience of difficult tasks is 5 times, and the experience of very difficult tasks is 10 times. Very difficult. After a 6-hour delay, Yi-chun definitely couldn't choose a medium-level task, but if he wanted to surpass most players, he could choose a difficult-level task. 5 times the experience value was definitely more than enough. But Yi-chun's goal is to be number 1 on the ranking list. Among the billion players, there must be a lot of powerful players, or people who are character emperors. Hope World, the first month's limit is level 30, which means that no matter how awesome you are, you can only reach level 30, and experience points will be limited. In this way, if you are before level 30, if you don't reach the top, you can't be the first in the ranking list. The 8 lists themselves must occupy 5 lists, and the wealth list is almost useless, which means that there are only 7 lists left. Therefore, there can only be 2 lists missing, and other lists must not be wasted. Therefore, Yi-chun gave it a go, and the choice was very difficult. He wants 10 times the experience points. Ding dong! Successfully accepted the very difficult novice task. Players are requested to hunt down 10 fire tigers within 24 hours. After completing the task, you can get 1 gold coin reward, 10,000 experience points reward, and a corresponding professional skill book. Yi-chun was very satisfied with the sound of the system. Brave adventurer, I hope you can solve the village's difficulties. Yi-chun accepted the very difficult task, and the village chief's attitude changed. He even took out a badge and handed it to Yi-chun. Hunting the fire demon tiger naturally requires corresponding equipment. You can buy this badge in the village for free. Materials worth 10 gold coins. If you complete the task, you don't need to give money, and if the task fails, the gold coins will be forcibly deducted. The village chief said, this should be a hidden reward. Materials equivalent to 10 gold coins, this is not bad, at least you don't have to fight with monsters with your bare hands. With the badge of the village chief, Yi-chun immediately went to the weapons store to buy supplies. The fire demon tiger is a level 10 monster. In the barren mountains outside the village, there is a special setting in Hope World. This setting is the level difference, that is to say, if the level is very different, even if your attack power is very strong, it will not be able to cause damage. High damage. It is hoped that the world does not have the word defense, but the level difference supplements the defense. In this case, try to avoid the gap between advanced players. That is to say, Yi-chun can't succeed in attacking the fire demon tiger now. At the very least, he has to make up for the level, and the monsters of the same level must be stronger than the players of the same level. If he can kill the monsters of the same level alone, it is considered a high game. This is also one of the selling points of Hope World. If it's still that kind of page game, it's a one-shot, and no one will play it soon. Now I have 3 professions, assassin, warlock, and archer, so the weapons and equipment I buy should be in 3 categories, especially the archer profession. If you fight against monsters of the same level, the archer profession can consume a certain amount of blood. If the opponent is close to melee combat, I will instantly put on the assassin equipment, relying on -100 perception points, the opponent will not be able to detect me at all. Yi-chun secretly thought that he had checked a lot of information on the internet before. Of course, it doesn't mean that he understands the data very well. It's entirely Yi-chun's understanding. At the beginning, he dropped out of school with the first grade in the high school entrance examination. If it wasn't for the orphanage, it was too difficult, and it stands to reason that Yi-chun would have been admitted to a famous university. It's a pity that when it was the middle school official who was protecting him, he who could have received a scholarship was disqualified, which was one of the reasons why Yi-chun dropped out of school. But now everything is fine, and with the ability to go backwards by 1 minute, Yi-chun feels that he must reach the pinnacle of his life. Walking into the blacksmith shop, there are many players sitting at the door, but they are not real players, but merchant players. They are buying some novice equipment to earn the middle price difference. Although novice equipment is worthless, it can be used to smelt into materials. Go and forge some sub-pro players. There is a little price difference in the middle. If you are lucky, it is still easy to earn 100 Kyushu national currency. In the blacksmith shop of Novice Village, there are some whiteboard weapons, not even bronze weapons. It was not until inside that Yi-chun discovered the bronze weapons, exuding bronze brilliance. Sharp bronze dagger. Quality, bronze. Grade, the lowest level. Attribute, attack plus 20. Effect, sharpness plus 5. You can easily cut the flesh of a monster. Description, assassin specialization, very sharp dagger, can easily cut the flesh of ordinary monsters. Warlock's magic ball. Quality, bronze. Grade, the lowest level. Attribute, magic damage plus 10. Effect, Warlock negative skill success rate plus 5%. Description, Warlock specialization, this is a bloodstained magic ball, the favorite of dark warlocks. ID bow. Quality, bronze. Grade, the lowest level. Attribute, attack plus 10. Effect, with super long range ability, the range is within 500 meters. Description, archer specialization, which is made of magical plant ivy, full of toughness. The advantage of having 3 occupations is that the weapons and equipment are universal. If a dungeon is downloaded, and a soldier bursts out with an archer's weapon, his mentality is estimated to be very uncomfortable, but Yi-chun is different. As long as it is not a warrior specialization and a magician specialization, Yi-pure can be used. Without thinking about it, Yi-chun bought these 3 weapons, and their prices were extra expensive. For 3 bronze weapons, the blacksmith spread out the sky-high price of 3 gold coins. You must know that even the bronze weapons in the hands of players are expensive. It is impossible to sell a single gold coin. Now the official currency exchange is that 1 gold coin is equal to 500 Kyushu national currency, and in the black market, 1 gold coin is equal to 1,000 yuan, which is twice the official currency, but the black market has risks. You are not at all cheated or hacked, there is no way. Therefore, 3 gold coins were equivalent to the price of 3,000 Kyushu national coins, which made Yi-chun feel a pain, because the weapons of the blacksmith shop were the worst weapons, and the lowest level bronze equipment had no value at all. If it wasn't for the supplies that could get 10 gold coins for free, Yi-chun would never buy it. But even the worst bronze weapon is still a bronze weapon after all, adding a small amount of attack power. The most important thing is the effect. White equipment has no effect at all, and this effect determines whether a weapon is good or bad, and the increase in attributes is not the best. I bought 3 gold coins, maybe a big customer. The blacksmith shop owner happily gave Yi-chun 100 iron arrows. This iron arrow has the ability to recycle. As long as you are willing to run, shoot 1 arrow and then pick it up, then you can infinite recycling. Of course, this is still troublesome, but after the archer changes careers, he can practice magic arrows, use elements as arrows, or burst out some rare arrows, with its own recycling function, which can shoot and kill infinitely. 100 iron arrows were enough for the time being. Yi-chun left the blacksmith shop and then went to the herbal shop. He wanted to buy a certain amount of herbs. According to the data of Hope World, taking a rest for 1 minute can restore 10% of his health, which is say if you don't take drugs. Once the health drops to 10%, it takes 9 minutes to rest before continuing the fight, which is too time-consuming. There is no hesitation in purchasing the medicine Yechuan, the best one is needed. I bought 1,000 pieces of life green grass, which can restore 20 points of health plus 1% of the health per second for 30 seconds. 100 pieces is the price of a silver coin, which is not very expensive. I bought 500 pieces of magic bluegrass. It can restore 10 points of magic value plus 1% magic value per second, lasts for 30 seconds. 100 pieces is the price of 2 silver coins. This is why the master wants Krypton gold. Anything about magic is more expensive. But soon Yi-chan also discovered a special item. Low-level poison. It can be stained on the weapon. If the poison enters the blood, it can cause 1% poison damage per second for 1 minute, and the poison effect lasts for 1 hour, and the price is 10 silver coins. This kind of thing can be had. Yi-chan bought 8 bottles in a grand manner, a total of 80 silver coins, plus the money for buying herbs, a total of 1 gold coin. There are now 6 gold coins left. It seems that there is still a lot, but in fact it is not enough, because after buying the equipment and medicine, you still have to learn skills. That is the real big deal. Coming to the skill merchant, the other party suddenly smiled and said, "Great adventurer, do you feel that it is difficult to kill the monsters? Come and buy the skill book from me, it will make you do more with less." The businessman's ugly face made Yi-chan very disgusted, but it was impossible to compete with an NPC. Yi-chan opened the shop and soon a book of skills appeared in front of him. With a dazzling array of skill books, Yi-chan directly targeted the 3 professions of assassin, warlock, and archer. Assassin combo, using high-speed frequency attacks, it can cause combo damage in an instant. After the skill is upgraded, it can be upgraded to 3, 4, or even 5 combos. At the same time, the damage of the combo will increase in half. The price is 1 gold coin. Assassin sneak, instantly in a stealth state, the perception is reduced by 5 points, and the price is 1 gold coin. Assassin critical blade, concentrate and make a deadly attack in an instant. You can deal double damage to the enemy in an instant. The price is 2 gold coins. Assassin insight, there is a certain chance to deal flaw damage, the damage is increased by 50%, and the price is 2 gold coins. Warlock curse, curse the enemy, reduce all attributes by 1% 5%, and sell for 1 gold coin. Warlock weakness, weak enemies will have slow movement or attribute reduction effects. The price is 2 gold coins. Warlock blessing, bless allies, increase a certain attack power or attack speed, movement speed, defense effect, choose one of the 4, and sell for 1 gold coin. Warlock healing, healing an ally can instantly restore 10% of the health, and then restore 50 health per second for 10 seconds. The price is 2 gold coins. Archer eagle eye, can keenly detect the presence of the enemy, and make an effective attack, selling for 1 gold coin. Archer arrow of the wind, condensing the wind element, causing a strong blow damage, the price is 1 gold coin. Archer arrow of blood rage, in a state of rage, the damage shot by the archer will be a ton of damage, and it will cost 2 gold coins. This is the real big head. Anything starts with a gold coin. Yi-chan can't buy any skill books with 6 gold coins. To be honest, all players are basically waiting for the novice task to finish. Then get a book of vocational skills. Yi-chan didn't choose the assassin skill, because he is the Dark King. He has the Dark King skill tree, where he can learn it by himself, without spending a penny, just needs skill points. So you only need to learn warlock skills and archer skills. Warlock skills have the curse of the king, so you don't need to curse this skill to save money. As for the skill of weakness, Yi-chan doesn't want to learn it temporarily, mainly because of money. Yi-chan's goal is very simple. Blessing and healing must be learned. These are 3 gold coins. The arrow of the wind and the arrow of blood rage must also be learned. He already has a lot of auxiliary types, and what he lacks is the attack type skills. You can get 1 skill point by raising 1 level in a common occupation, but you can only rely on skill points to learn skills after changing occupations. I have 3 skill points in my 3 occupations, and more importantly, the King of Darkness is SSSS. A level career, it is definitely not as simple as a skill point to upgrade 1 level. Of course, I don't know how many skill points there are, and I have to upgrade the level. The 6 gold coins were spent on the spot, which was a luxury for many players. However, the skill book also has the advantages of the skill book, that is, the skills learned by the skill book do not need to consume skill points, which is a bit of a gap. Otherwise, if it is completely consistent, it will be a big loss. Master the Warlock skills and bless success. Master the Warlock skills to heal successfully. Master the skills of archers, and the arrow of the wind will succeed. Master the skills of archers, and the arrow of blood rage succeeds. The skills of the warlock and the skills of the archer hardly need to consume any magic value, including the assassin's skills. In addition to the magician and the warrior, the archer, the warlock, and the assassin are basically occupations that consume no magic. This is also one of the reasons why Yi Chun chose assassins in the first place. There is a certain consumption, but the consumption is very low and very low. 100 magic points is completely enough. Unlike the magician, after a few skills, basically no magic value, so it is difficult for the magician to cause damage in the early stage. Of course, it will be different in the later stage. When mastering group magic, when the dungeon is downloaded, 2 or 3 magicians, 1 person and 1 group magic, all the miscellaneous fish are cleaned up, and it is so refreshing to take off. Warlocks are completely auxiliary occupations, which are equivalent to the blessing of dad and buff. Of course, warlocks can also master some magical skills, but they are very few. After learning the 4 skills, the next moment Yi Chun opens the Dark King skill tree, which is a skill that comes with the profession. Yi Chun wants to see the power of the Dark King. Dark King Dark Stealth. After releasing the skill, the perception effect is doubled. Even a powerful beast cannot detect your presence. It can be learned at LV1 level and requires 5 skill points. Dark King King Combo. Release skills can effectively perform 5-10 combos. The damage will not decrease due to the number of times. The cooldown time is 10 minutes, which can affect the critical strike. It can be learned at LV1 level and requires 5 skill points. Dark King King's Wrath. After releasing the skill, attack power plus 200 points, 100% crit, lasts for 5 minutes, cooldown for 1 hour, LV1 level can be learned, requires 10 skill points. King of Darkness King Blow. Hit with full force, it can explode 5-10 times the damage in an instant, can be affected by a critical hit, cooldown for 1 hour, can be learned at LV1 level, and requires 10 skill points. 4S level occupations are 4S level occupations. Although only 4 skills can be seen at present, these 4 skills are magical skills. My current perception is -100, if it is in the night state, it is -200, and if I open the Dark Stealth, it is -400. Even if I mess around in front of the boss, it is fine, and the King's combo is more ferocious, at least 5 times. Up to 10 hits with no damage reduction. Combo is the assassin's nirvana, the most critical basic skill, and this skill is simply invincible. There is also the Wrath of the King. When killing the boss, it is simply invincible. The King's blow is also extremely fierce. At the last critical moment, the burst damage is 5 to 10 times, and it can also be affected by the crit. Based on the current data, 10 points of attack. Power plus 10 points from the weapon is 20 points of damage, 40 points of crit, 10 times is 400 points of damage. This is the current level 0 state, and the level 0 Warcraft the life value is only 100 points. From this, it can be seen that this skill is terrifying. Recovering his mind, Yi Chun went directly to the outside of Novice Village. He was about to start hunting monsters and quickly leveled up. Holding a bronze dagger, Yi Chun walked out of the Novice Village, instantly attracting the attention of countless novice players. Fuck, that brother is holding a bronze weapon. Mom sells batches, I don't have any whiteboard weapons, this brother is directly a bronze weapon? This weapon is a weapon from a blacksmith shop. 1 gold coin is so extravagant. Now 1 gold coin is sold for 3,200. Brother, do you still need teammates? I am a MT. I can fight monsters. Old iron, let me attract firepower. How about you output? How about the distribution of experience points? Do you need a strong teammate? Although I don't have a bronze weapon, my innate attributes are higher, and my attack power is 12. A bronze weapon did cause a lot of noise. After all, among the thousands of players outside the Novice Village, no one had a bronze weapon, and most of them didn't even have a weapon. Yi-chan had a bronze weapon, which naturally attracted countless players. Concerned and shocked, Yi-chan refused the player's invitation. Whether it was 37 points or 28 points, it was better than gaining 100% experience. Magic Wild Dog. Grade 1. Health, 100 out of 100. Attack power, 510. Description: the lowest level of enchanted animals. The demonized wild dog is the lowest level of wild monsters. Yi-chan directly crossed it. Letting him kill the lowest level wild monsters is a bit insulting, so Yi-chan walked all the way to the deep mountain. The more you went inside, the fewer players. Until the demonization there are only a few players here in the bison. Magic Buffalo. Level, 5. Health, 300/300. Attack power, 2040. Skill, Crash. Description: be careful of his collision, it may make you into a dizzy state. Level 5 monsters are slightly stronger. Yi-chan moves very quickly, directly equips the magic ball of the warlock, gives himself a blessing, and instantly obtains a blessing halo that increases the movement speed by 10%, which lasts for 1 minute, and then casts the king's magic ball. Curse. The advantage of this skill is that it can be used indefinitely, but a unit can only use it once for 1 hour, which means that if the opponent is not killed, then the curse of the king cannot be cast in the future. A group of black shadows surrounded Yi-chan's locked demonized bison. The latter screamed, and suddenly, a blood-red number appeared. 150. Half of the health value is directly deducted, including defense, action speed, attack power, etc., because the curse is comprehensive, and all attributes are reduced by 20% to 50%. The lower the level and the lower the quality, the higher the damage dealt. The next moment, Yi-chan immediately switched to the archer's equipment. He stared at the demonized bison, and then used the iron arrow to cast the arrow of the wind. The iron arrow originally increased the attack power by 5 points, plus Yi-chan's own attack power of 20 points, and the 10 points of attack power brought by the ivy bough, a total of 35 points of damage. The wind arrow can increase a certain amount of damage, specifically how much is not shown. This is also the characteristic gameplay of Hope World. Except for some skills, most skills do not have detailed data and need to be developed and understood by players themselves. 40. A white damage comes up, and wind arrow does 5 more damage, which is nice. Of course, Yi-chan also understands that this is because of being hit by the curse of the king, but it is 5 levels apart. Therefore, the curse of the king is a hedge against the attributes that are 5 levels apart, which means that the arrow of the wind does increase the damage by 5 points. In one breath, 190 points of damage were dealt, and the demonized bison still had 110 points of damage left. The next moment, Yi-chan stepped back a few steps. With the help of the increase in movement speed brought by the blessing, Yi-chan quickly opened up the distance, and then shot an arrow. Roar! The demonized bison roared, and it looked around with its scarlet eyes, and did not seem to notice Yi-chan. Activated by the effect of -100 perception. Generally speaking, if you are perceived to be -5 or 10, you can walk unscrupulously in front of the beasts that will take the initiative to attack. How exaggerated is Yi-chan's -100? Even if he took the initiative to attack a demonized bison, the opponent could not find Yi-chan temporarily, which was the advantage of being perceived as negative. It is the strongest natal ability of the assassin. The assassin is to kill the enemy in silence. -40. Call out. However, although he has a negative perception score of 100, Yi-chan is still very cautious. -40. -40. Another 2 arrows in a row. Within 20 seconds, Yi-chan took away a demonized bison, and a team not far away. 5 people only lost half of their health in 20 seconds. It can be seen that Yi-chan's properties and strength. Ding dong! Congratulations on killing the demonized bison. You get 10 experience points, but because you killed it across levels, you get an additional 40 experience points. Level 1 monsters provide 1 experience point, Level 2 monsters provide 3 experience points, Level 3 monsters provide 5 points of experience, Level 4 monsters provide 7 points of experience, and Level 5 monsters provide 10 points of experience. A level, the experience value gained is doubled, but not doubled. A demonized bison can get 50 experience points, and if the distance is upgraded, you need to kill 20 demonized bison. There are still 23.5 hours left to receive the very difficult task. It is now 6:30. Yi Chun has to get up at 8 o'clock to deal with some things, so there is no time to waste. Roar! 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 Time passed little by little, and 10 minutes later, after finally falling to the ground with a demonized bison, a beam of white light rose from under Yi Chun's feet. His health and mana were fully restored, and he was full of energy, as if he had soaked in a hot spring. Generally. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for leveling up and getting 3 attribute points. At the same time, because you are the Dark King profession, you will get an additional 10 attribute points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for leveling up and getting 3 skill points. At the same time, because you are the King of Darkness, you get 5 additional skill points. After the basic occupation is upgraded, you can get 1 free assignment attribute point, but for the 4th S level occupation, you will get 10 additional attribute points and 5 additional skill points. That is to say, there are a total of 13 free attributes plus 8 skill points. With 13 free attribute points, Yi Chun did not hesitate to point to his attack power. His attack attribute is very low now, and he must increase his attack power. As for the equipment, Yi Chun felt very helpless. He was a lucky player who killed 20 wild buffaloes, but none of the equipment exploded, not even a whiteboard weapon. I hope the explosion rate of the world is really touching. There are tens of thousands of players in a novice village, and only one can explode the equipment. Impressive burst rate. However, it doesn't matter whether there is any equipment or not. To upgrade the level, Yi Chun immediately allocated attribute points to strength and agility. 10 points of strength and 3 points of agility. A powerful assassin must move fast. Yi Chun planned to use Dark King as his main occupation, Warlock as his auxiliary occupation, and Archer as his second. Auxiliary occupation. Unless he obtains a rare job transfer book or becomes a rare profession, Yi Chun will temporarily develop into an assassin. Allocate 10 points of power, and the attack power immediately becomes 40 points, plus the bonus of the Ivy Bow, that is 50 points, and combined with the Arrow of the Wind, it basically causes 55 points to 60 points of damage. Because the Arrow of the Wind increases the damage according to the level attribute and the monster level. After the attributes were allocated, Yi Chun immediately began to learn skills. There is no doubt that Yi Chun chose the King combo. After consuming 5 skill points, Yi Chun did not waste the remaining 3 skill points, and chose to increase the King's combo. Are you consuming a skill point to improve the King's combo proficiency? Ding dong! Congratulations on your King combo being upgraded to LV2. Does it consume 2 skill points to improve the King's combo proficiency? Ding dong! Congratulations on your King combo being upgraded to LV3. King combo. Level, LV3. Effect, you can instantly hit 611 attacks within 3 seconds, and the damage will not decrease due to the number of attacks. Next level upgrade, 5 skill points, LV4 King combo, can instantly hit 611 attacks in 2 seconds. Cooling time, 9 minutes. The King's combo increases the proficiency of 1 level, which can reduce the attack time and CD time. When the second level is increased, the number of combos can be increased, which can be described as invincible. This is a powerful skill. At least 6 consecutive hits, the damage will not decrease. The only disadvantage is that this skill has a full 9-minute cooldown, which is the biggest drawback, but the damage is also terrible, directly hits 6 to 11 times. With the current attack power of 50 points, a single monarch can kill a demonized bison with a combo, which is extremely powerful. Next, Yi Chun still started to fight across levels, but it was not the trouble of looking for the demonized bison, but the demonized wolf. This is a 6-level wild monster, and you can get 20 experience points. Level is 120 experience points. Because of the bonus of Dark King and the other 2 professions, Yi Chun needs 2,000 experience points to upgrade to LV2, which is more than 10 times that of ordinary players, but it is also more than 10 times stronger than ordinary players. As time passed, Yi Chun gained experience faster and faster. With the King's combo, he could kill an extra wolf every 9 minutes. Although it was not a huge increase in experience, it was already very fast. Compared with other players, Yi-chun's speed of leveling up has been very fast. At 7 o'clock, a beam of white light rose from under Yi-chun's feet, which was already at LV2. Ding dong! Congratulations on the players leveling up and getting 3 attribute points. At the same time, because you are the King of Darkness, you will gain an additional 10 attribute points. Ding dong! Congratulations on your leveling up, you have gained 3 skill points, and because you are the King of Darkness, you have gained 5 additional skill points. Upgrading again, Yi-chun still assigns attribute points to strength and agility, and assigns 3 points to agility, which will not have much impact in the early stage, but as it continues to increase, the movement speed will become faster and faster, as well as the dodge rate and nerves. Response capability. In the game, agility represents the movement speed and the most concerned dodge rate. Of course, even if you have 100 points of agility, the dodge rate is only 45%, and it is impossible to have a 45% dodge rate. That would be too buggy. At the same time, a qualified assassin must have attack power and speed side by side, otherwise even if he has a strong attack power, he cannot become a qualified assassin without sharp skills. The attack power is still insufficient, even if I increase my strength by 10 points, my normal attack is now 60 points, plus the 10 points brought by the bronze dagger, it is 70 points of attack power, without any skill blessing. A 7th level wild tiger has a health value of 570 points of damage, and it takes 8 hits to kill, which is still very slow, absolutely not possible. Yi-chun secretly said, first of all, although the attribute is very good, it is still not good, and it took a full hour to improve by 2 levels. From LV2 to LV3, it takes 4,000 experience points, twice as much as before, and it takes at least an hour. Yi-chun doesn't know who is at the top of the current ranking list, because the ranking requires a minimum level of 30 to be on the list. But it has been 7 hours since the server started. Among the billion players, it is impossible for them to be stronger than themselves. Some players may even get experience potions and may have reached level 20. It's still difficult to catch up. I need powerful equipment, otherwise, according to the current speed of progress, the first place in the ranking list will definitely not be reached. Yi-chun pondered, this upgrade is very slow, it seems to be faster than ordinary players, but it is only a little faster than ordinary players. However, it is only LV2 now, and it is impossible to kill the fire demon tiger, at least until the 8th level, or even the 10th level, before Yi-chun will hunt and kill the fire demon tiger. Fire demon tiger is not an ordinary beast, but an elite beast, which is more than 5 times stronger than ordinary beasts of the same level. Competing against elite monsters, and there are still level differences, it is impossible to complete the task within 24 hours. So find a way to solve this trouble. Reputation can go to the prestige shops in the 4 major cities to buy things. With the current situation, it is impossible to explode any high-quality weapons. I need a powerful weapon, which is beneficial to my current situation, but 500 points of prestige can't be exchanged for weapons of true quality. Yi-chun kept thinking about it. He now encountered a big problem, that is, the level could not be improved quickly. But even if it was annoying, it was impossible for a treasure chest to fall from the sky, so Yi-chun could only continue to farm monsters while thinking about the method. Just like this, time passed little by little, and when it was almost 9 o'clock, Yi-chun finally reached the LV3 level, still according to the allocation of free attribute points, and the skill points were still reserved for 16 points. With 16 skill points, Yi-chun learned all of the 2 skills Dark Stealth and the King's Wrath respectively. A total of 15 skill points were spent, and there was 1 left. Yi-chun put it on Dark Stealth, however, it is not to increase the perception, but to increase the movement speed after stealth. Now Yi-chun has mastered the skills of the Dark King, which are 3, 2, and 1. King Combo, LV3. Dark Sneak, LV2. King's Wrath, LV1. At 9 o'clock, Yi-chun quit the game. When he opened his eyes, he heard voices outside the orphanage. It was the children playing football. Yi-chun took a shower and ate something casually, telling them that he was not feeling well. Then continue into the game, lest they worry. Enter the game again. Yi-chun hunted down level 8 monsters and demonized wild lions to level up. Just according to this situation, it is impossible to complete the very difficult task of hunting 10 fire demon tigers within 24 hours. However, at this moment, suddenly, a group of players ran from not far away and ran to the northwest. Brothers! The boss has appeared. Let's hurry up. Kill the boss, you can explode the outfit. The silver weapon is right in front of you, everyone hurry up. Crowd tactics, you can't beat the boss if you don't believe it. Brothers, come on, don't panic. A series of voices sounded, and the terrifying novice. Players not far away rushed to the northwest like a crucian carp crossing the river. Boss? Even Yi Chun couldn't help but be surprised at this moment. 2,000 words chapter. Thank you for your great support. Although there are not 3 rewards, there are 2, and I don't want to live up to everyone's expectations. Begging for evaluation ticket flowers, thank you. During the period of the new book, this thing is extremely important. For free flowers and evaluation tickets, the more you can do, the better. If you have the ability to give rewards, thank you even more. Boss is the treasure in the hearts of countless players. Whether it is an online novel or a real game, killing the boss will definitely get a very good reward. In the era of all novice weapons, meeting a boss did not bring much panic to the players, on the contrary, it was endless joy and excitement. Because killing boss, it is a law to explode the artifact. Everyone fantasizes that they are the protagonist, and everyone thinks that they will definitely be able to explode the artifact. But in fact, in the current situation, it is impossible to have a very powerful boss, so even if it is beheaded, the equipment that explodes is mostly silver weapons. Of course, silver weapons are also very powerful. Yi Chun now has a most inferior bronze dagger on hand, which is completely insufficient. Killing the boss is the way out. Thinking of this, Yi Chun didn't have any nonsense at all, and followed the army to find the boss. In the current situation, Yi Chun has a certain ability to kill the boss. Of course, it is not a single kill, but the final damage. The ownership of the equipment dropped by the boss is based on the total damage and the last kill. The individual or team that ranks first in total damage can pick up the equipment first, and the player who kills the last can also enjoy a certain priority. If the damage is the same, the individual is better than the team. For example, a team of 5 people can cause 10,000 points of damage, and Yi Chun alone has caused 8,000 points of damage. Then the priority belongs to Yi Chun, because Yi Chun has purely alone. There are a lot of players who went to hunt bosses, including some guild players. They went to the boss haunt in groups. After all, I hope the world explosion rate is too touching. Level 3, killed an unknown number of wild monsters. I was stunned that none of the equipment exploded. This explosion rate is really touching. Of course, Yi Chun can understand it, because the official publicized some data. The explosion rate of killing wild monsters is very low as 1 in 10,000. If you kill non-humanoid wild monsters, the explosion rate will be lower, so even Yi Chun who has 100 luck points, and it is impossible to explode the equipment casually. But if you kill the boss, 100% of the equipment will drop. Bronze level bosses will drop 100% of the best bronze equipment, and may even drop silver level equipment. Relying on the fast speed, Yi Chun soon came to the source. The so-called boss is an iron-backed 2-headed Lion King monster, but he lies quietly under a valley, with 4 double-headed Lion Kings guarding him, and the players are fighting with the iron-backed monster. Younger brother, the iron-backed lion. Iron-backed Lion King, a level 15 bronze quality boss, its attributes are more than 10 times that of players, or even higher. To put it simply, Yi Chun's full level 15th level attributes may be half that of Iron-backed Lion King. Even a third. And there are many boss talent skills, hit you doubt life. In addition, the general bosses have little brothers. For example, these 4 double-headed Lion Kings are all level 15 elite monsters. Their attributes are more than 5 times that of players of the same level, and there are hundreds of level 15 Iron-backs. Magic Lion. Most of the players are within level 6-10, and those above level 10 are high-level players. There are 3 or 4,000 players here, but no player has reached level 15, which means that there is a big gap between the two sides. Roar. The iron-backed demon lion is huge in size, and its tail is like an iron whip. The damage caused by high-level monsters to low-level players is prone to crit. Therefore, it is impossible to kill a boss by leapfrog level, and it is impossible to kill a level 999 boss at level 1. This battle is obviously a one-sided situation, and there is no need for the two-headed Lion King to be dispatched. These players have already died a lot. As for the real boss, they lie on the ground again and again, basking in the warm sun, enjoying themselves. All of these. This is the boss. He is high above the ground. 3,000 to 5,000 players can't really do him any harm. After all, it's only been 9 hours since the server started, and you want to hunt down the boss? Wishful thinking. But at this moment, a sharp-eyed player suddenly pointed to the boss and said, "Look, there is a bronze treasure chest behind this boss." The voice sounded, and countless players looked over immediately, and then the crowd boiled. Damn it, it's a treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest, at least you can open things of bronze quality. If you are unlucky, you can only open the lowest level bronze equipment. If you are lucky, you can open intermediate level, or senior level, or even the top level. If you are lucky enough, you can even open it. Open silver equipment, and you can open 3 things in one go. The players who knew it let out an exciting roar. At this moment, countless players rushed straight down. Although they knew they were going to die, they could make a lot of money if they grabbed the bronze treasure chest. In Hope World, there are some places where treasure chests will be refreshed, but they are not fixed. It depends entirely on luck. Most treasure chests can be opened without a key, and some quest chests or special treasure chests require corresponding keys. Treasure chests, as the name suggests, contain treasures. Although the bronze treasure chest is a relatively low-level treasure chest, it is a treasure for new players. According to the official probability, 70% of bronze treasure chests will open the lowest or lower-level bronze items, 20% will open intermediate or advanced items, and 9% will open the highest-level items. Only 1% can drop silver items. And if you're really lucky, you can get 3 different treasures in a row. Therefore, the treasure chest is extremely precious. Now a gold coin is worth 3,200 yuan. In the black market, a bronze treasure chest is sold for 10 gold coins, which is 32,000 yuan apiece. At this moment, even Yi-chan was moved. Puff puff puff. Hoo 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 hoo. A string of numbers appeared, and the bright red numbers represented that players were killed one by one. The 4-headed two-headed Lion King went mad and roared to cause group damage. Thousands of players jumped into the valley, but no player could get close to the inside. All of them were instantly killed by elite monsters without any backhand. 20 minutes have passed, and the players have completely calmed down. After all, after level 10, a certain amount of experience points will be deducted for each death, or they may choose to wait an hour for the resurrection time. So there is no such thing as will tactics. Unable to approach and kill the boss, many players lost interest and chose to leave. This kind of taste is very uncomfortable. I know there is a treasure, but I can't get it. It's uncomfortable for anyone, but the good thing is that so many people can't get it, and everyone's heart is balanced. But at this moment, Yi-chan stood in the canyon beside him. He thought for a while, and finally chose to jump down. A -100 perception degree, I hope to be able to steal the day. After jumping into the canyon, Yi-chan stood in the shade. He had the attribute of being -100 perceptible. It can be said that his presence was almost zero. He was more than enough to fool ordinary monsters. Influence. The perception degree of -200 points not only affects Warcraft, but even players ignore Yi-chan's existence, and instead look at the boss. Little by little, approaching the bronze treasure chest, the two-headed Lion King didn't notice anything, but suddenly, the boss raised his head and looked at the bronze treasure chest. At this moment, Yi-chan held his breath and stood there motionless, for fear of being discovered by the boss. Puff. The ironback Lion King suddenly stood up, then slowly came to Yi-chan, raised the huge lion head, sniffed everywhere, and finally came to Yi-chan, staring at Yi-chan with scarlet eyes. Although this is a game, Yi-chan feels very real and frightening at this moment, just like watching a thriller. Yi-chan's heart was beating thumpingly, but in the end, the iron-backed Lion King didn't pay attention, and even the player didn't see Yi-chan. He just felt something was wrong in the shade, but what was wrong? the player said no, come up with a reason. In the end, the iron-backed Lion King returned to his original position and continued to rest, but Yi Chun did not continue to move, because Yi Chun knew that if he stole this bronze treasure chest in full view, the end of the treasure chest would be torn to pieces by the boss. And there are many players watching here, just relying on the attribute of being perceived as -100 is definitely not enough. Being perceived as -100, as long as you don't do anything, the other party will naturally not find out. Even a 15th level bronze boss will not be able to detect Yi Chun, and maybe even a silver level boss will not be aware of it. Yi Chun. But if Yi Chun moved, he would be discovered by the other party, let alone steal the bronze treasure chest in front of others. A negative 200 points of perception is definitely not enough. However, Yi Chun also has a way. If you upgrade one level, you can learn to sneak in the dark, and the perception degree will increase by 100 points, which is equivalent to -300 points of perception. If it is at night, the effect will be doubled again, that is, the -600. It is absolutely possible to hide from the sky. Thinking of this, Yi Chun didn't talk nonsense, and left here directly. Of course, he didn't leave too far, and hunted down the 10th level magic lion nearby. In the eyes of other players, fighting an LV3 level LV10 level magic lion is completely courting death, but Yi Chun did it, but it was very laborious. With 60 points of white attack, plus 10 points of attack power of the bronze dagger, and 70 points of basic attack, if you want to kill a level 10 magic lion, you need to slash 15 times. Of course, this is no crit. In the case of the incomplete godhead requires characters to reach level 10 to awaken their attributes. Otherwise, they have 50% extra crit and their own 10% crit, which is a full 60% crit. Strike, how can it be so hard to farm monsters? Yi Chun secretly thought he had previously drawn the incomplete godhead. This godhead increases the critical strike by 50% and the critical strike by 10%, but the godhead attribute must be activated when the character reaches level 10, otherwise it cannot be activated. It's annoying, it's really annoying. This is a bug player like Yi Chun. Most of the ordinary players are more difficult. 5 people can only play the monsters of the same level. After the 5 people are cleared, they will be divided equally. Within 24 hours on the first day, they can level up. It's pretty good at level 10. It is even estimated that for 1 billion players, it is estimated that 80% of the players can only reach the 7th or 8th level. This shows the cruelty of Hope World. Of course, if it is level 20 or 30 on the first day, then the game of Hope World will not be interesting. It is estimated that it will close within half a year. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. It took Yi Chun 2 hours to upgrade from LV3 to LV4, and obtain 13 free attribute points and 8 skill points. The skill points naturally strengthen the dark stealth, and Yi Chun keeps the extra 3, ready to improve the King's Combo, which is the skill that needs to be improved the most at present. It was already 12 o'clock at noon when it was upgraded to LV4. Yi Chun couldn't wait for the evening, so he wanted to try it now. When he came to the valley again, Yi Chun directly cast the dark sneak from the shadow part. At this moment, he held his breath, but the movement speed was very fast, and the benefits of 24 agility were reflected at this moment. The LV3 level dark sneak, which gives Yi Chun a negative 300 points of perception, is indeed very strong. Standing in the shade, even if Yi Chun moves quickly, the two-headed Lion King does not find it at all, and all players do not find it, not even the boss. Nothing was found. Soon Yi Chun came to the bronze treasure chest. Call. The next moment, Yi Chun directly lifted the bronze treasure chest, but after thinking about it, Yi Chun took a deep breath. He didn't choose to lift the treasure chest, because doing so might attract the attention of the boss. Yi Chun plans to open the treasure chest on the spot. Well, yes, open the treasure chest on the spot. As long as you don't take the initiative to attack Warcrafter players, Dark Sneak can always maintain the status quo, so there is no problem in opening the bronze treasure chest here. Ding dong! Do you want to open the bronze treasure chest? It takes 20 seconds to open the treasure chest. Do you want to open it? The system sounded. This was a bronze treasure chest that did not require a treasure chest key, and Yi Chun couldn't help showing his joy. If a treasure chest key was needed, it would be troublesome. Tread. At this moment, the treasure chest was successfully opened, and immediately two things were placed in the treasure chest. Full of lion glove. Quality, bronze. Grade, superior. Attribute, plus 100 ATK. Effect, there is a chance to deal critical damage to wild monsters, and basic attacks will cause an additional 30% damage. Requirements, LV5 level wearable, warrior specialization. The iron armor of the demon lion. Quality, bronze. Grade, superior. Attributes, plus 300 health. Effect, effectively resist certain attack damage. Requirements, LV5 level wearable, warrior specialization. 2 pieces of high-level bronze quality equipment, but both were warrior specializations. Yi-chun chose to go back a minute and go back to the past without hesitation. But now that you can't develop yourself, let others develop? Yi-chun is not that stupid. Back a minute ago, Yi-chun sat patiently in front of the bronze treasure chest and began to wait for the time. Hopefully, the title of Lucky Man of the World finally comes into play. Open the bronze treasure chest 5 times in a row, although nothing satisfied Yi-chun, but at least every time he opened it, he could get 2 items, and even 3 items, and each item was intermediate or advanced. The highest ranking does not appear, but the superiors do appear many times. This kind of experience of opening the treasure chest can reflect the bonus of the lucky title. Otherwise, he killed hundreds of monsters before, but he didn't reveal a piece of equipment, which made Yi-chun extremely depressed and speechless. Superior. As long as I open a superlative weapon, I will stop it. Yi-chun set a goal. This goal is very simple, that is, the most advanced bronze weapon. It must be specialized. Assassin, warlock, archer, any professional weapon will do. It doesn't need too many, just one. The 6th time it was turned on, it was still too high-level equipment. Yi-chun returned to a minute ago, and it was almost 11 o'clock now. Yi-chun was very leisurely, leaning on the stone wall in the shade, waiting for 5 minutes to open the bronze treasure chest, and if he did not open the bronze treasure chest he wanted, he went back 1 minute. 7 times. 8 times. 9 times. 10 times. Although there is a 100-point luck bonus, it is not possible to open what he wants every time. The bronze treasure chest can open silver-level equipment. Yi-chun does not expect the best. Chun also thought about it, and finally thought that he didn't need the best reward. Because there is no time to waste, after all, it takes 6 minutes to draw a prize. Yi-chun can wait for an hour, and can wait a day and a night, but what if it is 3 days and 3 nights? What about 10 days and 10 nights? Sometimes it's totally unnecessary. It is not necessary to strive for perfection unless it is something really top quality, otherwise, it is only a bronze treasure chest, and Yi-chun has an idea. The first 3 will do. It is best to open silver equipment, so as long as it is the most advanced specialization weapon, whether it is 1 or 3, Yi-chun wants it directly, and will not continue to go backwards in time. The silver weapon is the best reward, the highest level specialization weapon is the second best, and the second is the high-level bronze dagger, Yi-chun will also choose to confirm. Unless the first time you open the silver treasure chest, you will get a bronze superior dagger, otherwise, after more than 20 times, Yi-chun will give it a shot. But if this idea is heard by other players, it is estimated that Yi-chun will be beaten to death. Mom sells batches. Everyone can't even touch the bronze treasure chest, don't say the highest level, the higher level, even if it is a lower level, even the lowest level bronze weapon, they are all happy to die. Yi-chun actually dislikes the higher level bronze weapon. It's just a comparison of people, it's maddening. Brush. At this moment, a beam of white light appeared. This was the 12th time Yi-chun opened the bronze treasure chest, but he didn't expect to open the silver item for the 12th time. This was a skill book, not a weapon, which made Yi-chun a little disappointed. Rain of arrows. Quality, silver. Grade, rare. Occupation, archer. Skill effect, shoot 10 arrow feathers into the sky, and then turn into a rain of arrows and fall down, causing group damage in a local area. The arrow rain lasts for 3 waves, and the damage of each wave is 50% of the attack power. Rare skill book? Now it was Yi Chun's turn to be surprised. With the Dark King skill tree, Yi Chun was not interested in other skills, not even silver ones, but when he saw the skill book that said rare 2 words later, Yi Chun was really shocked. The so-called rarity does not necessarily mean that it will be stronger than the highest level. The meaning of rarity is rarity. This kind of skill cannot be learned at all, and can only be learned by completing some special tasks. Therefore, rare items represent uniqueness and possess characteristics that cannot be replicated by others. However, this skill should not be special, but the group damage is very strong, 3 waves of arrow rain, equal to 150% of the damage, and the group damage is enough to explain everything. Although group damage can cause many monsters to be injured, the damage value of group damage is very embarrassing, especially the early group damage. After the 10th level, the magician can learn a fire burning technique. The damage is 10% of the magic attack, which is very touching. And this skill can cause 150% of the physical attack, which is simply a monster-defying skill. Yi Chun instantly decided that he wanted this skill book. But soon Yi Chun found out that there were 2 items in the treasure chest, and they were all silver items. Balmuna's explosive longbow. Quality, silver. Grade, superior. Attribute, plus 500 attack power. Effect, has a terrifying penetration ability, with a 20% chance of damaging damage. The attached skill blast, every arrow hit has a 10% chance of bursting, causing a certain amount of damage. If it is encountered at the same time as the destruction damage, it can be combined and calculated as a 100% crit. Requirements: LV10 level is required to wear, archer specialization. Description: Balmuna's bursting longbow is full of bursting breath, you have to be careful that the bow and arrow burst and get injured. Katon's shield of glory. Quality, silver. Grade, superior. Attributes, plus 500 attack, plus 2000 health. Effect, has an amazing defense, and will cause tons of damage when swinging. Attached skill light shield, it can effectively resist 5000 points of attack damage, lasts for 10 minutes, and cools down for 2 hours. Requirements: LV10 is required to wear, warrior specialization. Description: Katon's glory shield, which symbolizes his glory. Every powerful warrior longs to become Katon, but the shield is very heavy, which greatly reduces the attack speed. In a bronze treasure chest, there are 3 silver items, a rare skill book, and 2 silver equipment. If this is spread out, I don't know how many people will be shocked. And they are all senior. There is a 9% chance of a silver item, then a 9% chance of a superior, and then a 9% chance of 3 of the same quality. Yi Chun was simply lucky, and even he was stunned. If this shield is sold, it can be sold for a sky-high price. This time it is really developed. Katon's glory shield, which is the equipment of the warrior specialization, is extremely powerful. An increase of 2000 health points, 500 points of attack power, and a skill like Holy Light Shield. If nothing else happens, under the current situation, it can definitely be auctioned to a sky-high price. Maybe $1 million. But Yi Chun does not plan to sell this shield for the time being. At least 1 month later, he will stabilize the ranking list. The reason is very simple. After 1 month, the remaining 5 billion players will join Hope World. At that time, there were more people. Katon's glory shield will never be out of date. This is a tier 10 silver equipment. After a month, it will be one of the top equipment and will never be eliminated. At that time, the value of this equipment will be higher. Yi Chun was very satisfied with this bronze treasure chest. He exploded 3 silver items in one go, which was a huge profit. At this moment, the system sound suddenly sounded. Ding dong! Congratulations on completing the hidden achievement. Open it, and open a treasure chest of any quality to get 3 items of the highest quality equipment, so you can get rare skills, strong chest opening, and an additional 500 reputation points. Treasure chest opening operation. Quality, special. Grade, rare. Effect, any treasure chest can be opened directly, regardless of whether a key is required or not. If it is a treasure chest that does not require a key, the lucky value will be increased by 10%. If it is a treasure chest that requires a key, you can try to forcibly open it. 10. Once it fails, the treasure chest is directly locked and cannot be opened. Explanation: this skill can increase the level, and you can improve this skill by accumulating the highest quality reward for 100 times. The special skill, the treasure chest opening technique, is similar to the game box opening technique in D&D games. Yi-chun is very satisfied with this skill. In the future, he will encounter all kinds of treasure chests. This skill is simply invincible. No matter it is any treasure chest, locked or unlocked, 50% of it can be opened, but it will fail. If it fails, the treasure chest will enter the locked state, but this has nothing to do with Yi-chun. Go back a minute and never get locked out. Opening the treasure chest also completed the achievement, gained an additional active skill, and 500 reputation points, which is simply beautiful. Putting all the contents in the treasure box into the backpack, Yi-chun closed the treasure box and fled quietly. So far, no player has found that the treasure box has been manipulated. Just like that, at exactly 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi-chun had reached level 5, and if she wanted to wear Bamuna's explosive longbow, she still needed level 5. However, upgrading from LV5 to LV6 requires a full 10,000 experience points. One of the 3 occupations is a 4th level S occupation, so Yi-chun's experience points are 10 times that of ordinary players, which makes Yi-chun very uncomfortable. The free attribute points are still 10 points of strength and 3 points of agility, 8 skill points plus the 3 remaining skill points before, a total of 11 skill points, all of which are on the King's combo. This is my current strongest attack. When the active skill is upgraded to LV4, the number of combos becomes 712 times, and the cooling time is still 9 minutes. At LV5, the cooling speed will be reduced by 1 minute. If this skill has a CD of about 3 minutes, it is God. Skills. Yi-chun thought secretly. Around the Demon Lion territory, Yi-chun held a bronze dagger and released the King's combo. At this moment, he revealed a terrifying aura, calm and composed. His wrist trembled for a moment, his arm and body resonated to a point, and then he shot several times in an instant. Combo. 130. 130. 260. 130. A total of 8 combos caused 1170 points of damage, and the 10th level Magic Lion's health value was as high as 1500 points. Yi-chun's Curse of a King combined with a King's combo, instantly beheading a Demon Lion, Ruthless. At the same time, the experience value brought by a Magic Lion is also very considerable, which is as high as 500 points. A Magic Lion is 500 experience points, and Yi-chun's LV5 level is upgraded to LV6 level. Only 10,000 experience points are needed, that is to say kill 20 lions to level up. With the Curse of the King, basically this kind of mobs will be completely reduced by 50% of all attributes. Now Yi-chun's idea is very simple: quickly upgrade to LV10, and then equip Bamuna's bursting longbow, so that it will be strange, and it is called If There Is Divine Help. All the way to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi-chun took advantage of the situation and improved by 2 levels. This was still a good luck in the afternoon, and he had been hit by critical hits. Otherwise, it would never have been so easy to upgrade to level 7. It has been upgraded by 2 levels, and free attribute points are still classified according to the previous classification, and now they are mainly skill points. With 16 skill points, plus 1 skill point that he owns, a total of 17 skill points, Yi-chun had almost no idea, and chose to focus on the King's combo. The King's combo is currently at level 4, and it takes 10 skill points and 16 skill points to upgrade 1 level. Yi-chun adds all of them to the King's combo, and goes directly to level 5, leaving 6 skill points. Arriving at level 5, the cooldown of King's combo is reduced to 8 minutes. If it is reduced to 5 minutes, or 3 minutes, then it will be cool. Now Yi-chun's skill bar has 9 skills. King combo LV5, it takes 10 skill points to upgrade to the next level. Dark Stealth LV3, 5 skill points are required to advance to the next level. The Wrath of the King LV1, it takes 10 skill points to advance to the next level. Blessing LV1, 1 skill point is required to advance to the next level. Cure LV1, 1 skill point is required to advance to the next level. Arrow of the Wind LV1, 1 skill point is required to advance to the next level. Blood Fury Arrow LV1, 1 skill point is required to advance to the next level. Rain of Arrows in the Sky LV1, a rare skill book, which cannot be upgraded through skill points. A second Rain of Arrows in the Sky is required to increase the damage. Treasure Chest Strong Opening LV1, rare special skills, which cannot be upgraded through skill points. You need to complete the corresponding achievements to upgrade the level. There are still 6 skill points left, and Yi-chun intends to wait for the upgrade to LV8 to learn the King's Strike. In this way, he will have a more powerful output ability. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi-chun spent an hour and finally upgraded to LV8. Because of the level, Yi-chun gained less and less experience points. Originally, killing a magic lion can get 500 experience points. Now only 400 experience points can be obtained, and to upgrade from LV7 to LV8, it takes a full 30,000 experience points, and it takes 1.5 hours to reach LV8. And to upgrade from LV8 to LV9, you need 40,000 experience points, and killing a magic lion can only get 300 experience points. The gap is increasing, but there are reasons for not choosing more advanced monsters. That is life value. Yi-chun's HP is still 300 points. This is because a white shirt has been exploded, adding 200 HP points, and the attack damage of the magic lion is exactly 200 points. Yi-chun can only take 1 hit, and he will die after 2 hits. Undoubtedly. Going to a more advanced wild monster area is no longer the reason for whether you can brush or not, but whether you can withstand the damage of the opponent. I have to quickly reach level 10 and complete the very difficult novice tasks. In this way, with the help of tasks, I can advance to level 13 or level 14 today, and the difference will not be very big. Yi-chun thought about it, and then continued to fight. It is also beneficial to increase the level. Although the experience point is less, the speed of spawning monsters is also significantly faster. If you wait until LV10 and equip Bamuna's bursting longbow, it is estimated that it will be more enjoyable. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Yi-chun went to eat a meal at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and then continued to farm monsters until 7 o'clock in the evening, and finally, with a flash of white light on the soles of his feet, Yi-chun was officially upgraded to LV10. Player, the King's Sai. Level, 10. First class, Assassin, Dark King. Second occupation, Warlock, not transferred. The third occupation, Archer, not transferred. Health, 500-500, when the health is 0, the character dies. Magic value, 200-200, when the magic value is 0, the corresponding skills cannot be released. Attack power, 224-40, critical hit is 440 points of damage. Magic attack power, 2040, critical hit is 440 points of damage. Constitution, 10. Affects health. Spirit, 10. Affects mana and magic damage. Strength, 110. Affects physical damage and weight-bearing capacity. Agility, 40. Affects movement speed and reflexes. Perception, -100, Dark Knight status effect doubles. Reputation, 1000. 10,000 reputation points are required to enter the leaderboard, and reputation points can be exchanged for prizes. Title, Hope the Lucky One in the World. Increases luck by 100 points. Experience points, 0/100000. Because it is a mixture of 3 occupations, the experience value is higher than that of ordinary players. Gold, 0/2/37. Gold, silver, copper. At LV10 level, Yi-chun has explosive attributes of up to 110 points of strength and 40 points of agility. His health and mana are supported by the 3 pieces of equipment that explode before and after. Rusty iron armor, unknown magical belt, burlap head and shoulders, add a total of 400 points of health and 200 points of magic. These are all whiteboard weapons, not even bronze. In the world of Hope, the player's equipment column is a total of 12. Tops, bottoms, belts, head and shoulders, shoes. It's armor gear, and that's it. Necklace, ring, bracelet, earrings. It's accessories, and that's it. Spirit stone, auxiliary items. This is special equipment, and Godhead is an auxiliary prop. Finally, there are weapons. There are 12 equipment slots, and the players who can get them together are very good at present, not to mention. The whole body is bronze. Rao is Yi-chan's 100-point luck bonus. At present, the tops, head and shoulders, and belts are only white equipment. 3 bronze weapons. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 10 and activating the Dark King attribute bonus. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for reaching the 10th level and activating the incomplete Godhead effect. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded. Yi-chan already knew about awakening the Godhead, but what he didn't expect was that when he reached the 10th level, he could actually activate the attribute bonus of the Dark King. The next moment the voice sounded again. Because your main professional assassin is the only hidden professional Dark King of the 4th S rank, so you get the 10th level attribute bonus, the health value increases by 1000 points, the magic value increases by 1000, the physical attack power increases by 500, and the magic attack increases by 500s, and at the same time get the gift of talent, rare agility enhancement. Rare agility enhancement. Quality, special. Grade, rare. Attributes, increases agility by 60. Effect, permanently increase the current agility attribute by 3 times. Description, this is a rare agility enhancement, a gift from God. A series of increases occurred. An increase of 1000 points of health and magic points is equivalent to an additional 100 points of physical and mental attributes, plus an increase of 500 points of physical and magical attacks, which is an additional 250 attribute points of strength and spirit. It's just awesome. In an instant, Yi-chan's physical attack power was as high as 720 points, and his magic attack power was also as high as 520 points. The next moment Yi-chan was equipped with Bamuna's explosive longbow, and his attack power instantly reached 1220 points. What is the concept of 1220 attack damage? A level 10 magic lion is 1500 health points. Yi-chan can take away a magic lion with 1 critical hit without any skills at all. If there is no critical hit, 2 arrows can take away a magic lion. Coupled with the incomplete Godhead, it is 50% crit, and each player's own 10% crit, this is 60% crit. It's simply terrifying. There is also a gift of talent, advanced agility enhancement. This gift talent does not directly change the attribute, but directly triples it. The so-called gift of talent is to hope that the world's strongest talent skills, this kind of skills cannot be learned at all, and you must complete special tasks to obtain them. Rare level agility enhancement is only a little worse than ultimate agility enhancement and god level agility enhancement. 5 times the agility bonus makes Yi-chan as light as a swallow, and agility affects not only movement speed and reaction ability, but also attack speed. Yi-chan now has 40 points of agility, plus the passive talent's permanent increase of 60 points of agility, which is equal to 100 points of agility, but due to the enhancement of rare agility, 100 points of agility can play the effect of 300 points of agility. Yi-chan's speed was like a gust of wind, and it was possible that the low-level wild monsters could not even see Yi-chan's attack trajectory. Secondly, there is another point, that is, Yi-chan took 2 seconds to shoot 1 arrow before, but now 3 arrows in 1 second. This is the most terrifying place. 1120 physical attack damage, plus 3 arrows per second, or switch daggers, 3 knives per second. This is the benefit of agility. 100 points of agility doubles the attacking hand speed, with no upper limit. Simply invincible. Equipped with Bamuna's bursting longbow, Yi-chan aimed at a magic lion, pulled the string instantly, and shot out an arrow feather at a very fast speed. This is an invisible arrow, not an iron arrow, but a silver weapon. Own ability. It can be understood as the arrow of the element. Dang! The sound of the arrow string vibrated, crisp and neat. Minus 9600. A red 2. Purple damage suddenly appeared. Penetration plus burst, double the damage, plus 4 times the damage of the critical strike, which is equivalent to 8 times the damage. The ultimate arrow, 9600 points of damage. Invincible. Rao Yi-chan himself was also shocked. This Nima archer is really strong. You are great. If it's cool, please vote for the flower review, and the 4th one will be sent. Do you still want to watch it? If you want to see and ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for evaluation tickets, if there is a reward, you must give a reward. Reward 10,000 V points, the author will add a chapter to add more updates for local tyrant book friends. And also a character. Thank you. Critical strike plus critical strike. 8 times the damage, the blood is extremely red, and because of the agility bonus, Yi-chun can shoot 3 arrows in an instant. If you are lucky, the 3 arrows are all this damage, that is, a ton of damage in one breath. And more importantly, this is Yi-chun's basic attack, and he hasn't added any skills yet. If he releases the skills, the maximum damage is definitely more than 9,600. Mastering absolute power, in addition to being excited, Yi-chun's next task is to complete the task. Yi-chun has reached level 10. Yi-chun is going to deal with the Fire Demon Tiger. It is a high-level wild monster at level 10. It is stronger than the Demon Lion. The Wild Monster. It is 3 times the attributes of ordinary 10th level wild monsters, and it is very powerful. Coming to the Huayan Mountains, Yi-chun quickly discovered the Huomohu according to the mission instructions. The whole body is extremely blood red, and when running, it is like a flame. This is the power of the Fire Demon Tiger, and it is also the nickname of the Fire Demon Tiger. Name, Fire Demon Tiger. Level, LV 10. Health, 5000/5000. Mana, 500/500. Attack power, 400/800. Skill, Fire Claws. Explanation: be careful with his sharp claws. Once caught in the flames, he will be burned alive. This beast has completely merged with the flames. With 5,000 health points and 400 points of attack power, even if Yi-chun was caught, he would be unlucky. Now that Yi-chun has 1,500 health points, he can only carry it 4 times. If you encounter a critical hit, you can take yourself away with 2 hits. Without any nonsense, Yi-chun directly used the skill to sneak in the dark, and his perception was reduced. Here, the Fire Demon Tigers basically walked in groups. Yi-chun did not dare to be careless, even if he had 1220 attack power, he must not be careless. Finally, Yi-chun found the 2 lone Fire Demon Tigers. The next moment Yi-chun switched directly to the Warlock Magic Ball, a King's Curse was released, all attributes dropped by 50%, and then he instantly switched the Bronze Dagger to aim at the Fire Demon Tigers. Plug in the brain. Puff puff. The 3 knives were clean and neat, and suddenly 3 data appeared. 730. 730. 1460. It deals 2,920 points of damage in 1 second. Because the equipment is a bronze dagger, Yi-chun's physical attack is only 730 points. The Curse of the King. Yi-chun switched the magic ball of the Warlock again, releasing the curse skill, black energy wrapped around a Fire Demon Tiger, and then Yi-chun switched to the exploding longbow of Bamuna, and went back 10 meters at an extremely fast speed, and then pulled the string to shoot 3 arrows feather. Wind Arrow. Call out. Dang. Call out. Dang. Call out. Dang. 2,500. 2,500. 2,500. With 3 critical strikes, Yi-chun made several critical strikes almost every time, with 7,500 points of damage, taking away a Fire Demon Tiger with 7,500 damage. Ding dong! Congratulations on killing the leader-level wild monster Huomohu, and you have gained 500 experience points. Ding dong! Congratulations on killing the leader-level wild monster Huomohu, and you have gained 500 experience points. To upgrade from LV10 to LV11, you need 10 W experience points. 1 Fire Demon Tiger can bring 500 experience points. As long as you kill 200 Fire Demon Tigers, you can upgrade 1 level. With the current attack speed and attack power, Yi-chun can kill 1 Fire Demon Tiger in 10 seconds, which is considered efficient. He can kill 5 Fire Demon Tigers in 1 minute, 50 in 10 minutes, and 1 level in 40 minutes. Level SHHHHHH SHHHHHH 1,250 1,250 2,500, 2,500, 1,250, 2,500, 2,500. The King's Curse. The King's Curse. The King's Curse. Next, Yi-chun didn't have any nonsense. He didn't switch weapons. He held Bamuna's explosive longbow and shot frantically. 3 arrows in 1 second, coupled with the Curse of the King, the efficiency of spawning monsters was really fast, and the experience value continued to rise. 1 head. 3 heads. 5 heads. 7 heads. 10 heads. When the 10th head was hunted, a system sound finally rang in his ears. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for completing the very difficult novice task within 24 hours, obtaining 10,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, and accepting the second ring of the very difficult novice task? Yes. 2 gold coins make Yi-chun very happy. Now the price of 1 gold coin is estimated to have reached 3,500 in the black market. 2 gold coins are 7,000 Kyushu national coins. Why doesn't this make Yi-chun happy? Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for accepting the second ring of the very difficult novice task, Riot of the Fire Demon Tiger. Players are requested to hunt down 100 Fire Demon Tigers and 1 Elite Fire Demon Tiger within 24 hours to complete. The task can get 100,000 experience points and 5 gold coins as a reward. The second ring mission is more difficult, to kill 100 Fire Demon Tigers, but also to kill an Elite Fire Demon Tiger. However, Yi-chun originally planned to upgrade here, and he didn't care. Darkness sneaks. The next moment Yi-chun hid in the dark, and then he was observing the surroundings. He wanted to test the power of the rain of arrows in the sky, so he wanted to find a place where there were many Fire Demon Tigers, so that the true nature of the rain of arrows could be brought out. Effect. 5 minutes later, Yi-chun came to a low valley area, and at a glance, there were at least 20 Fire Demon Tigers lying there. Yi-chun did the math. There were 25 fire tigers in total. He had almost no nonsense. Standing in the center, Yi-chun switched the magic ball of the warlock, and then frantically released the Curse of the King. Fortunately, this skill has no CD. Can't do one a second. 25 Fire Demon Tigers were cursed by the king one after another, and all their attributes dropped by 50%. Then Yi-chun held Bamuna's explosive longbow and shot a large number of arrow feathers in the sky, which was releasing his skills. Rain of arrows. Arrow feathers fell one after another, as if it were raining. The iron arrow fell, causing terrifying damage in an instant. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. 625. 625. 625. 675. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. Dense damage appeared. 625 points of damage were non-crit hits, and 1,250 points of critical hit damage. Yi-chun's arrow rain caused 3,125 points of damage to each fire tiger. The Fire Demon Tiger's health is 5,000 points, but the Curse of the King reduces all their attributes by 50%, which is equivalent to deducting half of their health. With 3 waves of arrow rain, Yi-chun completed a beheading within 10 seconds. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the Fire Demon Tiger and gaining 500 experience points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the Fire Demon Tiger and gaining 500 experience points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the Fire Demon Tiger and gaining 500 experience points. 25 system prompts sounded in a row, and at the same time a pair of whiteboard shoes dropped. Yi-chun gained 12,500 experience points in the blink of an eye. This is Yi-chun's current output capability. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for completing the second ring of the very difficult novice task, getting 100,000 experience points and 2 gold coins as a reward. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi-chun had reached level 11 and completed the second task. To get a reward of 100,000 experience points directly, now that LV11 is upgraded to LV12, 200,000 experience points are needed to complete the second task, and the experience points are directly half full, which makes Yi-chun feel happy. After leveling up again, Yi-chun still distributed his attributes according to the 10:3 method of adding points. 10 points of strength and 3 points of agility will not change until level 20. After level 20, he will have to change jobs. At that time, it is necessary to reallocate attribute points according to the situation at that time. At the same time, in terms of skill points, plus the 6 skill points left before, there are now 14 skill points in total. After Yi-chun learned the skill of King's Strike, there are still 4 skill points left, which are not needed for the time being. Ding dong! Does the player accept the third ring of the extraordinary task? Complete all of them to get additional rewards. The third ring task appeared, Yi-chun directly chose to accept it, and the system sounded immediately. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for successfully accepting the third ring quest. This quest requires the player to go to the Huayan Mountain to find a precious material, Fire Spirit Grass. At the same time, they need to kill the Fire Demon Tiger King and obtain the Fire Demon Tiger King's heart. I went to look for the village chief and handed in the quest. This time I will be rewarded with 500,000 experience points and 5 gold coins. Please note that the Fire Demon Tiger King is a level 15 quest boss, and his strength is very strong, with a duration of 48 hours. Fire Demon Tiger King? Yi-chun knows this guy. In the Hope world, there are 2 types of bosses. One is the task boss, that is, many tasks are related to this boss. They will be refreshed regularly, and the dropped items will also be fixed. The heart of the Demon Tiger King, then after killing it, either it will not drop, or it will be dropped. Wild bosses, such as the Ironback Lion King, will drop a lot of treasures, but correspondingly, wild bosses are stronger. Although mission bosses are also very powerful, they will still allow players to kill successful bosses in the end. Of course, let the top players kill successfully, ordinary players still don't think about it. 15th level boss? Yi-chun frowned. He is now level 11, and it is still difficult to defeat a level 15 boss by himself. Unless you reach level 15, there is still some hope. After all, you have the magical skill, the Curse of the King, which can directly reduce your health by 20% to 50%. The bosses and wild monsters have huge effects. After all, it is the curse from the king, so basically some ordinary bosses directly drop 50% of all attributes. It can be called a big killer in the early stage. Upgrade first, and then go to the 15th level and then go to the single boss. It is necessary to be stable, and not only kill this boss, but also the other. Yi-chun turned his gaze to the northwest, which was the position of the Ironback Lion King. The Dark King's skill tree needs to reach level 20 before new skills can appear. In the current situation, my Nirvana is the King's Combo, the King's Blow, and the King's Wrath. This is a powerful assistant. Skill, 100% crit in 5 minutes, plus 200 points of attack power. Yi-chun was calculating his output means in his heart. At the same time, it is also constantly spawning monsters in the volcanic mountain. The experience value brought by the Fire Demon Tiger is much higher than that of the wild monsters of level 11-15. Because the Fire Demon Tiger is special and is a quest monster, the experience value is very high. Of course, the Fire Demon Tiger also has a lot of damage and health. Ordinary players really don't spawn monsters here. Rain of Arrows. King Combo. The Wrath of the King. Arrow of the Wind. Blood Fury Arrow. The Curse of the King. Bless. King's Strike. When the skills were released one by one, Yi-chun's 1,200 mana points had been used up in less than an hour. Some skills were still terrifying to consume mana points. Value. Yi-chun could only unleash 4 group attacks such as the Rain of Arrows in the Sky. But what I have to say is that the Wrath of the King and the Rain of Arrows in the Sky can kill the Fire Demon Tiger in seconds. The original 625 damage, because of the 100% crit, instantly caused 1250 points of damage, 3,1250 points of damage, that is, 3,750 points of damage. A rain of arrows in the sky caused terrifying damage to a range of 10 by 10 yards, densely packed. The curse of the king is paired with the rain of arrows in the sky, killing everything in seconds. All the fire tigers were buried here, and they let out a wailing sound, replaced by a group of data. In this way, from 3 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., a halo finally flashed under Yi-chun's feet, and Yi-chun took advantage of the situation to reach the 15th level. It takes 500,000 experience points to reach LV16 from level 15. Even if the mission is completed before 24 o'clock today, at most, it will be upgraded to level 17. It is estimated that it will be very difficult to break through to level 20. The level has been raised to the 15th level, with 52 free attribute points and 32 skill points. Free attribute points have not changed, 10 points of strength, 3 points of agility. Now the strength is as high as 150 points. Including the professional increase in attack power and the increase of silver weapons, the basic attack has reached 1350 points, and the crit can cause 2,700 points of damage. Agility 115 points. Under the blessing of the gift talent Rare Agility Enhancement, it is equivalent to 345 points of agility's movement speed and attack speed, 0.345 arrows per second. With 32 skill points, Yi-chun improved the 3 skills of King's Combo, King's Strike, and King's Wrath respectively. These 3 skills are output skills, and they all require 10 skill points. The King's Combo is upgraded to level 6, with an 8-minute cooldown, and the number of combos is as high as 813, with a minimum of 8 and a maximum of 13. The Wrath of the King is upgraded to LV2, the attack power plus 200 becomes plus 400, the crit is 100%, lasts for 5 minutes, and the cooldown is 1 hour. The King's Blow is upgraded to LV2, and the damage of 5 to 10 times becomes 6 to 10 times, the minimum damage is 6 times, and the cooldown is 1 hour. After the 3 skills were improved, Yi-chun went directly to the top of the Huoyan Mountain, and he was going to trouble the fire demon Tiger King. The first one is delivered. I implore all book friends to send flowers, comment tickets, and reward and support. Thank you all book lovers. Thank you all. The fire demon Tiger King, this is the strongest boss in the novice village. The LV15 level fixed task boss is more than 5 times larger than the average fire demon tiger, with flames all over his body. At this moment, he is lying in a corner of the volcanic rock mountain. Is snoring and sleeping. This fire demon Tiger King is bigger than the Ironback Lion King. Fire demon Tiger King. Level, LV15. Quality, Bronze Boss. Health, 200,000/200,000. Mana, 10,000/10,000. Attack power, 1,000/2,000. Skill? The attributes of the fire demon Tiger King are terrifying, not to mention the 200,000 HP and 10,000 magic points. The normal attack is as high as 1,000 points, which means that if you grab you will be deducted 1,000 HP points. In Hope World, all the bosses and wild monsters have high health and low attack power. But the attack power of the fire demon Tiger King is terrifying enough. According to Yi-chun's current situation, even if he chooses the warrior profession, plus Ketone's glory shield, the estimated life value of full armor is at most over 10,000. There are also skills, in case there is a stun skill. It's completely cold. As expected of the strongest boss in Novice Village, according to the law that wild monsters outperform fixed bosses, the fire demon Tiger King is so powerful, the Ironback Lion King is probably even more powerful. Yi-chun secretly said, but at this moment, he has already started to prepare, and what kind of skills are brewing in his heart to deal the strongest damage in an instant. But at this moment, suddenly, a team slowly came to the valley. The fire demon Tiger King is the strongest boss in this novice village. Compared with the wild boss, the Ironback Lion King is a little weaker. We have all reached level 18, surpassing the 3rd level of the fire demon Tiger King, which can form a level suppression, everyone remember it. Be careful, if we are not careful, we will destroy the group, and what about the 7th? The voice sounded, Yi-chun followed the voice and looked, there were a total of 4 players not far away, and the leading player was wearing a bronze equipment. It can be said that having a bronze suit just started the server. Either he is a character emperor or a local tyrant player, but 90% are local tyrant players, because even if he is a character emperor, Yi-Chun's lucky value plus 100 points can't make up a bronze. So this young man in bronze equipment should be a famous local tyrant. Wearing armor and holding a bronze spear, he looks majestic, with 4 big characters Xinghuan Indestructible on the top of his head. Star Fantasy Guild? Yesterday, Yi-Chun checked a lot of information in the internet cafe, including the guild organization of the game. This thing must be investigated clearly. It is not that Yi-Chun wants to join the guild, but simply understands. The Star Fantasy Guild is a highly ranked guild among the major online game guilds. Among the game guilds, there are 2 major rankings, the Heaven ranking, the Earth ranking, the 36 Heaven ranking, and the 72 Earth ranking, which refer to the strength of the guild organization. What achievements have been made in a certain game, and then a selection will be made. The Star Fantasy Guild happens to be the 9th place on the Earth ranking. Even if it is only the 9th place, it has not even entered the Heavenly ranking. However, one must know that there are 109 players in the Star Fantasy Guild. It is very difficult to enter. 109 guild players have swept the top 10 charts of the hot game list. What is the first kill of the most difficult dungeon? What is the first kill of the strongest boss? And even the Star Fantasy Guild has 3 internal beta players, and one of them has participated in 2. The 10th level closed beta copy opened up Wasteland, and completed the first kill. This is the power of the Star Fantasy Guild. Unexpectedly, Yi-Chun met a player from the Xinghuan Guild here, but Yi-Chun didn't know much about the character Xinghuan Indestructible. Through online information, Yi-Chun knew about the 3 members of the Xinghuan Guild. President Xinghuan Wudi, Vice Chairman Xinghuan Shangwei, and Vice Chairman Xinghuan Shanglong. He really doesn't know this star is immortal. Lao Chi doesn't know where he went. After looking for him for a long time, he is still offline. It is estimated that he has committed hemorrhoids again. Another player shouted after him. The 4 players, led by Xing Xingxia, looked very handsome and young. The second was a fat man, wearing a few whiteboard weapons, holding a bronze long knife in his hand. The third was a woman, dressed in relatively simple, and Shenkai is very good, and the facial features are also very delicate. I hope the world has the function of beautifying 20% and uglifying 20%, so according to the character modeling, no matter how ugly it is not ugly, but no matter how beautiful it is not very beautiful. And if you see the face of the other party in the game, you will automatically forget it after you go offline. This is because you are worried that some players will seek revenge in reality, including the voice. So the third player is a little beauty, and the fourth is also a little beauty, wearing a purple leather coat. She is very tantalizing. Even if it is beautified by 20%, it will definitely not be too bad. The 3 behind are Xinghuan Daoi, Xinghuan Rabbit, and Xinghuan Red Sandalwood. The 7th is not in shape. I don't know that the boss's mission is to kill the Fire Demon Tiger King? He is not online now. If the Fire Demon Tiger King is killed first, we will have to wait a day. Xinghuan Rabbit said. She was a little gloomy. Don't worry about this, considering the strength of the new players in Novice Village, we can't kill this Fire Demon Tiger King at all, even we can't kill it successfully. But the boss completed the hidden mission and got this kind of special item can reduce the attributes of the Fire Demon Tiger King, and we have a chance of life. As for others? Ha ha. Master Xinghuan said. He boasted and boasted, and the second half of the sentence was very hidden. However, Yi-Chun was standing in front of them about 20 meters apart, but the 4 of them didn't notice Yi-Chun at all, so what they said, Yi-Chun heard clearly. Until the distance of only 3 or 4 meters, suddenly, Xinghuan found Yi-Chun. Someone. Xinghuan Immortal frowned, took a few steps back, and the other 3 followed, looking at Yi-Chun with surprise, especially Dao Yi, who was like a ghost. Fuck, your uncle, you are trying to scare people to death. Really scared to death. Wow, boss, don't do this, I was almost scared by you. The 4 of them were all terrified. Now it was half dark. The surroundings were very quiet, and they were walking well. Suddenly, someone appeared next to them. I hadn't noticed it before. Suddenly, I was naturally terrified. At this moment, Yi-Chun is also very helpless. The night is coming, and his perception rate has dropped to 200. This is because the player's perception is a little higher, and it is close. Otherwise, they will be difficult to find, and it is not to blame him. What? Touching his nose, Yi-chun shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm sorry, I didn't expect to scare you, but are you here to hunt down the Fire Demon Tiger King? Yi-chun's tone was very calm, neither humble nor silent. Although the other party was from the Xinghuan Guild, Yi-chun didn't have any thoughts of wanting to join the other party at all. Not a bit. Don't say stellar. Yi-chun would not even join the top 3 guilds on the top 3 guilds of the Big 3, Myth, Heaven, and Hell. Something happened yesterday. This chapter is the second update yesterday. Thank you for your great support. In the new week, flowers and evaluation tickets are in a hurry. 100,000 urgent. Begging. For a player who suddenly appeared, the Xinghuan Immortals naturally didn't have a big favor, but they didn't seem very arrogant either. Just a very common way, yes. Xinghuan Immortal said a word from his nose, it was a kindness, and then ignored Yi-chun. After all, he was a famous guild member after all. Although it was only 9th on the Earth ranking, this guild's ranking was not a national ranking, but a global ranking, so Immortal Star did have arrogant capital. Then you can brush first, and I won't rob you. Yi-chun said calmly, he has 48 hours for this task, and the Fire Demon Tiger King can be refreshed in 24 hours. And he can give it to the other party. Not afraid, just not wanting to cause any trouble. It's just that after saying this, it's not a taste in the ears of Xingxia. Immortal. I said, brother, can you not be so crazy? What do you mean by not robbing us? Brother, if you have 5 people, I have nothing to say. If you are alone, do you still want to play alone? Master Xinghuan was a little puzzled, not angry, but felt that Yi-chun couldn't speak. Almost. Yi-chun nodded, he was very calm, even if the other party was a little unkind, Yi-chun was still not humble. Put. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. It's almost the same? Little brother, if you can beat the Fire Demon Tiger King alone, if nothing else, my sister will give you this bronze weapon. Xinghuan Rabbit and Xinghuan Red Sandalwood laughed. They weren't sarcastic. They just didn't believe it, just as funny as a primary school student muttering about boxing with the world champion. Brother, the Fire Demon Tiger King is the regular boss of the novice village. Our team is not yet complete. If you need to brush, you should go first. If you come first and come later, our Xinghuan Guild has always been reasonable. Xinghuan said with a smile, and also privately chatted with 3 teammates. Don't be kidding, this guy should be an assassin player, he can sneak, and his perception is very low. We didn't find him before. If we don't drive him away, or let him find death, if we turn around and kill us first at the boss, he did the final blow and it was funny. Xinghuan Immortal chatted with these 3 teammates privately, but the latter all fell silent, especially Rabbit and Red Sandalwood. Before, they wanted to continue teasing Yi-chun. Now, when I heard this, I felt that it was very reasonable, so I stopped talking about it. What? Yeah, since brother is so confident, let it be to brother. The Taoist spoke immediately and asked Yi-chun to die. At the same time, the 4 of them also looked at Yi-chun on alert. If Yi-chun did not choose to kill the Fire Demon Tiger King, they might choose to kill Yi-chun, mainly because they were worried that Yi-chun wanted to kill him. First kill. Okay, that's fine. Yi-chun didn't have much interest in the first kill, but since the other party had given in, Yi-chun would no longer hide anything. This is the world of online games, not the real world. In the real world, Yi-chun may choose to hide himself if he has powerful abilities, but in the world of online games, he must be high profile, never low-key. So Yi-chun didn't have any fear at all. Bless. As soon as Yi-chun came up, he added a state of blessing to himself. Xinghuan Immortal and others laughed and whispered. I didn't expect to be a warlock. An auxiliary profession actually wants to play the Fire Demon Tiger King alone? Crazy? Is it crazy to read online novels? Alas, there are more and more rookie players now. Several people were whispering. Yi-chun couldn't hear it, it was a private chat, but the Taoist's voice was very public, and he directly joked that Yi-chun was a rookie. They saw that Yi-chun was holding the magic ball of the warlock, and at the same time added a simple blessing buff to themselves, they thought that Yi Chun was just a warlock. It's not sarcasm, it's just thinking that Yi Chun is biting the bullet. But in the next moment, the curse of the king. In an instant, Yi Chun released the curse of the king, and at this moment, a red to black number appeared on the top of the head of the fire demon Tiger King. 100,000. When the terrifying injury appeared, Xinghuan Immortal was stunned for a moment, then rubbed their eyes one after another, and immediately looked like a ghost, especially the Taoist, who looked at the front calmly, waiting for the injury to appear, just getting ready laughing loudly. Only hit 10, my day. 100,000? Master Dao's fat face turned into a shocked face. All four of them were so shocked that their jaws dropped, and even the two beauties didn't care about their images. And the fire demon Tiger King opened his eyes and let out a roar, and he searched around like crazy. At this moment, Yi Chun released Dark Sneak, and then quietly disappeared from everyone's eyes. Then Yi Chun switched to Bamuna's explosive longbow, and immediately released the skill Wrath of the King. Rain of Arrows. Arrow of the Wind. Blood Fury Arrow. 3,440. 3,440. 3,440. 3,500. 3,500. 3 arrows in 1 second. The fire demon Tiger King, although it was painful, managed to withstand this wave of damage, and then a tiger pounced at an extremely fast speed, like a phantom, and let out a tiger roar. Roar! The terrifying tiger roar sounded like a sound wave, and Yi Chun had a deafening feeling, and the four of them were stunned by the tiger roar on the spot, followed by injuries one by one. 500. 500. 500. The terrifying damage appeared. At this moment, the fire demon Tiger King stretched out the tiger's claws and formed fiery cracked claws. This is its skill. 8 flames of light were blazing out. Yi Chun saw this scene, although his head was a little dizzy. Swell! But in an instant, Yi Chun bounced and jumped and escaped the attack by chance, but the 4 members of the Xinghuan Guild could not escape. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 4 blood-red injuries appeared, and the 4 of them died on the spot. But Yi Chun, who had returned to God, switched bronze daggers in an instant, and then dealt the strongest damage in an instant. King Combo, King Clash. 2,500. 2,500. 2,500. 20,000. The King's combo, a total of 6 times, was forcibly interrupted. Originally, it could cause a minimum of 8 damage, but this is the interrupt skill of the boss, so it only caused 15,000 points of health damage. And the King's blow directly causes 8 times the damage. The 2 skills directly caused 35,000 points of damage, plus the 18,000 points of damage caused by the previous 3 skills, a total of 53,000 points of damage. The King's curse had caused 100,000 points of damage, so the fire demon Tiger King still had 47,000 health points left. At this moment, Yi Chun had no chance to attack at all, because the fire demon Tiger King's attack speed, movement speed, and attack power were all very strong. If Yi Chun stood on the fire demon Tiger King, he would undoubtedly seek death. So you have to dodge. The benefits of rare agility enhancement are reflected at this moment. The triple agility bonus makes Yi Chun extremely fast, not weaker than the fire demon Tiger King. Although there are still some dangers, he can basically avoid all the skills and attacks of the fire demon Tiger King. 47,000 health points, based on the cooldown of my skill CD and the speed of the fire demon Tiger King's self-recovery health, it is very difficult to kill. Yi Chun thought secretly. The fire demon Tiger King recovers 100 health points per second. In the case of no injuries, it is 6,000 health points in 1 minute, and 60,000 health points in 10 minutes, and Yi Chun can beat all the skills. 53,000 points of damage. So now in trouble. The first update is sent, and there are 2 more later. Just got home from get off work and is trying to code. Thank you brothers for your support. 2,500 words are offered. I beg all book friends to send a free flower evaluation ticket, thank you. The terrifying fire demon Tiger King is not the recovery of health, but the extremely fast speed and extremely high attack power. sometimes it is not enough to have a high attack power. Just like now, Yi Chun's attack power is also high, but his life the value is little, and the brittleness is pitiful. The Fire Demon Tiger King can take Yi Chun half-life with one paw, and he can send Yi Chun home with two paws. If Yi Chun makes a little mistake, he will be cool on the spot when he encounters a skill. This is the horror of boss. What is a boss? A monster with thick HP, high defense, and high damage is called a boss. If a boss can be killed alone, is it still called a boss? If Yi Chun does not have the curse of the king, and there is no rare agility enhancement, even if Yi Chun is 20th level, he can't kill this boss alone, and even if Yi Chun is 30th level, it is possible to kill the boss successfully, and there must be one or two teammate. But now that Yi Chun was at the 15th level, he came to kill the boss alone. His courage was commendable, but whether he could kill it or not was still unknown. SHHHHHH. Pulling away the distance, Yi Chun couldn't continue to let the Fire Demon Tiger King continue to recover his health. He held Bamuna's explosive longbow, and then pulled the bow hard. At this moment, the 3 arrow feathers condensed and turned into fiery rays of light. Shoot out. Boom. 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 3,500. 3,500. 3,500. The arrow feathers flew in unison and shot at the Fire Demon Tiger King, who suddenly let out a wailing sound, which was very real, because the effect of penetrating the explosion was triggered, and Yi Chun caused 7,500 points of damage in 1 second. The Fire Demon Tiger King had red blood flowing on his body, looking extremely ferocious and cold, looking at Yi Chun, full of murderous intent and coldness. Puff! The Fire Demon Tiger King rushed towards Yi Chun and slapped it with a tiger palm. Yi Chun jumped instantly, but immediately the Fire Demon Tiger King swept away with a tiger tail, hitting Yi Chun's armor with a snap. 1,000. 1,000 points of damage instantly bottomed out Yi Chun's HP. With only 200 points left, Yi Chun took life herbs without hesitation, and at the same time kept dodging the attack of the Fire Demon Tiger King. Just now, he was greedy and shot 3 arrows to death. That's why he did this, giving the Fire Devil Tiger King time to attack. Mad, one hit is 1,000 health points. If you take another hit, it will be completely over. The effect of life herbs is not very strong. Roar! Yi Chun didn't dare to be greedy anymore. He quickly opened the distance, then shot out an arrow, and then continued to dodge. In this way, Yi Chun gradually gained the upper hand. The effect of the king's wrath has disappeared, and Yi Chun's attack damage has become 1350. With the blessing of the Godhead, the 60% crit rate is very impressive, but it is still very troublesome. Because if you are lucky, if a critical hit occurs within 27 seconds, then even if the attack is effectively made and the Fire Demon Tiger King loses blood, if you are lucky, an attack within 13 seconds can still cause a certain amount of damage. The damage, although not much, is better than letting the Fire Demon Tiger King restore his health, right? Just like that, time passed little by little. 10 minutes later, Xinghuan Immortal and several people came here again, but they did not choose to the boss, the glory of the guild, making it impossible for them to do such a lowly thing. They came here just to see what is pure in the end sacred. At this moment, all of Yi Chun's skills had basically recovered their cooldowns, except for the wrath of the king. The king's blow. Yi Chun switched the dagger, like a shock, swiping across the Fire Demon Tiger King. The next fuchsia damage also floated up. 10 times the damage plus critical strike appears. 54,000. With a dagger attack of 1350, the fatal blow is quadruple damage, plus the tenfold damage effect of the king's blow. Yi Chun dealt a ton of damage. After seeing this scene, the 4 of them were once again stunned. A penetration skill that deals 54,000 points of damage? Is this Nima still playing a fart? Especially Xingxia is immortal. Although he is not a beta player, his cousin is an internal beta player, that is, the vice president of the guild. He deeply knows what the concept of 53,000 damage is. He is all bronze, and he is a B-rank special class, a giant sword warrior, and his basic attack is only 240 points. With all the skills and boosting effects, Xinghuan has been tested, and the highest hit is 1,200. Critical strike damage. This is his highest damage, and just now, he asked the boss of the guild what damage he could deal. With the current situation, the damage that the strongest player in the world can do is definitely no more than 30,000, no matter who it is. But now he saw 100,153. This means that the man in front of him is undoubtedly the number one in the world. I'm good, 50,000 injuries, brother Mia, if you slash me, I'll see if I'm dreaming. Master Xinghuan said with a shocked expression. Who is this guy? Is it a top 10 god-level player? Rabbit swallowed. I feel that he is no longer a top 10 god-level player. He may be the third king of the game world or even the one emperor. Zeton spoke slowly, and at the end her tone trembled. One emperor? Xinghuan Immortal and Xinghuan Daoi were even more stunned. There are personal rankings in the online game world, 1 emperor, 3 kings, 10 heroes, top 100, and thousands of players. Not to mention 1 emperor and 3 kings, even if you can become 1,000 machine, it is a supreme honor, because the position is only those, and how many online game enthusiasts are there? Of the 50 billion people in the world, 30% are online game enthusiasts, this time because of the hope that the world will come. It is estimated that at least 70% of them are online game enthusiasts, that is to say, tens of billions of players have only 1,114 positions, which symbolize glory and are sought after by countless players. So a god. Shocking. Roar. At this moment, the fire demon Tiger King roared again, and then a flame skill spewed out, and the 4 of them had no evasion ability at all, and sacrificed again. Day. Come again? Xinghuan Immortal shouted, but unfortunately he disappeared here in the next second. At this moment, after Yi Chun dodged the attack, he instantly switched to the bronze dagger weapon, and the fire demon Tiger King had less than 10,000 health points left. Yi Chun jumped and appeared on top of the fire demon Tiger King's head, and then released the king's combo. 2,500. The critical strike appeared, and when Yi Chun hit the 6th combo, finally the fire demon Tiger King let out a roar, then fell to the ground and died. Ding dong! Congratulations on your success in killing the fire demon Tiger King. The next moment, the system sounded. The second one is sent, asking for a flower evaluation ticket. Thanks. Ding dong! Congratulations on your first kill of the novice village boss, and you will be rewarded with 2,000 reputation points. Ding dong! Since you are the first player to kill the novice village boss for the first time, you will be rewarded with 5,000 reputation points. Ding dong! Since you are the first player to kill the boss of the novice village first, you will be rewarded with 5,000 reputation points. Ding dong! Since you only took 12 minutes to kill the fire demon Tiger King, you have logged the shortest first kill record and received 2,000 reputation points. Ding dong! Congratulations on completing the 3rd ring quest, you have received 500,000 experience points and 5 gold coins as a reward. Ding dong! Congratulations on your success in killing the fire demon Tiger King and gaining 200,000 experience points. Ding dong! Congratulations on your level up, the current level is LV16. After killing a fire demon Tiger King, a series of ding dong sounds sounded, making Yi Chun a little stunned. After careful calculation, killing the fire demon Tiger King did not bring any other substantial benefits, just gained a lot of reputation, a total of 14,000 points, plus 1,000 points for yourself, that is 10,000 5,000 reputation points. Reputation points can go to the main city to open the Prestige Mall to exchange materials, but I don't know if the items in the Prestige Mall are good or not. As for the experience points, a total of 700,000 points have been obtained. After upgrading to LV16, it takes 600,000 experience points to upgrade to the next level, and there is still a lack of 400,000 experience points. At this moment, the system's sound rang again. Ding dong! The 3rd ring of the very difficult novice task is completed. Do you accept the 4th ring task? The 4th ring task is to kill the fixed boss Frost Giant Elephant. After completing the 4th ring task, you can get 1 million experience points and 10 gold reward. The 4th ring task appeared, and the rewards were indeed rich, 1 million experience points plus 10 gold coins. Now a gold coin has been fired to 3,500 Kyushu national currency on the black market. 10 gold coins is 35,000, plus I currently have 8 gold coins on my body. If I complete the task, by 15 gold coins, is 52,500 Kyushu national currency. This is a huge sum of money. A huge sum of money that can improve the current environment in life. Accept. Yi-chun said without hesitation. Ding dong. Successfully accepted the 4th ring quest. The time given for this quest is 48 hours. Please note that the Frost Giant Elephant is a level 20 fixed boss. It is a boss with high defense value and strong vitality. The system beeps to warn. The Frost Giant Elephant is indeed high in HP and high in defense, but its attack power is not very high. But as a level 20 boss, where do you expect to be weak? At this moment, a system voice sounded. Congratulations to the Sai of the Player King, who became the first killer of the Fire Demon Tiger King and the record holder. A system voice spread throughout the entire Kyushu server. The entire Hope world is divided into millions of novice villages. According to 10,000 to 50,000 players, a novice village is a novice village. The first boss kill will naturally spread throughout the Kyushu server. My day. Is this guy again? Could it be the king's equipment? Have the king's equipment killed the first boss? Do you still want to play this game? Brother King, can you bring me one? All I have in my family is money. You bring me an upgrade, and I'll give you money. Brother, do you sell your king's equipment? $100 million. This Nima is still playing a chicken. With the king's equipment, he can do whatever he wants. At this moment, many players in the entire Kyushu region were angry, thinking that Yi-chun was just hanging up, relying on a piece of king equipment, and thus rising step by step. In an instant, millions of complaints appeared, but Yi-chun didn't care about it at all. But as the number of complaints increased, Yi-chun was finally contacted officially. Hope World Official Group, hello. We are Hope World Official Group. We hope you can disclose the attributes of the Dark King's ring. If you are willing to disclose it, we can give you a reward, and it is detected that you currently have 15,000 with some reputation points. You can go to the Prestige Mall in the main city to exchange items. We can give you a discount and sell the items in the Prestige Mall at a 50% discount, but only once, and it must be within 24 hours? What do you think? This is the official email. It can be seen that even the official has no right to manipulate the world of hope, so the other party can only come to beg him. 10% off. At the same time, I ask for an extension to 48 hours. Otherwise, I don't want to disclose the attributes of the equipment, so that other players will prescribe the medicine and cause trouble for me. Yi-chun answered. Round the clock? 50% off? This is obviously impossible, so Yi-chun offered his own price. The official answer will be soon. I'm sorry, your request is really outrageous. We can only open a 30% discount at most, and the time can be relaxed to 48 hours. The official replied. Forget it. Yi-chun didn't do this on purpose, but the attribute of the Dark King's ring is a negative 100 perception. In the future, other players can rely on this to target themselves and hide the equipment attributes, which can be regarded as a way to protect themselves. Means. Public attributes, this is not asking for hardship? Make yourself unlucky, and then don't give the reward? It can't be said. There was no official answer, and Yi-chun didn't care. At this moment, a large group of players poured into the territory of the Fire Demon Tiger King, wanting to see what the King's Sai looked like. It's a pity that Yi-chun has already left the mountain. He is going to the main city to hunt more advanced monsters and exchange equipment, and he is also thinking about who to sell gold coins to. And at this moment, among the 5 major home stadiums, the 4 of them stood at the gate of the city with a bewildered look on their faces, and at the same time they continued to transmit their voices in the guild. The star is immortal, it's true, we really are the King's Sai. Xinghuan Rabbit, yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Xinghuan Red Sandalwood, I won't lie to you, I really saw it. Master Xinghuan, I lied to you that you are grandsons. Xinghuan Afei, ha, I don't believe it. Xinghuan Hooligan, I believe I am a fool. Xinghuan Tutu, Old Iron, how many times have you lied to us? I don't believe it. Star Fantasy Rose, have you met? Is there any communication? Xinghuan Rabbit, yes, yes, yes. Daoi called him a rookie, laughing at him reading too many online novels. Star Fantasy Rabbit said with a simple expression. And Daoya's face changed a little. Why are you talking about this nonsense? Xinghuan Afei, don't blow it, I don't believe it. Xinghuan Tutu, it seems to be the same as the truth. Xinghuan Maxiao, Master Dao, Rabbit, Red Sandalwood, and Brother Mia, the famous talker, don't believe it. At this moment, the entire guild is discussing lively, but 90% of the members do not believe these four people. But at this moment, suddenly, a sentence appeared on the main city channel. The king sighed, Xinghuan Guild, please let me know, I have something to do. The news appeared, and in an instant, the entire Xinghuan Guild was in a frenzy. Xinghuan Tutu, my day. Did you really provoke the king? Xinghuan Afei, Master Dao, why can't you control your stinky mouth? Xinghuan Maxiao, 6666, this is a big trouble. I hope that the world's strongest player, suspected to be the big three, you guys are awesome, society. Xinghuan Rose, what else did you say nonsense? At this moment, Xinghuan's Vice President Chiang Wei's expression also changed greatly. I thought they were just bragging, but I didn't expect it to be true. Xinghuan Rabbit, Master Dao, also, and scolded people for fools. At this moment, the Xinghuan Rabbit opened his mouth, pure and simple. And Dao Ye's face immediately became extremely ugly. The entire Star Fantasy Guild channel was silent, and everyone stopped talking. After a while, a message appeared. Xinghuan Wudi, my day. Daoist, I want to hack you to death. This is the roar of the president. Yesterday's third update, thank you all book friends. Thank you for your support. The players of the entire Star Fantasy Guild were stunned. They didn't expect that Daoist would actually provoke Yi-chun. Of course, Xinghuan Guild is not so weak. After Xinghuan Wudi roared, he said, Master Dao, Immortal, Rabbit, Red Sandalwood, you should solve this matter well. If you did something wrong, you must apologize. If you have done nothing wrong, or if the other party is being unreasonable, our Xinghuan Guild is not vegetarian. Xinghuan Invincible said very seriously. Although these remarks boosted morale, all smart people knew that if the so-called one emperor and three kings were really provoked, the Xinghuan Guild would be forced to disband overnight, and there was no need for one emperor and three kings, just the top 100 are enough. The boss of the Xinghuan Guild, Xinghuan Invincible, is 1,000 machines, ranking 132. He deeply knows that the online game circle is terrifying and powerful. Not to mention money and wealth. Many really powerful players are super rich second-generation players, and even have red backgrounds, so this circle is not a dead fat house, and the existence of the top is amazing. Xinghuan Immortal, yes. Brother Jun, what are your orders? Immortal Xinghuan immediately contacted Yi-chun. At this moment, the four of them were both panic and surprise. The panic was that they had provoked a character like Yi-chun, and the surprise was that they were able to get along with someone who was suspected of being one emperor and three kings. There is awareness. Although this understanding is not very good, it is at least an understanding. I have 15 gold coins on hand, will your Xinghuan Guild accept them? Yi-chun chats with each other privately, and others cannot chat with him privately. Unless he takes the initiative to chat privately with others, this is a privacy setting. Otherwise, how many people on the entire server want to talk to him about their ideals in life? Gold coin sales? Xinghuan is immortal, and a person as big as Yi-chun actually finds himself to sell gold coins? Yi-chun couldn't help frowning after seeing Xinghuan Immortal didn't reply for so long, and then sent a message, do you think it's too little? If it's too little, I'm trying to figure out a way. 15 gold coins is not a small amount. There are hundreds of people in the Xinghuan Guild, and their daily output is about 50 gold coins. Yi-chun owns 15 gold coins, which is already a huge sum of money. Collection, how much? If it wasn't for trouble, Xinghuan Immortal seemed very happy at the moment, and could be considered a sigh of relief. If Yi Chun came to ask for trouble, it would have caused big trouble completely. Brother Mia, what does the king mean? The Taoist on the side asked with an ugly face. He didn't know what Yi Chun meant, but asked curiously. Find us to sell gold coins. Xinghuan Immortal told the truth, and Dao Ya's face was even more ugly. Brother Mia, although I am a bit simple and honest, Lord Dao, I am not stupid. Don't be like this, I am afraid. Master Xinghuan was about to cry, but Xinghuan was too lazy to pay attention to the other party, but continued to chat privately with Yi Chun. The official exchange is 2,000, and the black market is 3,500, so how about I calculate you 3,000? Yi Chun calculated a compromise price, because there are many scammers in the black market, and 3,500 is just being bullied. Price. About 3,000 or so, both parties have made profits. No, 4,000, 4,001, and 15 we have taken all of them. Brother June, you don't know, there will be players reaching level 30 soon, and the first dungeon will appear at that time. The day after tomorrow, when the price of gold coins will go up, we won't cheat you, and we will receive 4,000 per piece. Xinghuan Immortal said with a smile on his face, this is to please Yi Chun. But the next moment, Yi Chun's expression couldn't help changing. Someone will be level 30 soon? Is your news reliable? It's not that Yi Chun likes to make a fuss. The main reason is that once you reach level 30, the level will be locked. In the first month, level 30 is the full level. If you kill wild monsters later, the experience points you get will be greatly reduced. If you don't occupy the ranking list now, it will be even more difficult in the future. Reliable, our president said, I hope the world is full of hope and miracles, and many players have gotten good things, such as Brother King, who got the king's equipment as soon as the server started. As for players who participated in the internal test, they all got experience potions, so they reached level 10 as soon as they entered the game, or even more exaggerated, level 20, and they were also given a set of top-level bronze equipment. Done, the last 10 levels can be easily upgraded. I hope that in the world, there is a job transfer mission at level 20. After completing the job transfer mission, you can continue to level up. If it is not completed, even if your experience points are full, you will not be able to upgrade. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for a billion players to appear in 18 hours with a level 30 player. After all, the foundation is 1 billion, not 10. At this moment, Yi Chun's face couldn't help changing, and he felt invisible pressure. But at this moment, suddenly, the official mail was sent again. Official email, the minimum discount is 30%, and the extension time is 48 hours. This is our last bottom line. I hope you forgive me. Yi Chun didn't know that when he was looking for a few people, not only the players on the Kyushu server, but also players from other countries began to scold, and even caused an international scolding war. The other party said that Kyushu players cheated, and although Kyushu players strive for the truth, the king's equipment really made Kyushu players feel embarrassed to say that there was nothing tricky. Therefore, the number of complaints immediately exceeded 300 million. If it's in the later stage, the official will definitely ignore it, but this is the first day of the server opening. If this kind of thing happens, it will affect the game sales of Hope World. In the end, the official bowed his head and came to Yi Chun. 10% discount. 24 hours. At the same time, I also want a top-level gold-level dagger. Of course, I don't expect it to be permanent. It's valid for 3 days. Yi Chun put forward his own idea. He can shorten the time to 24 hours, but it must be 10% off. At the same time, he also needs a top-level gold-level dagger. However, Yi Chun does not ask for a permanent one, and the validity period is 3 days. Send the first one, ask for collection, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for flowers and ask for everything. The request for gold weapons is a bit excessive, but the limited time weapon should not make the officials feel embarrassed, because it is only 3 days. Yi Chun wanted to the ranking list in these 3 days. Originally, Yi Chun was not too anxious, but now it is different. After listening to what Xinghuan said, Yi Chun realized the crisis. There are many players who already have the experience points to upgrade to level 30, but the reason why they have not improved is entirely because of the problem of job transfer. It is impossible for all internal beta players to choose an ordinary occupation willingly. They all want to get a better occupation, any advanced occupation, any hidden occupation, or even the only hidden occupation, they all yearn for it. Therefore, they have been doing job transfer tasks. If they want to obtain a high-level job, or want to obtain the only hidden job, they must complete a series of tasks. Like Yi-chun, one is lucky, and the other is that Yi-chun has the time to go backwards. Ability. Otherwise, it would be very difficult, or even impossible, to obtain the profession of the Dark King. After all, the conditions are very harsh. All in all, there is not much time for himself now. Yi-chun must hurry up and never take it lightly. On the other side, Xinghuan Immortal was helplessly explaining to the guild players what Yi-chun was looking for him for, but all the players in the entire guild did not believe it, thinking that Xinghuan Immortal was lying. Wow! Brother Mia, it's this time, are you still making trouble? What the is going on? Stop making trouble. If we make trouble again, our guild will be disbanded. Yeah, Brother Mia, stop making trouble. No one in the Xinghuan guild would believe what Xinghuan Immortal said, but Xinghuan Immortal was also stunned. That's how it is, how can anyone tell the truth and no one wants to believe it? But at this time, the president of the Star Fantasy Guild came forward. Indestructible, if you're not joking, add Mr. King as a friend. After establishing the friend status, transfer 100,000 Kyushu national currency directly to Mr. King. The money will be funded by the guild. As for gold coins, don't accept them, although I don't. I know why the other party wants to sell gold coins, but there are some top professional players who are really short of money. Let us help and turn the battle into jade. Xinghuan Wudi said so, and could not help but arouse the curiosity of many players in the guild. There is an existence of the level of a king, not to mention one emperor and 3 kings, but at least it should be a top 10, right? Is it possible that you are still short of money? Yeah, President, you are 1,000 machines, a top professional player, those first-class professional players, the annual salary is as high as 1 million, how can the king be short of money? Not necessarily, there are some professional players who are too obsessed with the game, and at the same time have certain shortcomings in networking. They don't like publicity and advertising, nor do they like to work part-time, they just like to play games, kill the first boss, refresh copy records, etc. In the absence of other income, sometimes there is a shortage of money, and I know that one of the top 10 is very short of money. In the guild, there are also players who really understand this line of business, and tell everyone the reason. Because of this explanation, the players can't help but suddenly realize. And at the same time, Yi-chun received the official answer immediately before he received the news of the Immortal Star. Official mailbox, gold-level weapons cannot be given, even limited-time weapons cannot be given, which greatly destroys the fairness of the game, but in this way, all the items in the Prestige Mall will be discounted by 10%, but it will only be extended for 12 hours, but in order to compensate, an additional 5,000 reputation points can be added, and at the same time, you will be given a gift pack of armor enhancement materials, which contains a lot of enhancement materials. If you are lucky enough, it can be strengthened to 5 levels. A top-level silver weapon can be strengthened if it is strengthened. At level 5, its attributes will not be weaker than gold weapons. What do you think? This is the official final condition. It is impossible to give Yi-chun a gold-level weapon, even if it is limited to 3 days, but the official has made concessions, a 10% discount, a 12-hour extension, and an additional 5,000 reputation points plus an armor enhancement material. 1 gift pack. This is very good. Yi-chun thought about it for a minute, and then decided to agree, and then an email was sent, which was an official reward. Ding dong, because of your great contribution to the Hope World, you will receive an additional 5,000 reputation points and a gift pack of armor enhancement materials. With the sound of the system, Yi-chun did not hesitate to display the attribute of Dark King's ring. At this moment the world is boiling again. My day. This ring is useless. A negative 100 points for being perceived? What's the use of that? If it is an assassin player, this is an artifact, but the effect is not very big. It still depends on the person. In the hands of a real advanced player, this is an artifact. If it is in the hands of a rookie player, this is garbage. I thought it was a treasure, but I didn't expect it to be in a sealed state. I said I hope the world can allow such an invincible thing to appear. This kind of king equipment, in the long run, will definitely become more and more powerful as it goes to the back, but it is not useful at all in the early stage, and it is not as practical as a gold-level weapon. So it's not about the equipment. With the appearance of Yi Chun's equipment, all the truth came out in an instant, and many players felt slightly embarrassed, especially some players who reported it. I'm disturbed. Sorry for disturbing you. Is it that hard to admit the excellence of others? Sorry, it's really hard. Hee, why is no one clamoring for equipment against the sky? You guys like to raise the bar so much, why don't you go to my construction site? 300 days? Many people began to apologize, and even some professional players apologized in person. Of course, this apology was to swipe a screen in the world. After all, some people wanted to know Yi Chun, but they couldn't. Bowen of the south of Kyushu, Brother King, do you sell this equipment? If it does, I will still give the original price of $100 million. At this time, there are big bosses who are willing to pay sky-high prices to buy Yi Chun's equipment, but it's just this one. Other bosses don't bid anymore. After all, Yi Chun's king's equipment is not as powerful as he imagined. Yi Chun, who was rewarded, didn't care about the players' apologies and reports. At this moment, he was thinking about upgrading with all his heart. Go to the main city and exchange equipment. After getting the materials, Yi Chun immediately made a decision to go to the main city to exchange the equipment he wanted. I hope there are 5 major cities in the world. The main city of Qinglong in the eastern region, the main city of Suzaku in the southern region, the main city of Baihu in the western earth, the main city of Xuanwu in the northern earth, and the main city of Qilin in the central region. The 5 main cities can lead to most parts of Hope World. The place where Yi Chun went was the main city of Qinglong. Yi Chun clearly knows that he lacks everything now, the only thing he lacks is equipment. He needs powerful equipment so that he can kill monsters and monsters better and faster, so as to speed up his level. Although he has Bamuna's explosive longbow, Yi Chun still lacks a dagger weapon, so that his damage can be improved to perfection. At the same time, there was a private message from Xingxia, offering a high price to buy the gold coins in Yi Chun's hand, but Yi Chun temporarily rejected him because he didn't have 15 coins yet, so he had to kill Frost. A giant elephant can only have 15 gold coins. However, Yi Chun still added a friend who is indestructible. If there is any transaction in the future, you can talk to the other party. But just after adding a friend, Yi Chun was a little surprised at the convenience of transferring 100,000 Kyushu national currency directly into his own banking system. What do you mean? Yi Chun asked curiously, but his heart couldn't help beating. He is an orphan, and his income is only 50 yuan in Kyushu national currency if he is lucky, and now he suddenly transfers to get 100,000 Kyushu national currency. It doesn't make any sense, Mr. King, there were some misunderstandings before. I hope that there are a lot of adults. Xingwan said with a smile, and at the same time was worried, for fear that Yi Chun would refuse her something. However, Yi Chun was silent for a while, and finally he accepted the 100,000 Kyushu national currency, because he was indeed short of money, but Yi Chun would not ask for it in vain. I know that Hope World affects many guilds, and Hope World is now the benchmark for the entire online game industry, so you must want to make a name for yourself when you enter Hope World. After the copy appears, I can take you to kill a copy for the first time. If you can open up Wasteland first, it will be regarded as a reward, and if you can't open up Wasteland, I will think of other ways to compensate. 100,000 Kyushu national currency, Yi Chun was really moved, but Yi Chun would not take it for nothing. Once a player reaches level 30 and becomes the first player to reach level 30, the dungeon will be opened. At that time, everyone can go to the dungeon to farm monsters. Not only does it have a lot of experience, but also the equipment drop is very high. Good luck kill the last boss of the copy, you can also drop the treasure chest. It can be said that it is the best choice for the world to improve its strength at this stage. The experience value and equipment drops of ordinary monsters are too low. If you want to make all players stronger, dungeons are the best choice. Hearing this, Xingwan Immortal was overly pleasantly surprised, but he didn't dare to chat with Yi Chun, but privately chatted with his own president. The star is immortal, President, the king promised to complete the first kill of the dungeon with us. As soon as the news was sent, the president of the Star Fantasy Guild sent a voice. Really? If you lie to me, I'll hack you to death. It's true, President. Okay. Just let me know, and then let's hurry up and level up, and then the top 4 in the guild's strength list will participate in the first kill to open up the wasteland. Xinghuan Wudi said excitedly, and at the same time thought that he had guessed right. Yi Chun is indeed the kind of real to master. There is a saying in the online game competition circle. The great is not short of money, and the great emperor is short of money. It means that the game gods are not short of money, but the game gods are the most short of money. Players who really know how to play games abandon everything and look down on money. If it is not for living, they are money like dung. And this time, Yi Chun has also come to the main city of Qinglong. The main city of Qinglong is tens of thousands of times larger than the novice village. The ancient city walls have traces of swords and look very simple. It is 2,400 miles from east to west and 1,300 miles from northwest. It is extremely large and can accommodate 2 billion. Players are online at the same time. However, there are no people in the main city of Qinglong at this moment, that is, players from some high-level guilds, who are in groups to complete tasks and upgrades. After arriving at the main city of Qinglong, Yi Chun searched for 10 minutes, and soon came to the exchange point of the Prestige Mall. The entire Prestige Mall is divided into 4 categories in detail. Equipment, props, material, limited purchase. Among the 4 categories, Yi Chun opened the equipment bar immediately. However, Yi Chun quickly discovered that all bronze equipment was within 10,000 reputation points, and all silver equipment was above 10,000 and below 200,000. Yi Chun has 20,000 reputation points, but because of the 10% discount, it is equivalent to Yi Chun owning 200,000 reputation points. Its target, Yi Chun, was placed on the weapon in an instant, a silver-level weapon, and an assassin specialization. This was Yi Chun's option. Dark Dagger, Silver, the lowest level, attack power plus 200, plus 5% crit. Sold for 30,000 reputation points. Thousand Spider Dagger, Silver, low level, attack power plus 300, there will be an entanglement effect when attacking. Sold for 70,000 reputation points. Giant Tiger Dagger, Silver, intermediate, attack plus 400, there is a certain chance of being seriously injured when attacking. Sold for 130,000 RP. Cold Light Dagger, Silver, advanced, attack power plus 500, plus 10% attack speed. Sold for 180,000 RP. Cass's Ice Dagger, Silver, the most advanced, attack power plus 700, there is a certain chance of freezing effect when attacking, reducing movement speed by 30%. Sold for 200,000 reputation points. 200,000 reputation points. If it is 100% off, it can be purchased at just 20,000 yuan. Yi Chun looked at the ice dagger, silent for a while, and finally chose to buy it. 200,000 reputation points, this is still a 10% discount, if you don't discount it, it will be scary. Sure enough, the darkest is the official. Yi Chun worked so hard to get 20,000 reputation points. If it were other players, 2,000 would be pretty good. But a piece of silver equipment of the highest level requires a full 200,000 reputation points. Although the equipment is really good, but 200,000 reputation points, if not for a 10% discount, Yi Chun would definitely be reluctant. Exchange. After thinking for a while, Yi Chun chose to exchange. He is in urgent need of a main weapon. This Cass's Ice Dagger has a stronger attack attribute than Bamuna's explosive longbow, and it also carries ice effect. This attribute is better than pure damage. After all, if you are fighting ordinary wild monsters, it is nothing, but if you are fighting bosses, the effect of this attribute is better than that of 1,200 points of damage. Now that there are weapons, what Yi Chun lacks now is the armor and equipment. He didn't want to lose half of his life after being touched lightly, like the first brush fire demon Tiger King before. A level 20 frost giant elephant has an attack power of only 500, but high health and defense. This is more troublesome than the fire demon Tiger King, because the opponent does not need to chase and kill you at all. As long as you dare to step forward, he will take the initiative. Attack! Anyway, the blood is thick, I'm not afraid of you doing things. Therefore, a relatively good set of armor must be needed, and Yi-chun knows that the best armor is in the dungeon, and even the prestige mall cannot exchange for the best armor. There are a total of 5 pieces of armor, and 4 different suits can be released in the dungeon, namely, Dream Suit, Hope Suit, Star Suit, Brightness Suit, among which the Dream Suit is of rare gold quality, and the Hope Suit is the best. The lower level gold, the Star set is rare silver, and the Radiance set is the lowest level Radiance. The Wild Monster area can explode the rare Bronze, Brilliant Suit, and the lowest level Bronze, Survival Suit, while the boss will explode a powerful single piece of equipment. Although it is not a suit, there is no suit attribute, but each piece is better than a single set is several times more powerful. If you collect 5 pieces, it will not be weaker than the Hope Suit, second only to the Dream Suit. But it's still a little early to talk about the Dream Suit. Yi-chun doesn't even have a Bronze Suit now, and it's a bit delusional to think about the Dream Suit. The attributes of the Survival Suit can't add much health. My current health is 1,500 points. This is equipment plus attributes. It must be around 3,000 to hunt frost giant elephants. Yi-chun pondered, among the suits, the Survival Suit is the most rubbish, and it can be exchanged in the Prestige Mall. A set only needs 2,500 prestige points, and if it is discounted, it is 250 prestige points. Not to mention that Yi-chun has no reputation points, even if he has them, he will not exchange them. As for the Brilliant Suit, the overall effect can make one's HP reach exactly 2,000 points, but the Brilliant Suit requires 10,000 reputation points to buy, and after the discount ends, it will be 1,000 points. Yi-chun doesn't have it and doesn't want it. Once a player reaches level 30, the dungeon will be opened. Once the dungeon is opened, Yi-chun will naturally go to brush the suit. Survival and splendor will become waste, so after thinking about it, I finally came up with a solution. The Iron-backed Lion King is a level 15 wild boss. This boss has a certain chance to drop the Iron-backed Lion King's steel armor. This is a level 20 strongest bulk, rare silver equipment, which is higher than the highest level. It's even more advanced, just this one should allow me to have 3,000 health points, so I can hunt the frost giant elephant. Yi-chun thought about it. The reason why he was in such a hurry was completely forced. He didn't want the leaderboard to be taken away by others, so he could only work so hard. But it's not that easy to kill the Iron-backed Lion King. Yi-chun plans to upgrade first. Now that he is at level 16, he is still 400,000 experience points away from level 17. With the help of Carter's Ice Dagger, he can challenge 20,000 level monsters. It is 7 o'clock in the evening, and there are still 11.5 hours before the Fold of Reputation. If you do your best, it will not be difficult to reach level 20. And after level 20, you can continue to learn the skills of the Dark King and increase your attributes. Thinking of this, Yi-chun stopped talking nonsense, upgraded the herbs and replaced them with high-level potions, then left the main city and went outside the city to hunt down level 20 monsters, lizard monsters. At present, Yi-chun has 10 skill points on hand. If he goes up to 3 levels successfully, he will have 34 skill points, and he should be able to learn the corresponding skills of level 20. This moment. In the monster forest outside the city. Yi-chun released the dark sneaking skill and sneaked into the lair of the lizard beast. Name, Lizard Warcraft. Level, LV 20. Health, 10,000/10,000. Mana, 1,500/1,500. Attack power, 400/800. This is a huge monster. Be careful, they master magic, are extremely powerful, and have high physical damage. Their cracked claws and teeth will tear off a piece of your flesh in an instant. 10,000 health points, plus 400 points of basic attack power, this is indeed very strong, but Yi-chun doesn't care. Holding Kate's Ice Dagger, this dagger increases physical attack by 700 points. Yi-chun's 160 points of strength is equivalent to 320 points of attack power, plus the occupation increases 500 points of attack, plus 700 points of weapon bonus, a total of 1,680 points of attack power, and the incomplete Godhead, but the increase is 50% crit chance, plus each player's own 10%. Yi-chan basically stabs it down, which will cause 3,360 points of damage. It happens that if the knife hits critically, 4 knives will kill a lizard beast. King Combo and King Strike can directly take away a lizard warcraft. Puff. Yi-chan came to a lizard beast and slashed it 3 times. The super fast attack speed made Yi-chan 3 slashes in 1 second. 3,360. 3,360. 3,360. 3 bright red crit damage appeared, and it did take away a lizard beast in 1 second. Ding dong! You succeeded in killing the lizard beast, and you will gain 1,000 experience points. Since you are killing with more strikes, you will gain an additional 4,000 experience points. A lizard warcraft has a full 5,000 experience points to obtain. If Yi-chan wants to level up, he only needs to kill 80 lizard monsters. Sure enough, wild monsters in big cities are different. Yesterday, I climbed the mountain and camped on the top of the mountain. Now I have a cold and a fever, and it is almost dead. The update will resume tomorrow, and the author will take a break today. Thank you for your support, thank you. Everyone sees that when the cold and fever are still changing, please give some flower evaluation tickets, thank you. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a beam of white light flickered from under Yi-chan's feet. 2 hours later, Yi-chan had reached level 19, and it would take 1 million experience points to reach level 20. Now, just killing the lizard monsters can't get much experience points, so I have to go to a new place and can't stay here any longer. After you get 1 million experience points, you have to kill the iron-backed Lion King. After getting key equipment through my ability, go hunt the frost giant elephant. The 5th ring is a very difficult novice task. If there is an accident, I should be asked to hunt down the LV-25 Iron Thorn Wolf King. If I can complete this chain of tasks in time, I may be able to upgrade to level 25. This is Yi-chan's own idea, and he doesn't know whether it is or not. Having reached level 19, Yi-chan has already given up on the lizard beasts. His goal is to focus on the level 25 monsters, the Devourer, which is a kind of beast with a huge mouth and will devour the surrounding plants, so wherever he goes, he devours the surrounding plants. No grass grows. Name, Devourer. Level, 25. Health, 20,000/20,000. Mana, 3,500/3,500. Attack power, 600/1,200. Instructions: don't get too close to him or you'll be swallowed. This is a Devourer, with life value of up to 20,000 points, and because of the difference in level, Yi-chan's attack power will drop apart. Switching to Carter's Ice Dagger, Yi-chan released the Wrath of the King, 100% crit and 400 damage increase effects appeared. -4,000. -4,000. -4,000. With 100% crit, plus the bonus of King's Wrath, Yi-chan only inflicted 4,000 points of damage on the Devourer, but that was enough. Roar! The Devourer was angry and roared, and at this moment the surrounding Devourers gradually came. Yi-chan made 3 slashes in 1 second. After the attack, he immediately opened up the distance, turned around and waited for the Devourer to finish the attack. Yi-chan stepped forward to attack again, but this time he did not encounter a critical hit, 2 normal attacks and 1 critical hit. Took away the Devourer. Then the Dark Stealth was released. Yi-chan entered the stealth state. Now it was night. Yi-chan was -600 points of perception. Even if the boss came, he could not detect him. Ding dong! You successfully killed the Devourer and gained 2,000 experience points. Since you killed it by leapfrogging, you gained an additional 12,000 experience points. A total of 14,000 experience points. This is the experience of the Devourer. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. In the world of hope, every 5 levels is a gap. The more wild monsters with integer numbers, the more experience points, and at the same time, monsters of this level will also have characteristics, such as high HP, or has high attack power, or has special skills. The characteristic of the Devourer is that it has the ability to resonate. For example, if Yi-chan cannot solve a Devourer within 5 seconds, once the Devourer is in danger, the surrounding Devourer will catch up as soon as possible. then frantically slaughter players, and may even activate the passive skill of the Devourer, Blood Evolution. Once triggered, it will increase health, mana, attack, and magic attack. This is the power of the Devourer, while Yi Chun's negative perception is very low. Yi Chun has calculated that a -100 perceptibility points can make it difficult for monsters of the same level to find them, while a -200 points perceptibility cannot be found even by face-to-face monsters, and a -400 points perceptibility, even if active attack, beasts of the same level are difficult to find, -600 points of perception. If you encounter a boss higher than your own level, the other party will not find it, but the player's effect is reduced by half, because after all, it is a player, this is an online game. Among other players, you can only adjust the vision and hearing. At close range, no matter how low a person's perception is, they will detect some, unless they are invisible. Otherwise, even if they have a negative perception of 10,000 points, they will be detected. It is because of this that Yi Chun can unscrupulously farm monsters here. A Devourer, with 14,000 experience points, only needs to kill 72 to be upgraded to LV20. Once you reach the LV20 level, the professional attributes of the Dark King will be increased, and you can also learn the advanced skills of the Dark King, and the strength will be greatly increased. Puff! 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 Without any nonsense, Yi Chun devoted 100% to the hunt, and the devouring monsters died in Yi Chun's hands. At the same time, outside the novice village, it is dark now, and the iron-backed Lion King is still sleeping lazily. At this moment, all of a sudden, hundreds of players appeared here. All warriors will attract firepower, archer magicians will target elite monsters, assassins will draw attention to bosses, and our Tianyun guild will definitely win the bronze treasure chest. The voice sounded, and at this moment, many players rushed down, almost suicidal gameplay. Tianyun guild was the 12th ranked guild in the sky. Although it ranked low, it was extremely famous because it was the president of Tianyun guild. He is one of the 4 great heroes in the online game world. No one knows who the president of Tianyun Guild is, but the chairman of Tianyun Guild once spent 2 billion Kyushu national currency in a game in one day. A game, 2 billion Kyushu national currency, broke countless records, so it is one of the 4 great gods. But don't think that you will lose money after spending 2 billion. In fact, someone checked it carefully and found that everything has already been calculated. At that time, there was an official event and a cashback event. The recharge exceeded 100 million yuan and the cashback was 50 million. This was just a joke by the official. However, on that day, the Tianyun Guild launched a strategy of attacking the country and swept the game's 108 servers. He became the king of the principality of 108 servers overnight, completed epic tasks that could not be completed, obtained empire building orders and various rewards, obtained countless resources and controlled the material prices of major servers. It is equivalent to saying that the investment of 1 billion yuan is more than 1 billion in return. Which game is World, known as the prequel to World of Hope, but because it is only a 3D game, the number of players is only 30 million, but they are all top-up players. Now that the Tianyun Guild appeared again, its goal was this bronze treasure chest. But after 5 minutes, I don't know how many players died, and finally the players of Tianyun Guild came to the bronze treasure chest. Just a minute later, a voice sounded. The bronze treasure chest is gone, it has been opened, and someone has left a message beside it. What's the word left? Someone asked. There is nothing good in the treasure chest, trust me, I have opened it. The grand leader of the Tianyun Guild said so. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. And at the same time, near the devourer, a figure appeared. Swish! Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for successfully upgrading the level. The current level is LV20, and he has obtained 13 free attribute points and 8 skill points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for successfully reaching level 20, which will automatically trigger the Dark King Awakening quest. Ding dong! Successfully accepted the Dark King Awakening quest, please kill 10,000 players within 24 hours. If the player completes the quest within 24 hours, they will receive various prizes. If the player fails to complete the quest, will automatically skip the Awakening mission, no penalty but permanently lose the reward, and please note that if you kill more than 10 times within 24 hours, there will be unexpected super rewards. Dark Mission. Mission difficulty, S grade. Mission description: from the moment you choose darkness, all the glory will be far away from you. Go to the dark night to complete your sublimation. The flowers of death are about to bloom. I look forward to you becoming the heart of people nightmare. Mission reward, unknown. The second order reward of the mission, 10 times the original basic reward. What the fuck? Kill 10,000 players? Yi-chun was stunned. He didn't expect to reach level 20, but he still had to complete the task to get the attribute bonus, and this task was so BT? What is the concept of killing 10,000 players? Even killing 10,000 monsters in one day would be difficult, let alone killing 10,000 players. And if you really killed 10,000 players, it is estimated that all players in the world will scold you, right? But if you don't kill the player, to be honest, you will lose the reward forever, but with 10,000 players, your reputation will be completely stinky. I hope that the world will keep the information secret first class. Even the official do not know my information, because these information are stored in the brain. It is said that the brain must be opened together by 7 leaders, and the third month of I hope that the world will officially run itself, and even the 7 leaders will not have the right to access any information, so there is no problem in killing 10,000 players. Also, this isn't a real kill, it's just a game. There used to be people who wanted to kill millions of players and get the title of human slaughter. Now I'm in the world of hope, killing 10,000 players, it's a trivial matter. One Piece. Yi-chun kept cheering for himself. PK killed 10,000 players. Yi-chun was not afraid at all. What he was mainly worried about was being sought for revenge in reality. But I hope the world has accurately informed all players and will keep all information about players secret. Unless the 7 leaders join hands to open it, it will be useless for anyone who comes. However, at this moment, the system sound rang again. Ding dong. We have detected the particularity of the player's current mission, so we will strictly guard the information for the player. Your data has been stored in the brain, and no one can access your information and materials except the brain. This is the reward of your career. Save it to the brain? At this moment, Yi-chun couldn't help but be overjoyed. Originally, he was worried that he would be pursued by reality, but now Yi-chun is still worried. Next, Yi-chun didn't have any nonsense, and went directly to the nearby monster point to kill the player. Even the boss didn't want to take care of it for the time being. The mission only has 24 hours, and the boss mission has 48 hours, and now there are 40 left. 2 hours. As for the 12-hour reputation discount, Yi-chun didn't care for the time being. He needed to kill enough players within 24 hours. There are no players in the monster areas of LV 24, 23, 22, and 21. Obviously, most of the players are now around LV 10-15. Those who can reach level 20 are 1 in a million, so Yi-chun left the main city. Go directly to the vicinity of Novice Village to see. Sure enough, they came to the vicinity of Novice Village, and many players were spawning monsters. I hope there is a benefit in the world, that no matter how long you play, you will not feel tired, and you can make full use of your sleep time to play games. It will not affect the work, but also can fight monsters and upgrade, which is also the reason why I hope the world can become popular all over the world. Brothers, hurry up and kill monsters. We are about to break through the 10th level. You have to trust the Patriarch. The Patriarch will definitely take you to the level list. Although the Tianhua family is only a small family, everyone trusts each other and unites together. Let's farm monsters and upgrade together. The gods are right in front of us. Yo yo yo. Check out. A sea of swords and seas of fire is dedicated to everyone. Knife. Angrily slashing the snow-wing sculpture. Mountain. Climb into the sky bravely. Fire. The churning is burning. Live broadcast to cut the king. A series of voices sounded, especially a man, who was shouting loudly, and was spawning monsters in the wild. Live broadcast to cut the king? When Yi-chun heard this, he smiled. SHHHHHH. No nonsense, just pull the bow, 3 arrows in 1 second. 470. 320. 380. The 3 damages appeared, not because Yi Chun's attack power was reduced, but because the opponent's blood volume was only so much. Ding dong. Successfully killed the player Tianhua Xiaozhu. Ding dong. Successfully killed the player Tianhua Lele. Ding dong. Successfully killed the player Tianhua Patriarch. Ding dong. Because you maliciously killed the player, you will get a point of sin. A series of system sounds sounded, and then Yi Chun drew the bow again, aiming at the other 2 players. There is no doubt that with the twinkling of 2 white lights, all 5 players were sent back to Novice Village by Yi Chun. It only took 2 seconds. Killing 5 people in 2 seconds, Yi Chun cast Dark Sneak, and then started hunting. Recommended votes: there are too few flowers, and the author will not say anything if you give less rewards. Everyone does what they can, but the flower evaluation votes are all free things. If you don't vote anymore, you will have no writing passion at all. I believe there must be some readers who have also written something or even published it. If there is no support, it will be very uncomfortable. I ask for your support. Thanks. Fuck. I was killed in seconds. The King's Sigh? My day, isn't this a boss? Boss, we don't seem to have offended you, do we? Why did the King's Sigh take the initiative to attack us? An hour later, countless players around the Novice Village stood at the resurrection point of the Novice Village with their faces bewildered. They were very curious, and even a few players looked at their teammates with serious faces. Hey, have any of you offended the king? If so, please quit the team. I'm just an ordinary player, and I can't afford to offend such a boss. At the beginning, all the players were a little confused, but seeing that everyone seemed to have been killed by Yi Chun, they couldn't help but start discussing. You were also killed by the king's boss? You are also dead? What are you doing, Mr. King? I don't know, but it seems that the king has something important to do. He is walking in front of us, and it may have something to do with the job change. Yes, the profession of the king should be an assassin. It may be necessary to kill the player to complete the job transfer task. The 20th level job transfer quests are of various kinds. A friend of mine received a quest to deliver a letter. I thought it was a good thing, but I didn't expect it was to deliver a letter to King Kazuya. It takes a full half a month to deliver. This job transfer mission is strange. The players quickly guessed the reason why Yi Chun killed, and seemed not to be angry at all. My day, the King's Sigh, you and I will never die, but you dare to kill me? Brothers, let's kill him together and explode his king's equipment. At this moment, a player shouted loudly, furious, and threatened to kill Yi Chun. However, what he got was countless blank eyes and sneer. Brother, let's stop making trouble, okay? Can you kill the king? I heard from a professional player brother of mine that the king is very likely to be the #1 emperor in the online game circle. Even if he is not an emperor, he is still 3 kings. The online game circle is also known as the World Esports Circle. 1 emperor and 3 kings, 10 kings, Baizhe, and 1,000 machines are not joking. Even if the king is not an emperor, he is still a 3-king level existence. Him? Do you believe in the king or not? You won't be able to get out of the Novice Village if you kill him? A series of voices sounded, and the group of ridicule attacked, making the angry player bewildered. Brother, I was hacked to death while playing games, and I can't even complain? What kind of world is this, Nima? Being killed is still not allowed to be forced? Ha ha ha. I was actually killed by the big king. Mom sold out. It's an honor to say this. The big king was afraid that I would surpass him and came to assassinate me just to hinder me. Upgrade, alas, I am really strong. Soon someone walked out from the resurrection point, full of narcissism, causing countless people to be stunned. This Nima is a wonderful person, so happy to be killed by someone? At this moment, another team suddenly quarreled. You rubbish, it's just a hindrance to me. It was solved by the king in 1 second. Look at me as your captain. I persisted for 3 seconds before the king killed me. The captain of a team was speaking triumphantly, causing countless people to be stunned again. At the same time, outside the novice village. SHHHHHH. The ruthless iron arrow shoots out. Yi-chun wears a red to purple ID, swaying around. He now kills anyone he sees, and in just 1 hour, he has killed more than 1,000 players, and rose to the top of the villain list. 1. The villain list needs 1,000 kill points to be on the list. Yi-chun now has exactly 1,350 kill points, which means Yi-chun has killed 1,350 players. Killing players is much easier than killing monsters. Basically, 1 arrow was used for 1 arrow. Some are more troublesome, lurking, or have other skills, so Yi-chun needs 2 arrows to kill each other. However, because it is now night, there is a watershed in the level of the players. Some are above the 15th level and go to the 5 major cities to farm monsters, some are in the novice village, and some do not know where to go. Unlike in the early morning, the screen is full of players. But according to the current speed, it is still easy to kill 10,000 players within 24 hours, but it is different if you want to kill 100,000 players. SHHHHHH. The sound of iron arrows breaking through the air sounded, and another team fell in front of Yi-chun. But at this moment, Yi-chun suddenly realized something. I haven't seen the level 20 skills yet, how could I forget about this? Yi-chun secretly said that because of this task, Yi-chun ignored the more important thing, that is, the thing about the Dark King's skill tree. Thinking of this, Yi-chun immediately opened his skill tree. Now he has 32 skill points, which should be enough to learn 2 new skills. Dark Backstab, lurking behind the enemy, giving the strongest backstab, it can deal triple damage, the cooldown is 1 minute, it requires LV20 to learn, and requires 10 skill points. Dark Clones, create 1-3 clones to appear, all attributes are 100%, they can appear for 5 minutes, but they can only kill wild monsters for you. You need LV20 to learn, and you need 10 skill points. Dark Domain, create a Dark Domain, 20 by 20 range, deduct 100 HP plus 5% HP per second from the enemy, last for 10 seconds, it is invalid for monsters above the elite level, it needs to consume 100% of the magic value as a price, requires LV20 it can only be learned at level, and requires 20 skill points. 3 skills, the first is Backstab, this is also an assassin type skill, everything is easy to say. The second is a relatively rare clone, with 100% of all attributes, and 1 to 3 clones appear randomly. But the third one shocked Yi-chun directly. Deducting 100 HP and 5% HP every second for 10 seconds, this is 50% HP, but unfortunately it is invalid for monsters above the elite level, which means it is invalid for boss. But this skill is also a super skill. S-level AoE, Group Magic, Skills. And in the next moment, suddenly, Yi-chun had an idea. An idea that could kill 100,000 players within 24 hours. Dark Realm is a group AoE damage. It is better to say that it is used to kill wild monsters. After all, wild monsters will not leave a fixed range location, but it is different if you want to target players. Players will flee on their own, so it is impossible for the Dark Realm to kill 100,000 players, no, not even hundreds of players. But if according to the characteristics of Hope World, this is a virtual world with 100% freedom, if 100,000 players are gathered in a place where they cannot escape, it is possible to kill 100,000 players overnight. In terms of the attributes of the vast majority of players today, even for warriors, the health value should be within 500 to 1,000, and those with more than 1,000 health points are all high-level players. I don't expect to be able to really kill 10. There are 10,000 players, but as long as I can kill 50,000, 60,000, or even 70,000 or 80,000 players within a few hours, I can hope to complete the task of killing 100,000 players within 24 hours. Yi-chun secretly said in his heart. The method he thought of was not simply to release skills to kill players, but to kill novice players only. It is possible to kill 10,000 players within 24 hours, but it is almost impossible to kill 100,000 players. But what if Yi-chun had a way to bring 100,000 players together? With the help of the Dark Realm, it will not be a dream at all. Thinking of this, Yi-chun couldn't help but take a deep breath. He calmed down and contacted Xinxia Immortal immediately. This plan has to be done with someone's help. Indestructible, are you here? Yi-chun asked. I am here. I am here. Brother King, are you still not sleeping so late? You are indeed a boss, and you are more diligent than other players. Xinghuan Immortal came up with a compliment. Let me ask a question. Suppose someone wants to play the boss alone. Do you think players from other guilds will visit? Yi-chan asked. Visit? Brother, do you mean to grab equipment? Xinghuan Immortal immediately knew what Yi-chan meant and couldn't help asking. Well, yes, will other guild players come to grab the equipment? If it is a LV-15 field boss? Yi-chan asked directly. Definitely, if you know the news in advance, it is estimated that all the other players in the guild will be called immediately. Brother King, do you want to hunt and kill that wild boss? I advise you not to go, I have already confirmed it here. I got the news that there are currently 4 guilds that have locked this boss, and they are all organizing players. Invincible Star advised. Organize players? How many? Those 4 guilds? Yi-chan was instantly interested. The 4 major guilds, Sanhai, Xingqian, Xianuan, and Xinjian, although they are all the Earth-ranking guilds, they have strong financial resources, and as far as I know, the Sanhai Guild has already summoned 3,000 players, and they will start playing at 12 o'clock tonight. Boss. Immortal answered Yi-chan like this. Aren't your guilds participating? Why are there only 4? Yi-chan was a little curious, how come there are only 4 guilds, and they are all small guilds? Aware of Yi-chan's curiosity, Xinghuan Immortal, in order to hug Yi-chan's thigh, immediately said, Brother Jun, don't you know, first of all I hope that the world will divide all players into different novice villages, even if everyone entering the game at the same time is not necessarily in a novice village, so it is difficult for those big guilds to form a sea of tactics. I don't want to talk about the difference of 108,000 miles, and even if it is a human sea tactic, the damage value will be greatly reduced because of the difference in level. Some guilds have tried it. The LV-14 level magician, the damage to the Iron-backed Lion King is 0 points, it takes 8 hits to get a little damage, but a level 15 magician, a skill can cause a little damage to the Iron-backed Lion King, so many guilds decided to gather level 15 players to attack the boss. The explanation of the Immortal Star is not very comprehensive, but Yi-chan almost knows it. It is nothing more than 3 points. First, in the Hope world, the crowd tactics have no effect. The official has stopped it very well. The damage caused by ordinary players at the same level is just 1 point. At the same time, a boss has a lot of little brothers. Do not say. There are not so many places just, for example, this Iron-backed Lion King, he is in a valley and can only accommodate 30,000 players. The basic occupation's attack range is not far, so it cannot be attacked. Second, it is a LV-15 wild boss, and it is not worth letting the big guild take action. If you say it is a LV-15 platinum boss, or a diamond boss, it will indeed attract the attention of all the guilds in the entire Hope world. Third, it is also the problem mentioned by the Immortal Star. At the beginning, everyone scattered to different novice villages, and it is impossible to get together in a short time. For the above reasons, this wild boss did not attract much attention. Will you do me a favor? It feels that things are not as simple as imagined, and Yi-chan can only rely on the energy of the Xinghuan Guild. You said Brother King, don't say 1 busy, even if it is 10 busy, as long as it is necessary to use me, I will never refuse. Xinghuan Immortal said seriously. Help me spread the news, just say that at 12 o'clock tonight, I will personally kill the boss, and you don't need to worry about the rest, just spread the news for me. Yi-chan said. Immediately, I was a little confused. It is reasonable to say that Yi-chan wants to kill the boss alone, shouldn't it be hidden and quick? Why do you want to let him spread the news? What does this mean? But Xingxian knows that when something shouldn't be asked, don't ask. Thinking of this, Xinghuan Immortal replied with a good answer, and immediately contacted the president of Xinghuan Guild. After Xinghuan Wudi knew about this, he was silent for 5 minutes. In the end, he let Xinghuan Wudi be ignored for the time being, and he would personally spread the information. Meanwhile, it was 9:45 now. Yi-chan made all preparations. Tonight, he wants to hunt down 100,000 players. complete a historical record that the Hope world absolutely never had. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes later, a message appeared in the major forums, postbars, and even many game groups in the Hope world. Shocked. The King's Sai, ready to kill the wild boss, the Iron-backed Lion King at 12 o'clock tonight. As soon as the news came out, the clouds moved in all directions. The Sai of the King, are you going to hunt the Iron-backed Lion King too? The main city of Qinglong, the president of the Shanghai Guild, couldn't help but say aloud. President, even if the king makes a move, we have already prepared 2,000 elite players. It may be a little difficult to beat the boss with the crowd tactics, but killing a player is not a matter of handicap? The man standing next to the president of the Shanghai Guild couldn't help but said, obviously he didn't take Yi Chun seriously. In his cognition, can one player be compared to 2,000 players? If it was a top player in the Hope Online game, not to mention 2,000, even 20,000 players would not be able to do anything, but this is the world of Hope, an upgraded version of Hope, which weakens the individual's combat ability, unless the king is God. Otherwise, with the current situation, 2,000 players can kill the king in seconds, but that's not what I'm worried about. The president of the Shanghai Guild shook his head and said, he was not worried about not being able to defeat Yi Chun, but was worried about another thing. Then who are you? The vice president really couldn't think of what he needed to worry about. What I'm worried about is not the king, but that he will attract more guilds and big men. He has king equipment on hand. Although this equipment has been exposed, it is not as powerful as imagined, but it is the king's equipment after all. I hope there are many rich people in the world. At the same time, since he dared to threaten to kill the boss alone, he must have a trump card. In this world, there are many people who want to take advantage of it, and everyone thinks they are the lucky one. If he did not join, today our winning rate of killing the boss at night is 70%, but with his appearance, our winning rate may not even be in Yurongcheng. A lot of guilds will appear. There are cheap people who don't pick up bastards, and there are many people who want to recruit the king, and many players want to really see the strength of the king. Tonight is destined to be a fierce fight. President Shanghai said this, but after he finished speaking, he finally said, no matter what, our Shanghai Guild must fight tonight, 2,000 elite players, and another 2,000 core players of the guild to ambush around. At a critical moment, even if the group is destroyed, we must grab the equipment of the Iron-backed Lion King. After saying this, President Shanghai didn't say anything more, and turned around to farm monsters and upgrade. Not only the Shanghai Guild, but also many other guilds know the news, and everyone agrees that they have got the inside information, basically not. Many people know about it. Even some scattered families got the news. Players one by one know that it is 12 o'clock tonight, hoping that the world's most popular player, the King Sai, he is going to kill the LV-15 Iron-backed Lion King by himself. Suddenly, there are many players in ambush around the Iron-backed Lion King. Some pretend to be spawning monsters, but in fact they just want to wait for Yi Chun to appear. Hiding directly in the trees, on the grass, waiting for exactly 12 o'clock. 2 hours later, it was 11:30 in the morning. Yi Chun used these 2 hours to eat a meal. He didn't eat for a day. Although the energy that the body needs to take in during the process of playing the game will be very small, it will not work without eating for a day, so for 2 hours, I made a meal by myself, and I was eating a full meal. It was just right. Half an hour before 12 o'clock, Yi Chun was lurking in the dark, but he noticed many figures. Be careful, the king may appear at any time, everyone will pay attention later. Once he brushes the boss to residual blood, we will immediately go up, make up the final damage, and get the ownership of the equipment. Then you can resist the damage. I will come grab the equipment, grab it and run. Don't be afraid to die, you can get the equipment anyway. Now a piece of intermediate bronze equipment can be sold for 500 yuan, the senior level is sold for 1,000 yuan, and the most advanced equipment can be sold for 3,000 to 5,000 yuan, and even equipment with top quality attributes can be sold for 10,000 yuan. Silver equipment, at least 100,000 can be sold, 5 of us, 20,000 per person, absolutely fair. Hiding in the grass, someone spoke slowly, and the laughter could not be suppressed. In the dark night, Yi Chun has a negative 600 points of perception. Even if he is standing next to other players, the other party can't detect Yi Chun. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Yi Chun probably counted the heads along the way, glanced at it roughly, and there were 7 or 8,000 if not 10,000. Sure enough, he guessed right, and the information was released. Yes, naturally someone will come. Some people admire themselves, while the vast majority of players want to come over to grab equipment and hide in the dark. I didn't notice the guild players. It is estimated that spies were sent to wait around. Once the critical moment is reached, all these people are expected to rush out. Yi Chun sneered in his heart, but he doesn't care, he owns the Dark Realm. At a critical moment, Yi Chun will choose to hide and disappear, let them kill each other, and then release the Dark Realm. It will be the harvest time. At 11:45, Yi Chun came to the valley where the iron-backed Lion King was resting. This iron-backed Lion King really knew how to sleep. He had been sleeping soundly from the daytime until now, then guarded in the quartet, appearing very serious. After another 10 minutes, there were obviously many more people. Yi Chun could feel that he was lurking in the darkness, waiting for time. 32 skill points. I learned 2 skills, Dark Backstab and Dark Domain. I hope I can play a role at that time. He secretly thought. 5 minutes later, at exactly 12 o'clock, Yi Chun didn't talk nonsense at all, and directly aimed at the iron-backed Lion King and released the curse of the king. At this moment, a blood-red injury appeared in the air. 250,000. 250,000? The next moment, even Yi Chun was stunned. A LV-15 wild monster actually has 500,000 HP? This is too exaggerated, right? Fuck. Wow. 25,000? In an instant, screams and shocks sounded. After seeing the damage, tens of thousands of players were completely stunned and felt unbelievable. 250,000 points of damage? How did this come about? A top professional player looked at the damage in confusion. 250,000 points of damage? When all players saw the damage, there was no emotion other than shock. Today is the first day of the server, and it is a high game to be able to deal a few hundred points of damage. Now there is a 250,000 points of damage, which is unbelievable. 8,000. 8,000. 8,000. 32,000. 12,000. The King's Wrath and the King's Blow were instantly released, and a backstab was even more ferocious and terrifying, dealing 8,000 points of damage, which was Yi Chun's limit damage. LV-20 had level suppression damage, so Yi Chun's normal attack could deal 4,000 points of damage. The first is to unleash the Wrath of the King, a normal combo that deals 8,000 critical damage, then the King's Blow, which deals 32,000 damage, 8 times the damage is not affected by the critical hit, and then a backstab that does triple damage, also unaffected by critical hits. In an instant, Yi Chun dealt a ton of damage in just 4 seconds. 68,000 points of damage, terrifying to shocking. This is the advantage of level suppression. Yi Chun's current attributes are equivalent to the attributes of an elite monster, but more importantly, the skills that Yi Chun masters are all S-level skills, which are powerful and terrifying. This is the real king of assassins, hunting down enemies in the dark. The Dark Sneak was released in an instant, and Yi Chun opened the distance at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, the iron-backed Lion King roared in the sky and woke up from his sleep. He was so painful that he doubted his life, and then the earth shook. A soil thorn appeared, stabbing the enemy. Boom! Boom! Ground Shake, which is a magical earth thorn, does area damage, slows movement and gives a very high damage. 1,500. 1,500. 1,500. 1,500. 1,500. Pieces of damage appeared, and many players who were hidden in the dark were directly cleared by soil thorns. The terrifying damage appeared particularly bright in the dark night. With terrifying agility, Yi Chun avoided the magic earth thorn attack, otherwise, if he was hit, it is estimated that his life would be over. With less than 200,000 health points, these guys are still able to endure their tempers. It's amazing. Yi Chun sneered, the boss still has less than 200,000 health points left. If there are 5,000 LV-15 players, this boss can definitely be solved within 5 minutes, but no one shows up, it means they don't want to pay too big a price. They just wanted Yi-chun to be their free hard labor. However, after the mantis catches the cicada oriole, who is the mantis and who is the oriole, everything is still unknown. Call out! Call out! Call out! The arrow of the blast shot out, and it was 38,000 points of red damage, and then Yi-chun released the king's combo, dealing more than 20,000 damage, plus 3 normal attacks, a full 3 minutes. Including dodging and outputting, the Ironback Lion King was dying, with less than 100,000 HP remaining. However, at this moment, suddenly, a loud voice sounded. The boss is out of blood, you can kill it. The first kill boss is a godlike outfit. As the sound rang, dozens of players suddenly got up and rushed over. This was just a small soldier, a loose player, but one loose player after another stood up. This is the lead effect. Originally, everyone wanted to continue to wait, but when someone got up, they started one after another. And at this time, players from several small guilds also participated. About 400 or 500 people in the guild, 6 or 7 such small guilds took action, and suddenly all kinds of magic arrows and players rushed into the valley. Immediately take action, the warriors resist damage in the front row, and the assassins protect the magician and archer in secret, keep calm, and don't panic. Finally, the management of the Great Guild gave the order. Originally, a few players didn't want to move, but with so many players appearing to attack, they naturally couldn't sit still. In the Ironback Lion King, Yi-chun's output damage is the most, so Yi-chun has the ownership of the equipment, and if whoever kills the boss, whoever has the second equipment ownership, can some of the equipment. Therefore, what everyone scrambles for is the last kill, and the last kill can also become the player who kills the first boss. Countless players began to compete, and some people's goals were very simple, that is, to be the first to kill, to pretend to be forced, or to get rewards, each has its own purpose. Yi-chun is hiding in the dark, and he has a negative 600-point perception rating, which is difficult for even the boss to find. However, while everyone was busy killing the boss, Yi-chun also began to formally implement the plan. Dark Realm. Yi-chun immediately released his ultimate move, and a huge dark magic circle appeared in an instant. The magic circle looked very eerie and terrifying, but the players did not notice anything unusual. Roar! And at this moment, suddenly, the Ironback Lion King made a terrifying roar, and the sound wave stunned tens of thousands of players around. Afterwards, the Ironback Lion King did not hunt the players, but hunted down 4 elite monsters, swallowed them directly, and opened their mouths, which looked extremely scary. And at this moment, a beam of moonlight shone on the Ironback Lion King. Soon the Ironback Lion King became larger, and the brown hair on his body also turned silver-white, like evolution, and then a voice sounded. Ding dong! Due to the triggering of the hidden settings, the Ironback Lion King has evolved into the Silver Moon Lion King, LV20, and a silver-level boss. Please pay attention to all players, because the Ironback Lion King is the first evolved boss in the entire server, so today if you kill the Silver Moon Wolf King, you will definitely drop 1 or more gold items, and you can also get various rewards. The sound of the system sounded, and at this moment, the players in the entire Kyushu region were shocked. In Suzaku City, a woman was hunting an LV-15 fixed boss. After hearing the news, the woman wearing a fiery red cloak spoke slowly. All of the Vulcan Palace rushed to the Silver Moon Lion King to hunt down the boss. Vulcan Palace, ranked 7th in the Esports Guild, and 7th in the sky. Outside Qinglong City, a man in a white robe suddenly froze when he heard the system sound again, and then the corner of his mouth turned up and said, "I didn't expect that someone would trigger this hidden setting. I really didn't expect it, it was originally planned for a week. After doing it, it seems now." Having said that, he opened a private message to contact a few people, and said, "All Tiangong will fight, Silver Moon Wolf King, the stakes are very important, attack." Tiangong, the Esports Guild ranked 4th, and the 4th in the sky list. At this moment, countless large-scale guilds have completely set off. Before, there was not much benefit, but now it is different. The Silver Moon Lion King did not attack anymore. He flew in the sky, and beams of moonlight sank into his body and became his nourishment. Even if someone attacked, they would get invalid instructions. This is an evolution, repairing injuries, and this trip, Yi-chun has killed 3,000 players, but this has not attracted any attention, and most of the dead are loose players. Boss evolution? It seems that a major incident is about to happen. Yi Chun was lurking in the dark, and he had already left the valley. He lay on the ground and watched all this carefully. At the same time, a message came from Xingxia. I rub it, Brother King, you are really amazing, you actually know that the hidden setting is triggered. This iron-backed Lion King is the only wild boss in the novice village at present. If the number of people involved in killing him exceeds 50,000, and 4 elites at the same time. If the monster is still alive, the hidden effect will be triggered. This iron-backed Lion King will be evolved. The latest news has been released on the official website. The iron-backed Lion King can also evolve again, but the trigger conditions are extremely difficult. Now all the 72 guilds are participating, and there are many bigwigs in the 36th guild who choose to fight all together. Brother Monarch, I really admire you so much. He screamed and said, very excited, thinking that the reason why the iron-backed Lion King evolved was because Yi Chun did it. In fact, Yi Chun only takes indirect responsibility. How did he know that there would be hidden settings? Is the iron-backed Lion King still evolving? Is it so boring? Has the official given attributes? Yi Chun asked curiously. The attributes are naturally impossible to disclose, but the official said this time exactly, whoever can kill this iron-backed Lion King, the reward will be unprecedented. The most important thing is a lot of experience and prestige, and if this Silver Moon Lion King evolves into a Spirit Moon Lion King, a LV30 gold level boss, the rewards will be even more abundant, and I expect that there may be a rare $1 million event in the future. The so-called million events are events that millions of players participate in. In the esports circle, it does not necessarily happen once a year. Generally, if it does happen, there must be something big that needs to happen. Right time and place. But now it seems that no one needs to plan, because many players have come one after another, but they have not come to the core circle. Instead, they went elsewhere and are discussing the layout and planning the battle. This is bound to be a battle of dragons and tigers. There are still 90,000 players. If it is like this, it will definitely be able to kill 100,000 players. Yi Chun thought secretly. Roar! At this moment, the Silver Moon Lion King let out a roar. At this moment, he had already evolved and became a silver-level boss, ready to attack. Kill! Kill the boss, explode the outfit. This time it's really a outfit. Even if it evolves, with our strength, he will die. Brothers, let's go together and see who will kill the deer. A series of voices sounded, and countless players slaughtered in the past. In the valley, I don't know how many players appeared, hunting bosses here. The Silver Moon Lion King roared, and the sound wave vibrated in an instant. Players who were a few hundred meters away from him were instantly killed, followed by blobs of flames, as if condensing something like a magic circle. The flames burned, turning this place into purgatory. This is high-level magic, flame magic array. If you are contaminated with this kind of flame, you will directly deduct 500 health points and a continuous damage. The evolved Ironback Lion King has several AoE group magic skills, and all of them are high-level magic damage. Yi Chun didn't dare to attack, so he could only hide in the dark. But Yi Chun was not idle, he was making up his knife, constantly drawing bows and shooting arrows, killing players, but Yi Chun was shooting some players who were about to die. Because these players have a certain role, Yi Chun needs to rely on them to grind blood. Yi Chun also wanted to kill the Silver Moon Lion King. This is a silver-level boss. The official reward has been given. There will be a gold item 100%. As for what it is not clear, but it is also a gold item. Now it is the second day after opening the server. Normal fighting monsters upgrade, may gold equipment burst out? Completely impossible. What if Yi Chun had a gold level weapon now? Air in seconds. -1. -1. -1. -1. Unfortunately, most players can only deal a little damage, which is still not too different in level. If the difference is too large, the damage given is very low and very low. Yi Chun didn't forget to make up for the damage either. As long as the King's combo and the King's strike restored the CD, Yi-chun immediately released Dark Sneak to make up for the knife. Because after the boss is killed, the ownership of equipment is allocated according to individual damage, group damage, and the final kill. The highest personal damage can be divided into 1/3, the final kill can be divided into 1/3, and the group damage can also have the right of ownership, but it only has the right to belong. You must grab it before it belongs to you. If you can't get it, forget it. But other players don't want to grab it. SHHHHHHHH. SHHHHHHH. Arrow feathers shot over, and players died in Yi-chun's hands one by one, but no one would think there was anything special. After all, the boss fight, Yi-chun originally wanted to kill alone, everyone came to grab the boss, so Yi-chun's shot is too reasonable. Roar! The Inoue Lion King jumped violently, stomping on 7 or 8 players directly, then opened his mouth, biting 3 or 4 players, and now increased his health by 300 or 400 points, which is a bloodthirsty state. Once the Silver Moon Lion King's health is less than 90%, he has a chance to touch the bloodthirsty state. 2 million health points, silver level boss, is it so scary? Yi-chun frowned. He has been calculating the damage data. He alone has dealt 100,000 points of damage, the rest of the players should add up to about 200,000, plus the speed of the Silver Moon Lion King's own recovery, so Yi-chun concluded the total blood volume is 2 million points. And its attack power is above 2,000, and the crit may reach 5,000. This kind of boss, it is estimated that even 100,000 players will not be able to win. After all, this is the first day of the server opening. Oh no, it's day 2. It's only the second day, there can't be too many powerful players. Dark Realm. 10 minutes later, Yi-chun released the Dark Domain skills, because there were more than a dozen guild groups in the valley, and a total of 30,000 to 40,000 players gathered here. At this moment, Yi-chun immediately released his skills. In less than 10 seconds, a series of system sounds rang out. In the valley full of people, a large area of players suddenly evaporated. At the same time, Yi-chun's villain value has accumulated to 43,000 points, which means that he killed nearly 30,000 players in one breath, and the cooldown time of the Dark Domain is half an hour. In other words, tonight, the task must be completed. Originally, today's update was very good, but the editor suddenly notified that the book was rated as D level, and the internal score was good. A book has 10,000 collections, but there may only be hundreds of paid subscriptions. The author has nothing to ask for. Can you give me a reward? I don't want too much, just $1 will do, thank you. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting a little villain. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting a little villain. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting a little villain. The ding-ding sound kept ringing. Yi-chun was extremely calm in hunting the players. On the contrary, the boss was not Yi-chun's main concern anymore, because the damage caused by the King's combo and the King's single blow was a data that other players could not surpass. At present, Yi-chun is the first in the personal damage ranking of boss, with a total damage of 250,000. The previous curse of the King has expired, because the Ironback Lion has evolved into the Silver Moon Lion, and the health and magic points have been restored to full value. The King's curse can only be cast once on a unit, so it cannot be cast on the Ironback Lion King again. But this is enough. Ordinary players can't even do a little damage, and the rest of the players can only deal a little damage. I think some high-level players have caused 10 to 50 points of damage, and only a few players have hit 100 points of crit damage. The Vulcan Palace is reserved, and all the casual games are troublesome to leave. At this moment, a series of voices sounded, and then a neat team came, and at a glance, there were about 5,000 players standing there neatly. A large number of warriors stood in front, holding various weapons, magicians and archers in the middle, warriors and some warlocks in the back, and the whole team was very united and tidy. I have to say that the Big Guild is the Big Guild, and the Tianbang Guild is different. You must know that in the current Hope world, it is a very good thing to get a piece of equipment, but the Vulcan Palace actually has a set of equipment for each person. Although they are all white equipment, 30% of the players have bronze-level weapons, which is really scary. You must know that even Yi-chun has a bonus of 100 points of luck, and the wild monsters that have been farmed for so long are just a set of white equipment. These guys actually exploded 5,000 sets of white equipment in more than 1,000 pieces. Bronze equipment. I have to say that the Vulcan Palace is powerful and terrifying. But think about it carefully, as long as you have money, you can achieve this level. This is the most elite 5,000 players in the Vulcan Palace, and they belong to the core of the core. However, the players in the entire Vulcan Palace have millions of players. System and internal management. Millions of players will receive equipment contributions, as well as gold coin contributions, which will be allocated and matched by management players. It is more than enough to arm 5,000 elite core players. In other words, this is the game of the rich. Let 1 million people support their own account. Even if you are the Emperor of Europe, it is difficult to compete. Of course, such local tyrants are pitiful, and the development group of the Hope World has an old group from the last game Hope. So they deliberately added a lot of restrictions. In the last game, local tyrants asked people to help them do a lot of things, for example, beat a monster to the residual blood, and let the local tyrants come over to make up for the knife, and they gained experience points. Now there are many restrictions. Even if the local tyrants are rich, don't think too much. They are all restricted. Of course, even if they are restricted, they are still strong. After all, they are recharged. Vulcan Palace? Didn't expect you to come so early? At this moment, suddenly, a large number of players appeared from the north. The number of players was more than twice that of the Vulcan Palace. Tens of thousands of players appeared in the north. Like ancient soldiers fighting, they set up a square formation and watched. Eastern Vulcan Palace. Fuck, Tiangong players are here too? Vulcan Palace, Heavenly Palace? The 7th and 4th guilds on the heavenly ranking, the bosses of these two guilds, are the gods among the gods. A mere silver level boss has actually attracted 2 heavenly guilds? Is it so strong? What is a district? There is an announcement on the official website. If you kill this silver boss, you can get the first kill reward, and announce the full server. What they want is not a reward, but a reputation. You may not know that today's esports circle has regarded the Hope World as a god's platform for dividing the strength of esports. Yes, I hope the world is the first epic-making online game. The platform is huge, and its gold content is better than countless online games. There are many things in the esports circle that are unclear. My wife regards the Hope World as a huge stage. As long as anyone can become famous in the Hope World, it will really become popular in the game circle. After all, the most popular game Hope used to be only hundreds of millions of players, and this game in the future, there may be tens of billions, or even global participation. What Vulcan Palace and Tiangong want is fame, what we want is equipment, and there is still a chance. Brothers, let's hide and let them fight. The players talked a lot, some were surprised, and some came to the point. That's right, Hope World is now the biggest platform in the esports world, more valuable than all previous games. So at the level of the Tianbang Guild, what you are looking at is not equipment and weapons. Even if it is the most advanced golden equipment, it is not worth dispatching 5,000 players. After all, it is not a siege war or a national war. There is absolutely no need to waste resources and energy. A guild that can become a leader in the sky is definitely not just about spending money on it. Resourcefulness and strength coexist. The purpose of Vulcan Palace and Tiangong is very simple. The whole server announces that they will become the first guild to kill the silver boss. If so, in the guild selection at the end of the year, the Vulcan Palace may even surpass Tiangong, or become one of the 3 major guilds. The soldiers clean up the salted fish, and the warlocks give the archers and magicians blessing skills, and specify that they want to increase the damage buff. If they don't drink the state purification potion immediately, add the buff again, and then concentrate their firepower to hunt down the boss. The Vulcan Palace commander spoke indifferently and ignored the Tiangong players. Tiangong elites are ready to attack the Lion King with all their strength. Warriors and assassins pull hatred in damage. Magicians and archers take turns to attack. There should be no gaps. At the same time, warlocks add weakness and curse skills. Commander Tiangong didn't say much, and the two guilds began to fight. However, at this moment, a few more guilds appeared, but they were not many. They were between 1,000 and 3,000. They were medium and large guilds. They gave stable output and obviously wanted to grab food. At this moment, there were players everywhere in the valley. Yi Chun did not choose to attack the guild players, but kept hunting and killing the scattered players. Soon the Dark Domain skill resumed its cooldown again. Yi Chun released the Dark Domain once again. This time, Yi Chun killed 30,000 players, and before that, he had more than 70,000 villains. Once again, he could complete the mission. Ask for collections and ask for everything. Can you give me a reward? $1 is also fine. It gives the author a bit of confidence. I feel that there are 6,000 or 7,000 collections. It is estimated that there are not many big brothers who will pay thank you. The Vulcan Palace is worthy of being the Vulcan Palace, and the Tiangong is also worthy of being the Tiangong. Standing on the cliff, Yi Chun kept shooting arrow feathers, and at the same time looked at the Vulcan Palace and Tiangong players in amazement. Any false kills occur. Moreover, the 5,000 elites of the Vulcan Palace did not cause much less damage than Tiangong, and the two major guilds must have certain trump cards. On the other hand, other scattered players, without any order, were mercilessly slaughtered by the Silver Moon Lion King. Of course, no matter what, the players of Tiangong and Vulcan Palace also suffered a devastating blow. After all, this is a boss. It's a silver-level boss. Clang clang clang. The next moment, the silver hair of the Silver Moon Lion King turned into silver needles and shot out. Yi Chun was extremely fast, but he was also inserted into 3 of them and suffered 300 HP damage. It's now. Yi Chun has been waiting. After the boss releases the group magic skills, he will release the Dark Domain. Otherwise, if he directly releases the Dark Domain, he will easily be robbed by the boss, so it is considered a free job. A large number of players died in the valley, and there was no shortage of players from various guilds, and even the players of Vulcan Palace and Tiangong were affected. Boss. We have killed more than 800 people, all of which were killed by the king. Someone from the Vulcan Palace spoke up and reported to the top. The sigh of the king? The commander of the Vulcan Palace this time was the vice-chairman Vulcan Panda. After hearing the news, he couldn't help frowning. Soon Vulcan Panda said loudly, "My friend, the king, we belong to the Vulcan Palace, and we have no grievances with you. Although you are playing this boss alone, the boss has evolved, and with your power alone, you cannot defeat it. Kill, but if you are willing to assist us to kill this boss together, we can give you a piece of equipment, and you will have priority, even if it is gold-level equipment." Vulcan Panda said seriously, they care about fame, and of course equipment also cares, but it doesn't make them pay any price. Now he wants to ask for peace and form an alliance with Yi Chun. "Mr. King, we are willing to give up the ownership of all equipment, and hope to get help from Mr. King." The Tiangong players also spoke up, and the commander directly gave up all the equipment and belonged to Yi Chun, because they knew that the importance of the first kill was more than the ownership of the equipment. However, Yi Chun doesn't care about equipment at all. What he wants is to complete the task and equip something, which will definitely be available in the future. However, Yi Chun still made a statement. "This boss was killed by me. You guys just grabbed it by force. You already don't give me face, so don't blame me." Yi Chun said directly, "The fact is that they are fighting for the boss, which was originally Yi Chun's single-played boss, no matter whether Yi Chun can kill successfully or not, but no matter what Yi Chun hits, the damage is the highest. In theory, it is indeed that a guild will be wrong first. But the world of online games makes no sense. Ding dong. Successfully kill the player, get a little villain value, the current villain value is 99,998. Ding dong. Kill the player successfully, get a little villain value, the current villain value is 99,999. Ding dong. Kill the player successfully, get a bit of villain value, the current villain value is 100,000. The damage caused by the Dark Realm is extremely terrifying. With the damage caused by the Silver Moon Lion King, the Dark Realm has once again harvested people's heads. It is now more than 2 o'clock in the morning. It took Yi Chun more than 2 hours to kill 100,000 people. Players succeed. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the second order task of the Dark King in advance, but you still have a certain amount of time due to the early time. Do you choose to challenge a higher difficulty? If the challenge is successful, you will inherit some of the power of the Dark King. If you challenge fail and you will have nothing? The system sounded, the task of killing 100,000 players was completed, and there were still new tasks. But the new mission is a bit exaggerated, and if you fail, you will have nothing? What is going on? What if you let yourself kill 1 million players? Isn't that cool? Refuse. That's right, Yi Chun chose to refuse, not because he was timid, but because he didn't want to do things he wasn't sure about. However, the next moment, the system sounded. Ding dong. Since you chose to refuse, the hidden settings are triggered. Your occupational second order task is completed, but the reward will be deducted by half. The heir to the great Dark King will not be cowardly. If you choose to accept, you can get it even if you fail. Rank 2 reward, this is just a test. The sound of the system sounded, causing Yi Chun to be stunned for a moment, and then Yi Chun sighed, why is this system always tricking people? However, Yi Chun immediately chose to go back in time. Back to a minute ago, Yi Chun released the Dark Domain again, and at the same time, the two guild commanders said the same thing, and Yi Chun also said the same thing to answer. Then the system sound rang again. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the Dark King's second quest ahead of schedule, but you still have some time due to the early time. Do you choose to challenge a higher difficulty? If the challenge is successful, you will inherit some of the power of the Dark King. If you challenge fail and you will have nothing? When the news of the completion of the mission came from his ears, Yi Chun chose to accept it without hesitation. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the hidden settings. Because of your courage and courage, you can get a career awakening reward even if you haven't completed the task. At the same time, if you complete the next task, the reward will be doubled tenfold. Please be in the remaining 10 in 8 hours, 5 million players have been killed. This task is an SSS level task. If you complete this task, the reward will be doubled tenfold, and you will get a 4S level task reward. Please note, this mission is of great importance. Once completed, you will grow by a qualitative leap. A system sound rang out. Yi Chun was stunned. I'm brewing a big chow, and there will be another update later. At the same time, I would like to thank the brothers for their support and the 11 new rewards. I want to collect 50 screenshots of the rewards and show them to the editor. If there is more, it would be even better. If the number of rewarders reaches 50, currently 22, that is to say, 6,000 readers, 1% of readers are willing to reward. So today's 5. The author added 2 more updates, thank you. With 100,000 villain points, he is already number 1 on the villain list. I didn't expect a more terrifying mission to come. Want yourself to slaughter 5 million players and have to do it within 24 hours? This Nima is simply impossible. But it is because this task is impossible to complete, so once this task is completed, it was originally an SSS level task, and you will receive an SSS level reward, but only once, and you must complete this task. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is Yi Chun's first reaction, because it's very simple, there are still 18 hours to complete the task. What is the concept of 5 million players? The surrounding tens of thousands of meters are all players. 5 million players, Yi Chuanwang doesn't know how long it will take to kill them. Even if there is no CD in the Dark Realm, they can't kill so many people. After all, once a player dies, they need to wait for an hour to revive, unless you spend money, but it is impossible for most players to spend money on resurrection. That is to say, some big guilds are willing to spend money, but the 2 major guilds, Tiangong and Vulcan Palace, add up to 15,000 people, and Yi Chun has to slaughter them 300 or 400 times to complete this task. What is the concept of 5 million people? Yi Chun's scalp was numb, and he didn't want to say anything. From now on, you can't kill 5 million people, right? This is simply an impossible task. At this moment, the system sounds sounded again. Ding dong. Since this task is of SSS level difficulty, 3 options are given to the player. First, you can directly increase level 20, but temporarily, and second, you can directly get 200 skill points, but temporarily increase. Third, the health value is increased by an additional 10,000 points, and the attack power is increased by 2,000 points. Temporary increase. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded. These 3 help seem to be very different, but in fact the value is the same. By raising 10 levels, you can learn the LV40 Dark King skills, and the second one can get 200 skill points, which can improve your skills, and the third is pure attribute bonus. I choose the second bonus. Yi-chun didn't have any idea and chose the skill points directly, because it was impossible to kill 5 million players by increasing the level, and improving the attributes would not have a great effect. Players. The concubine can't do it. Yi-chun completely gave up on this mission. To be honest, it wasn't that he was useless. He worked hard for 4 hours to kill 100,000 players. Now let himself kill 5 million players. What is the concept? A small city with only 5 million people, right? Massacre the city yourself? Enough for a day and a night? Isn't it enough to sweep with a machine gun? So no matter what, Yi-chun didn't have any idea. After obtaining 200 skill points, Yi-chun added all of them to the Dark Realm. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Yi-chun himself has 12 skill points, plus 200, a total of 210 skill points, which can be improved to 6 levels, and now the Dark Realm has been upgraded to LV8. Dark Domain, LV8. Create a dark domain within a range of 200 by 200 meters, deduct 400 HP per second and an additional 10% HP, invalid for elite monsters and above monster units, lasts 30 seconds, cooldown for 10 minutes, consumes 50% of the magic value. The LV8 Dark Realm can cause 400 points of damage per second and 10% of the health damage. This damage is terrible, but what effect does it have? The range of 200 times 200 is 20 times larger than before, and it can cover the entire valley, which means that he has the ability to wipe out 50,000 to 100,000 players in an instant. But even if all players are wiped out now, it won't do anything. There are 200,000 players here, and many of them are watching. After all of them are killed, except for some large guilds who are willing to spend money to resurrect, who will spend the rest of the loose players to resurrect. And there is one more point. After killing so many people, those guilds are not fools. Wouldn't it be unfortunate that they would all attack him at that time? The more important point is that these guild players will be stupidly killed by themselves, and they will continue to stay here? Dreaming? So 5 million people is simply an impossible task. Thinking of this, Yi-chun's goal is this silver boss. Anyway, the rewards of the second stage will not be less, that is, the rewards of the third stage are gone. Hey, don't let me know if you want, let me know. But it's just poisonous if it can't be done. Yi-chun couldn't help complaining. In this way, little by little, in a blink of an eye, finally half an hour passed. Yi-chun's personal output has always been the first. Within half an hour, Yi-chun also killed a lot of players, not to complete the task, purely just a casual kill. Roar! Finally, an hour later, the Silver Moon Lion King couldn't hold it anymore. He was dying, and his health was almost bottomed out, but at this moment, the Silver Moon Lion King erupted with terrifying magical power. Pillars appear, which are earth magic, earth spirit pillars, area damage, and can hinder the player's movement. Soon at this time, each pillar radiated light and injected into the body of the Silver Moon Lion King. A pill-like thing appeared in front of the Silver Moon Lion King, and he was swallowing the power of moonlight. Then came a sound. Come on, that's his magic beast pill, destroy it quickly, otherwise, he will recover his health. Quick, quick, concentrated attack. The voice sounded, and Yi-chun was also frantically making up the damage, attacking for a full 40 seconds, coupled with the attacks of countless players, and finally the magic beast pill was broken, and the Silver Moon Lion King was lying on the ground whimpering, turning into a beam of white light. Immediately after, a golden light flashed on the ground. However, at this moment, the immortal private chat sounded.
Unfortunately, the Silver Moon Lion King did not evolve into a gold-level boss.
If the Warcraft Dan hadn't been broken just now, it only took 5 minutes to stabilize, then the Silver Moon Lion King would have a 50% chance of evolving into a gold-level boss, and it is the world's first wild gold-level boss, and players from the surrounding 3,000 novice villages can participate in this boss battle, which is an official hidden Easter egg. At this moment, Xinghuan Immortal said, and privately chatted with Yi Chun. As soon as the Silver Moon Lion King died, he saw the latest announcement on the official website. The above impressively informed the evolution of the Silver Moon Lion King.
3,000 players in the novice village can participate? How to participate? Yi Chun was surprised at the next moment. There will be a boss portal. The official explanation is given. The reason why the Silver Moon Lion King rests here is because it is an ancient altar with a terrifying magic circle below, which involves another hidden mission, but it has not been opened for the time being. The Silver Moon Lion King has noticed the ability to evolve here. Once he evolves, it will trigger the magic circle here, which will appear in the surrounding 3,000 novice villages. Players can directly descend here through the magic circle and get 10 additional deaths. Free buff, because this gold level boss has evolved twice in a row and has mutated, equivalent to a platinum level boss. Astral Immortal said.
Hiss. The next moment, Yi Chun's eyes widened.
He didn't expect such an Easter egg?
But Yi Chun didn't have any nonsense, and chose to go back in time.
The new book asks for collection and everything, and the third one is sent. From the very beginning, why did the Iron-backed Lion King appear here?
This is an Easter egg and a hidden setting in itself. There is an ancient magic circle here, which is a plot set before the game. After the Iron-backed Lion King evolves into the Silver Moon Lion King, the formation can be triggered, and then the ability to evolve a second time can be obtained. It evolved from a bronze boss to a silver boss, and then from a silver boss to a gold boss, which directly became the biggest Easter egg in the server. At that time, a large number of portals will appear. To put it bluntly, it will allow countless players to carry out group attacks and crowd tactics. Boss is bound to die. It is nothing more than a kind of benefit to the player. Of course, other service areas also have such settings, but the hidden settings must be completed, otherwise, even if there are, you cannot complete the hidden settings, and it will have no effect.
At this moment, Yi Chun returned to a minute ago.
At this moment, the Inui Lion King spit out his magic beast pill, absorbing some kind of energy, and the Vulcan Palace and Tiangong began to attack neatly, including other scattered players. However, at this moment, Yi Chun directly released the Dark Realm, and the Dark Realm of upgraded level directly covered the entire valley. This skill was ineffective against the boss, so Yi Chun was not worried at all. At this moment, the two commanders who are commanding Vulcan Palace and Tiangong are staring at the boss. They are eager to kill them in the end, but at this moment, suddenly, both of them realize that there is life above their heads. The effect of decreasing value. His face changed greatly, because the drop value was too high, dropping 400 to 500 health points per second. As commanders, they are the management players of the guild, and they only have more than 1,000 health points, which means they can't hold on to it.
3 seconds. I wipe, how come the blood will be deducted? Is this the boss's last big move? Fuck, why did my life point disappear all of a sudden? 480 points of damage? Level 8 Dark Domain, 400 HP per second plus 10% HP deduction. What is the concept?
Judging from the current player's data, the HP of a medium fighter barely exceeds 800, generally around 500, and the Dark Domain can solve all players in 2 or 3 seconds. Rao was a player from Tiangong in Vulcan Palace, and he died after holding on for 4 seconds. The commanders of the entire Tiangong and Vulcan Palace were also stunned, because after they died, they were not surprised when they found out who the killer was, but when the whole guild started to riot, everyone was stunned. Mom sold out, I was actually killed by the king.
I was also killed by the king. What kind of profession is the king? Isn't the AoE damage too fierce? Are you also killed by the king? I thought I was the only one. The king is worthy of being a king, and he has overturned our entire guild alone?
People were talking about it, but no one blamed Yi Chun, because this was a game, and even if they had robbed Ji-chun's boss, they were at fault first, so it was impossible to blame others. At the same time, the commanders of Vulcan Palace and Tiangong asked each other a question at the same time.
You were also killed by the king? You were also killed by the king?
Both of them have the same question, so there is no need for any answers. They were shocked that Ji-chun actually had the ability to destroy the players of the two major guilds in an instant. This matter must be reported, and it was also very shocking, because they both guessed each other. Ji-chun definitely not only killed the two of them. The guild and even all the players died in Ji-chun's hands.
What is he trying to do?
The two of them couldn't understand, but they replied to their superiors immediately. But at this moment, suddenly, a system sound sounded again.
Ding dong!
Due to the triggering of the ultimate hidden setting, the Silver Moon Lion King will evolve into a golden three-headed Lion King in the next 10 minutes, a gold-level boss, but due to 2 consecutive evolutions, the golden three-headed Lion King has mutated, and its the quality is equivalent to the quasi-purple gold quality. If you kill it, you will drop purple gold items, as well as some gold materials, and you can get a lot of experience points and a lot of prestige points. At the same time, the magic teleportation array will be open near the 3,000 novice villages around, and each player can enjoy 10 free resurrection opportunities. Please pay attention to the players. This boss strategy can be counted as the Kyushu country boss, the first kill. There will be various generous rewards. Please pay attention.
Please pay attention.
One after another sound rang out, spreading throughout the entire Kyushu country service area, and in an instant, the entire Kyushu country area players were completely boiling. At the beginning, many players knew that there were bosses here, but because the distance was too far, they simply let it go. After thinking about it, it was impossible for them to kill them anyway, but now it is different.
10 chances of free resurrection, plus direct teleportation passed.
In an instant, the announcement only played for 1 minute, and in an instant, within a few kilometers, all players rushed over like crazy.
The number is at least 200,000, if you look at it at a glance. SSS level mission, there is hope.
In the darkness, Ji-chun saw countless players joining, and his heart was firm and excited.
Tiandongpingwan, President, the Silver Moon Lion King has evolved into a golden three-headed Lion King. What should we do now?
And we seem to have angered the king. He killed us before. I feel that we have already forged a beam. He said seriously and answered this matter. Soon the president of Tiangong gave an answer.
Don't provoke him. I don't know who he is for the time being.
It's our fault for grabbing the boss.
Tiangong will apologize for this, but it has evolved into a gold-level boss.
This is not what he said. Everyone is ready. This is you have to attack hard once, and use the crowd tactics to do the highest damage.
President Tiangong replied.
At the same time, the Vulcan Palace also announced an apology, but now it has evolved into a golden boss. Even if it is an apology, it must start to it seriously. At this moment, the official forum of the entire Hope world, the post bar, the direct explosion, and the matter of the golden boss even attracted overseas attention.
The foreign players are stunned. They are still working hard to brush wild monsters, and the Kyushu kingdom starts to fight the golden boss? Do you want to? The overall.
Foreign players are very confused. This Nima, the Japanese players are still working hard to kill low-level wild monsters, and the more powerful players have just transferred to ninjas. Oh, you Kyushu players are better. A gold-level boss appeared directly, and resurrected 10 times for free, plus the portal. Playing crowd tactics, let alone gold-level bosses, even platinum-level bosses will die. Indeed, with the emergence of the portal, the number of players is like a crucian carp crossing the river.
After Ji-chun saw this scene in the dark, he couldn't help but click his tongue.
Now let alone 5 million, even 50 million may have hope. Brothers, the costume is right in front of you, hurry up.
Recover all the equipment that the boss exploded at a high price. Platinum equipment that must be exploded, the first platinum weapon in the entire server. What is the concept? Second day, second air. Kill. Go.
A series of voices sounded, and the players rushed over. At the same time, the Silver Moon Lion King had transformed into golden color from top to bottom, and its volume was 5 times larger than before.
It looked like a hill.
In front of the three-headed Lion King, he was as weak as an ant.
And the 3 golden lion heads carry an indescribable majesty and holiness. Name: Golden 3-headed Lion King. Grade: Gold Boss, Mutation. Life value? Magical value? Attack power? Skill? A series of data, to the level of gold level. No one can see the overall data. Originally, Yi-Chun had the curse of the king, and he could calculate the health of the boss, but now it is impossible. Players rushed up in batches. The golden 3-headed Lion King was not as laborious as before. One head spewed flames, one head struck lightning, and one head blessed the endless source of life to restore health and adjust status. 0. 0. 0. 0. -1. 0. 0. 0. 99% of players give 0 damage, and it is rare to see 1 or 2 little damage. Even the top players only give no more than 10 damage, which is terrifying. The silver level Ironback Lion King already has up to 2 million health points, and the health value of the golden 3-headed Lion King should start at least 5 million. This is still Yi-Chun's own guess, and it may be higher. With the current environment of the valley, it is really difficult to kill this golden 3-headed Lion King. Call out. Yi-Chun pulled the bow, turned on all buffs, and a bright red number appeared. 200. This is the damage that Yi-Chun can deal now, 200 points of damage, which looks pitiful, but it is the highest statistic among all damages. 400. 400. 400. 2000. 800. Yi-Chun played all the various skills once, and after the cumulative damage exceeded 10,000, he chose to withdraw. He did so just to keep the damage ranking first. At the same time, Yi-Chun was also waiting for the CD of the Dark Domain. Now above the valley, a group of players rushed in. Once a player died, a new player jumped down to compensate for the damage. The 3,000 novice villages represent 30 million players, and many players around can also rush to the 3,000 novice villages, which means that it is estimated that 50 million players will appear. Each person is resurrected 10 times for free, that is 500 million. Dark Realm. Finally, the Dark Domain recovered the CD, and Yi-Chun released it directly. There was a commotion at the moment. Fuck, here again? Your Majesty, don't you? Brother, I was wrong, and I won't mess around anymore. Mr. King, give me some face, I've already died twice. Group AoE, burning 4 or 500 health points per second? I'm playing with your uncle, do you want people to live? Group AoE, 4 or 500 health points? Playing Nima, I am an A-level professional, a violent mage, the group skill damage is 50 points, and the maximum damage can be hit 100 points, and it is also a 5x5 range, the skills of the king and the big brother. At least covering the entire valley? The Dark Domain was displayed again, but it attracted countless scoldings in an instant. Some of them wanted to cry without tears, because they had already died in Yi-Chun's hands 2 or 3 times. Cursing, and some players are begging Yi-Chun to stop doing this. Because of the Golden Boss, countless players have been attracted. Originally, a Dark Realm could only kill 30,000 players at most. Now it is different. The Dark Realm lasts for 30 seconds, and basically 30,000 players can be cleared in 3 seconds. In 30 seconds, Yi-Chun killed 200,000 players, plus the previous 100,000, a total of 300,000 villain points. At this moment, Yi-Chun was very fortunate that he had chosen 200 skill points, otherwise, even if he had such an opportunity, he would not have been able to kill 5 million players. Although there were a lot of scolding, no one could find Yi-Chun, and with the allure of the Golden Boss, who would care about this matter? However, some people still noticed Yi-Chun's wicked value, but they didn't attract much attention. Once the boss battle is over, what Yi-Chun did today will surely spread throughout the world. King. What do you mean by slaughtering like this? The boss is not yours, and I hope the world is not yours. Although your attributes are high, it doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Finally, a guild couldn't help but said, thinking that Yi-Chun had gone too far. The Iron-backed Lion King has been my prey from the very beginning. I almost killed the Iron-backed Lion King. If you grab it directly,
don't blame me for being ruthless. Now it has evolved into a golden boss. If I put it here, I will continue to stay here.
The one who grabs the boss is my enemy. Tonight, I will kill as much as I can. Yi-chun said seriously. Of course, this is just a rhetoric to slaughter 5 million players for him. Then let's see what skills you have.
Soon the fighting continued, and countless players rushed in like locusts. Yi-chun had no place to stand, but climbed the tree, released the Dark Realm at the critical moment, and kept harvesting players.
500,000. 800,000. 1 million. 1.3 million.
150,000.
1.8 million. 2 million.
The number of kills by Yi-chun keeps rising, and the health of the golden three-headed Lion King is also dropping.
Although it may have as many as 10 million health points, it cannot hold tens of millions of players.
Finally, until 6:30 in the morning, a voice sounded in Yi-chun's ear.
Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the SSS level mission. Ask for some free evaluation tickets and flowers, thank you. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the SSS level task, the transfer of the Dark King. Ding dong.
It is detected that there are still nearly 10 hours before 24 hours.
Do players choose a higher difficulty challenge, a height that even the darkness cannot reach? This task is an SSSS level task. If the player completes it, they will get SSSS level reward. Nima is coming again? Yi-chun didn't expect that he had slaughtered 5 million players, and now he has another SSSS level quest. His profession, the Dark King, is only an SSSS level occupation, and this quest is SSSS level, and after completing it, he can get SSSS level rewards.
The first reaction Yi-chun wanted was to refuse, but thinking of the pitfalls of the previous system, Yi-chun could only choose to accept with gritted teeth.
Ding dong. Congratulations on accepting the SSSS level mission, the End of Darkness.
Kill 100 million players within the specified time.
If you complete it, you will receive a special title and a lot of rewards. Oh.
From 500 people directly to 100 million people, the time has not increased, but the difficulty has increased by an unknown number of times.
This is a 20-fold increase. 5 million people. Yi-chun took advantage of the LV8 Dark Realm to slaughter more than 4 hours to achieve this level. Now you want to let yourself slaughter 100 million players?
This is simply impossible. Yi-chun felt a little tired, but fortunately, even if he didn't complete the task, he could still get the previous reward. However, Yi-chun always felt that the dog system seemed to be deliberately disgusting himself. He thought that he had completed 5 million tasks, but never thought that there would be another 100 million tasks.
Yi-chun couldn't help but feel uneasy. Ding dong.
Since you accepted the SSSS level quest, but the player was detected but the current level strength is weak, so 3 options are given to the player. First, reach LV50, second, give the player 600 skill points, and third, increase the life magic value. 50,000, plus 5,000 attack power. The above options are all temporarily valid, and they will all be withdrawn before the task is completed. Still the same options as before, level, skill points, plus basic attributes. Yi-chun naturally chose the skill value bonus without hesitation.
Dark Realm requires a lot of skill points to level up. Upgrading from LV8 to LV9 requires a full 70 skill points. 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120.
To upgrade from LV8 to LV14, it cost a total of 570 skill points, and there are still 32 remaining. Yi-chun casually added it to the King's Blow, and kept it for the boss fight.
Change.
Dark Domain, LV14, range 500 by 500, deduct 2000 HP per second, and 15% HP, last for 1 minute, cool down for 5 minutes, but need to sacrifice 30% of HP, and then skill before the end. No life potions are allowed to be taken.
The Dark Realm of LV14 has been strengthened again.
The range of 500 times 500 is enough to accommodate 70,000 or 80,000 players, and the effect of directly deducting 2,000 points of health and 15% of life will last for a full minute. This is basically a big killer, killing 100,000 players in an instant.
With the current situation, to be honest, 100 million is really a little bit of hope and possibility. At the moment, Yi Chun stopped talking nonsense and directly released the Dark Realm. In an instant, a lot of damage appeared, all kinds of damage appeared. Yi Chun evaporated a full 70,000 players in an instant, and because of the golden boss, there were countless players around. There are the most scattered players, and 10 free resurrection opportunities have given them the capital and ambition to snatch. So there was a vacancy. As for a large number of players to fill in, Yi Chun completed the task at a speed of almost 50,000 people per second. A minute later, Yi Chun gained 3 million villain points, and attracted a lot of scolding. Of course, he still didn't understand. Some large guilds, even the Vulcan Palace and Tiangong, were completely questioned. Nima's was instantly killed in an instant? If I was a boss, I would also accept it, but Nima can kill me in an instant with a single player? Group magic, first of all, the scope will not be very large. Let's not say that everyone's level is low. Even if you have reached level 30 now, killing 100,000 players in an instant, what is the concept? I have the right to doubt now. I hope the world out. That's right, it must be an opener. This King's Sai must be an opener. Bah! What a disgusting game. I'm going to kill you, uncle. One after another voices sounded. Although many people remained rational, most players, full of anger, could not beat the boss and became cannon fodder. They did not expect to be instantly killed by Yi Chun. Say, Krypton Gold players and Ohuang bosses can't afford to offend them, but now is only the second day of the server opening. What Yi Chun has done is indeed incredible. Even recharge players are not so scary, right? If I didn't know, I thought it was a private server. Hearing so many scoldings, Yi Chun didn't bother to pay attention to them. Although they scolded so much, but let them not play this game? That's impossible. Saying something about retreating is nothing more than just wanting to make a fuss. But in fact, I hope that the world has currency exchange, so that 99% of players do not want to retreat. At the same time, it is said that I hope that the world can change the fate of the world, have real conversion, and what is in the game will appear in reality. Of course, no one knows what it is, but no matter what, I hope that the world is something that people all over the world pay attention to now. You can question it, but say you should retreat? If I jumped out of here, I would never play Archer. Oops, Mom. Really fragrant. Ignoring the scolding of many players, Yi Chun turned this place into his own restricted area. As soon as the skill was cooled down, he immediately released the skill. 10 minutes later, a system voice sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the players who have killed 10 million players and obtained 10 million villain points. At the same time, as the first player to obtain 10 million villain points, you have won the legendary title, Run Tuesday. Ding dong. Since you have killed 10 million players in total and gained passive attributes, everyone in the world hates it, and it will have many negative effects. Day. Nima, are there any negative effects? Yi Chun was depressed. Yi Chun is really depressed. The task is given by the system, and now that the task is completed, he still gets an attribute effect that everyone hates. Everyone hates it. Benefit, you pay double the price of anything you buy. Effect, any NPC's opinion of you automatically drops by 100 points, and all NPC's opinion of you drops to disgust. Effect, dark creatures will have a higher opinion of you, especially the bloodthirsty beasts, which will be close to you. Description, receive this honor because you killed too many players, causing everyone to be angry. Day. Is double the price a bit too much? As for what NPC likes or something else, Yi Chun can bear it, but you said that the double price is indeed a bit excessive, but what can Yi Chun do? Just pinching your nose. And 10 million is just the beginning, and Yi Chun will continue to slaughter players. In this way, if it reaches 100 million, it is estimated that the attribute effect will be even worse. Thinking of this, Yi Chun can't help but feel uncomfortable. Time passed little by little, and I have to say that most of the guild players are still very smart. They know that Yi Chun has peculiar methods and can solve players with AoE, so they calculated Yi Chun's skill cooldown in the gap time, so that many scattered players send to death, and wait for Yi Chun's skills to cool down.
they immediately make up for boss damage. It was true that they died at Yi Chun's hands at the beginning, but after understanding the rules, they basically avoided it perfectly. Of course, this was entirely because Yi Chun didn't want to engage in these guild players. Otherwise, they would release the Dark Realm irregularly. You can release Dark Domain 12 times in an hour, but Dark Domain lasts for 1 minute, so you can only release Dark Domain 10 times in an hour.
One Dark Domain can bring 200,000 to 500,000 villain points.
The main thing is to see how many unplayed players are there. If there were a lot of players at the beginning, but now it is stable at about 300,000 points, and Yi Chun can kill 3 in an hour.
Millions of players.
There are still 10 hours left until the end time, which means that the current accumulation plus the total calculation, a total of 40 million villains. 40 million sounds like an incredible number, but here comes the problem: if it doesn't exceed 100 million, there will be no reward.
Wouldn't it be uncomfortable if 40 million players were killed and punished more severely? However, after much deliberation, Yi Chun should honestly brush it first and then talk about it. What if the golden three-headed Lion King in the back might evolve into a purple gold boss? Of course, this is just Yi Chun's idea. 2 consecutive evolutions have reached the limit.
This has reached the level of mutation. In the Hope world, 1 evolution is rare, and 2 evolutions are the limit. If it occurs 3 times, it is really a problem. Moreover, the golden variant level boss can make tens of millions of players dispatched.
What about the Z-Gene boss? Isn't it invincible? Unfortunately, if the Curse of the King is not released at the beginning, then now I put a skill, and the single player damage must be my first, so I have the right to belong. But the Curse of the King can also the ownership of other bosses. This is a magical skill, but it is invalid for bosses above the king, including the king. Yi Chun thought secretly. Just like that, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and it was exactly as calculated. In 6 hours, Yi Chun killed 18 million players, plus the previous 10 million, a total of 2,800 players. Million. As a result, a group of players had no chance of being resurrected at all.
They abused Yi Chun in various places, but of course they didn't. After a lot of novice players finished the night shift, they immediately landed in Hope World in the morning and started to die one after another. Not only that, in the esports circle, among the 72 guilds on the Earth ranking, 65 guilds participated in this matter, while the Heavenly Ranking Guild ranked 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 3rd. The 9th, 10th, and 11th guilds also took action. The golden three-headed Lion King has now been followed by players from all over the Kyushu Kingdom. Everyone is guessing what will explode. At the same time, many players are curious as to why Yi Chun keeps killing players. It stands to reason that the boss is so powerful. Pure can carry out key output and personal total output first, right? How to kill so many players? A full tens of millions? Could it be a BT? Basically, it can't be done. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there were still 2 hours left, and the mission time was about to end. However, in the last few hours, the number of kills was far more than calculated. So far, the total number of kills has been accumulated. 40 million players. It is estimated that there are more players killed than boss. But even so, the amount of 100 million is far away, and there are only the last 2 hours left. Yi Chun has calculated that even if it is a limit kill, he cannot finish it within the remaining 2 hours. The mission to kill 100 million people. This was originally an impossible task. Although Yi Chun still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, he also knew that there was almost no hope. Indestructible, remember to pay attention to the forum and official website at all times. Once the golden three-headed king dies, immediately tell me the latest information. At a critical moment, Yi Chun informed Xinguan Immortal, because he mainly wanted to see what the official announcement would be after the death of the golden three-headed Lion King. For example, as before, there may still be a chance. Because now only 3,000 novice villages have magic teleportation arrays, what if all players in the entire Kyushu region come to brush the boss? That is another statement. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely handle it. Xinguan Immortal naturally agreed. At this moment, the golden three-headed Lion King, the health value is dropped to the lowest, because the group magic attack is constantly being released, which is a sign of the impending death of the boss, and a large number of group magic attacks will be released. In the personal injury rankings, Yi-Chun has accumulated 1.4 million terrifying injuries in these few hours, and the second place also has nearly 700,000 injuries, which is number 1 in Tiangong. Yi-Chun does not know who is it, but it is enough to prove that there are still many strong people in this world. Hope the World, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Unfortunately, there is no attribution bonus.
For ranking second in damage,
Yi-Chun has 70% priority in ownership, the first group damage has 10%, and the last kill has 20%.
That is to say, if Yi-Chun killed the golden three-headed Lion King, then 90% of the items would belong to Yi-Chun.
Roar! Finally, the golden three-headed Lion King couldn't take it anymore.
From last night until 5 p.m., he carried tens of millions of players and attacked back and forth for 10 hours.
If it weren't for everyone's level, this boss would definitely can't stand it.
Red blood. Suddenly, someone roared loudly, and the red blood is the boss entering the final state. With less than 1% of his health remaining, his whole body will be blood red. In an instant, countless eyes stared at the golden three-headed Lion King, and at this moment, a terrifying crowd appeared like locusts.
Dark Realm.
Very early, Yi-Chun guessed that there must be many people hiding in the dark, wanting to make the final blow, but I didn't expect that suddenly, so many players would come in and surround them all.
The number of people has reached the limit. There is a temporary human body overlapping effect, otherwise, it will be crowded here.
There is another update in the back, asking for evaluation tickets, asking for flowers, asking for everything, thank you. Because the boss was in a state of red blood, Yi-Chun didn't have any nonsense and released the dark domain directly. At this moment, the number of terrifying kills appeared. Originally, the dark domain could only kill 300,000 people in the past, but at this moment, in 1 minute of the dark domain, Yi-Chun has completely killed nearly 2 million players.
It's because of the overlapping characters.
As a result, 10 people could stand in the original position of one person. Countless players rushed over like a crucian carp crossing the river, like an army of locusts, just to kill the boss, and a series of -0s all reached the sky.
The dense damage is shocking. Yi-Chun didn't have any ambiguity.
All kinds of skills were released, and he also had to fight for kills. After the release of the Dark Realm, there was an advantage, that is, no one could approach the 500 by 500 range within this minute. In other words, except for the first round of damage, no one will attack the boss.
1,000. 2,000. 4,000. All kinds of damage are dealt.
If it is speculated that the life value of the golden three-headed Lion King is 10 million, then there are still 100,000 left.
10,000 points of life.
King's Wrath, King's Combo, King's Strike, Wind Arrow, Blood Fury Arrow. All skills were played by Yi-Chun, but at the same time, some damage appeared on the top of the golden three-headed Lion King.
500. 500. 500. 500.
500 points of damage is not very high, but if it is a gold-level boss, it is really scary to deal 500 points of damage with a normal attack, and more importantly, in the range of 500 by 500, there is not a single player alive, because the reason for the Dark Realm. In other words, the other party in a very distant place gave such damage. This ability is very terrifying.
Attacks you from 500 meters away.
Maybe it sounds like 500 meters is not very far, but I hope the world sets the attack range of archers to be about 10 meters.
What is the concept of 500 meters? You don't even know where the other party is, and people can attack you. This is simply invincible. Even if you knew, it would take 10 seconds for Yi-Chun to run at a distance of 500 meters. If the opponent's attack power is high, it can cause 500 points of life damage per second, and you are probably dead in 10 seconds. Of course, with a super high long-range shooting ability, there must be many limitations. Just like the Dark King, an SSSS level occupation sounds very powerful, but it does not have the ability to be air-conditioned in seconds. Because I hope the world is a real world, even if you have an SSSS level occupation, you still need to pay a lot, just like ordinary players get Yi-Chun's experience.
points, it is estimated that it is now level 30, or even 40.
Level is possible. However, Yi-chan barely reached level 20. The difference is here.
The further back you go, Yi-chan's level 50 experience may be enough for ordinary players to reach level 100. Although Yi-chan can still abuse ordinary players, a group of level 100 players are no joke. Job transfer plus attributes plus various enhancement functions greatly improve combat effectiveness. Everything is fair, so this is the charm of the Hope World.
Ding dong! Congratulations to player Qingyun Zixiao for successfully killing the boss Golden Three-Headed Lion King.
Finally, at this moment, the Golden Three-Headed Lion King fell down, but it was not killed by Yi-chan.
This Lion King is also pitiful. He had already died long ago.
After dragging on for so long, a purple gold light flashed soon, like a dazzling light in the abyss, which made people feel inexplicably happy. This is purple gold equipment, and it is a ring. However, at this time, Xinghuan Immortal immediately sent the official website information to Yi-chan. Brother King, kill the golden boss, the Golden Three-Headed Lion King, 100% drop purple gold equipment, and also drop a lot of gold items, including some special items, but the rarest is the boss transformation card. Use this card can be turned into a Golden Three-Headed Lion King for 24 hours, and is invincible. Players cannot attack, only monsters can attack. It is used to deal with some powerful bosses in the future, but it can only be used once, followed by 3 golden heads. The most precious of the purple gold equipment dropped by the Lion King is Hope World, one of the greatest forging masters, the 5 profession-specific weapons made by Amon, with special bonuses, and the rest of the equipment is ordinary purple gold equipment.
Invincible Star informed Yi-chan.
The next moment, Yi-chan looked at the items that the boss had exploded, 7 or 8 pieces of equipment, as well as various skill books, scrolls, and gold coins piled up like a hill, but there was no boss transformation card.
The equipment is just an ordinary purple gold equipment. Back in time.
Without any hesitation, Yi-chan directly chose to rewind the time, not because of the exclusive weapon, but because Yi-chan wanted the boss card, and at the same time, the last kill of the boss was not himself, which Yi-chan could not bear.
Because, become a boss for 24 hours and do whatever you want? This Nima is simply letting himself hang for a whole day. But there is an embarrassing problem.
This problem is that once the backward time has passed, he needs a 5-minute cooling time. Within these 5 minutes, the boss will inevitably die, so this is the last chance.
If this opportunity does not reveal what he wants, then the SSSS level mission cannot be completed. Give it a go. Bicycles become motorcycles. Fight. Stay in the palace tonight.
Taking a deep breath, Yi-chan could only hope that her 100 points of luck would work, and Yi-chan also calculated the damage of the boss.
This player, Qingyun Zixiao, can only shoot 1 arrow per second.
Just now, he released the King Strike, and Qingyun Zixiao made up for the last 500 points of health damage. Rewinding for a minute, Yi-chan asked Qingyun Zixiao to attack a few arrows first, and then make up the final damage after the king's blow restored the cooldown.
Everything is under control. Back in time.
Yi-chan opened his eyes, the Golden Three-Headed Lion King roared in the sky, which was his last wish. After waiting for Qingyun Zixiao to make up nearly 2,000 points of damage in a row, Yi-chan raised his hand and struck a king. When the next -4,000 damage appeared, he took away the Golden Three-Headed Lion King. Yi-chan calculated the data accurately, and after Qingyun Zixiao made a first round of output, while attacking, a skill took away the Golden Three-Headed Lion King, and the next system sounded.
Ding dong!
Congratulations on killing the Golden Mutant level boss, the Golden Three-Headed Lion King, and gaining 1000 W of experience points.
This is the easiest experience reward. Ding dong! Congratulations on killing the Golden Mutant level boss, the Golden Three-Headed Lion King, and gaining 10 W reputation points.
This is also the simplest prestige reward. Killing bosses can get 2 things, one is experience points, the other is prestige points, and the rest are explosive equipment.
Ding dong!
Since you are the first player to kill the Golden Mutant boss, you will be rewarded with an additional 40 W reputation points, and will be recorded in the directory of celebrities in the Hope World, which will be announced 3 times again.
Ding dong!
Since you are the first player to kill the Golden Mutant boss, you will be rewarded with an additional 40 reputation points, and will be recorded in the directory of celebrities in the Hope world, which will be announced 3 times again.
Ding dong!
Since you are the first player to kill the Golden Mutant boss, you will be rewarded with an additional 40 reputation points, and will be recorded in the directory of celebrities in the Hope world, which will be announced 3 times again. After 400,000 reputation points and 3 announcements, all the honors and rewards were obtained, which is very good. In addition to the previous 100,000 reputation points, Yi-chan now has 500,000 reputation points on hand.
Ding dong!
Congratulations to the Sai of the Player King, who became the first player to log into the World Celebrity List of Hope, so I will be rewarded with a Hope ticket.
Ding dong!
Congratulations to the Sai of the Player King. In this Golden Mutant boss battle, the personal damage ranked first, and the reward was a dazzling golden jar.
Ding dong!
Congratulations to the Sai of the Player King. In this Golden Mutant boss battle, you successfully killed the boss and rewarded you with a dazzling golden jar. The Hope Lottery, 2 dazzling gold jars, these are all good things. The Hope Lottery Yi-chan does not know what it is, but the dazzling gold jar Yi-chan knows that this is the only jar that can open gold equipment at present. Known as the equipment jar, it is one of the sources of obtaining equipment. In other words, you can directly obtain 2 pieces of gold equipment, the specific quality depends on luck. And the Hope Lottery Yi-chan is not very clear, but it should not be too bad. After a series of rewards ended, Yi-chan's first reaction was to see what happened to the boss. The golden 3-headed Lion King collapsed suddenly, and the most dazzling thing was the purple gold equipment. It was a staff, flowing with purple gold light.
Yi-chan didn't have any nonsense, and took the staff away, followed by 2 gold level equipment and 4 or 5 silver level equipment. Yi-chan took them all away.
In the end, Yi-chan found a boss card with purple gold color flowing. The transformation card of the golden 3-headed Lion King. Effect: after using it, you can become a golden 3-headed Lion King, inheriting all attributes. Restriction: it can only be used for 24 hours, and 1 hour is directly deducted for each use.
If the transformation is cancelled, it can be used again after 1 hour. Transform properties.
Life value *****. Mana 5000000/5000000.
Attack power 10,000 20,000. Single skill x4. Group skill x4.
10 million HP, 5 million magic points, and 10,000 attack power. This attribute is indeed terrifying BT. If you use this to level up or kill bosses, it is simply a super magic skill. There is no doubt that after holding the boss in hand, countless players are online again at this moment. The skills of the Dark Realm disappear, and players like locusts are slaughtered. After the golden 3-headed Lion King died, the gold coins piled up like a hill. At the current ratio of gold coins, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 4,000 Kyushu national coins. If they grab 1 gold coin, they will make a lot of money, like a mountain of gold coins.
At least there are tens of thousands.
1 piece of purple gold equipment, 2 pieces of gold, 5 pieces of silver, 3 skill books, 2 scrolls, 1 boss card, and a lot of gold coins.
Yi-chan's hands are very fast, stuffing things into the backpack. Fortunately, there are not many things, and the backpack can be filled.
As for the gold coins, it only occupies the weight and does not occupy the space. Before most of the players came, Yi-chan relied on triple agility and swept away all the gold coins.
This kind of hand speed was invincible. There are a total of 13,000 gold coins and a lot of equipment. This time it can be said that it is a full reward. But Yi-chan didn't seem very excited. Killing the boss didn't bring any real benefit. SSSS level tasks were what Yi-chan was most concerned about. Ding dong!
Do you use the transformation card? Please note that after using the transformation card, the time will be reduced by 1 hour immediately. The system sounded, and looking at the terrifying players like locusts, Yi-chan didn't have any nonsense and chose to transform directly.
Swish! The light flickered, and suddenly, Yi-chan turned into a golden 3-headed Lion King.
And the player who was shouting and shouting was once again stunned.
Fuck, why is there another boss? Another golden boss? Do you still want to live? Rinama, are you still playing? Brothers, don't talk nonsense, kill the boss, explode the outfit. Countless players roared. The players in front saw that the boss was dead and the equipment was picked up by Yi-chun, but the players in the back couldn't see it. They only saw the golden three-headed Lion King and thought that the boss was not completely dead. So go ahead and open the brush directly. Many players who arrived late are not aware of it. Although there is a system notification, seeing is believing. Seeing that there is still a boss who cares about the 3721, he rushes up to kill Yi-chun. Roar! Yi-chun, who incarnated as a boss, directly released group skills and the earth broke. This is earth-based magic. In an instant, within 1,000 diameters, it cracked directly, and I don't know how many players died. Puff! Yi-chun raised his hand, and when the tiger's claws fell, he directly wiped out thousands of players. This is the horror of the boss. It was said before that Yi-chun killed more than boss, but it was only a description. In truth, Yi-chun killed far less than boss. At this moment, incarnated as a boss, Yi-chun was thinking whether 2 hours would be enough for him to complete 100 million tasks. New books seeking collections seeking everything. Roar! Boom! Boom! The golden three-headed Lion King is an earth-type beast, and various earth-type magics appear. Soil pillars, sand funerals, mad sand fields, 10 square earth thorns, and other magical skills were thrown out by Yi-chun without money. At this moment, Yi-chun really realized what it means to crush and push horizontally. Damn, how did this boss become stronger? It's not stronger, it can't cause any damage at all. Even if there is no damage, I feel that this boss seems to be someone's wisdom. First of all, he will attack the group guild players as soon as possible. As for the casual players, they will kill all of them with a single skill. At the same time, once their health drops a lot, they will immediately avoid many attacks. Smarter than ever. Some people spoke, thinking that the new boss was stronger, and some people spoke, thinking that this boss produced wisdom. Ding dong! Congratulations on your success in killing the player and getting a little villain value. At the same time, Yi-chun's villain value has increased by hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands, and the endless players are just like lunatics for the explosion of gods, and they rush over as soon as they are resurrected, completely losing their minds. But this is also human nature. After all, if you kill the boss in the end, you can get various rewards. In fact, most players know how much damage they can cause, but they are all lucky. What if you are the last to kill? It is because of this that countless players attack boss like crazy. After all, I hope everything in the world is extremely expensive. Just the second day after the server was launched, no matter what it is very expensive, gold coins are expensive, equipment is expensive, and props are expensive. If you kill the boss in the end, let alone gold equipment, even silver-level equipment can be auctioned for a sky-high price. So no one can resist such temptation. 1 million, 3 million, 5 million, 10 million, 15 million, 20 million. The value of the wicked keeps rising, from 40 million to 50 million, and then to 60 million. No one noticed it at first, but many people guessed the truth later. This is not a real boss. The official website said that this is a boss transformation card dropped by the boss. This guy is a king. He transformed into a boss and slaughtered players. What is the king going to do? From killing players from a moment and then slaughtering until now, is it possible that he wants to be an enemy all over the world? The whole world is the enemy? At this moment, many characters in the esports circle are silent. There has never been such an arrogant player, but he wants to be the enemy of the world? Yi-chun's approach, doesn't he want to be the enemy of the whole world? From the beginning to the present, Yi-chun has killed 50 million players. Although most of them are repeated, the actual number of players killed is estimated to be no more than 5 million, but this is also 5 million players. Kill. Although some people already know that the boss is Yi-chun, most of the players still cover their heads to kill the massacre, which is nothing more than their inner persistence. 11 million, 13 million, 15 million, 18 million, 20 million.
Half an hour after the transformation, Yi-chun had already killed 20 million players, adding to the previous 40 million, it was now 60 million.
However, there is still about an hour left.
If this frequency is used, it may really reach 100 million. However, many guilds have already withdrawn, because the guilds know that this is not a boss, they choose to withdraw, it is a night of work in vain, so the number of kills drops steadily, this is a bad news.
It can't be like this.
If this is the case, the number of kills of 100 million cannot be completed, and we need to take the initiative. Yi-chun thought in his heart, and then he jumped across thousands of meters, shaking the hair on his body at the same time. All of a sudden, every hair turned into a golden needle and shot out, killing 500,000 players in seconds, and then Yi-chun took the initiative to kill the group of guild players who were evacuating.
The sky is falling apart.
Facing the Vulcan Palace, Yi-chun directly released the ultimate move, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked.
This was the ultimate move of the golden three-headed Lion King. The range was 800 by 800. Outright obliteration of millions of players. King, you are going too far. Finally, a force became angry. This is the vice president of Luyun Pavilion. Luyun Pavilion is the 9th guild in the heavenly ranking.
It is qualified to call Ban Yichuan.
I'm too much? You come to grab the boss, isn't it too much? Yi-chun said very directly.
Yes, it's our fault to rob the boss, but there are two problems. First, the boss is not yours, and second, you have taken all the benefits, and now you have to kill them all.
It's hard to say that you plan to go to the world. Enemies? Treat us all as enemies? The vice chairman of Luyun Pavilion was furious.
Ha! Don't give me a hat, the game world itself has no restrictions, you rob the boss, I have nothing to say, I will kill you, do you?
Have anything else to say? Yi-chun responded with a sneer. That's right, since you are here to the boss, you must be prepared to be counter-killed. Luyun Pavilion is expensive as the heavenly ranking guild. Is it possible that you still don't understand this truth? Xinghuan Wudi opened his mouth and chose to help Yi-chun.
The Xinghuan guild did not participate in this boss battle from beginning to end, because it had offended Yi-chun before. But Yi-chun doesn't care, everyone who comes is the same, they all die.
Okay. King, I hope there are many versions of the world. You may be able to dominate the entire server before level 30, but after level 30, can you still dominate the entire server? This game is not a one-person game. One day, we, Luyun Pavilion, will find this place back. The vice president of Luyun Pavilion said seriously. But then, Yi-chun gave the opponent an energy cannon, killing more than 4,000 players in Luyun Pavilion on the spot. 40 minutes passed in the blink of an eye.
Yi-chun's kill count was already as high as 90 million, but it was still 10 million short, and there were only 20 minutes left.
The main thing is not this.
But there are no more players to kill.
Now the players who come to die are real pure fools. They don't read any strategies.
Most players know that the boss is dead, and only a small number of them don't know yet. With 20 minutes left, there is no way to kill 10 million players, only the last step.
We have to find a way. At this moment, Yi-chun was calculating everything. Only 10 million to complete the task. He didn't want to fall short. I went home at 7 o'clock and wrote a chapter, then had a meal, and worked at home for a while. I wrote 2 chapters before 12 o'clock to guarantee the bottom line, and then continued to update. The big deal is to take a day off tomorrow morning. Thank you, readers, thank you for your flower evaluation tickets, thank you. 100,000. 200,000. 300,000. 400,000. 450,000. 49,000. 49,000 5,000. 49,000 8,000. 49,000 9,000. 499,000 5. With the last second left in the time, Yi-chun took a deep breath. He just stepped back 1 minute and forced a skill to make up for the gap of 300, but now he is still very nervous. 49,000 9,007. The value stopped here again. The same number made Yi Chun feel a little uncomfortable. He can't go back in time now, and in the end, he is still 300 points of villain value. But at this moment, the value that had stopped suddenly jumped. 501,200. The numbers stopped completely here. This was counted at the last moment. At that time, the skills released by Yi Chun before the transformation did not increase the wicked value. Yi Chun himself did not know this, but after the number changed, Yi Chun see personal notifications now. Only then did I discover that otherwise, even killing one more person would not be the same as the previous villain. This means that Yi Chun has completed the task. Accomplished this impossible task. Ding dong! Congratulations to the Sai of the Player King. In 24 hours, the cumulative number of players killed reached 100 million, and the cumulative gain of 100 million villain points, so he was bestowed with the title of God, Run Tuesday. A loud voice sounded, resounding throughout the entire Hope world, killing 100 million people and obtaining the title of God, which many players did not expect. Fuck, I'm just saying why the king keeps slaughtering players, and it's actually to complete this kind of task. Although I don't know what the title Renta does, it sounds like a fork. Slaughter one person as a thief, slaughter 10 people as a murderer, slaughter 100 people as a hero, slaughter 1,000 people as a general. Slaughter 1,000 people as a king, slaughter 1 billion people as a god. Nyobu, that is to say, from the beginning to the end, the king is not for the boss at all, he just wants to complete the task, slaughter 100 million players, and accumulate 100 million villain points to obtain this title. Within 24 hours, killing 100 million players is indispensable. The king is definitely a player in the internal test, and he is definitely a well-known player in the internal test. Countless players guessed that they subconsciously believed that Yi Chun had deployed all this. At this moment, the reason why Yi Chun massacred 100 million players was also cleared up. There were indeed many players who slandered it at first, but now they are all relieved. Is there any way? Does anyone want to accomplish this task? And this is just a game, even if Yi Chun doesn't do this, whoever receives this task in the future will still do it, it's just a change of person. Killing players for no reason is naturally a scolding, but killing players for a reason, many people still choose to let go, of course not everyone, and this is a game after all, not reality. If it is reality, no matter what the reason is, it will not be forgiven. Ding dong! The Sai of the King of the Player once again entered the historical records of the World of Hope, an additional reward of 500,000 reputation points. Ding dong! The Sai of the King of the Player accumulated 100 million villain points, obtained the gift of the of Death, and has a golden coupon of the of Death. Ding dong! The Sai of the King of the Player accumulated 100 million villain points, obtained the blessing of the of Death, and had a chance to be reborn from death. Ding dong! Due to the Sai of the Player King, who committed a monstrous murder, he will automatically switch to the evil camp. The light camp will forever abandon the King's Sai, and the Supreme of Light will spurn the King's Sai. Therefore, the player's King's Sai will get buff, light. Abandonment. Ding dong! Due to the Sai of the Player King, I have accumulated 100 million villain points, praised by the Supreme of Darkness, received buff, and favored by darkness. A series of voices sounded, and the debate between light and darkness gave two buffs at the same time. One was the abandonment of light and the other was the favor of darkness, but these two buffs did not show any attribute effects. Yi Chun guessed that this is probably a kind of favorability value. For example, in the future when he deals with NPCs from the light camp, the other party will look down on him, hate himself, and spurn him, but if he deals with NPCs from the dark camp, the other party will praise him. Of course, Yi Chun didn't know what it was. However, the golden coupon of the God of Death is a lottery item that can extract the treasure of the God of Death. As for the death and rebirth, it is actually the effect of increasing all attributes. It can be said that this trip is full of pots, and this is just a reward for accumulating 100 million points of wickedness. The rewards for SSSS level quests have not been counted. Just as Yi Chun was waiting for the reward to arrive, suddenly, a system voice sounded, announcing the entire server. Ding dong! Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Due to illegal programs that forcibly interfere with the game balance,
I hope that the world will be updated for up to 24 hours. This update will further improve the game content and activities, and will also completely closes any data ports in the Hope world, and will reject any external modifications. After this repair, the Hope world will be completely controlled by the mind and no one can make changes, and the Hope world will create an absolutely safe and fair game world.
Ding dong. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Due to illegal programs that forcibly interfere with the game balance, I hope that the world will be updated for up to 24 hours. This update will further improve the game content and activities, and will also completely closes any data ports in the Hope world, and will reject any external modifications. After this repair, the Hope world will be completely controlled by the mind and no one can make changes, and the Hope world will create an absolutely safe and fair game world. Ding dong. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Due to illegal programs that forcibly interfere with the game balance, I hope that the world will be updated for up to 24 hours. This update will further improve the game content and activities, and will also completely closes any data ports in the Hope world, and will reject any external modifications. After this repair, the Hope world will be completely controlled by the mind and no one can make changes, and the Hope world will create an absolutely safe and fair game world. The sudden temporary suspension of the server update made all players bewildered, because the general update is notified in advance, and the temporary suspension of the server update is obviously a problem, but listening to this, many players can't help but choose to believe and support. Because game data is a big problem, no one wants to be pursued by reality. If the brain is completely controlled and there is no GM involved at all, that is the best. The 3-second countdown for forced offline begins. 3, 2, 1. Yi-chun was also extremely depressed and helpless when he was offline before getting the reward for completing the task. It's not that the chapters were deliberately blocked, but many book friends said that the game cannot be interfered, so they did this, stop the server update, the official can't intervene, and the brain controls everything. This is the 4th update yesterday, and I will write the 5th update later, and I will do what I say. Thanks for your support. Going offline. Glancing at the time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Yi-chun opened his eyes and found that the younger brothers and sisters in the orphanage were all around him, all of them looking very nervous. What's wrong? There are more than 20 children in the orphanage, the oldest is 14 years old and the youngest is 4 years old. Although they are young, they are all sensible and well-behaved. Brother Yi, you finally woke up. You haven't eaten since the day before yesterday. We're afraid you're sick. The one who spoke was the little girl who went to scavenge waste with Yi-chun before. There were still tears on her face, and there were obvious signs of crying. In fact, some other younger brothers and sisters had cried more or less. Because there are more than 20 of them in this orphanage, and the people who support the orphanage are Yi-chun and the old dean, but the old dean went to a poverty alleviation meeting in the city a few days ago, and wanted to win a poverty alleviation funds. In other words, this orphanage is now supported by Yi-chun alone. If Yi-chun really has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, then this orphanage will be unlucky, but in fact, it is not more about this, but they care about Yi-chun, and everyone regards Yi-chun as a brother. They are worried about Yi-chun. Sick? No. Yi-chun came back to his senses immediately. He shook his head, looked at the brothers and sisters with a smile and said, Xiaojin, I've been too tired these 2 days, don't think about it, now it's 10 o'clock, hurry up and go to bed, tomorrow brother Yi will take you to eat delicious food and eat Xinghe fried chicken. Yi-chun said with a smile, and Xinghe fried chicken is a kind of fried chicken food, which is similar to a restaurant that is willing to play chicken a long time ago, but because of the Galaxy era, there is no food safety problem. It is fragrant and crunchy, and if you eat it regularly, it will keep you healthy. When they heard that they could go to Xinghe to fry chicken, everyone couldn't help cheering excitedly. Xiaojin couldn't help but ask, brother, are you really okay? Xiaojin, who is carved in pink and jade, is still very worried. Okay, don't worry, it's alright, you all hurry up to rest, it's 10 o'clock, I'll take you to eat something delicious tomorrow morning, but if you can't wake up late, don't blame brother Yi and me. Yi-chun rubbed Xiaojin's head, and then put them to sleep. Everyone was really sleepy. They got up at 6 o'clock every day to go to work. Now at 10 o'clock in the evening, there is no entertainment.
Generally speaking, they would go to bed at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. After appeasing everyone, Yi-chun was alone again soon. After there was only one person left, Yi-chun immediately left the orphanage. He went to the internet cafe to check the information about this update. Buy a better mobile phone tomorrow, otherwise, if you want to check any information online, it will be troublesome. Yi-chun secretly thought, it is 10:30 in the evening, and when Yi-chun came to the internet cafe, it was already 11 o'clock. In principle, there should be no one at 11 o'clock in the evening, but because of the hope of the world, these 2 days have big internet cafes are overcrowded. Because internet cafes have hopeful world landing helmets, and they are temporary, everyone can use them, so that some people who have little money can experience it. It's awesome, now the whole network is searching for this King Sai, killing 100 million players alone, it's really awesome.
This is simply a god. To be honest, let's not say 100 million. Even if it is 10 million, I can't finish it.
What's the matter, now the official forum and post bar have been bombed.
This Nima is all looking for the Sai of this king. It's invincible.
Nima, the Silla Kingdom actually said that the King Sai is a player of their country, but it is the Silla Kingdom stationed in China. There was a lot of discussion in the internet cafe, especially when someone said that the forum in the country of Silla was discussing Yi-chun's nationality.
This time the entire internet cafe is boiling. Silla Kingdom? I'm a bastard, if it really belongs to Silla Kingdom, I'll hack them to death.
Dog thing, no wonder we slaughtered our Kyushu players. If I find this of Nima, I won't kill him, I will force him.
There was a commotion in the entire internet cafe, most of the people, listening to the wind is rain. Yi-chun couldn't help frowning after hearing this, because this rumor would indeed affect him, but Yi-chun couldn't admit that he was the King Sai. First of all, it is a question of whether they believe it or not, and secondly, even if they believe it, it will lead to huge trouble. Hope the world has too much interest involved. Boss, open the computer.
Yi-chun opened the computer casually, then sat in front of the computer, and started to enter the official website of Hope World.
Open the official website, and the update information appears.
Dear players, this update is an emergency temporary update, I hope you will bear with me.
This update includes the following items. First, a refined world view, a complete world story will be presented, allowing players to be more integrated into the world of Hope. Second, Ji now controls the Hope World.
After this update, Ji now will control the Hope World 100%, and no outsiders will be allowed to interfere. Third, update and release the dungeon information in advance, there will be 1 million players, and the dungeon will be presented after reaching level 30 players. Fourth, because of this temporary update, double experience plus 5 times the drop chance are given. Fifth, present the most complete activities, 2 to 4 activities appear from time to time every month.
These are the 5 updated items. The first one is easy to understand and enriches the world view. The second one is that the mind controls the world, which can ensure his own safety. Yi-chun is very satisfied with this.
The third one is to update the dungeon in advance, but it takes 1 million players to reach level 30, and it is estimated that it will take another week.
The fourth event doubles the experience and adds 5 times the drop. This is a bit more humane, and it is estimated that it can calm the anger of many players. The fifth is also normal.
Thinking of this, Yi-chun opened a new link, ready to go to see the copy and activities. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Brothers, hurry up to the official forum. Nima, the gang of Silla and Japanese dogs joined hands to climb over the wall and scolded us in the Kyushu region. The sound sounded, and the entire internet cafe was boiling.
Yesterday's 5th update was completed.
Today, the evaluation tickets, flowers, and rewards are not up to the standard, so today is guaranteed to be 2 updates. The sound sounded, and all the players in the internet cafe immediately took turns. Yi-chun didn't look at it, but carefully watched the latest dungeon data and event data. The early release of the dungeon data this time is regarded as a compensation for a temporary update, because according to the hope that the world wants rhetorically, it will never release any information about the dungeon. I hope that many of the world's data are confidential and will only be released after it happens.
Public. For example, a boss like the Golden Three-Headed Lion King, the official website will update the data only after he is killed by Yi Chun. If he is not killed, the information will never be made public. The reason to pay attention to the official website. This time, the release of the dungeon information will naturally attract the attention of countless players. Open the copy information page. There is a full introduction of tens of thousands of words. Yi Chun watched it carefully, and after 20 minutes, he read all the content of the document. This time, the World of Hope dungeon has mainly been updated with 5 dungeons: Beast Forest, Mist Forest, Skull Faction, Forgotten Holy Sea, Bright Land. Level 10 Level 50 dungeons only allow 5 to 10 people to enter in a team, no more than 10 people, but no less than 5 people. There are 5 modes of copy: easy, medium, difficult, nightmare, disaster. Among them, when the level is reached, the simple mode can be cleared normally, that is to say, 10 players can clear the simple mode without too high skills and damage, but the medium mode is different. The official website clearly writes the advantages and disadvantages of the 5 modes. Simple: gather a team of 10 10th level players, and you only need to hold a white weapon in your hand, and you can pass the level without making too many mistakes. Moderate: it takes 10 well-equipped and tacit players to successfully pass the level. The so-called well-equipped, at least all white equipment is required, and certain skills are required to make mistakes, but do not make too many mistakes and too much. Many detail errors. Difficulty: 10 players covered in bronze equipment need to have a level higher than 50% of the dungeon level at the same time, and require super high technology, calm judgment, and a certain amount of wisdom. Errors are allowed, but only allowed 3 little mistakes. Nightmare: this is your nightmare. In this kind of dungeon, it is not just a simple upgrade of monsters, but also a complex plot and a desperate choice. It will become your nightmare. It is definitely not so simple. Want to challenge a copy of this level? What you need is not just equipment, but more guts and wisdom. Disaster: what is a disaster? Disaster is something that you can't forget. It's even scarier than a nightmare. A nightmare is a dream, and a disaster is something you can't stop. A disaster level dungeon, even if you exceed the 100% level of the dungeon and have silver equipment, may not be able to save it. Pass. This is the difference between the 5 modes, and the rest still have some information, that is, equipment information. Equipment is undoubtedly scattered in set. The strongest bulk is on boss and some elite monsters. If there is no set, the effective bulk will be better than that of the set, 1 piece tops 3, but if the set is formed, then the bulk of the same quality level cannot be compared with the set. I hope that the 5 dungeons currently open in the world can explode 4 suits. Bright Land can explode Dream Set series equipment, and the Dream Set is rare gold set, each of which is a rare quality gold equipment. Forgotten Holy Sea can explode Hope Set series equipment, and the Hope Set is the lowest gold set, each of which is the lowest quality gold equipment. Skull Faction can explode Star Set series equipment, and the Star Set is rare silver set, each of which is a rare quality silver equipment. Misty Forest can explode Brilliant Suit series equipment, and the Brilliant Suit is the lowest silver suit, each of which is the lowest silver equipment. The first instance of the Forest of Warcraft can't get a suit, but it greatly increases the drop rate. Players can get a set of white equipment or bronze equipment first. There is no level limit for suits. If you want to upgrade, you need to synthesize and upgrade the same equipment. That is to say, you may be able to wear a fantasy suit at level 10, but there is one problem. After wearing it at level 10, wait until level 40 and after level 50. If you want to improve the level of the suit, you need dozens of the same parts to synthesize, and there is a certain failure rate. Of course, local tyrants can ignore this, but most of the suits are bound equipment. If you are lucky, there will be unbound suits that can be traded, but after binding, the attributes will be greatly increased. At the same time, the suits can be released only in the difficulty mode and above, including the hard mode, and the suits cannot be released in other modes. Of course, the official also gave a certain information explanation. In some activities, you can get equipment fragments or complete equipment. That is to say, if you are lucky, you can get a fantasy suit. You don't need to go through the system, it's nothing more than binding. According to official information,
the attributes of the fantasy suit will be shocking. But what is it? No one knows, not even the internal beta players have never seen the fantasy suit. At the same time, Yi-Chun took a look at the event, but the update information of the event was normal, just compensation for server suspension, double experience, and 5 times the drop rate. After reading all the information, Yi-Chun intends to go to the forum to take a look, because there are many internal beta players on the forum, and they can know some secret things. Just open the forum, a whole page, hundreds of posts, all of them are spam posts. It turns out that the Sai of the King is the player of the Scylla Kingdom. There are pictures and the truth. The Sai of the King should be a Japanese player, and there is history as evidence. The Sai of the King, it doesn't matter if the people of that country, but the massacre of players, this matter must be severely punished. These are the 3 most popular posts, and the rest are all kinds of diatribes. The king is from Kyushu, do you know that? The king is a ghost Scylla player. If the king is really a player from Scylla, it would be funny. The entire official forum is discussing this matter. Yi-Chun couldn't help frowning at this moment. Because there are some titles that make him a little angry. Now the entire official forum is discussing one thing, and that is whether the king is a Kyushu player. Mainly, a Scylla player first declared that the king was a Scylla player, and then posted a lot of evidence. For example, why did he massacre 100 million players, thinking that the king had a grudge against the Kyushu player, so this was the case. But soon the Japanese players saw all kinds of evidence, so they immediately admitted that the king was a Japanese player, and even took out the history of hundreds of years ago as a kind of evidence, and they were complacent. This time, the players of Kyushu Kingdom exploded directly. Originally, countless players were hacked to death by Yi-Chun. Now that this kind of thing happened, how could they swallow this breath? But for the time being, many players still believe that Yi-Chun is a player from the Kyushu Kingdom, so they are just defending, but if Yi-Chun is a player from another country, then there will be a big problem. After all, this involves the glory of the country. Yi-Chun has read several posts, and it is true that the evidence posted by the players from the Shinlua Kingdom and the Japanese Kingdom is really similar. If the parties are not himself, Yi-Chun really believes it. In fact, Yi-Chun wanted to respond, but he didn't have an account, and even if he had an account, he couldn't prove himself to be the king's Sai. Unless answered in-game. This matter must be explained clearly. If someone wants to do something, it must be clarified. Yi-Chun secretly said, but after the server repair is over, we must clarify the topic, otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Now the entire Kyushu country, the whole country is discussing this matter. But aside from this topic, Yi-Chun found several posts about dungeons. One of the beta players made a detailed estimate and explanation of the copy. Warcraft Forest Copy Raiders. Among the 5 dungeons updated this time, as I have participated in the internal test, I only know 3. The latter 2 copies were still a concept and did not appear when they were in the internal testing, so I will explain them in detail. The first 3 copies. The first one is the Forest of Warcraft, which is the lowest level dungeon, not to mention the simple mode. With 10 players in the group, just bring a white weapon, don't seek death by yourself, you can basically clear the level, and the experience gained is ordinary wild monsters 50%, but the drop rate is twice that of the outside world, maintaining a large number of novice players to work hard. In the medium mode, the equipment is a little better, and the technology is better. There is no problem. The experience value of the dungeon monsters is exactly the same as that of the wild monsters, and the dungeons are denser, so it is a good place to upgrade, so if you have a small group of equipment, you can try the medium mode. Be careful when it comes to difficulties. Professional players must lead the team, and the rest of the players must also have certain skills. Otherwise, it is easy to destroy the group if you are not careful, and it is very difficult to clear the customs. At the time, I teamed up with 9 players, level LV15, and all equipment was bronze. Including me, there were 7 professional players, and 3 of them were retail players, but their skills were quite good. A small mistake, but it's still cold. The Warcraft Forest is simple and medium. There is only one boss, that is, a LV15 Warcraft. It is nothing more than enhanced attributes. When it comes to difficulties, there are 2 bosses, one LV15 and one LV20, and it can also be summoned. Some mobs are very troublesome.
If it reaches the nightmare level, please pay attention, the key point is here.
The nightmare level has a plot that belongs to the dungeon, which means that it is no longer a simple dungeon, but will generate a plot.
Not to mention the boss, there are many options to choose from.
Once you choose the wrong one, you will die without a burial place.
A chance to come back.
10 of our 20th level players, all of them professional players, all dressed in bronze, and even some silver equipment, it took a full month, and I don't know how many times they died before they cleared the level.
As a friendly reminder, the number
of dungeons you participate in each day is only 10 times, and the number of times you fail will be deducted. Therefore, if you are not 80% sure, do not choose a difficult dungeon casually.
As for the disaster level dungeon, let alone.
In the third month of the internal test, there were no disaster level dungeons. I heard some news that the difficulty of the disaster level dungeon is more than 5 times that of the nightmare level. But the disaster level copy, what you get, is also 5 times or even 10 times more than the nightmare level.
List a little more data, I hope you can give some rewards after reading it. Ordinary dungeon, the experience point gain is 50% of the outside monsters, and the drop rate is double that of the outside.
Medium dungeon, the experience point gain is 100% of the outside monsters, and the drop rate is twice that of the outside. Hard copy, the experience point gain is 300% of the outside monsters, and the drop rate is 5 times that of the outside. Nightmare dungeon, the experience point gain is 500% of the monsters outside, and the drop rate is 10 times that of the outside. Disaster dungeon, the experience point gain is 1000% of the monster outside, and the drop rate is 50 times that of the outside.
The Warcraft Forest Raiders is over.
This is the most complete guide at present, and the rest of the guides are not as detailed as this one. Seeing all this, Yi Chun couldn't help thinking. At the same time, Yi Chun saw another post and clicked it.
The first kill reward of this dungeon, based on the reward of the internal test, make the original basic guess. Yi Chun was very interested in this post.
Because the copy of the Hope World is extremely difficult, the rewards must be extremely rich.
Therefore, Yi Chun opened it immediately. Updates to come. Hope you all support.
Today is Sunday, tomorrow is Monday. I hope that friends who read the book after 12 o'clock, please vote for comments and flowers, because this is the last week of this book to compete for the list.
The book is expected to hit shelves Monday night. On the day of the launch, strive for a guaranteed update of the 5th update.
The specific number of updates depends on the situation at that time.
Thank you.
This first kill reward made Yi Chun very interested, not only Yi Chun, but also how many players have watched this post, and this post is the only post that can rush to the homepage in the current Three Kingdoms battle, every time one is genuine and attracts countless players.
Post content.
First of all, I am an internal beta player. As for who I am, this identity will not be exposed for the time being. Let me say at first, during the internal test, I was the first kill to clear the nightmare level, but it was the Forest of Beasts, but I was fortunate to know a big guy who cleared the Foggy Forest with the first kill. During the test, the difficulty is actually not that big, because the experience value and equipment drop of the internal test are higher than those of the outside world, and the acquisition of various things is very simple.
Good or bad?
So after passing it at that time, the boss got the set gift box, and he could randomly create a suit, which was the most important thing. Now that the public beta has started, the difficulty of the dungeon has increased at least 5 times or even 10 times. This is what the boss said, so I speculated with the boss that once the first kill of this dungeon is completed, the player will definitely get the suit gift box, the set gift box of the internal test. Only the sets below the desired set can be opened. As for the set gift box after the internal test, it is estimated that Hope Set, or even Dream Set, can be issued. Of course, this is just a conjecture, but it is very likely that the official is nothing more than setting the equipment out of the gift box as binding equipment.
There are 5 modes in total. The first kill of the difficulty level and above can be rewarded, and the normal and medium is not rewarded. These are the general contents. I hope everyone can support it. End of post.
Although the number of words in this post is not many, it is written in every word, saying the importance and reward of the first kill.
How strong is the dream suit? A rare golden suit?
Yi Chun was curious, but he was also more looking forward to it, because he had the ability to go back 1 minute, and it was estimated that he could obtain the golden suit faster than others.
There is no reason.
First of all, in the process of brushing the dungeon, killing the boss has a chance to explode the equipment fragments, and every time you kill the boss, you can open the treasure chest. There is a certain chance that a complete single piece will appear in the treasure chest, although the probability is small. Poor, but there is a higher chance of fragmentation. Using the ability to go backwards for 1 minute, not to mention getting a complete one-piece suit, just get the pieces, and if you gather a certain amount of pieces, you can get a piece of equipment. There are only 5 suits, and 100 pieces can be combined into one piece of equipment.
Yi Chun has consulted a lot of information.
Basically, a nightmare-level dungeon, from entering to the end of customs clearance, can explode in the middle of a very lucky case.
10 suit fragments. If it is a disaster-level copy, 20 suit fragments can be exploded. If it's not too annoying, use this function perfectly.
20 copies at a time, 10 times a day, that is 200 fragments. Theoretically, the dream suit can be put together in 3 days. Of course, this is only in theory, and Yi Chun himself does not believe that it can be so fast, because first of all, killing bosses, opening treasure chests, and clearing flops are not 100% fragments, but only 1% chance.
10 fragments. But the 20 pieces are not necessarily all pieces of the dream suit. It may be hope, it may be stars, or it may be brilliance. It's impossible to brush to the dream again and again, right?
This is not impossible, but the problem is coming. There is a time limit for brushing the copy, and it will give you a maximum of 2 hours.
Go back 1 minute, then redraw, wait 5 minutes, go back 1 minute. It takes 4 minutes to go backwards 1 minute each time. 15 times an hour is still the limit. You can't miss a second.
In fact, 13 times in an hour is a good thing. It can only be tested 26 times in 2 hours, and the odds are indeed better than ordinary players, but do you want to complete the dream suit in 3 days?
Still too young.
If my ability can be set to go back 1 second, it's fine. I can continuously go back in time, 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, I can go back as much as I want within 1 minute, and once it exceeds 1 minute, it only takes 5 minutes to cool down, it doesn't matter, and in this case, my ability will be greatly improved. Yi Chun secretly said in his heart.
Going back 1 minute is a powerful ability.
For example, it played a great role in the SSSS level task of slaughtering 100 million players.
But it's still not comprehensive and subtle, because when you're strengthening, you can't go back a minute, right? Strengthening only takes a few seconds. And it needs to cool down for 5 minutes, which will greatly delay the time.
That's why Yi Chun thought of this in his heart.
Wait. I discovered this ability by accident.
I didn't test this ability. Can I go back a few seconds? Just test this ability. I can only go back 1 minute.
In the internet cafe, Yi Chun suddenly patted his thigh, feeling as if he had noticed something.
Thinking of this, Yi Chun opened the browser and searched for Kyushu time, and the time appeared in front of him.
11 hours 28 minutes and 57 seconds.
It was now 28 minutes and 57 seconds. Yi Chun took a deep breath, and then said in his heart, go back 1
second. After the silent recitation, time did not get a response. Can't you? Yi Chun frowned, then tried again. 2 seconds back. Fail. Go back 3 seconds. Fail. 4 seconds back. Fail. 5 seconds back. Fail. Go back 7 seconds. Fail. Go back 9 seconds. Fail. Go back 10 seconds. 11 hours 28 minutes and 59 seconds. At 29 minutes and 9 seconds, Yi Chun tried for the 10th time.
Suddenly, a white light flashed before his eyes, and the time went back 10 seconds. The time all over the world went back 10 seconds, and Yi Chun returned to 10 seconds ago. Hiss. Yi Chun gasped, and invisibly, he actually discovered the ability of this supernatural power of his own.
Go back 10 seconds instead of a minute.
But then Yi Chun continued to try, and then Yi Chun found that he could only go back 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10 seconds,
but not 23 seconds, 35 seconds, 42 seconds. There are currently only 3 stages. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, and 10 seconds back can be used 6 times. If you use it once, after 5 minutes, you can use it 6 times. In this way, if something happens in 10 seconds, Yi-chun can test it 6 times. Such as strengthening. In 10 seconds, Yi-chun can strengthen 6 times. If all fails, after waiting for 5 minutes, he can strengthen again, which greatly reduces the time. And 30 seconds can only be released twice, and after 2 times, you will have to wait for the cooling time. Although it was only a little change, such a change also gave Yi-chun a great help. It can be split in 1 minute, so that means there are other functions, but they need to be developed slowly. I will spend some time researching this ability in the future. Thinking of this, Yi-chun couldn't help but nodded, then got up and left. This time, I hope that the update of the world will not be able to log into the game until 10 o'clock in the evening. Yi-chun is not in a hurry, it just happens that he needs to spend some time to manage things in real life. First of all, the Xinghuan Guild gave him 200,000 yuan, but Yi-chun knew that the 200,000 yuan actually had no effect at all, because if all the children in the orphanage had to go to school, the tuition fee per person for 1 year, according to the normal school, all need 10,000 Kyushu national currency a month. Because they don't have ID cards, they are black households, and they can't enjoy any treatment. Apart from himself and the dean, the orphanage has a total of 20 children. The tuition fee for 20 children is 200,000 Kyushu national currency a year, plus food and beverages, etc. It takes 500,000 yuan to save a year. In fact, Yi-chun could not support these younger brothers and sisters at all, but Yi-chun couldn't, because he was an orphan since he was a child. One is sensible, and each is smart. Although everyone is not relatives, but they are better than relatives, Yi-chun can't abandon them. They must go to school, understand a certain culture, and they can also hope that the world can make money. I hope that once the world establishes its own power, these younger brothers and sisters can also rely on the hope that the world make money. Yi-chun secretly thought, but this is a huge cost, and Yi-chun intends to renovate the orphanage. Everyone's living conditions are very poor. In summer, there is no air conditioning, so the heat is extremely hot, and there are a lot of mosquitoes, but not in winter. 2 or 3 years ago, 2 children got cold in the orphanage. One was saved, but there is a problem with his brain. Dementia stay. One died because of the winter. It's okay to be hot, but cold will kill you. This time, the old dean went to the city to apply for a grant and build an orphanage, but Yi-chun actually understood that it was useless to go there, and the money would not be allocated from above. Instead of relying on others, it is better to rely on yourself. In the Hope world, I have so much gold. Equipment. To be honest, if I sell 1 or 2 unnecessary pieces, it will be enough to exchange for millions of Kyushu national currency, enough to build a house and renovate the orphanage. Get it all sorted. The more Yi-chun thought about it, the happier he was. At this moment, he was very grateful to himself for this ability, which made a huge change in himself in just 2 days. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yi-chun didn't sleep all night. He went to the town on foot and bought a few boxes of milk and breakfast for everyone. Usually, everyone had some small porridge at home. The breakfast that Yi-chun brought was more nutritious and delicious. Delicacy. After seeing what Yi-chun brought, the children in the orphanage showed surprised expressions one by one, and at the same time couldn't help but excitedly went up to eat. Brother Yi-chun, where did you get the money? But the older children looked at Yi-chun one by one. They were very curious and didn't go to eat. Especially Xiaojin, who looked at Yi-chun nervously and said, "Brother Yi-chun, are you leaving? Will you buy us something delicious?" Xiaojin, who was carved in pink and jade, was wearing a pair of ripped trousers and looked at Yi-chun. The horn braid looked very cute, but her mouth was shriveled, her eyes were full of tears, and she looked at Yi-chun very pitifully and reluctantly. Because there used to be an orphanage with 2 people like this. One was a little older than Yi-chun and was adopted. When he left, he asked everyone to eat and drink well. As a result, they left the next day and everyone cried for a long time. Time, including Yi-chun, was also sad for a long time. The other one was found by his biological parents.
The family was quite rich, and the same was true when he left.
He went to Hanbei City, which is far, far away. He has been there for more than a year. Gone.
So when Xiaojin said this, other people became inexplicably sad, especially some 4 or 5-year-olds. When they heard that Yi Chun might be leaving, they couldn't help crying.
You. Brother Yi Chun, don't leave, I can't bear you. You, brother Yi Chun, if you leave, what will we do?
If others bully us, no one will stand up for us.
Brother Yi Chun, don't leave, okay?
I'll eat less if it's a big deal, and I'll try to eat less in the future.
Brother Yi Chun, please don't leave, okay? Bad people will bully us in the future. We're not afraid, but if Grandpa is bullied, we can't help Grandpa.
Some people took the lead in crying, and now everyone took the lead in crying, especially Xiaojin, who was crying even more. But only one child did not cry, although his eyes were red. He tried his best to look at Yi Chun with a smile. Brother Yi Chun, don't worry, if you leave, I will take care of the orphanage, but you remember to come later.
Look at us.
This little boy was the little boy who went with Yi Chun to sell junk. Seeing this scene, Yi Chun was both helpless and moved. Alright, who said you're leaving, Xiaojin, you can't think blindly. Yi Chun rubbed Xiaojin's head, wiped her tears, and then continued, you don't want to. I'm crying, hurry up and eat breakfast, my brother will take you to the amusement park later. My brother has made money recently, not only will he not leave, but he will never let you starve or freeze in the future.
Yi Chun said slowly, especially when he said the last sentence. Yi Chun's voice was very firm.
As soon as these words were said, the group of children gradually believed, and then started to eat breakfast one by one, but perhaps they were still worried that Yi Chun was going to leave the rhythm, and they deliberately behaved well. Seeing this scene, Yi Chun really summer speechless.
But behind the silence, there is an inexplicable sadness.
After finishing the meal, Yi Chun took all the brothers and sisters from the orphanage to the amusement park in the city.
For this reason, Yi Chun
specially rented an ultra-high-speed energy-saving bus, which cost 2,000 Kyushu dollars a day.
If you have money, you will be hard-hearted.
Although Yi Chun saves, it is because he has no money.
If he has money, Yi Chun is willing to spend money.
On the way to the amusement park, a group of children laughed happily all the time. Soon after arriving at the amusement park, Yi Chun bought everyone some toys, what bubble machines, what toy machine guns, small wings, small balloons, and dolls. Then let them pay attention to safety. Group of 4, the older ones take care of the younger ones, and let them play. I have been playing from the morning to 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Although I am a child, I am also a little exhausted. Brother Yi Chun. At this moment, Xiaojin came, and was very hasty.
What's wrong?
Yi Chun asked curiously.
I saw Brother Wang Song. Xiaojin came to Yi Chun and took a deep breath. Wang Song?
Yi Chun was surprised that Wang Song was an adopted child, 2 years older than Yi Chun.
Where? Yi Chun asked.
Where? And Brother Wang Song seems to be very pitiful, with a scar on his face, as if he was beaten. He ran away when he saw me. Xiaojin said this. Yi Chun didn't talk nonsense, and ran directly over, but after searching, he didn't find Wang Song.
In the end, it could only be over. However, Yi Chun couldn't help but keep this matter in his mind. He was a little curious. The adopted brother Wang Song would not appear here, right? But Yi Chun didn't say much.
He took his younger siblings home and went to the supermarket to let them buy whatever they wanted. In the evening, I also invited them to eat fried chicken, and the day was perfect. However, a total of nearly 50,000 Kyushu national currency was spent before and after. Before the change, it was an astronomical amount, but for now, Yi Chun doesn't care at all. It's 8 o'clock in the evening, and there are still 2 hours left before the game update ends. There were still 2 hours before the game maintenance. Yi Chun asked his younger siblings to rest, and at the same time told them not to disturb him easily, and also told them that if the dean's grandfather came, let them wake him up. At the same time, Yi Chun also turned up some information and inquired about some things. Today Xiao Jin said that he saw Brother Wang Song, and Yi Chun still remembers this. Brother Wang Song is very good, and he took care of himself in every possible way at the beginning, but he was adopted away later. It is said that the family who adopted him is from a very good family. Otherwise, it is impossible to leave the orphanage. But the other party went to another province. Why did he suddenly see it again, and there are still scars? This matter made Yi Chun sleepless. He was thinking about it, but after thinking about it, Yi Chun could only think that Xiao Jin saw the wrong person. Otherwise, if it is Brother Wang Song, he should take the initiative to step forward when he sees Xiao Jin. Why would he run away? Unable to think of the reason, Yi Chun looked through certain materials and found the information of Brother Wang Song. At first, Brother Wang Song was taken away by people from Zhengzhou province. Ask. The time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Yi Chun held the ring, and then started to connect to World of Hope, ready to enter the game. After entering the World of Hope, it did not appear directly in the game interface, but in an ancient altar. A picture scroll was laid down, and Yi Chun quietly watched it all. Ding dong! Do you want to watch Hope World, the official beta video? At this moment, the sound of the system sounded, and Yi Chun was silent for a while. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, and directly entered the game, but thinking of the pitfalls of this game, think about it, and if you have finished watching it, there is something special. What about the reward? Yi Chun had suffered many losses. If it wasn't for the ability to go back 1 minute, he would have suffered a big loss. After selecting to watch, the screen starts playing immediately. 30 million years ago, the first war of gods and demons started. The Supreme of Light and the Supreme of Darkness, representing justice, led countless believers to start a war of destruction. After that battle, light and darkness fell into a permanent conflict. The seal and slumber of the world broke apart, forming the heaven and the human world. After 20 million years of peace between the heavens and the human world, the god of disaster, the god of nightmare, and the god of plague, under the command of the supreme god of darkness, joined forces to launch the second battle of gods and demons. I don't know how many races were killed and injured in that battle, and even the dragon race was almost wiped out in that battle, and finally the Supreme of Light regained his will, quelled the battle, severely damaged the darkness, and expelled all the darkness to the north. Now 10 million years have passed, the world has been peaceful for too long, the darkness has struck again, and the Supreme of Darkness has awakened his consciousness. He has recruited 12 main gods under his command, and wants to start the war between gods and demons again, and let darkness cover the world. Darkness, the Supreme Lucian needs to find 3 sons of darkness, so as to inherit his heritage, lead the 12 main gods, and set off a dark turmoil. At the same time, the goddess of luck, a subordinate of the Supreme God of Light, dreamed of the Supreme God of Light, and she learned that, according to the Supreme God, she left 12 sacred objects and waited for the appearance of the 12 apostles of light, who would lead the way. All things in the world defeat the so-called darkness, but one of the sacred objects has been stolen by the completely blackened Archbishop of Asma, and is going to defile this sacred object with darkness, so that the 12 apostles cannot master the sacred object and defeat the darkness. The 12 Sacred Artifacts. Inheritance Tokens. Hope World, the first volume of Epic Materials, the 12 Sacred Artifacts and the Dark Legacy are officially open. The long explanation coupled with the fascinating story attracted Yi Chun, but the story that followed was extremely irritable and boring. Yi Chun really wanted to close, but after thinking about it, she held back. After looking at it for 2 hours, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Yi Chun glanced at the information behind, and there were still 2 hours left, and he couldn't help but drum in his heart. Wouldn't it be a waste of 4 hours in case this was of no use at all? What if it was of any use? Maybe there are some hidden Easter eggs? I hope that the world likes to play this kind of tricks. Yi Chun is also a player who has been cheated many times. Thinking of this, I should wait slowly in the end. Just suddenly, an option appeared. Excuse me, among the warriors who appeared 15 minutes ago, what badge was on the left shoulder of the warrior Rima? 1. Amethyst badge. 2. Tulip badge. 3. Knight badge. 4. Honor badge. Answer countdown 5, 4, 3. When a question came up, Yi Chun chose the tulip badge without hesitation.
3 long and 1 short, 1 short, 1, 3 short, 1 long, 1 long, 1. He didn't know the answer to the question at all, so he could only be confused. Wrong answer. The correct answer is a knight's badge. Go back 10 seconds. Yi-chun didn't talk nonsense at all, and went back 10 seconds. The current options appear. Excuse me, among the warriors who appeared 15 minutes ago, what badge was on the left shoulder of the warrior Rima? 1. Amethyst badge. 2. Tulip badge. 3. Knight badge. 4. Honor badge. Knight badge. Yi-chun chose the knight badge without hesitation, and at the same time he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He really hoped that this stupid setting in the world would still exist. Fortunately, he was not stupid. If he was stupid, he would probably regret it. Correct answer. Accumulate a point. There was a sound from the system, and then there was no further text. Yi-chun was not in a hurry and continued to wait slowly. 3 minutes later, there was another question. Yi-chun was still wrong, back 10 seconds and answered correctly again, earning a point. After an hour like this, a full 8 questions appeared. Yi-chun Meng answered it 3 times and went backwards 5 times. Soon another question appeared, and Yi-chun directly chose 3, without reading the question. Wrong answer. Yi-chun didn't even think about it, and went back in time to choose the correct answer. It's really good to split the time backwards, and it's completely manageable when you encounter such a thing. Finally, towards the end of the promo, one last question arose. Yi-chun still used this method to answer the last question. The next system sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for successfully answering the question. At present, he has become the first with all 10 questions. Hereby, a super scratch card will be rewarded. The system beeps. Immediately afterwards, the scene in front of him turned around. Then he opened his eyes and entered the game. At this moment, the system's sound rang again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for completing the SSSS level task, hereby rewarded. Available tonight. Hope you all support. After 12 o'clock, you can subscribe. The lowest 5 broke out. If the subscription is high, the author can consider adding more. Thanks to every supporter. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the SSSS level mission and awakening the second stage attributes of the Dark King. Ding dong. Your attributes have all been reset. Since you are in the second stage of awakening, every time you increase one level, all attributes will increase by 10 points, and there will be no free attribute points. Ding dong. Your skill points have been reset, and you have 10 skill points for every level you upgrade. Ding dong. Your professional skill tree has been reset, and the second stage Dark King skill appears. Ding dong. Since you successfully completed the SSSS level task and gained the favor of darkness, your life and magic points will be plus 10,000 points, and your physical and magic attack power will be plus 2,000 points. Ding dong. Because you successfully completed the SSSS level task, you will be rewarded with 3 divine treasure cards. Ding dong. Due to the improvement of your occupation level and the reset of your attributes, the 10 million experience points you obtained before have been automatically upgraded to make up for your lack of experience level at level 20. At present, the remaining experience can be increased by 5 levels. A series of ding ding dong dong sounds made Yi-chun somewhat unable to adapt. After all the voices were finished, Yi-chun began to make things clear. First of all, after awakening the attributes of the second stage, all of my attributes have been reset, and I will no longer have free attribute points in the future, because each level up increases all attributes by 10 points, which is better than the 13 points for each level up. Has properties. The skill point has been raised from 8 to 10, and it has also been reset at present, including his own skills have also been changed, all return to the state of 0, and you need to learn and choose by yourself. These are all very easy to understand, and then his HP and magic points increased by 10,000 points each, which is equivalent to 1,000 points of stamina. This reward was unexpected to Yi-chun, including 2,000 points of attack power. This reward is indeed terrifying,
and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is open, but on the other hand, Yi-chun is a reward for killing 100 million players, not for killing a player, so this kind of reward is not bad.
Barely enough.
In the end, the reward for completing this task is 3 treasure cards of the gods. Yi-chun doesn't know what it is, but from the perspective of all the above rewards, this thing is estimated to be the best thing. Because even if it is an increase attribute, it may be really strong for now, but in the long run and in fact, the previous rewards are all garbage rewards, and they are not worthy of SSSS level tasks.
And you must know that if you complete the SSSS level task, the rewards you can get should be SSSS level, so the 3 divine treasure cards are definitely the most precious things, otherwise how can they be worthy of SSSS level rewards? The final notice is that the level has been increased. Because of the second stage of awakening, all attributes have been improved and increased.
It is reasonable to upgrade one level more difficult than other ordinary players.
It happens that I have 10 million experience points.
After making up for the experience points owed, the remaining experience points were barely enough for him to upgrade to LV25, which Yi-chun understood. After understanding everything, Yi-chun then began to liquidate his belongings and check all the rewards.
First, Title of God, Human Slaughter. This is the title obtained by accumulating 100 million villain points.
Yi-chun checked it, and the attributes suddenly appeared in front of him.
Massacre. Quality, God level title. Active effect, 1v1, PK, for players below their own level, there will be a 50% chance to instantly kill them. Wipe. Direct kill? A 50% chance? That's a 100% chance for myself with a 1-minute step back. Although it is limited to 1v1, it also has a great effect, because there will be individual competitions in some activities in the future, all of which are related to PK, but it does not play a big role now. This title will play a big role in the future.
Then there is 1 million reputation points, 500,000 is for killing the boss, and 500,000 is 100 million villains. This thing has many functions, such as exchanging equipment and the like, but Yi-chun put it aside for the time being.
Then there are the various rewards. Hope ticket, you can make a wish, and there will be a 10% chance that it will be heard by the gods, and then the wish will be fulfilled for you. This is a hope lottery ticket.
Yi-chun thought it was a lottery at first, but he didn't expect that it could be used to make a wish.
This is possible. Dazzling gold pot, you can open 2 pieces of gold equipment.
The dazzling gold pot can directly open the gold equipment. This thing is very real, but the quality depends on luck.
Next is the equipment that the golden 3-headed Lion King exploded. A purple gold staff. Purple gold staff. Not identified. Description, need to ask for identification.
Killing the golden 3-headed Lion King can reveal the exclusive purple gold equipment of the 5 major occupations, which is one of the best items that the golden 3-headed Lion King has exploded. Yi-chun put it aside for the time being, and went to the identification later.
There are also 2 pieces of gold equipment.
A pair of shoes plus a shoulder pad, but all need to be identified.
As well as 5 pieces of silver equipment also needs to be identified.
Although it costs money to identify, the equipment that needs to be identified may be top quality equipment or garbage equipment, but it has the ability to rewind time.
There is absolutely no chance of garbage equipment.
There are also 10,000 gold coins, which are the gold coins obtained by killing the boss.
All the above things have been liquidated.
Oh, and a super scratch card.
Yi-chun took out the scratch card, and the data information appeared immediately.
Super scratch card, after scratching it, you can get various rewards, and you can
get the most advanced gold equipment if you are lucky.
2 jars plus shoes and shoulder pads, plus a scratch card, you can completely get a set of top-level golden equipment, a great harvest. After the liquidation was completed, Yi-chun couldn't help but sigh that with what he had on hand, he could just get a set of top-level gold equipment. At a time when even a local tyrant could not own a set of top-level bronze equipment, Yi-chun could now own a set of top-level gold equipment, which was simply ahead of countless economies. At the same time, Yi-chun continued to liquidate several other things.
Death gold ticket, spirit treasure card, death rebirth. These three things are better than what is called equipment. Golden coupon of death. Quality. Grade. Effect, can extract an item from Reaper's treasure. Explanation: countless years ago, in the battle between gods and demons, the of Death was the strongest of the dark camp. He had endless treasures, and no one knew where he hid. Until one day, people found the golden ticket of death. Divine treasure card. Quality. Grade. Effect, you can extract treasures from the treasures of the gods. Explanation: that battle was very sad. Although the gods have fallen, they do not want the inheritance to be cut off. All the treasures are placed in a mysterious space. Only with the gods' treasure cards can the treasures be extracted. Death and rebirth. Effect: after use, it will be reborn. All attributes may be won, but the attributes may also be greatly increased. Explanation: this is an opportunity for nirvana. If you have the courage to nirvana, you will be reborn, but it may also make you a waste. Yi Chun's work is very orderly and disciplined. He didn't look at his attributes, because his attributes can still be increased, so he went directly to identify the equipment. When he came to the appraisal office, as soon as Yi Chun walked in, some players came over. "Brother, come over to appraise the equipment?" "What kind of equipment?" "If we identify good equipment, our union can buy it." "Our union can also acquire a large number of acquisitions." These people opened their mouths one after another. They were all businessmen and players. Yi Chun ignored them and entered the laboratory. There are junior appraisers, intermediate appraisers, senior appraisers, as well as master appraisers, junior appraisers for bronze, intermediate appraisers for silver, and senior appraisers for gold. The more advanced the identification technique is, the easier it is to identify good equipment. Yi Chun directly chose a senior appraiser. At the same time, he bought an appraisal technique. This skill is very expensive and requires a full 100 gold coins. Moreover, it is the most basic appraisal technique, which can only identify bronze equipment. It was only after the purchase that Yi Chun discovered that he had deducted 300 gold coins from himself. "I'll wipe it." Yi Chun was stunned for a moment, but soon he knew the reason was nothing. He was now a player of the dark camp, and was spurned by the light, so it was good to charge 3 times more expensive. Maybe he would not sell it. In front of the senior appraiser, Yi Chun directly took out 2 pieces of gold equipment and handed them to the other party, and the latter glanced at Yi Chun. The original professional smile suddenly froze, and then took the gold equipment angrily, and said indifferently, "It takes 100 gold coins to identify a piece of gold equipment." He opened his mouth and said, "At least 3 times the price, but there is no way. Anyway, there are only 2 pieces of equipment, Yi Chun doesn't care." Darkness was expelled to the north. "I can only get preferential treatment if I go to the north. As long as the NPCs of the light camp here, they will lose their goodwill towards me, which is very annoying." Yi Chun secretly thought, he doesn't blame the other party, because these people are all NPCs, they are data. If you are angry with some data, then Yi Chun is a fool. Swish! A golden light flashed, and soon the attribute appeared. Aosta's boots of agility. Quality, gold. Grade, the lowest level. Back in time. Yi Chun didn't talk nonsense. He couldn't ask for the lowest level of gold equipment, but Yi Chun only stepped back 10 seconds. Continue to identify soon. But once again the lowest level. The third time, intermediate. Fourth time, superior. The fifth time, the lowest level. The sixth time, the lowest level. Yi Chun hurriedly stopped the appraiser, but waited abruptly for 5 minutes before continuing the appraisal. The seventh time, the lowest level. Eighth time, intermediate. Ninth, intermediate. 10th time, superior. At this time, Yi Chun hesitated, but finally chose to reset. The 11th time, the superior. The 12th time, the lowest level. Repeatedly, finally at the 25th appraisal, I finally got the top level. This is the bonus of Yi Chun's 100 points of luck. Aosta's boots of glory. Quality, gold. Grade, the highest level. Effect,
increases HP by 1000. Effect, increases agility by 100. Haste, when running, there is a chance to trigger the haste effect, and the movement speed is doubled for 5 seconds. Restriction, requires LV30 to wear. Description, this is the elves, Osta's favorite boots, with the power of wind magic. Gold equipment does not look at attributes, but characteristics. It is the third item. When running, there is a certain chance to trigger the haste effect, and the movement speed increases by 2 cups. Although it only lasts for 5 seconds, there is no cooling time. That is to say, if you are lucky, your movement speed will be twice as fast at every moment. The second piece of equipment was shoulder pads, and Yi-chun continued to let the other party identify it. But this time, it didn't take too long to identify the top quality. Atalin's shoulder guards of the brave. Quality, gold. Grade, the highest level. Effect, increases HP by 20,000. Effect, increases stamina by 100. Tenacity, when attacked, if the attacker's level is lower than or equal to his own level, the hero's shelter can be triggered, and the damage will be reduced by 10%. Elite monsters and above are invalid. Restriction, requires LV30 to wear. Description, the shoulder pads that give Atalin courage, with the words of the Tauron on it, this is a very special piece of equipment. Anti has properties. Onslaught, wisdom, tenacity, haste, radiance, bravery, hope, combination, endurance, brilliant, brave, hard, ordinary, extraordinary, etc. Toughness reduces damage and haste increases movement speed. Onslaught is an attribute that increases attack, but it is also a weapon. Yi-chun has read a post that is aimed at this. Some players like to pursue attack, but in fact they hope that the world must pay attention to balance. Live to have output. Otherwise, even if your attack power is high and your life is worth a little, this is the game world, not real life. In the game world, you will definitely be beaten. Therefore, the armor suit, the highest priority is toughness, which is equivalent to alternative defense. If all 5 pieces have the tenacity characteristic, then it is amazing. In the case of the same level, the opponent can only cause 50% damage to himself. For the shoes, Yi-chun chose the rapid feature, and the shoulder pads chose tough. For the next tops, bottoms, and belts, Yi-chun tried his best to use the tough feature. Thinking of this, Yi-chun didn't talk nonsense, left here with the equipment, and started the lottery. The dazzling gold pot and the super scratch, these two things, just can get together a set of the most advanced gold equipment. He wants to lead the player. Not far ahead. But absolutely ahead. Because it is temporarily on the shelves, there is no manuscript for this book. It is currently the 2nd update, and I promise readers that there will be a 5th update, so no matter what today. Even if I stay up all night, the author will write the 3rd update. Then if you can explode more, I will definitely explode. After it's on the shelves, it is guaranteed to make a base every 4 times. If you have the ability to explode, you must explode a lot. Hope you all support this book. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket reward. Thanks. The next episode will be even better and better. Ding dong. Are you using a super scratch card? Yes. Ding dong. Congratulations on drawing the golden compass. Golden compass. Quality, gold. Grade, none. Effect, in sailing, the golden compass will effectively avoid various disasters. Description, a compass that must be needed for sailing, it will guide you in the right direction. The golden compass is not an equipment, but a navigational item, so Yi-chun didn't have any idea at all, just reset it, he doesn't need this kind of thing. The top-level golden equipment he needs, and it must be the top, bottom, belt, and preferably with the tough attribute. However, Yi-chun has a budget, 2 dazzling gold pots and a super scratch card, each of which he can only swipe for an hour. If there is no top-level and tough equipment within an hour, then he will not swipe. Just choose a piece of the most advanced gold equipment. Ding dong. Congratulations on drawing the lowest level golden equipment, Amit's belt. Ding dong. Congratulations on drawing the intermediate gold equipment, Soyata's shirt. Ding dong. Congratulations on drawing the most advanced golden equipment, Muon's brilliant shoulder pads. Yi-chun can now draw 6 times in 4 minutes, and can draw almost 80 chances in an hour, again and again. 70 times, the highest level appeared 5 times, the superior level appeared 10 times, the middle level appeared 15 times, the lower level appeared 15 times, and the lowest level appeared 25 times. This luck is quite good. According to the normal game probability, being able to draw the top 5 times out of 70 times is considered good luck. This is why Yi-chun has 100 lucky points. However, 5 times the highest level, only one has a tough effect, but it does have shoulder pads. Yi-chun needs tops, bottoms and belts, and the rest do not. 71st. 72nd time. 73rd time. 74th time. 75th time. 76th time. 77th time. 78th time. 79th time. 80 times. 81st. In the end, Yi-chun chose to give up. If he wanted to get the equipment he needed, it had to be the highest level gold, and he had to have the toughness effect. The chances were too small and too small. Yi-chun gave up completely, so in the 81st next time, when the top-level golden shirt was drawn, Yi-chun stopped drawing and chose this equipment. Sauron's glorious armor. Quality, gold. Grade, the highest level. Effect, plus 5,000 health. Effect, plus 100 constitution. Courage, when the HP is less than 50%, the damage taken will have a certain probability to be halved. Description: this is a battle armor with brilliant traces on it. Sauron is with you. Immediately afterwards, Yi-chun took out the dazzling golden jar and began to draw the lottery directly. Ding ding ding. The dazzling golden jar kept shaking, making a ding ding sound, and finally the shaking stopped. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting the most advanced golden equipment, Anna's tough belt. Anna's tough girdle. Quality, gold. Grade, the highest level. Effect, plus 3,000 health. Effect, plus 100 constitution. Tenacity, when attacked, if the attacker's level is lower than or equal to his own level, the hero's shelter can be triggered, and the damage will be reduced by 10%. Elite monsters and above are invalid. Yi-chun was overjoyed as soon as he was sent into the soul, and the belt had a tough effect. He had to say that his luck was really not covered. When Yi-chun continued to use the second dazzling golden jar, but the good luck did not last, the second golden jar did not give out what he wanted. However, the dazzling gold jar has a higher chance of opening the top level than the super scratch card. Yi-chun tried 70 times and opened the top level gold equipment 12 times. It took Yi-chun an extra hour, but she still didn't get the tough bottoms, which made Yi-chun very uncomfortable, but this is also something that can't be done. It's a waste of time, there's a lot to do later. In the end, Yi-chun chose a shirt with the characteristics of courage, and it was over. 5 pieces of the most advanced gold equipment. Although there are some flaws and imperfections, there is nothing to say, at least 5 pieces of golden equipment. Top, Sauron's glorious battle armor. 5,000 HP, 100 constitution. Bottoms, AMU's courage pants. 2,000 HP, 100 constitution. Girdle, Anna's tough girdle. 3,000 HP, 100 constitution. Shoulders, Adelin's shoulders of the brave. 2,000 HP, 100 constitution. Shoes, Aosta's boots of glory. 1,000 health, 100 agility. The total increased attributes: Constitution plus 400 points, Agility plus 100 points, Health bonus 13,000 points, and with Tenacity x2, Haste, Courage x2, although Yi-chun wants Tenacity x5 bonus, but there is no way to go back 1 minute. Before I get the advanced suit, this equipment is enough for me to use level 50. Yi-chun secretly said, and even said that this equipment is enough for level 60. Of course, it can only maintain daily tasks and activities. If you brush boss or to do other things, at level 60, wearing such equipment is naturally not enough. After doing all this, Yi-chun began to deal with the second thing. Begin to draw Death God coupons. This thing totally beats a set of golden gear. Because it is a treasure from the treasure of death, in the treasure house of the gods, the treasures of the gods are extracted, which sounds invincible. Thinking of this, Yi Chun took out the death god's golden coupon, and then started to draw.
Ding dong! Are you using the death god's golden coupon? Use this to draw a treasure directly from the death god's treasure. Yes.
After Yi Chun finished choosing, the red lottery ticket in his hand suddenly turned into a black light, and then a long sword appeared in Yi Chun's hand.
Ding dong! Congratulations on drawing the diamond weapon, the hero's sword of Omi Knight. Diamond weapons? This Nima, the treasure of death, actually drew a diamond weapon? Isn't that humiliating the of death? No nonsense, Yi Chun directly stepped back 10 seconds. Ding dong!
Congratulations on drawing the diamond weapon, the scepter of wisdom from the moon spirit mage.
Nima, humiliating the of death?
Yi Chun is very speechless. The treasure of the gods, come to diamonds?
Isn't this an insult? This is humiliation.
If Yi Chun received this thing, he guaranteed that he would be blacklisted by the of death.
However, he kept taking it.
For the 6th time, a legendary equipment appeared, but it didn't work, leaving Yi Chun speechless.
Could it be that the of death likes to collect junk?
Yi Chun felt uncomfortable, but he was full of perseverance and collected frantically. Not once, but 10 times.
Not 10 times. 100 times. At least it must be equipped by the king, otherwise, it will be ashamed of death. Yi Chun said seriously. This is the 3rd update. Thanks for your support. Thank you all. Please subscribe. If you want to see the outbreak, please support me a lot, thank you. Ding dong!
Congratulations on drawing King Arthur's legendary shoulder pads. Legendary quality, Yi Chun didn't even think about it, and continued to go back in time, back to 10 seconds ago. For a full hour, nearly 80 times of lottery draws, the best ones are only the most advanced legends, let alone the facts, not even the king's hair. At this moment, Yi Chun deeply doubts whether the treasure of death has been hidden.
Was robbed by someone else? Wouldn't it be so? Too exaggerated, right? Thinking of this, Yi Chun couldn't help but sighed. What could he do? Not just keep pumping. King. This is Yi Chun's minimum requirement. He really doesn't want anything else. Yi Chun doesn't want any epics or artifacts. He only wants the king's equipment. Ding dong!
Congratulations, you have drawn the Dragon Slayer Sword of the Crystal Dragon Knight Caesar Senior Guard, the most advanced king equipment.
At this moment, a crisp voice sounded. Yi Chun was suddenly overjoyed. The most advanced king equipment? Dragon Slayer? This Nima. Dragon Slayer knife. Quality, king. Grade, the highest level.
Effect, plus 5,000 attack power.
Effect, plus 50% serious injury effect.
After the serious injury effect occurs, the damage increases by 10% for each stack of attacks, up to 100%. Effect, long way, killing all monsters, has a certain chance to make the opponent fear, even the dragon, and even the boss may be intimidated. Dragon Soul, when attacking, there is a certain chance that a dragon soul will appear. After the effect of Dragon Soul appears, damage plus 50,000 points, not affected by any crit, etc. Description: this is the Crystal Empire, the Great Dragon Knight, the dragon-slaying knife of the Caesar's High Guard, the king's weapon, invincible in the world. Hiss. This Nima is called the weapon of the king. Looking at the ring of the Dark King, it is simply a heaven and a place. But Yi Chun knows that the ring of the Dark King is definitely not just that simple, it must have other attributes, but he has not developed it for the time being, because one is the Dark King, already the existence of the 12 main gods, and Caesar is only half just a dragon knight. The difference between the two is still 108,000 miles, but Yi Chun was just complaining. Holding the dragon saber in his hand, Yi Chun felt that he could be domineering in the entire Hope world. But the next moment, Yi Chun took a deep breath. After experiencing it, he quickly chose to go back in time. Not for anything else, just for one breath, the golden voucher of the god of death, to extract the treasure of the god of death, and a king who wants to send himself away?
totally impossible. Although it may not be possible to draw the highest level king in the future, but if you can't do it once, you can do it 10 times. If you can't do it 10 times, you can do it 100 times. Yi Chun couldn't believe it. He couldn't draw epic? Can't get the artifact? Ding! Congratulations on drawing diamond equipment, Tassie's magic staff. Ding! Congratulations on your diamond equipment, Jack's lucky earrings. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the legendary equipment, the ruthless dagger of the ghost. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the diamond equipment, a longbow that shines with diamond light. Once. 3 times. 5 times. 10 times. 20 times. 30 times. 50 times. 100 times. 200 times. 300 times. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours. At 6 o'clock in the morning, at this moment, suddenly, a dull voice sounded, making Yi Chun, who was already numb, refreshed. Oh! Great darkness, you are the hope of darkness, and you are the only hope to defeat the false darkness. I never thought that it would be you who got my inheritance. It's such a great honor. This is my ring, I sense it. Here, you also have a ring belonging to the darkness, and it is also the equipment of an old acquaintance, the breath of the King of Darkness. Oh, that's great, my ring, and his ring, are made by the Supreme of Darkness. The items that come out, if combined together, will have unexpected effects. You are really lucky, Your Highness of Darkness. The voice sounded like a chatterbox, but Yi Chun couldn't help but take a deep breath. Ding dong! Congratulations on using the Death God's golden coupon to get the artifact Death God's ring. Ding dong! Since you get the artifact, the Ring of Death, activate the hidden quest, the Immortal Ring Quest of Eternal Darkness. The Immortal Ring of Eternal Darkness Quest. Mission Level, SSSSS. Mission Requirements, collect 12 rings made by the Supreme of Darkness for the 12 main gods. At present, the rings of the of Death, the rings of the King of Darkness, and 10 rings are still missing. Quest Reward, the Root of Eternal Darkness. Can be used to fuse 12 rings to become a supreme artifact. Ding dong! Since you already have the Ring of Death, and the Ring of the King of Darkness, it will be automatically merged into the incomplete version of the Immortal Ring of Eternal Darkness. Ding dong! Because you inherited the inheritance of the of Death, you automatically accept the SSSSS level task, the Master of the Underworld. Ding dong! Because you accepted the SSSSS level task, the Master of the Underworld, you obtained the SSSS level occupation, the Master of the Undead. The Necromancer is a SSSS level occupation, just like the Dark King, but if he obtains the Godhead of Death and the Godhead of the Dark King, he will be promoted to the Death God and the Dark Master. Necromancer is a warlock profession, which happens to be a profession that Yi Chun can inherit. Ding dong! Since you inherited the occupation of Necromancer, your attributes will be increased again and reset, and the skill tree of Necromancer will be automatically awakened. The basic attributes of the warlock profession are very low, but the profession dominated by undead is extremely high, and the natural attributes will also be greatly increased. But Yi Chun didn't care about this, but checked his Immortal Ring of Eternal Darkness. Immortal God Ring of Eternal Darkness. Quality, Artifact. Grade, Incomplete. Darkness, in the dark your strength will be doubled, no matter what, damage, health, movement speed, reflexes, attack speed, luck, etc. are all doubled. Undead, killing monsters or players can accumulate dead souls, and use the killing value to sacrifice and summon powerful monsters or heroes in the undead world. You can even summon a former god. Current kill value, 100 million. What the hell? Yi Chun is not a person who likes to make a fuss, but now I have to make a fuss. This Nima, the dark state has doubled all attributes, which means doubling, and it is not just as simple as attacking, but even luck, and various the probability can be doubled, and even when someone else treats him, he can get a 200-point increase in health when he or she treats 100 points of health. It is simply Supreme Artifact. Brothers, is it cool to watch? If it's cool, please give me some support and encouragement. I hope you can subscribe to this book automatically. The book is out now. The author guarantees 4 shifts every day. If the grades are good, the author is willing to watch 5 or 6 shifts. This is a promise made by a middle-aged man. Thanks. Not only the first skill is powerful, but the second skill is also very powerful. It can summon creatures from the undead world to fight for him, but he needs slaying points, but he has slaughtered 100 million players before and has 100 million slaying points. Thinking of this, Yi-chun couldn't help but summon him first. Ding dong. Do you want to consume 100 million killing points to summon the undead sacrifice? Yes. Anyway, you can go back in time. Yi-chun summoned him first to see what he could summon with 100 million killing points. After choosing to summon, suddenly, the ring in Yi-chun's hand, that is, the immortal ring of eternal darkness, exudes a strange light. This ring looks more primitive, but in the primitive simplicity, it is printed with a lot of ancient Gaul words, ancient magic incantations, and there is a trace of immortal dark light on the face of the ring. It looks very unusual. Swish! The magical 6-pointed star array appeared, and at this moment, the entire Qinglong main city was filled with the breath of darkness and death, and the terrible undead breath swept the entire Qinglong main city. At this moment, in the main hall of the main city of Qinglong, the great magician of Aob, who was explaining the mystery of magic, suddenly widened his eyes, revealing extremely frightened eyes. The breath of the gods? Full of death and decay, who summoned thee of the underworld? Is there going to be a big event in this world? He is a great magician, with a level of more than 100, and possesses terrifying magic power, but now he shows a look of fear. It's not just him, countless powerhouses in the main city of Qinglong are shivering, and some people have even begun to send out emergency signals. At this moment, in the main city of Qinglong, a hexagonal magic circle appeared, covering an area of 400 to 500 meters, followed by a big demon king with 8 horns, huge, like a giant, covered with dragon scales, riding on an undead frost dragon. It exudes a terrifying aura. Ding dong! Congratulations on summoning the lower god, the rebellious red dragon demon god. With your current level and strength, you can only command him to do one thing, and you cannot control his will and behavior. There was news from the system, and at the same time, the rebellious red dragon demon god looked at Yi-chun with contempt and said, "Humble human being, what do you have to do when you summon me? But no matter what you do, I need you to give it to me. I hunted 1,000,000 souls, otherwise I could unilaterally break the contract." He is high above, this is a god, it is completely understandable, but the other party is so arrogant. Yi-chun looks indifferent. Just as he was about to go back in time, suddenly, the rebellious red dragon demon god saw Yi-chun's ring in his hand, followed by his eyes showing blood-red light. The next moment he thumped directly, knelt on the ground, tremblingly said, "His Royal Highness, the great Son of Darkness, I didn't expect you to call me out. Amos is too stupid. Please master punish Amos." The rebellious red dragon demon god noticed Yi-chun's ring and breath, and knelt down in an instant. He was invincible just now, and now he is directly counseled. This is the benefit of the divine position. At the same time, it is also the advantage of Yi-chun to join the darkness. Now Yi-chun is the identity of the Son of Darkness. All NPCs in the Dark Camp must obey Yi-chun. Stricter than the Light Camp, the Dark Camp is extremely observant of strength and status, and the Light relies on absolute force to intimidate others. But darkness relies on cruel means in class hierarchy since ancient times to frighten his subordinates, so NPCs in the Dark Camp value their status more. Therefore, even a lower god, a real god, must surrender. Amos shivered, he panicked, and he didn't expect that he would offend the Son of Darkness, the inheritance of the Supreme of Darkness, the successor of the of Death and the King of Darkness. This Nima is simply courting death. Don't take action by the Supreme of Darkness. The King of Darkness and the of Death and their subordinates can make themselves dead without a place to die. How can he dare to be arrogant? However, all this is not a big deal to Yi-chun. He just thinks that a 100 million killing value will summon a god? Although it is a lower god, it is already very scary. It is estimated that this is the result of the best luck. View properties. Yi-chun wanted to check the other party's attributes, but found that he couldn't because the other party was a god,
which was impossible.
Back in time. In this case, we can only go back in time.
Go back to a minute ago, and the current 100 million kill value is still there, but Yi-chan has an idea in his heart.
100 million kill value can summon a god. If you are lucky, if you are unlucky, you should be able to summon a king, right? Or a legend. This is a big killer. At a critical moment, I can use this thing to subvert everything. Turn the battlefield. Didn't the Wa Kingdom and Silla Kingdom say that I am theirs?
If I have the opportunity to go to the Wa Kingdom region, or the Shilla Kingdom region, summon A and let them have a good time.
Yi-chan secretly said, this is a whole card, which is temporarily unavailable, but once it is used, all troubles can be solved.
At this moment, there are still 3 treasure cards left.
This is the last thing.
After drawing these 3 things, Yi-chan intends to use the chance of rebirth to reset the attributes, and then go to the quest to start the real game.
God Treasure Card. Items that can be extracted from the treasure of the gods. I don't want an artifact. At least it's an epic, right?
Of course, it's best if there is an artifact, and it's even better if you get the ring of the 12 main gods of the Dark Camp. Yi-chan thought to himself, and then started a new round of lottery draws. To be honest, Yi-chan was a little vomited and kept drawing cards over and over again.
Would it be interesting if someone asked Yi-chan to do this? Are you happy? Yi-chan will definitely tell the other party seriously. I'm so happy. My happiness is beyond your imagination.
Indeed, although smoking is very annoying, once you get a good thing, the whole person will take off. This kind of taste is not something ordinary people can experience, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is refreshing. If the process were a little more streamlined, it would be more fun and exciting.
Ding dong. Are you using the Divine Treasure card for the lottery? Yes. Yi-chan said seriously.
I don't know if everyone is dissatisfied with the few chapters on the shelves, mainly because they have accumulated too much before.
If there is no lottery, it really can't be said, right? If you have any comments, you can leave a message in the book review area. Thanks for your support. 5 is over. If you really want to watch the 6th update, flowers, evaluation tickets, rewards, and monthly passes, the most important thing is to subscribe automatically. If there are too many automatic subscriptions, it's a big deal to stay up late tomorrow to code. There will be one more chapter today, thank you all. The treasure card of the gods can extract the treasures of the gods, and Yi-chan can't help but look forward to it. The golden ticket of the of death has been drawn into the ring of the of death, and it has been merged into the immortal ring of eternal darkness. Among these 3 gods, you may be able to draw the remaining 10 main gods who belong to the Dark Camp. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the legendary item, a Muta's sacrificial item. Ding!
Congratulations, you have drawn the legendary equipment, the legendary staff of Aurora.
Ding! Congratulations on drawing diamond equipment, Fei Tam's diamond necklace. The lottery was drawn again and again. To be honest, it was very cool, but it was also very annoying to keep drawing like this, but what can I do? Yi-chan can only draw cards honestly, after all, this thing is not easy to come by, and the number is very small. If Yi-chan's thoughts were known to other players, he would probably be scolded to death. Now everyone is still working hard for a piece of silver equipment. Yi-chan can get legendary equipment casually, but he is still dissatisfied here, feeling tired from the lottery? Ding! Congratulations on getting the item, Hua An's priesthood book. Divine props? Yi-chan was a little surprised.
After all, he had only drawn about 20 times, and he was actually rewarded by the gods.
Thinking of this, Yi-chan couldn't help but look at this divine item. Hon's clergy books. Quality, divine. Grade? Effect, allows you to directly own a SSSS level priesthood.
Explanation, Huan was a great alchemist. He studied magic inventions all his life. Before his death, he finally invented the clerical book. It is said that anyone who understands this book can have the vocation of God.
Have a profession of God? Still SSSS level? Yi-chan chose this. Reward directly.
Now he has 3 major occupations: Dark King, Necromancer, and Archer. Now there is one more such clerical book, and he can choose another occupation. Among the 5 occupations, there are still mages and warriors that I can choose from.
In the current version, the 5 dungeons have all appeared. To be honest, I already have enough output ability, and Group AoE also has some abilities, so choose warriors for this occupation, and it must be a shield guard or a dragon knight, with stable survivability. Yi Chun secretly said in his heart. Thinking of this, Yi Chun opened the clergy book, and soon there were 5 career options. Yi Chun directly chose the warrior career, and 2 careers appeared immediately. Grandmaster of the Temple Dragon Knight.
The former is a defensive temple master, and it also has a certain output, but it is mainly defense, while the Dragon Knight not only has defense but also has a higher output, which belongs to both offense and defense. Pure defense is only slow death. You can only output when you are alive, but you must have the ability to output.
The Dragon Knight is stronger.
At the moment, Yi Chun directly chose the profession of Dragon Knight. Suddenly, the system sounded.
Ding dong. Congratulations on getting the SSSS class, Dragon Knight, your attributes have been reset.
The 4th occupation, the Dragon Knight, currently has 3 SSSS level occupations, and the Archer occupation needs to be changed.
Otherwise, 3 divine occupations are matched with 1 ordinary occupation, which is not very good.
That is, Yi Chun just finished thinking, and immediately used the 2nd divine treasure card, and a voice sounded.
Ding dong. Congratulations on using the spiritual treasure card and obtaining the spiritual transfer book, the Spirit of Arrows. Elf Arrow God Transfer Book. Effect, can be transferred to SSSS level occupation, Elf Arrow God.
Explanation, the source of bows and arrows comes from elves. Every generation of elves has powerful archery skills. Even the sun and the moon can be shot through with 1 arrow. Yi Chun felt that she had a little bit of a feeling that she wanted to be an archer, but she didn't expect a job transfer book like this.
This is simply cool to take off.
At the same time, this also greatly reduces the time, otherwise, according to the current situation, I will be completely exhausted. Now there is only the last treasure card of the gods left. Yi Chun doesn't ask for anything. It is best to have a suitable weapon for the 4 major occupations, an artifact level weapon. Just thinking about it makes your scalp tingle.
Ding dong. Congratulations on getting your diamond equipment. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting the legendary equipment. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting the legendary item. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting the epic prop. Ding dong. Congratulations on getting a diamond weapon.
The good luck basically disappeared completely.
Until 8 o'clock in the morning, Yi Chun didn't get what he wanted.
To be honest, the artifact was very difficult to obtain.
From the beginning to the end, Yi Chun never drew the artifact. Things can only be regarded as divine props.
But it is not a real artifact, except for the immortal ring of eternal darkness. This thing is a real artifact, but it is not a complete version of the artifact.
In fact, the attributes of epic equipment and artifacts will not be too scary.
What attack power is plus 9999999, and when it comes to epic equipment, it will bring attribute bonuses, effect bonuses, and characteristic bonuses. For example, an artifact with the characteristic toughness 9 will be immune to 90% damage if it is lower than its own level.
If it is lower than its level LV10, it will be immune to 100% damage.
If your level is not higher than level 20, you can be immune to 50% damage.
That's the scary part of the artifact. Even if your attack power is 1,000,000,
as long as your level is lower than me, you can only deal 100,000 points of damage. If you are lower than my 10th level, standing here and letting you fight for 10 days and 10 nights will not be able to stop you. So the attributes are only the initial version. If you wait for the future, when the national artifact is used, the attributes are nothing at all. At present, it must be the kind of equipment that increases the attack power, but all the things in the current version will be eliminated sooner or later, and the visionary will choose the artifact. Finally, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Yi Chun finally drew a piece of equipment that was quite satisfactory.
Ding dong!
Congratulations, you have drawn the artifact, the 12-hook jade bracelet of eternal reincarnation.
Eternal Reincarnation 12-hook jade bracelet.
Quality, artifact.
Grade?
Effect, when your health is 0, you can directly revive to restore 50% of your health and mana. You can revive 12 times within a week, and the number of revivals will be reset after a week. Effect, 12 hooks represent 12 9-blessing attributes, which can be used 12 times to obtain different buffs, but only one buff can appear, and the number of blessings will be reset after a week.
Effect? Level 40 can be awakened. Effect? Level 60 can be awakened.
Immortality, once the damage given to you by the enemy exceeds 20% of your health value, it will enter the judgment state, and the judgment will be red. You will deduct the corresponding health value and judge it as black.
The damage given will be converted into treat. Explanation: this is an artifact jointly created by the Goddess of Life and the Lord of Reincarnation.
It hides the secret of immortality and the mystery of reincarnation. But in the end, the Goddess of Life falls and the Lord of Reincarnation is nowhere to be found. Therefore, in the Divine Tome, this piece artifacts, known as ominous, because even gods have difficulty knowing eternal life and reincarnation.
The Goddess of Life and the Master of Reincarnation are both main god-level existences, that is to say, this thing is at least a main god-level artifact?
Yi Chun secretly said in his heart, although the above explanation is ominous, this is a game after all, and Yi Chun naturally cannot believe this kind of thing. Thinking of this, Yi Chun put on this equipment without hesitation. If you get an artifact, maybe normal players will take off happily. Although Yi Chun is also happy, but after drawing so many prizes, he can't be happy when he is happy.
It's like winning the lottery. Million, are you still as excited and happy as you were at the beginning? Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the 12 hooks of eternal reincarnation. This equipment can currently be ranked first in the equipment rankings. Is your name public? Yes. Ding dong! Your equipment, the Immortal Divine Ring of Eternal Darkness, currently ranks second in the equipment list. Ding! Your equipment top is currently the 85th in the equipment rankings. Ding! Your equipment bottoms are currently ranked 86th in the equipment rankings. Ding! Your equipment belt is currently on the 87th equipment list. Ding! Your equipment shoulder pads are currently ranked 88th on the equipment list. Ding! Your equipment shoes are currently number 89 on the equipment list. 2 pieces of equipment ranked first and second, and the rest ranked 80. Yi Chun felt that this was normal. After all, 1 billion players came from all over the world. It was the 3rd day of the game's server launch, and yesterday was not counted. 1 billion players, to be honest, if you can't get 100 pieces of gold equipment, then the world of hope is too scary. Yi Chun's 5 pieces of armor and equipment are all in the top 100, which is already considered very strong. Opening the equipment ranking list, Yi Chun glanced at the list. I hope that the world's leaderboard will display at most 1,000 people. At present, there are nearly 400 pieces of gold equipment in the equipment leaderboard, from different countries and different players. Among the 432 pieces of equipment, almost no one with the same name has the same name. That is Yi Chun alone. Number 1, Eternal Reincarnation 12-hook jade bracelet, artifact, Kyushu Kingdom. Number 2, Immortal Divine Ring of Eternal Darkness, artifact, Kyushu Kingdom. Number 3, King Shuimu's 7-star bow and arrow, King Kyushu Kingdom. Number 4, Crystal Palace of Moonlight, King American Emperor. Number 5, the Earth Blunt Weapon of the Tam Knight, King Kyushu Kingdom. Number 6, the Wooden Hammer of the Atlan Empire, King Japanese. Number 7, Flowblade Rua Fire Bracelet, Diamond Bang Country. Number 8, Earrings of the Ugly King, Diamond Europe. Number 9, the Magic Wolf Spear of the Sita Tribe, Diamond American Emperor. Number 10, and Merlin's Metal Magic Wand, Platinum, Kyushu Country. On the 3rd day, Hope World added 4 extra pieces of King equipment, 3 pieces of Diamond equipment, 9 pieces of Platinum equipment, 12 pieces of Purple Gold equipment, and more than 400 pieces of gold equipment.
1 billion people, under such a terrifying base, it is not an exaggeration for such a situation to occur.
However, this does not mean that the equipment Yi-chan has on hand is worthless.
On the contrary, with the upcoming dungeon mode, Yi-chan's equipment on hand is even more valuable. You must know that among the billion players, only more than 400 players have golden equipment, and the first batch of players to enter the game, except for some lucky ones like Yi-chan, most of them have a bit of background and wealth. There are a lot of rich people inside. Yi-chan is not worried that his silver equipment will not be sold.
After glancing at the equipment rankings, Yi-chan opened his personal attributes at this moment.
With the bonuses of the 4 SSSS level occupations, Yi-chan wanted to see how powerful his attributes became.
Player, the King's Sai. Level, 25. First class, Assassin, Dark King. Second profession, Warlock, Necromancer.
The third occupation, Archer, Elf Arrow God.
Fourth occupation, Warrior, Dragon Knight.
Health, 67,000/67,000, when the health is 0, the character dies. Magic value, 25,000/25,000, when the magic value is 0, the corresponding skills cannot be released. Attack power, 3,000/6,000, crit is 6,000 damage.
Magic attack power, 3,000/6,000. Critical hit is 6,000 points of damage. Constitution, 2,000. Affects health. Spirit, 2,000. Affects mana and magic damage. Strength, 1,500. Affects physical damage and weight-bearing capacity. Agility, 300. Affects movement speed and reflexes. Perception, -100, Dark Knight status effect doubles.
Reputation, 1000000. 10,000 reputation points are required to enter the leaderboard, and reputation points can be exchanged for prizes.
Title, Human 2, PvP can kill the enemy in seconds, I hope the lucky one in the world. Increases luck by 100 points.
Experience points, 0/5000000. Because it is a mix of 4 occupations, the experience value is higher than that of ordinary players.
Gold, 10,000/10/10.
Gold, silver, copper.
Skill.
King's Curse, decreases all stats of enemy units by 50% to 20%. Treasure Chest Strong Opening LV1, rare special skills, which cannot be upgraded through skill points. You need to complete the corresponding achievements to upgrade the level. Seeing his own attributes, Yi-chan was a little bit tongue-tied. With 67,000 HP, plus 3,000 normal attacks, his agility is 300. Because of the advanced agility bonus, he has 3 times the agility effect, but equivalent to 900 points of agility. The terrifying agility bonus made Yi-chan have to obey.
However, the attack speed is on the line. 5 arrows in 1 second is the limit.
The extra agility will focus on the movement speed.
What is the effect of 900 points of agility? Yi-chan's movement speed was very
fast before, but now it is like a puff of blue smoke. It can be said that unless it is a group skill, a single skill or a directional skill cannot hit Yi-chan at all.
Pure
Rebirth. Yi-chan was more satisfied with his attributes, but he immediately used the rebirth ability to reset his attributes. Soon new properties appeared.
Ding dong. Reborn successfully.
Your HP drops by 10,000 points, your magic value increases by 2,000 points, and your physical attack and magic attack drop by 500 points each.
Rewind time. First of all, the health value is the first, and then the attack power is the second.
The magic value and magic attack power are both decreased, but these two cannot be decreased, so Yi-chan directly chose to go backwards.
So Yi-chan continued to reset. Ding dong. Reborn successfully.
Your health has increased by 5,000 points, your magic value has increased by 2,000 points, and your physical attack and magic attack have decreased by 500 points.
Ding dong. Reborn successfully.
Your health has increased by 3,000 points, your magic value has increased by 2,000 points, and your physical attack and magic attack have decreased by 1,000 points each. Yi-chun is not greedy. As long as the health and attack power increase, even if the health value increases, the attack power does not increase, it is fine, or the attack power increases, the health value does not increase, and the magic value drops casually. This has been refreshed 20 times, and finally there is an attribute that makes Yi-chun satisfied. Ding dong! Reborn successfully. Your HP has increased by 3,000 points, your magic value has decreased by 5,000 points, and your physical and magical attacks have increased by 1,000 points. This attribute value is very good, and the attack power and health value have increased, which is really good. Health, 70,000/70,000. Mana, 20,000/20,000. Attack power, 4,000/8,000. Magic attack power, 4,000/8,000. This is Yi-chun's current attribute value. The magic value has been reduced by 5,000 points, but the others have been greatly increased. Unfortunately, there is a lack of weapons that can be used in the hands. If there are 4 top-level golden weapons, it would be quite good. Yi-chun secretly said in his heart, but suddenly, Yi-chun slapped his thigh, and he forgot that he had another one. Item is not identified. Purple gold staff. When Yi-chun killed the boss, a piece of purple gold equipment broke out. Before, he only wanted to identify the highest level gold equipment, but he suddenly forgot about this equipment. Thinking of this, Yi-chun still had to go to the top appraiser to appraise the purple gold equipment, and the 500 gold coins were appraised once. Doubled it, making Yi-chun very painful. North. Sooner or later I'm going to the north. Yi-chun muttered in his heart, and after the 12th appraisal was successful, the attributes of the equipment appeared soon. It is a purple gold exclusive staff. After the golden 3-headed Lion King dies, it will drop the exclusive equipment of the 5 major occupations. The staff is not only the exclusive equipment of the magician, but also the exclusive equipment of the warlock. After the identification, it is indeed the exclusive equipment of the warlock. The spooky staff of the necromancer of Mullen. Quality, purple gold. Grade, the highest level. Effect, plus 2,000 magic damage. Effect, when attacking with this staff, there is a certain chance to summon 10 undead warriors of the same level to fight for you. They can only exist for 5 minutes. After the skill ends, it will cool down for 5 minutes. Effect, the effect of undead skills is increased by 100%. Dead silence, the undead creatures summoned by this staff have a 1% chance of attacking, and additional random effects such as stun, curse, weakness, blood loss and fear will appear. Description: Maluan is a mage who likes to study the undead very much. He has been studying the undead system all his life. He is a famous undead master. When he could have been promoted to the undead master, he suddenly thought that he wanted to understand the undead. Become undead, so Mullen committed suicide, leaving behind his staff. There are some strange things about this explanation. In order to study the undead, I became an undead. This scientific research spirit is really worth learning. Gold equipment has 2 effects, purple gold equipment has 3 effects, platinum equipment has 4 effects, diamond equipment has 5 effects, and so on. Equipment, the effect is too strong. 2,000 points of magic damage is not bad, but now we have to see what the skills are. Thinking of this, Yi-chun immediately called out the skill interface. The first is the skill of the Dark Lord. Dark Stealth, it can be learned at LV1 level. After releasing this skill, the perception degree will be minus 1,000 points, which will last for 1 minute. After the skill ends, it will cool down for 1 minute and requires 50 skill points. Killing the king, LV10 level can be learned, instantly causing 20 times the damage, cooling for 5 minutes, requiring 50 skill points. The King's Wrath, LV20 can be learned, 100% crit plus physical damage 2000, lasts 10 minutes, cools down for 1 hour, requires 100 skill points. This is the skill tree of the Dark King. There are 3 skills, each of which has been super strengthened, but some skills are already gone, and it is estimated that high-level skills can be learned. And now that he has reached the 25th level, for SSSS level occupations are given 10 skill points for each level up, which means that Yi-chun has 40 skill points for each level up. It sounds great, but in fact these skill points are not enough at all. The good thing is that the only way to hope that the world can obtain skill points is not only through upgrades, activities, and some rewards. You can get skill points. There are 1,200 skill points, which are the skill points that Yi-chan currently has. He has almost no idea. Yi-chan has learned all the 3 skills of the Dark King. There are still 1,000 skill points left. If you upgrade, you will see it later. For now, you should learn other skills first. Elven Arrow God Skill Tree. Natural Archery, LV1 can be learned, passive skill. After learning this skill, your attack range plus 500, accuracy plus 100, need 50 skill points. Arrow of the Wood Spirit LV10 can be learned, mainly wood elements. 50% of the damage will be converted into its own health, lasts 10 minutes, cools down for 1 hour, requires 50 skill points. Rainstorm Archery LV10 can be learned, within a range of 50 by 50, repeated strikes will be performed, 5 strikes, the damage is 100% of the physical attack, and it will not be increased by any other attributes of the crit, cool down for 10 minutes, and need 100 skill points. There are still 3 skills. The Natural Arrow is a passive skill, plus the attack range and accuracy. I feel good that the Elf Arrow God does not need magic points to release the skills, and the skill points are still 200 skill points. Yi-chan is not stingy and learns directly. Soon it will be the skill tree dominated by the undead. Undead Master Skill Tree. Altar of the Undead, LV1 can be learned, 50% of the magic can be sacrificed, the Altar of the Dead can be condensed and summoned, it lasts for 1 hour after the summoning, there is no cooling time, but only one altar can appear at the same time, requiring 50 skill points. Curse of the Undead, LV10 can be learned, give the enemy unit a random high-level negative state, the cooldown time is 1 minute, it needs to consume 1,000 magic points, no cooldown time, a unit cannot be released again within 5 minutes after the negative state is eliminated, need 50 skill points. Undead Altar, abbreviated as Undead Spirit, LV20 level can be learned, passive skills. After learning, when summoning Undead Altar, there is a 5% chance to condense the Undead Altar, which requires 100 skill points. The skills of the Undead Master are relatively simple. The first is the Altar, the second is the Curse Blessing, and the third is the skill that assists the first one. The Altar of the Undead is very common, and can only summon some garbage undead. If you learn it, you will not die. The Altar of the Undead can summon the undead who fight bravely. It was another 200 skill points, and Yi-chan still learned all of them. Finally, there is the Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight Skill Tree. Dragon Mastery, LV1 can be learned, contain dragon mounts, increase the effective mount attributes by 100%, cooperation rate plus 100, requires 50 skill points. Dragon Rider Crash, LV10 level can be learned, make a strong impact, give 100% of the enemy's health plus 5 times the damage of its own attack power, the cooling time is 1 hour, and 50 skill points are required. Dragon Cavalry Fit, LV20 level can be learned, fit with a mount, the mount's bonus attribute is X10, lasts for 10 minutes, cools down for 1 hour, and requires 100 skill points. Most of the skills of the Dragon Knight are still based on mounts, which is very embarrassing. There is no such thing as a mount yet, so this profession is particularly embarrassing. But it's okay, things like mounts will appear sooner or later. After a total of 800 skill points were spent, there were still 400 skill points left. Yi-chan thought about it for a while, and then added it to the King's Fury, the King's Beheading, and the Curse of the Undead. The King's Fury has been upgraded to LV3, physical damage plus 5,000, and a bloodthirsty state, 20% blood-sucking ability, and consumes 200 skill points. The King's Beheading has been upgraded to LV3, and the damage is X 50 times. Although it is not affected by any crit, but with the current 3,000 points of Luo attack damage, this is 150,000 points of damage, and it consumes 100 skill points. When the Curse of the Undead is upgraded to LV3, there will be a high level, an intermediate level, and a primary level negative state, which is also quite good, and consumes 100 skill points. Glancing at all the skills, at this moment, Yi-chan opened the taskbar and looked at the very difficult novice tasks. Dark Stealth, the King's Beheading, the King's Rage. Natural Archery Arrow of Wood Spirit Rainstorm Archery. Altar of the Undead Curse of the Undead Spirit. Dragon Training Mastery Dragon Rider Crash Dragon Rider Combination. Some book friends said that it has always been a lottery since it was put on the shelves, and then engaged in this and that. In fact, the author feels very aggrieved.
First of all, isn't this what online game novels are?
Secondly, after so many things have been done before, if it is solved in one chapter at random, why does it take so long to set up?
The plot will continue to be cool. Thank you all the book friends for your support, thank you.
The third one is delivered. Now that all the occupations and skills are settled, Yi-chun holds the purple gold staff and goes to the frost giant elephant for trouble. But before going again, Yi-chun gave all of his extra silver equipment to Star Illusion, which of course was just an attribute map. For these equipment, ask your guild leader what price you can give me.
It doesn't need to be too high, just the market price. Yi-chun sent a message.
When he killed the boss, he got 5 pieces of silver equipment. I got 2 treasure chests, but I used one for myself. That is to say, there are a total of 6 pieces of silver equipment, 2 of which are top level, 2 are intermediate, and 2 are low level.
Fuck, such an awesome attribute? Xinghuan Immortal's first reaction was shock.
He didn't expect the attributes sent by Yi-chun to be so terrifying, but he didn't talk nonsense, and directly threw these equipment attributes to the guild leader.
About 5 minutes later, Xinghuan Wudi gave an answer.
The shield is 500,000 Kyushu national currency, the other top-level equipment is 300,000 yuan, the intermediate level is 200,000 yuan, and the lower level is 100,000 Kyushu national currency.
This is the price offered by Xinghuan Wudi.
The price of each single piece is about 20% higher than the market price. First, it is to give Yi-chun face, which is a friendship.
Second, it is a little bit.
Yi-chun's equipment, although you can buy it for money, it is very troublesome. It's basically something that has no market price, so he is 20% higher, and there is no exaggeration at all. A total of 1,400,000, Xinghuan told Yi-chun.
This is a huge sum of money.
To be honest, it is really a huge sum of money for Yi-chun now, but after so many storms, Yi-chun is calm. Thinking of this, Yi-chun agreed to the price.
The other party didn't have any nonsense.
He transferred 1.4 million directly.
Yi-chun didn't talk nonsense, and mailed the equipment directly at the station.
After solving these matters, Yi-chun went to find the frost giant elephant. This is a level 25 boss. Yi-chun's mission is very difficult, and he must kill the frost giant elephant. Fortunately, due to the server suspension, the mission is locked in time, otherwise, it would have failed long ago. There was still 3 hours of waiting time, and Yi-chun immediately came to the territory of the frost giant elephant. But at this moment, some players are already hunting the frost giant elephant. A total of 5 people, all wearing bronze equipment and even a little silver equipment, are outputting the frost giant elephant. There are many players standing not far away, not watching, but guarding here, afraid that someone will rob the boss. Fixed boss, no equipment will explode, only experience points, because this can be regarded as a task boss, and it will be refreshed after a while.
Some people brush boss here. Yi-chun also waited here. The frost giant elephant's health value is extremely high.
When Yi-chun came to the vicinity, the frost giant elephant's attributes appeared.
Frost Colossus.
Health 500000/500000. Mana 10,000/10,000. Attack power 5001000. Description: its attack can slow you down, and most of the skills are stun and heavy hit effects. Please pay attention.
This is the attribute of the frost giant elephant.
When Yi-chun came to the vicinity, many people immediately paid attention to Yi-chun.
The Red Cloud Guild is swiping the boss. This friend, please queue up.
This is a player of the Red Cloud Guild. This Red Cloud Guild is an Earth ranking guild, and its ranking is very low, about 71st, which is a little better than the last one. However, even in the Earth ranking, it is extremely strong, with senior players and the guild backed by the big boss. The other party is considered polite and not rude, and although this is a game, in fact, many players are willing to abide by the rules of the game, grab monsters or something, as long as there is no personality problem, most players still won't do it. Yi-chun didn't make a move, but stood by and waited quietly.
Many players gathered here, but they didn't want to do anything. Just wanted to watch it. The health value of the Frost Giant Elephant is really high.
These are the most elite teams of the Red Cloud Guild, but the damage per minute is barely 1000.
When will this be killed? Yeah, the Frost Giant Elephant's health is very high.
This group of people wants to complete the task early, and the transfer task is disgusting. It is said that many players have completed the job transfer mission, but those hidden professions, or some powerful professions, are difficult to complete the job transfer mission. For example, the captain of this team is an A-level profession, bloodthirsty and maddening. You need to kill the Frost Giant Elephant to complete the task. This is the second time to hunt, and it has failed before.
This damage is actually enough. If it's us, it's also level 25. It's a good thing
that 5 people can cause 100 points of damage in 1 minute. The players are talking a lot, discussing this matter.
You say, how much damage can the King's Sai do?
At this moment, a player was curious and asked.
It is estimated that there are at least 4 or 5,000, right? 4 or 5,000? Big brother, do you see the equipment rankings?
He already has 2 artifacts. It is said that several major guilds have jointly reported the report, but the official dismissed them all, because it is now controlled by the brain, which is a bit ugly.
Even if someone cheated, as long as the brain doesn't detect it, then don't say anything. Isn't it?
It's just that no one knows what the attributes of these 2 artifacts are, but there is a big boss who has paid a sky-high price of 5 billion yuan and wants to buy the king's artifacts. Promised, but the king did not answer.
Answer? Whether or not the king is a player from the Kyushu kingdom is still unknown, big brother. People were talking all the time, and Yi-chun in the crowd couldn't help frowning after watching it for 10 minutes.
The damage caused by the Red Cloud Guild per minute is hundreds to more than 1,000, and once a mistake is made, the boss will restore its own health, let alone 3 hours. It is estimated that 5 hours is not enough, and even 10 hours can be defeated.
Head boss.
And there can be no mistakes. Yi-chun naturally couldn't continue to wait aimlessly here. Immediately, he walked out of the players, directly past the siege of the Red Cloud Guild players, and came to the 5-member team.
You kick one, set me up, don't waste your time. Yi-chun spoke calmly and said this.
In the Frost Giant Elephant boss territory, there are nearly thousands of players watching the battle here, and people are recording and filming from different angles.
This is the Red Cloud Guild's single-play boss.
Although the first time failed, it did not affect the Red Cloud Guild's second attack.
However, it has been nearly half an hour.
Because of the first failure, they were a little nervous this time.
It is precisely because of the nervousness that they did not make any mistakes. The Frost Giant Elephant has steadily dropped 50,000 health points.
According to this rhythm, within 5 to 8 hours, the Frost Giant Elephant can definitely be defeated.
Pay attention to the rhythm, and hold on to the waves. Captain Zhang Chen said. He was engrossed in all this. The Frost Giant Elephant attacked with an ice crack.
He instantly supported himself with a silver spear and completed an ultra-difficult dodge. Many people screamed and admired.
But at this moment, suddenly, a voice suddenly sounded, attracting the attention of countless players in an instant. You kick one, set me up, don't waste your time.
The voice sounded, and everyone looked at them. The guard players who were in charge of guarding the Red Cloud Guild were all in a hurry. Hey, this friend, our Red Cloud Guild will brush this boss first, friends, don't mess around.
The boss refreshes once an hour. After the kill is over, you can continue to play.
Our Red Cloud Guild doesn't want to cause trouble, but we are not afraid of making trouble.
Go back quickly.
A series of voices sounded, and the players of the Red Cloud Guild opened their mouths one after another to let Yi-chun step down.
Some voices were gentler, some were more rigid, and some were very rude. Other players also noticed this. I wipe, how did this person rush in? This guy has a big heart, isn't it? This is the Red Cloud Guild? Could it be the hostility of the Red Cloud Guild? Want to deliberately sabotage? This character is a bit disgusting.
The Red Cloud Guild team has already grasped the rhythm. Although they were destroyed by the group once before, they have stabilized now.
If there is no accident, they can take the first kill and complete the mission.
If someone disturbs now, it will be troublesome.
Already. Damn, there are such people? Brothers, lock the target.
Although this is the game world, this kind of scum and scum is absolutely not allowed to appear.
Everyone locks on him and then attacks.
The rest of the players also started talking, subconsciously thinking that Yi-chun was trying to destroy it, and didn't think that Yi-chun had any other intentions at all. Brother, we brushed this boss first, and I hope my brother can save face.
We belong to the Red Cloud Guild.
As the captain, Zhang Chen was not angry, but spoke very calmly, and spoke with Yi-chun in a very kind manner, not at all violent, but everyone understood that this was nothing more than a plan to slow down the army. At the same time, many players in the Red Cloud Guild have locked Yi-chun, 50 archers and 50 magicians have locked Yi-chun. As long as Yi-chun makes any slight move, they will release their skills without hesitation.
In an instant, Yi-chun was smashed into slag.
I can give you face, I don't want to rob your boss, don't get me wrong, but I need to kill the frost giant elephant, the mission time is coming to an end, if you were so slow, it will only cause my mission to fail, or that sentence, now kick off one of your weakest teammates, then team up with me and I'll help you get the job done. Yi-chun said, although this is the game world, but Yi-chun's character is still there, not to mention kind-hearted, but at least 3 views are positive. Don't steal other people's things, don't do things like stealing chickens and dogs, and then there is resentment for resentment, vengeance for vengeance, and kindness for kindness. Just saying this, the surrounding players laughed completely.
Brother, are you joking? Who is this guy? With such a crazy tone? Even if the output is high, so what? Boss is not as simple as killing monsters at all. It only needs high output.
The most important thing is tacit understanding between teammates, monster control, attraction, healing, output, defense, waiting for a series of tactics. This guy is too confident, right?
Don't even think about it, this guy must have come to destroy it.
The players scolded one after another. On the other hand, Zhang Chen's face became a little unsightly, and in the team channel, the other 4 were complaining and angry in various ways.
It's hard to master the rhythm, is it going to fall short?
Captain, just listen to me, let old Wang and the others do it, and kill this guy directly, so as to avoid accidents.
Yes, Captain, let old Wang take the shot.
This guy must be sabotaging, the boss's first kill is just around the corner, Captain, you can't be indecisive. The other 4 teammates said one after another. They were naturally very upset with Yi-chun, because Yi-chun said that if he kicked one, he would have kicked 1 out of the 4 of them.
Who would give up on such a big thing as the first boss kill?
However, Zhang Chen didn't want to cause any conflict, and while continuing to attack, he said, brother, the boss is not looking at output, but cooperation and tacit understanding. Simple output has no effect, maybe your attack power is indeed a little high, but how high can it be?
Zhang Chen still wanted to reason.
Yi-chun was silent for a while, then glanced at the frost giant elephant, with 500,000 HP, and his own attack power was 3,000 if he didn't fight melee'ly. But Muna's explosive longbow increases its attack power by 500 points, which is 3,500 points of attack power, plus the 100% crit of the King's Rage and an increase of 5,000 points of physical attack. This is 8,500 points of attack force. Then with the crit damage, his basic attack should be able to deal 17,000 points of damage. And if you cast the curse skills on the frost giant elephant first, the damage is estimated to be higher, such as serious injury, weakness, or falling. Thinking of this, Yi-chun didn't say a word of nonsense, raised his hand slightly, and suddenly,
Moluan's undead staff appeared in his hand.
Yi-chun ignored the abuses of the surrounding players, aimed at the frost giant elephant for a moment, and released the skill, the Curse of the King.
Next moment.
There is no nonsense in the Red Cloud Guild, and the archers and magicians released their skills instantly.
But then, a terrifying injury appeared on the head of the frost giant. 225,000.
The damage appeared, and the players who were abusing were stunned. The players of the Red Cloud Guild were also stunned. Zhang Chen was also stunned. In particular, the leader who commanded the Red Cloud Guild to take action was not only embarrassed, but also had an ugly face.
This hurts. Nima. Some readers said that the update is too slow. In fact, I was very uncomfortable.
I had promised to have 4 shifts a day, but the results were 5 shifts a day for the past 2 days, which was 1 shift more than promised, and I was scolded as a result, which was very uncomfortable.
Thank you all, brothers and sisters. Really appreciate your support. The glory of this book is all yours. Thanks. Senseless. Everyone is stunned. And it's still kind of dumb. 225,000 points of damage, is this damage that can be dealt by humans? Everyone is so dumbfounded that they doubt life. This is simply invincible. This is Big King? I wipe, it must be the king, otherwise, at this stage of the player, who can deal such damage? 22,000 5,000, the most elite team of the Red Cloud Guild, can only deal so much damage after 4 hours of playing. The king can deal such damage with 1 skill. It's terrifying. Nima, I'm playing your uncle, how can our players play with such data? Tell a joke, the fairest game in the world. Intellectual brain control, there is absolutely no bug, and if you dare to take out such data, it proves that the king is indeed extraordinary. As long as the King Sai is a player from Kyushu, I will support him unconditionally. If it is another country, if you are not a player, it will be troublesome in future national wars. Yeah, now all the players are discussing this matter. After all, the king is a player from that country, but listening to the accent, he is completely a player from Kyushu. I hope the world has the ability to convert languages. Even foreigners can convert to a language that you can understand, so just listening to the voice is useless unless the king admits it himself. A series of voices sounded, and the players came back to their senses, and they talked a lot. Mom sells the batch, I said, who is so arrogant, I didn't expect it to be the king. I'll shut up if it's the king. Who said the damage is not the only one? Excuse me, is this damage enough? Tell a joke, cooperate. Ha 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 ha. A group pays attention to cooperation, familiarity, mutual understanding, the rhythm of fighting bosses, and the grasp of damage. However, all of the above can't compare to 225,000 damage. If there is, it is 225,000 injuries. The rest of the players are the players who said what tactics, what cooperation, and what tacit understanding before the joke. Those players who were in various BBs just now have disappeared, and all of them have disappeared. Finally, kick a teammate and set me up, or I'll do it myself. Yi-chan said, his tone was a little impatient. He didn't want to waste time, so he reminded me later. Zhang Chen was silent for a second, then one of the teammates in the team was directly kicked out, and then the team news appeared. Yi-chan accepted the team invitation, and there was no nonsense at the moment. The king is furious. Curse of the Undead. Dark Sneak. Unleashing the wrath of the king, a strange halo appeared under Yi-chan's feet, and the halo was filled with various ancient runes. Then, holding Malawan's undead staff, Yi-chan released the undead curse. Advanced weakness. Intermediate retardation. Primary vertigo. 3 negative effects appeared, Yi-chan released. Dark Sneak again, put on a silver dagger, and with a negative perception of 1,000 points, it was difficult for even teammates to detect Yi-chan's existence. Killing the king. Yi-chan looked indifferent, he moved extremely fast, and instantly came to the front of the frost giant elephant, and then the dagger in his hand, like a supreme artifact, burst into a bright light and fell down. 150,000. The king beheaded 50 times the damage, which is a white attack, which means that there can be no increase, and it hits 150,000 terrifying damage in an instant. 17,400. 17,400. 17,400. 17,400. 17,400. 5 knives in 1 second, terrifying damage appeared, and the frost giant elephant collapsed in an instant. Ding dong! Congratulations on killing the boss frost giant elephant, becoming the first killer, and rewarding you with 20,000 reputation points. Ding dong! Congratulations on killing the frost giant elephant and gaining 3 million experience points. Ding dong! Congratulations on killing the frost giant elephant, completing the very difficult novice task, and getting 2 million experience points as a reward. Ding dong! Congratulations on automatically accepting the very difficult novice quest in the 4th stage. Please go and hunt down the 30th level boss Extreme Ape. Ding dong.
Congratulations on your promotion to level 26, all attributes have been increased by 10 points, and 40 skill points have been obtained. A series of voices sounded, but Yi-chun seemed very calm.
3 seconds.
All in all, Yi-chun only took 3 seconds to kill a level 25 boss directly.
This kind of strength is simply daunting.
Zhang Chen and several people smacked their tongues one by one, and the players' onlookers were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. It takes 8 hours for an elite group to kill a boss with almost no mistakes, but Yi-chun only took 3 seconds, how is it not shocking?
Mr. King, thank you very much for your help.
At this moment, Zhang Chen came back to his senses. He immediately opened his mouth and thanked Yi-chun, but Yi-chun just nodded, and then said calmly, I also have to complete the task, I can't count as helping you. After saying this, a player suddenly rushed out and looked at Yi-chun Dao.
Mr. King, I don't mean anything else, I just want to ask you, which country are you a player from?
This is a player from the Kyushu Kingdom. He looked at Yi-chun eagerly, with hope and curiosity in his eyes.
It's not just her, many players around are looking at Yi-chun. Now the whole forum has been arguing for several days about Yi-chun's nationality. Now that Yi-chun is in front of him, it would be best if he could get the answer. Kyushu Kingdom. I'm from Kyushu country. Yi-chun said without any hesitation. He is a Kyushu player. Oh. I just said that the king is a player from the Kyushu Kingdom.
Nima is a player from Kyushu, I have nothing to say, the king, I love you.
The king, do you accept the younger brother? The king is mighty.
The star of the Kyushu Kingdom. The group of Scylla, and the group of Japanese dogs, brothers, hurry up and take the video to fight those beasts. The players cheered, and many players who had been recording, directly opened the official website of the game, and uploaded a video of Yi-chun admitting that he was a player from Kyushu, ready to slap in the face of players from Shinlua in Japanese. Just silently, Yi-chun cast a dark sneak and left here. Because he is going to hunt down a level 30 boss, he has to reach level 30 quickly, otherwise, he will have some troubles when he starts this mission. Soon, 10 minutes later, the official forum once again set off a scolding war.
It's just that Yi-chun didn't know. Yi-chun didn't know what was going on until Xingxia's private chat. Brothers, if you think this book is good, can you customize it? Those who are fattening book friends, you can make a custom and then fatten it. Thank you. The original ape is a LV30 level fixed boss. This is the last boss of the novice village, and its strength is much stronger than that of the frost giant. Moreover, his level is lower than the opponent's level 5, and only his current attributes can defeat the extreme ape.
At this moment, suddenly, a private chat sounded, and it was a message from Xinghuan Immortal. Mr. King, the government is in complete chaos now, and they are all arguing about your nationality.
Mr. King, are you a Kyushu player or a foreign player? I will keep it a secret.
Xinghuan immortalized the curiosity, and Yi-chun couldn't help but feel a little stunned.
He said so firmly just now, why is he still asking about his nationality?
Thinking of this, Yi-chun immediately opened the official website for him, and soon Yi-chun knew the problem. It turned out that a player uploaded the video just now, wanting to slap the Japanese player and the Scylla player to prove that Yi-chun is a Kyushu player, but a professional player from the Scylla country laughed openly. The Sai of the King must be a player from the Scylla Kingdom. The reason for admitting that he is a player from the Kyushu Kingdom is that he wants to lurk in the Kyushu Kingdom. When necessary, he will kill all the Kyushu Kingdom players in one go and slaughter all the Kyushu Kingdom players. This explanation is far-fetched, but if you think about it carefully, there may be such a possibility, and a scolding war has started again on the internet. To be honest, Yi-chun didn't catch a cold at all about this kind of war of words, and he didn't want to get involved. All he had to do now was to level up and level up quickly. However, the matter has become very big. If you really don't answer, you may be led by others. But it's very simple, no matter how the answer is, the other party has a way to bring his own rhythm, so Yi-chun started recording and made a statement. The content of the statement is nothing more than to first confirm that he is a player from Kyushu, and then explain why he killed 100 million players.
Finally, Yi-chun said the last sentence alone.
Recently, there have been many Japanese players and Scylla players in various forums, forcibly smearing me personally. I have nothing to do, but please rest assured, if the Japanese players and Scylla players continue to spread rumors, when the national war starts, or allow when going across borders, I will slaughter 1 billion players in each country.
Yi-chun said the above sentence extremely seriously and then uploaded the video. Sure enough, once the video was uploaded, Ma-shan attracted a lot of likes from players who didn't know how many players. This time, players from Kyushu directly cleared up all doubts and began to anger players from Scylla and Japanese. The scolding battle almost ended in a one-sided manner. At this moment, Yi-chun has come to the territory of the extreme ape. This is a valley, exuding blazing heat, making people feel dry. There are a lot of fire apes here, which are LV-25 wild monsters, and there are a lot of them, which are relatively dense. Because monkeys are social animals, and their reproductive ability is fast, the frequency of refreshes will be very high. I hope the world is real enough to consider the breeding of animals. Ability to set the spawn rate of monsters. 4,500. 4,500. 9,000. Arrow feathers shot out, Yi Chuanru entered no man's land, swept thousands of troops, 5 arrows in 1 second, instantly killed a fire ape, turning it into a full 2,000 experience points. Rainstorm archery.
The fire apes appeared one by one, and hundreds of demon beasts appeared in the blink of an eye. When Yi-chun did not hesitate, he chose to release the rainstorm arrow technique. He pulled the bow, and then shot 5 arrows at a very high speed, and then the 5 arrows seemed to be shattered, turned into a rain of arrows, fell directly on the ground, and shot through the fire apes powerfully.
Body of 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. 4,500.
Rainstorm archery strikes 5 powerful blows within a 50 by 50 range. Each blow damage is exactly the same as the attack power, and the HP of these fire apes is only 20,000 full. 5 attacks directly kill hundreds of fires in seconds.
Ape. This speed of clearing monsters is simply terrifying.
In just 3 seconds, Yi-chun gained 200,000 experience points, and then Yi-chun continued to move forward, and finally saw the extreme ape at a crater. The extreme primitive ape, to be precise, should be called the extreme primitive ape king.
This is a red ape, not an orangutan.
It is more than 10 meters tall. With such a large body, it has extremely flexible movement speed and powerful attack power.
It belongs to the agility boss.
Throwing the identification technique, the average player checks the boss or Warcraft, and uses the picture book that comes with the system. If you encounter a boss with a level higher than your own or a normal Warcraft, it will not have any effect, but if you use the identification technique or reconnaissance.
This skill. Maybe you can find some relevant information. Appraisal failed. Add a point of appraisal experience.
The sound of the system sounded, and it was a firm failure, but fortunately, the appraisal experience value was increased. At present, the appraisal technique that Yi-chun is learning is the primary appraisal technique.
To improve it, 10,000 appraisal experience points are required. The primary appraisal technique can only identify bronze-level equipment, and neither silver-level nor gold-level equipment can be identified.
Thinking of this, Yi-chun immediately cast the Dark Sneak, and then came to the side of the Extreme Ape King, and began to keep throwing appraisal techniques. This skill does not have a CD, but it is the same as an attacking skill. Anyone who throws an appraisal technique will be aware of it, so it will attack you immediately. If you want to rely on the appraisal of the boss to level up, as long as you are not afraid of death.
Appraisal failed. Add a point of appraisal experience. Appraisal failed. Add a point of appraisal experience. Appraisal failed. Add a point of appraisal experience. Ding dong.
The primary appraisal technique is automatically upgraded to the intermediate appraisal technique because the experience value is full. Without the CD, Yi-chun spent nearly half of the time to upgrade the appraisal technique to the intermediate appraisal technique, which can appraise silver-level equipment.
It took so long, Yi-chun didn't talk nonsense and started to hunt the boss. It is already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. To be honest, many players must be approaching level 30.
Yi Chun is still at level 4, so he needs to hurry up.
500,000.
The Curse of the King. A blood-red damage appeared on the top of the Ape King's head, and the next moment Yi Chun began to hunt. The Curse of the Undead.
The king is furious.
The king beheaded.
The Arrow of the Wood Spirit. Rainstorm Archery.
A series of skills were used, and the Curse of the Undead also gave the Extreme Ape King a high-level blood drop, which continued to drop 5,000 health points per second, 1% per second, which was quite terrifying.
And Yi Chun's output per second is more than 10,000 on average.
After all, there are level differences, so the damage caused by the attack is not too high. Just like that, 5 minutes later, the last boss of Novice Village, the Ape King Jiun, collapsed and died in front of Yi Chun.
4 chapters together. Hope you all support. I also hope that you will bear with me.
After all, it is sent in one breath and needs to be saved.
Ding dong. Congratulations on killing the boss Jiun Ape King, and you have gained 5 million experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the very difficult novice task and earning 5 million experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations on your leveling up. Is the current level 27?
All attributes are plus 10 points, and you also get 40 additional skill points.
Level 27 is still 3 levels away from level 30.
However, it takes 20 million experience points to increase from level 27 to level 28. It is estimated that it will cost 50 million points to increase from 28 to 29
million experience points. This is a headache.
After 12 o'clock tonight, double experience points and 5 times the drop will definitely appear. At that time, even level 30 will not be able to enter the ranking list, and after level 30, you will not be able to upgrade, and the entire server will be locked in level. My 4 SSSS level occupations require too much experience, and it's not 1 plus 1, but 1 multiplied by 1. If I can't win the ranking list now, I won't be able to win it in the future.
Yi Chun secretly thought, this is his last hope, to win the ranking list.
At this moment, suddenly, a voice sounded.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the player from the Kyushu Kingdom, the Child of God, who has officially broken through level 30 and is now the number 1 player in the level rankings.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the player from Kyushu, Long Badian, who just broke through level 30 and is now the 2nd person in the level ranking.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the players from the Kyushu Kingdom, the snow is falling, and they have officially broken through the 30th level, and now they have become the 3rd person in the level ranking.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the player from the Kyushu Kingdom, the Empress in White, who has officially broken through level 30 and is now the 4th person in the level rankings.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the player from Kyushu, Azure Starry Sky, who has officially broken through level 30 and is now the 5th player in the level ranking.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the player from the United States, James Oren, who has officially broken through level 30 and is currently the 6th person in the level rankings.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the player from the US Empire, Mark Terrence, who has officially broken through level 30 and is now the 7th person in the level ranking.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the player from Japan, Kojiro Yamashita, who has officially broken through level 30 and is now the 8th player in the level ranking.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the player from Japan, Erlang Pingyuan, who has officially broken through level 30 and is now the 9th person in the level rankings.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the player from Shizhou, Lights Tulip, who has officially broken through level 30 and is now the 10th person in the level rankings.
In just a few seconds, the full server system announcement appeared.
Yi Chun's face changed slightly.
He couldn't help but open the ranking list immediately.
In an instant, 200 players had reached level 30, but some were earlier. Some are slower, especially the top 10, reaching LV30 almost at the same time.
There is some trouble.
If I lock the level in card experience now, it is difficult for me to surpass them. 5 minutes later, the ranking list was instantly occupied by 500 players, which attracted controversy from countless players.
Why is there no king?
The top 5 are all players from Kyushu, so Nima is awesome. The population base of Kyushu players is too large. In terms of probability, in fact, if you look closely, you will find that nearly 1/3 of the 500 positions in the ranking list are Kyushu players.
Kyushu National Beef Fork. It's over, it looks like I can't sprint the ranking list.
I hope that the world will be locked in the first month because it has to wait for the second batch of players to settle in. If you reach level 30, the experience value you will get will be extremely low, which is no different from nothing. So who has become the level ranking now? Number 1 on the list, whoever is stable.
Countless players are discussing the ranking list, but many players are dissatisfied. Lock the level for a month? What do you do with the rest of the time? Mom sells batches. Yeah, lock the level for a month, what's the fun?
This Nemo locks the level of chicken, stop playing, stop playing. Some players were very speechless and shouted, and immediately many players sneered again and again.
It's really funny, low play is low play, nothing else. Do you know how long it takes for an ordinary player to reach level 30?
Even if you farm monsters day and night, it will take at least a week, or even it takes 2 weeks to reach level 30, and after you reach level 30, without equipment, skill books, or attributes, you can't even farm low-level monsters.
So locking experience is a balance game, so that you have time to brush equipment and improve yourself. Otherwise, what do you use to fight local tyrants? What do you use to fight against the emperor? It's really funny.
A series of voices sounded, and the 30th level thing really involved a lot, cutting off the upgrade path for many players. Some players who are about to reach level 30 can't help but become boring after seeing the leaderboard. Some people like to grab the leaderboard for a game, while some players like PvP.
Personal tastes are different.
Now the level leaderboard, when it came out, everything was a foregone conclusion, which naturally made many players unhappy.
The king is furious. Rainstorm archery. Rain of arrows in the sky. Kill the king. Kordo Dragon Monster Territory. This is the gathering place of level 40 monsters. The red monster name represents danger, and the ranking list has already appeared.
For Yi-chan, this is a huge pressure. He must arrive quickly level 30, and then make up for the level gap by leapfrogging. So he chose to come to the territory of the Kordo Dragon Monster. The LV40 level of Warcraft is 10 levels higher than Yi-chan. Because of the hope that the world level gap is set, Yi-chan goes all out, and the damage caused by each critical attack is only barely 1500,000. Fortunately, the life value of the Kordo Dragon Monster is not high. Only 30,000, plus the King's Curse, can directly reduce the opponent's full attributes by 50, and Yi-chan can be considered to be able to do it with ease.
1,500. 1,500. 1,500. 3,000.
The 3,000 points of damage is the damage done by the Monitor Lizard. There is a difference of 13 levels. When the Kordo Dragon Beast attacked him, it was a full 3,000 points of damage, but for Yi-chan, who had 70,000 health points,
the damage is still bearable.
A Kordo Dragon monster can give itself 5,000 experience points, a difference of 13 levels, which is 65,000 experience points. In less than half an hour, Yi-chan was promoted to level 28, but reaching level 29 requires 50 million experience points. As for reaching level 30, it is estimated that it will really cost 100 million.
It's a headache.
The third one is delivered.
Ask for automatic subscription, ask for subscription, ask for everything. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the territory of the LV44 double-headed lizard beast, a white light rose from Yi-chan's feet.
For a full 6 hours, Yi-chan spent 10 minutes eating a meal in the middle, and then he continued to farm monsters here, from the LV40 Kordo Monitor Lizard to the two-headed lizard, 6 hours without rest.
For a moment, it didn't stop.
In the end, it finally broke through to LV30.
Ding dong! Congratulations on reaching level 30. All attributes have been increased by 10 points, and skill points have been increased by 40 points.
At the same time, because you have reached level 30, this level will be locked, and the experience gain will be reduced by 99%. The sound of the system sounded, causing Yi-chan to frown.
He knew about the lock level, but a 99% reduction in experience points is a bit exaggerated, right? That is to say, if you kill a two-headed lizard by yourself, you should get 150,000 experience points based on 15 times the experience points. Now you can only get 1,500 points? Open personal attributes. Yi-chan sees his experience value, which has been changed to 0 out of 00. After level 30, the level will be locked, and the experience value will be changed. I hope that the setting of the world does not mean that the higher the level, the higher the required experience value, but according to the current situation, the lower the level is. Time, directly upgrade through experience points. If the level is high, it is said that the level can be improved by completing certain tasks or obtaining certain things. To put it directly, I hope that the goal of the world is to restore a real world. Is there a real world that can be upgraded by spawning monsters? Even in the fantasy world in online novels, in the Western continent, the higher the level of the character, the breakthrough of the level realm, is it not by perception? Relying on medicinal pills, or relying on self-cultivation? Of course, this is the latter thing, and now I hope the world is still online games. It is said that I hope that the world and everything in the game will appear in reality. This is an official advertisement, but no explanation is given. However, since the official dares to say such a thing, it must have this ability. It can appear in real life. With my current ability, isn't it invincible? Yi-chan secretly said in his heart that he didn't bother with the ranking list. Although he didn't even make it to the top 500, if he kept killing beasts by leaps and bounds, he would be able to go up sooner or later. Ding dong! Since the level is up to standard, the dungeons are officially opened. Currently, the Warcraft Forest, Mist Forest, and Skeleton Camps are open. After 1 million players reach level 40, the Forgotten Holy See and the Land of Light dungeons will be opened. At this moment, the system sounded, and 3 copies were opened. At the same time, another system sound sounded. Ding dong! Since many players have reached LV30, the event of double experience and 5-fold drop has been opened in advance. At the same time, the super event, Wooling Fragment, has been temporarily opened. Information about this event has appeared on the official website. Super event? Yi-chan was a little curious, so he opened the official website immediately, and the next message appeared in front of him. Super activity, 5 spirit fragments. Activity background: the ancient 5 spirits, Xinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku, Xuanwu, and Qilin, are 5 divine beasts from the east. According to legend, the 5 spirits were born before endless years, and their history is even greater than the Supreme of Light and Darkness old. However, from the beginning to the end, the 5 spirits never gathered together and guarded each other in the 5 directions. Until one day, a dark devil appeared. He used the goodness of the 5 spirits to deceive the 5 spirits and collect the magical power of the 5 spirits, condensed into a 5-spirit divine pearl. With the 5 spirit beads, you can make a wish and have unpredictable power, and the dark devil made a wish to become the strongest existence in this world, surpassing the 5 spirits. At this moment, countless heroes resisted. The 5 spirits even united to kill the dark devil. But just when the dark demon king fell short, he defiled the 5 spirit beads with demon blood and left behind a curse. The 5 spirits' divine bead will shatter, and each fragment can satisfy a person's wish. Every time a wish is fulfilled, the power of the 5 spirits will be weakened. Until one day, the 5 spirits will completely lose their divine power. At that time, the darkness will strike again. After finishing speaking, the Dark Demon King disappeared directly, and the 5 spirit divine beads were completely demonized, turning into 3,000 fragments and scattered in the world. Now the 5 spirits' divine beads reappeared, attracting the coveting of darkness. Event requirements: by killing the 5 spirits elite Warcraft, there is a certain chance to drop the 5 spirits divine bead fragments, and get 105 spirits divine orb fragments. You can synthesize a small 5 spirits divine orb and submit it in the 5 major cities for the inheritor of the 5 spirits. You can get a chance to draw a lottery. At the same time, you can collect 100 pieces of the 5 spirits divine beads, which can be directly fused to become a real 5 spirits divine orb fragments, and you will be able to make a wish. Event rewards: each time the lottery is drawn, the Justice camp will add a point, and each time a wish is successful, the Dark camp will add a point. After the event, the party with more points will get an extra chance to draw. Event reminder: the lottery items include exquisite equipment, gold coin rewards, and experience rewards, and there is a certain chance that the wish will fail, but there is a level breakthrough crystal reward in the wishing pool. Possessing this item can unlock the level limit of 1 level. Level breakthrough crystal reward? After reading all the content, Yi-chun instantly locked his gaze on the last sentence. To be honest, in the current situation, there are definitely many players in the Bright camp, and the lottery can get equipment, gold coins, and experience points, so basically the players in the Bright camp will win, but wishing can get the level breakthrough crystal reward. This thing can completely balance this fight. To be honest, how many players have broken through level 30 now? But the ranking list is already full, and it is impossible to go up, because this is the experience locked by the brain. But now there is an event telling you that you can break through the level. Can you imagine how many players will be excited? Because a rookie player can reach level 30 in 2 weeks. And no matter how good the player is, if they don't get the level breakthrough crystal, they can't break through the level. So anything is possible. And for Yi-chun, possessing the ability to go backwards 1 minute, level breakthrough crystallization, isn't it easy to capture? The 4th is delivered. Thanks for your support. 4 updates today. The guarantee is completed. Acquisition of the 5 spirits elite monster locations at a high price, and at the same time the acquisition of breakthrough crystals, 100,000 pieces. The high-priced acquisition level has broken through the crystallization, won 300,000 Kyushu national currency. 500,000 pieces, a breakthrough crystallization. Our Tianyun guild is not bad for money. It's like our Vulcan guild needs money? 600,000, and you can become a member of my Vulcan Palace guild. As soon as the event came out, the major guilds began to shout for the guild's management buyout level to break through the crystallization. After all, this activity is really too balanced for players, no matter how rich you are. In case you meet the Emperor of Humanity, if you make a wish to reach a level breakthrough crystal, you will be able to break the level limit, and then just brush some experience points. You can spend a little time. Arrived at 31. In this way, if you are ranked first in an instant, even if you are surpassed later, you can become the first in the world of hope. Shelter. However, Yi-chun did not close the official website news, but continued to read the copy information. After the dungeon appeared this time, Yi-chun had read most of the information, and this time, what he saw was the reward for the first kill dungeon. First kill reward in the Forest of Warcraft. Reward: the team that kills the first can get the right to keep the name of the dungeon. The system will build a statue, and the whole server will announce it 3 times. Reward: each member can get X1 premium silver gift box, untradeable, and the captain can get 2. Reward: you can get the event item 5 spirit bead. Fragments X 100 foot according to the current event for the first kill to clear the dungeon, and 10 pieces for the non-first kill. Requirements: must be above hard mode. Reminder: the faster the first kill, the better the rewards will be. Missed first kill reward. Reward: the team that kills the first can get the right to keep the name of the dungeon. The system will build a statue, and the whole server will announce it 3 times. Rewards: each member can get a premium set gift box X1, untradeable, and the captain can get 2. Reward: you can get the event item 5 spirits divine bead fragments X300 according to the current event for the first kill to clear the dungeon, and 50 pieces for the non-first kill. Requirements: must be above hard mode. Reminder: the faster the first kill, the better the rewards will be. Skull Camp first kill reward. Reward: the team that kills the first can get the right to keep the name of the dungeon. The system will build a statue, and the whole server will announce it 3 times. Reward: each member can get a special gift box X1, untradeable, and the captain can get 2. Reward: you can get the event item 5 spiritual divine bead fragments X500 according to the current event for the first kill to clear the dungeon, and 100 pieces for the non-first kill. Requirements: must be above hard mode. Reminder: the faster the first kill, the better the rewards will be. The rewards for the first kill are very rich. After clearing the Forest of Warcraft,
you can get a gift box of advanced equipment, at least a piece of silver equipment, and more importantly, there are fragments of the 5 spirit beads, which are what all players want at present. And the number of rewards is quite large. The first kill rewards 100, you can go directly to the lottery or make a wish, you must know the explanation on the official website. Killing the elite monsters of the Wooling series has only a 30% chance of dropping Wooling Divine Bead fragments, and the number of drops is 110. There is only a 15% chance of dropping 10 pieces, so I want to. It is difficult to get together 100 temporary. Because there are not too many elite monsters in the 5 Spirit series, and even if there are, can you wish for what you want? Whether the ranking list can go up, it depends on this. Yi Chun secretly said in his heart. However, if he is asked to farm elite monsters now, it will be a waste of time, and the dungeon has appeared. It is estimated that many players have already planned to open up Wasteland, right? There are even players who have already entered the dungeon to open up Wasteland. Thinking of this, Yi Chun immediately contacted Xinghuan Immortal. I'm going to open up the Wasteland now, will you come? The news was sent, and Xinghuan Immortal replied instantly. Come on. I'll contact the president now. The king, what level do we play? When I heard the dungeon, I was naturally very excited. This is the current legend of the world. If he succeeds in the first kill, his name will remain in the dungeon for a lifetime, become history, and will be established. Statue, players will be able to see their stalwart image when they enter this World of Warcraft dungeon. Who doesn't want this Nima? To be honest, I hope the world will have so many local tyrants to play. In fact, there is another point, that is vanity. What do rich people want? All you need is face. Therefore, they throw money at the front, and it is precisely because of their interests, coupled with the hope that the world will emerge. Esports players have suddenly become a high-paying profession, and they are more popular than the so-called stars. Some people predict that if the world really wants to accommodate global players, then the status of professional players will be elevated to an unparalleled level. International superstars, political leaders, and scientists may all be oppressed by professional players. Go down. The reason is simple. Hope the world is the second world, and it may even bring the mystery of longevity and bring a new era, so professional players may override everything in the future. Of course, this is only possible. And what do esports players want? Glory, the glory in the hope world, the achievement that others can't accomplish, or the first. The first kill and land reclamation are what countless esports masters want to do. What is the level and what is the equipment? These are the lowest level of gameplay. The really advanced gameplay is to reclaim the land, study the style of play, develop occupations, and a variety of different things. Opinion. Xinghuan Guild is a guild on the Earth ranking. The president, Xinghuan Wudi, is a player, and he is also 1,000 machines. Several vice-chairmen of the guild are also famous local tyrants, so the Xinghuan Guild is on the Earth ranking. Ranked fairly high. However, with the popularity of the Hope World, countless players joined, and many talents appeared, such as the Child of God who was the first in the ranking list. This player has never heard of this player. It is said that he was recruited by the top 3 guilds' new player. A very talented player. Therefore, the status of the Xinghuan Guild is in jeopardy, and it may be squeezed away by the subsequent guild at any time, and the back waves of the Yangtze River will push the front waves. Natural Star Magic Guild is also doing a lot of things, but no amount of things can compare. First kill. Open up Wasteland. So when Xinghuan Wudi heard that Xinghuan Wudi said that Yi Chun was going to take them to kill the dungeon, Xinghuan Wudi grinned excitedly. In the future, the daily update time is to put a chapter in the early morning, and update all the remaining updates at 11 o'clock every night, 3-4 chapters. Recently, the pressure is too great, and I have to update and work again. In fact, I am considering whether to resign or not. But the family doesn't agree, and the wife doesn't let it. There's really no way. Feel sorry. Feel sorry. The dungeon entrance to the Forest of Warcraft is in the Novice Village. If you want to kill the first hard, nightmare, and disaster level dungeons, you must pass the simple and medium difficulty dungeons, otherwise, you are not eligible to challenge the subsequent dungeons. In the novice village number 15, Yi-chun had already arrived, and at the gate of the village, all the people gathered here, waiting for Yi-chun to drive. Because of the Warcraft forest, many players have flocked to the novice village. After all, the drop rate of the dungeon itself is higher than that of the outside world. In addition, the drop rate is now 5 times. To be honest, a player, as long as the luck is not bad, can get together a set of white gear, and even the event lasts 7 days. 7 days later, the whole people will enter the Bronze Age, the Masters will enter the Silver Age, and the top Masters may all enter the Golden Age. This is the benefit of activities. Every activity is to make up the gap for ordinary players. In this way, a player will not appear to be too powerful. Therefore, in the Hope world, unity is a strength. This is why those local tyrants are willing to the reason for spending a lot of money and inviting many players to work. The king. As soon as he saw Yi-chun, Xinghuan Immortal immediately leaned over, like a dog's leg, and other players in the Xinghuan guild also looked at Yi-chun with envy and admiration. There are 9 people on the other side: Xinghuan Invincible, Xinghuan Rose, Xinghuan Rabbit. I don't know who had the idea, except Xinghuan Indestructible and Xinghuan Invincible, the other 7 players. They are all girls, and they have their own characteristics, so there are some. What's the matter? Do you want to seduce yourself? Yi-chun was very serious. He came over and glanced at the crowd. Xinghuan Wudi took a step forward, came to Yi-chun and stretched out his hand. Xinghuan Wudi, I am the president. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm so grateful for a long time. Xinghuan Wudi is very excited. He is a professional player and a Thousand Machines player. Naturally, he respects and admires a character like Yi-chun. Now that he can see the other party, he is very excited. Hello. Yi-chun didn't pose, but nodded with a smile, while the other female players had peach blossoms in their eyes. If it wasn't because of what they said before, don't mess around, they probably would have rushed over. There should be a lot of players who have cleared the normal and medium modes now. Let's not talk nonsense and enter the dungeon quickly. Otherwise, if someone takes the first kill, it will be troublesome. Yi-chun said he didn't want to waste time, so he offered to enter the dungeon quickly. Okay, this is no problem, but Mr. King, we are a guild, so we want to increase the popularity of the guild, so we want to start the live broadcast, and use your reputation to make the first live broadcast kill. Of course, we will pay a sum of money to you. Don't know if you can? Xinghuan Wudi said this, with some embarrassment in his words. After all, he was bundling Yi-chun to sell together. You must know how much traffic will be attracted by presenting a sigh of the king's first kill in the Forest of Beasts. Therefore, Xinghuan Wudi was a little nervous, for fear that Yi-chun would refuse. In this case, the relationship that was finally established may be shattered. How much? But unexpectedly, Yi-chun didn't seem to be disgusted. With your reputation, if you open a live broadcast, the traffic it will bring will be more than 10 million, so if you don't pass the customs, the 2 million Kyushu national currency, if you pass the customs, I am willing to pay 5 million Kyushu national currency, as a reward. Xinghuan Wudi offered this price. Firstly, Yi-chun had a high traffic volume, and secondly, he wanted to establish a better relationship with Yi-chun. Although establishing a relationship in this way is a bit vulgar, it is also the most direct and most enjoyable. Methods. Okay. Without any thought, Yi-chun naturally agreed. After the first kill, can you get 5 million? For Yi-chun, this is simply giving him money in vain. He doesn't lack anything now, all he lacks is money. Seeing that Yi-chun agreed, Xinghuan was invincible, Xinghuan was immortal, and several people also breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone laughed at this moment. Soon Yi-chun took the initiative to form 9 of them, 3 men and 7 women including himself. After confirming, Yi-chun came to the entrance of the Monster Forest dungeon, and at the same time, Xinghuan Wudi immediately started the live broadcast. The official live broadcast and the name of the live broadcast room were changed to Xinghuan Guild teamed up with the King's Side to open up the wasteland of the Monster Forest. The live broadcast room opened, and it didn't take long before thousands of players poured in. Where is the king? Where is the king? Check in. Damn it, the Xinghuan Guild is awesome, even the big boss invited over? The Vulcan Palace is also doing live broadcasts to open up Wasteland.
I just cleared the normal level dungeon.
It seems that the Vulcan Palace is likely to win the first kill today.
Hu Shingong? Brother, don't make trouble, Yu Tiangong eats dry rice?
The fourth guild in the sky, the last time it fought for the boss, Tiangong had already formed a relationship with the Vulcan Palace, and this time the first boss was killed. It is said that Tiangong invited 1,000 powerful gods just to raise their eyebrows. The first boss kill has attracted all the guilds in the heavenly ranking, including many on the earthly ranking, who also want to intervene.
Unfortunately, none of the top 3 giants in the heavenly ranking have appeared. If they came out, it would be exciting.
As soon as the players entered the live
broadcast room, various barrages popped up.
Xinhuan Wudi locked the camera on Yi Chun and communicated with the fans.
Of course, they did not interact too enthusiastically.
After all, he is also a game boss.
This is nothing more than strengthening and promoting their guild. Mr. King, I just got the news that Tiangong has passed the medium mode monster forest and now enters the hard mode monster forest.
At this moment, Xinhuan Invincible received a message and informed Yi Chun. At the same time, the system sound also sounded.
The second update is here, new book for subscription and everything. Sorry for the late update. There are 2 more to come. Ding dong. Do you want to enter the Warcraft forest? The dungeon entered this time is at the simple level.
If you choose to enter, 1 chance to enter the dungeon will be deducted. Please confirm the player.
Sure. Sure. Sure.
The 10 members of the family immediately agreed, and the next moment the system sounded again.
Entering the forest of monsters, the countdown is 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
With the sound of the last sound, the world turned around in an instant, and then everyone came to a forest.
The forest is huge, it's daytime, like a tropical rainforest, and it's very peaceful.
You are finally here. This is the forest of monsters. When you read this letter, maybe I'm already dead. You must be careful. The forest of monsters doesn't know what's going on, and suddenly all the monsters are rioting. You must remember that if you encounter a red 3-tailed fox, you must kill it instantly. For some unknown reason, this beast has mutated and possesses powerful mental power, which can cause hallucinations, so be careful, Monjakes. Standing in the forest, a voice sounded slowly, and soon Xinhuan Wudi said,
"This is the background of the quest in the forest of monsters.
It is said that there is a forest of monsters in the Astaya Mountains.
Suddenly there are many mutant monsters. Those mutant monsters are very powerful and like to devour humans. Adventurers want to investigate one by one."
In the end, the Holy See of Light sent an archbishop to personally review it, but the archbishop suddenly disappeared, and this archbishop is Mon Jakes.
Later someone discovered the letter left by Archbishop Mon, and he gave the answer. In the depths of the monster forest, there is an ancient altar. It is said that it was an altar made by an evil great magician.
Resurrection, so imprinting forbidden techniques, and making yin and yang altars, so our mission goal is to destroy the altar and get an A grade, even if it is a customs clearance.
Xinhuan Wudi spoke quickly. He did a detailed strategy. This kind of information is not officially given.
Only some internal beta players can know it.
This is the gap between the big guild and the small guild.
Before doing anything, the big guild will investigate and know information that many people don't know, but it is impossible for the small guild to investigate this kind of thing. Even if you go to investigate, you will definitely not be able to investigate anything. When Xinhuan Wudi explained, all the audience in the same live broadcast room also heard it.
Now that the dungeon has been opened, many guilds will broadcast live, so this kind of secret will soon be known to the passers-by.
If you say it now, and popularize it, you can gain some popularity. At the same time, the live broadcast room of Xinhuan Invincible, nearly 500,000 players have poured in. The main reason is that many players are now brushing dungeons to open up Wasteland, and only a small number of players are watching the live broadcast learning experience.
Everyone wants to quickly brush the dungeon and get some equipment. How boring is it to see others?
But even so, Xinhuan Invincible's live broadcast room has a full 500,000 popularity, and it has rushed to the top 10, and the number of people is still growing rapidly. Almost all of them are aimed at Yi Chun.
How scary pure fame is. Ow! Ow!
At this moment, a group of demon wolves appeared around, shouting to each other, which was terrifying. The first wave of trials has begun.
We must first hunt these monsters.
After we have collected 5 map fragments, we will directly hunt down the boss of the first level, the blood-furious Wolf King.
After killing it, we can trigger the second stage of the level.
Xinhuan Wudi said, he has the demeanor of a group leader, and after saying this, he said loudly, Rose, Rabbit, Can, Boda, the 4 of you are responsible for attracting hatred, Immortal, Lucy, Bebe, Xiaotian.
Month, you are responsible for the output.
He opened his mouth, and then took out the weapon. It was a silver-level long spear, which looked like a senior guard in ancient Rome, very extraordinary.
4,500. 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. However, just after Xinhuan Invincible gave the order, Yi Chun took out Bamuna's explosive longbow, and then released the skill Storm Arrow.
Immediately, 22,500 points of terrifying damage were dealt. The Forest of Warcraft was a copy of level 10. These wolves were only level 10 monsters, but because of the simple mode, their health and attack power were weaker than those of ordinary level 10 monsters.
It's just a lot. But in front of Yi Chun's group skill, hundreds of demon wolves died instantly.
And there were 6 or 7 pieces of white equipment, as well as 5 maps. At this moment, Yi Chun's luck value came into play. 100 points of luck value was added to replace it with 6 pieces of white equipment. Although it was said that because of the 5 times the drop, the white equipment was no longer valuable. But even if the drop rate is high, the number of players cannot be tolerated, and it must be known that there are still many players around the world who have not entered the game. Therefore, the value of a piece of white equipment can at least be sold for 40 or 59 state currency, and even if it falls, it will not fall anywhere. This one-handed operation made Xinhuan Invincible 9 people a little embarrassed, especially Xinhuan Invincible, who was so handsome in issuing orders, not as good as Yi Chun's group skills. At the same time, the live broadcast room exploded.
Asterisk asterisk. I give full marks to this injury. Ha ha ha, Xinhuan Invincible is embarrassed.
The scene was awkward at one point.
Tell a joke, tactics? What's so funny about this? Ha ha ha, sorry, I can't help it. 4,500 group damage, 1 king is worth 100 magicians.
In the live broadcast room, many players were both laughing and shocked by Yi Chun's damage.
Roar!
Suddenly, the Wolf King appeared, jumped out of the forest. Yi Chun didn't talk nonsense, and instantly released 3 skills.
The Curse of the King. 200,000. Weakness of the Undead.
Advanced Fear, Intermediate Weakness, Primary Blood Loss.
Killing the King. 90,000. The 3 skills were played, and the Wolf King was instantly paralyzed to the ground, with deep fear in his eyes, and he didn't even have the idea of fighting. The 5 arrow feathers shot out. Yi Chun did it in one go. Each arrow inflicted 9,000 points of damage to the opponent, and after the shooting, Yi Chun immediately performed Dark Sneak, came to the Wolf King like a breeze, and instantly switched to the Frost Dagger. Puff puff puff.
5 crit damage appeared, the crit rate brought by the incomplete Godhead, plus 100 luck points. Even if the King's Rage was not released, Yi Chun's crit rate was extremely high.
With the 5th dagger falling, a LV-15 monster boss died tragically in Yi Chun's hands. Everyone, stunned. Awkward. Honeyjuice is embarrassing. It's really embarrassing.
The Xinhuan Invincible 9 people watched all of this in silence.
The first level of the Warcraft forest was to kill the demon wolf and explode the map, and then kill the boss. Although this is a simple mode, the previous Vulcan Palace took 6 minutes and 35 minutes. Seconds, Tiangong took 6 minutes. After all, the first level is a monster like a wolf.
It is agile, and it is very ferocious. It has the ability to bloodthirsty. It is very troublesome to fight, and it cannot be hardened.
And Yi Chun used it here. Ding dong.
Congratulations on completing the first level in only 30 seconds, setting a new record, but because it is a simple mode, no reward will be given. The system sounded to inform everyone that it only took 30 seconds. Well, 30 seconds. The Vulcan Palace took 6 minutes and 30 seconds. I think it's too fast. It only took 30 seconds here? Before Vulcan Palace and Tiangong were still fighting to be the first to complete the first kill. Now it seems that it is cold. Asterisk asterisk. As expected of a king, a real Nima cow. The king, please bring me. I'm Lolita. The king, I am Lei Jiayin. The king, I am Li Lianying. Upstairs Li Lianying 666666, I admire it. Hee hee, what a monarch, he's really a hot chicken. I didn't blow it. I stood in front of him, and when he shot an arrow, he could only deal 500 points of damage at most, hot chicken. 666, it's even better upstairs, blowing your own 500 HP like this, I'll take it. The barrage exploded, and the barrages drowned the entire live broadcast room, and the live broadcast room of Xinghuan Invincible has poured into nearly 2 million people. For Xinghuan Invincible, this must be a good thing. The more popular his guild will be, and the more he will benefit. After the blood-furious Wolf King died, a piece of bronze equipment exploded. Yi Chun didn't look at it, but said to Xinghuan Wudi, since you paid me the fee, then you can take all the things in the dungeon. I don't want anything but gold-quality daggers, bows and arrows, warrior weapons and 5 spirit fragments. Yi Chun is very direct. He is indeed short of daggers, bows and arrows, and warrior weapons. As for the fragments of the 5 spirits, the official announced that they must have a copy of the difficulty level or above before they can be released. Okay. Xinghuan Wudi was not polite, and directly asked Xiangwei to accept the equipment, and then moved on. The first level is Blood Fury Wolf King. The second level is to rescue the adventurer. After you have the map and follow the map, you will encounter a comatose adventurer and you need to wake him up. However, during the awakening process, an anteater monster will be attracted. Although it is called an anteater monster, but very cruel. It is a monster of LV-15 level, and the number is extremely large, and it will never be killed. It must wake up the comatose adventurer. Only after the boss of the second level, the Anteater King, can the second level be cleared after killing the opponent. So the second level only took 2.5 minutes for Yi Chun, because it took 2 minutes to wake up the unconscious adventurer, and it only took half a minute to kill the last boss. The second place record was 9.5 minutes, and the third place record was 12 minutes and 24 seconds. Yi Chun's 2.5 minutes seemed particularly dazzling. The third and last level is to come to the altar and find that someone is trying to summon the evil magician, and that person is the adventurer's friend. After the final exchange of words, the other party summons the dead Anteater Warcraft and Blood Fury Wolf King. The reappeared boss has about 30% higher attribute damage, as well as a large number of Anteater Warcraft and Demon Wolves. It's a normal copy routine. In the case of Yi Chun's 2 large groups of attacks, and the absolute output of violence, it only took 5 minutes to end the simple copy. It takes 15 minutes in total, because walking is also time, and the real plot and monster spawning add up to 8 minutes. Directly refresh the total record and level record. At the same time, I obtained nearly 2 gold coins, 12 white equipment, and 2 bronze equipment. When I opened the box, I found a bronze equipment. This is very lucky, because generally speaking, a simple copy of the customs can explode 5. A white outfit is fine. As for bronze gear? It's okay to think. After the simple mode was over, Yi Chun quickly chose the medium mode. Compared with the simple mode, the medium mode did increase the difficulty, but the explosion rate also increased a lot. A total of 15 pieces of white equipment were released, and the bronze equipment was still 2 pieces. But there is one that is superior bronze. In the medium mode, Yi Chun won the fastest team in 14 minutes and 39 seconds. The second place is 44 minutes and 21 seconds. The third place is 59 minutes and 35 seconds. Ding dong! Do you want to choose the hard mode Warcraft Forest? Please note that the hard mode will be brought into the plot mode, and the perfection will be used to determine whether to clear the level. After destroying the altar, you need to complete 80% of the plot before it can be considered a level clearance. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a failure, and all rewards will be halved. Do you choose to challenge? Hard mode has added a story mode. To put it simply, if you enter the dungeon, it is not just as simple as playing games, but there are plots in it. If you do not complete certain plots, then it is considered that you have not completed the task. The Vulcan Palace failed just now. When defeating the final boss, it was defeated with a 65% completion rate. Invincible boss, you have to pay attention, that adventurer is very important, you have to pay more attention. Just now Tiangong failed here, they almost cleared the level, and ended with a 75% completion rate, they are now challenging again. Already. Mom sells batches. I think the medium mode is okay, but when it gets to the hard mode, it's very troublesome. This plot is hard to prevent. Hard mode is okay. It is said that the nightmare and disaster modes are the most terrifying. Every script appears randomly, that is to say, even if you fail, you may fail in the same place if you start over again. The most terrifying. On the barrage, many players were talking about it. At the same time, Yi-chun had already made a choice. Challenged. After 12 o'clock, there will be another update. I hope everyone will bear with you. The last 2 days have been under too much pressure. The guaranteed 4th update has been sent, and I am ashamed that no update has been added. Woo, woo. The forest of monsters in the hard mode seems to be a bit depressing and terrifying, and the sky has gradually dimmed. Unlike the forest of monsters in the simple mode, the forest of monsters in the simple mode only creates fear through silence. However, in the hard mode Warcraft forest, when the environment is adjusted to sunset, the cold wind blows. In this forest, it is full of crises, and people have a lot of associations invisibly. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the more realistic the senses will be, and it will deliberately scare you, in order to make you fearful and unable to concentrate. Everyone should remember that this is just a game, don't panic too much. Xinghuan Wudi opened his mouth, but he also observed the surroundings very solemnly. Hard mode is like this, it will create a terrifying environment, make you involuntarily fear, and it is easy to make mistakes. The first level is still the Devil Wolf, but the Devil Wolf in the hard mode is different from the simple mode. The simple mode is the Devil Wolf to chase you, and the hard mode is that you go after the Devil Wolf. After killing the Devil Wolf, there is a certain chance pop out the map. This greatly reduces the teamfighting ability. 10 players need to be divided into 5 groups or 3 groups to pursue the Devil Wolf separately. Because new maps are to be collected, the next plot and direction cannot be developed without a map. Therefore, this approach greatly suppressed individual heroism. In this mode, even a king is useless. Yeah, the monarch can at most have a team of 1 person, even if he can hunt demon wolves, but according to the official information, there are 200 demon wolves in the first level of hard mode, and there are only 5 maps, which means 100% 2.5 burst rate. The later the dungeon, the more difficult it will be, so there is no such thing as saying that you can pass smoothly with high attributes. The simple mode and the medium mode can be crushed by brute force, and the hard mode is different. Yes, so I am more optimistic about the Tiangong players. After all, it is the 4th guild in the Tiangong list. Although the king is powerful, how can he compare to Tiangong? He's just a lucky player. There are top players in Tiangong who came forward to comment on the king, Lu Yun Changqing, one of the top 10 esports players. He said that the king is not the 3 kings of esports at all, nor can he be an emperor. A lucky career. Impossible? If that's the case, you must be very lucky, right? Why is it impossible? Didn't you realize that although the output of the king is high, it depends entirely on attributes, consciousness and gameplay, and all kinds of opinions are very low. I believe what Lu Yun Changqing said. Yes, that makes sense. Can you make less beeps upstairs? Look carefully. The live broadcast room has 5 million popularity. The popularity of the king and the big brother is here. What's the point of you being so black? Yo-yo, I feel someone is sour. Hee hee, sour? Do I have to count? Let's be honest,
the king is just lucky. I checked his details in the esports circle, and there is no information about him at all. A character who appears for no reason is naturally not a high-level game. I hope the world is also known as the world of miracles, where everything is possible. In the live broadcast room, someone took the rhythm again and began to belittle Yi-chun. At this moment, in the dungeon of the Forest of Warcraft, Yi-chun was holding Bamuna's explosive longbow and was constantly chasing the demon wolf. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. Terrifying damage appeared, 5 arrows in 1 second. Yi-chun chased the demon wolf, and soon the demon wolves died under Yi-chun's arrows. The most troublesome thing in the first level of hard mode was that the demon wolf was running away, and it was impossible to hit and kill. So it will greatly delay time. However, after a devil wolf died, it turned into a beam of white light, and then a map appeared on the corpse. The first demon wolf that Yi-chun killed exploded the map, surprising many people. It's good luck. The Vulcan Palace killed more than 20 demon wolves before they released a map. Tiangong killed more than 40 heads, and there are several other guilds. The luckiest one has to kill 8 heads. The king and the big brother are really lucky. In the live broadcast room, the players discussed. Very good. As soon as it came up, it was a good start, and Xinghuan Wudi was also very excited. Only. Another devil wolf died in front of Yi-chun, and this time another map was dedicated. 3rd head. 4th head. 5th head. At this time, 100 points of luck played a great role, and 5 consecutive maps exploded. After you have the map, you just need to kill the Wolf King directly. And some players looked at all this in a daze. 666, 6666. This luck, I serve. Nima, the king is really lucky. This Nima is not the European emperor, this is the nemesis of America. The European emperor among the European emperors. 5 wolves exploded 5 maps? Do you want to be so European? The live broadcast room was directly maxed out, mainly because Yi-chun's luck was really good. Soon, Yi-chun won the boss of the first level in 9 minutes, and the second place in 37 minutes. In comparison, it was like a hang-up. After getting the map, everyone continued to drive along the map, and Xinghuan Wudi started talking along the way. In the second stage of the Forest of Warcraft hard mode, the adventurer we met before will lead us to take 3 paths. One is the one we walked before, and go directly to the altar to brush the boss, but Vulcan Palace and Tiangong both do this. The results all ended in failure, so the first path should be wrong. We can only choose the other 2 paths, but if we do it wrong, it will be troublesome, and the first kill may be robbed. Xinghuan Wudi opened his mouth and said that all he got was inside information, because Tiangong and Vulcan Palace closed the live broadcast when they chose to do so as not to want other guilds to learn from it, but Xinghuan Wudi still has other channels to learn about this. 2 ways. Pick one of 2. That's the scary thing about hard mode. Either option will fail you. And remember, this is just hard mode. There are also nightmare and disaster modes in the back. That's really scary. The first one is delivered. It's a little late, I'm really sorry. The Forest of Warcraft hard mode has changed from 3 levels to 4 levels. The first level of Blood Furious Wolf King, kill the fleeing demon wolf, collect 5 incomplete maps, kill the boss, and move on. Second level Anteater King, this is the second level. You will encounter a comatose adventurer when you walk to the mountainside. After killing the Anteater King, the mission props and sobriety potion will be exploded. The third level of Adventurer's Choice, this is an additional level. After the adventurer is rescued, the opponent will let you choose 3 paths. One is the same path as the simple and medium modes. Go straight up the mountain and defeat the summoning evil spirits. Sopa of the Grand Master Ling. The second and third roads are unknown, but it is currently known that the first road cannot be cleared. Fourth level, still defeat Sopa who is summoning the evil spirit Archmage, but before defeating, you must complete some hidden tasks, otherwise, the dungeon completion rate will not reach 80%, which is not considered clearance. This is the most troublesome bit.
When I came to the second level, I encountered a comatose adventurer again, and soon the Anteater King appeared, with endless anteaters.
Guan, the choice of adventurers, if you choose the right one, everything is easy to say, if you choose the wrong one, it will be completely cold.
10 minutes later, with the howl of the Anteater King, he finally lay on the ground and turned into a beam of white light, leaving behind a bottle of sobriety potion.
For killing the Anteater King, Yi Chun got nearly 500,000 experience points.
Because he is the captain, he can get more experience points, and according to the damage calculation, Yi Chun can also get a certain amount of experience points.
Not good. We failed.
At this moment, Xinghuan Wudi's face changed suddenly, and then he said in the team channel, if he did this, the audience in the live broadcast room would not be able to hear what they said.
What failed? How did it fail? Boss, what do you mean? Everyone looked at Xinghuan Invincible one after another, wondering what Xinghuan Invincible meant.
I just got the information, killing the Anteater King in the second level, there is a certain chance that the quest item will explode, the Ring of Sopa's Wife. If you get such a thing, you can directly go up the mountain to kill the boss, the ring can be increased by 10%. The quest completion level of 5 is just enough to reach 80% completion. The Vulcan Palace has already obtained the ring, and now they are going up the mountain to brush the boss.
If there is no accident, they will win the first kill in the hard-level dungeon.
Xinghuan Invincible's expression changed slightly, but fortunately, this is only the difficulty level, so even if it is the first kill, there will be no reward.
The focus is on the nightmare and disaster level dungeons.
If that one is robbed, it will be very difficult trouble.
Sopa's wife's ring?
Yi Chun frowned, but the next moment, he immediately chose to go back 1 minute.
A minute ago.
Just happened to be fighting the Anteater King.
Stop attacking.
Yi Chun opened his mouth and told Xinghuan Wudi and the others to stop attacking, and soon the Anteater King was constantly recovering his health.
In fact, go back 1 minute.
If you kill the boss again, the natural result will be the same at the same time, but if it is 1 second later, the result will be different. In short, everything has a certain number, but if this fixed number is destroyed, the future will also be changed.
Why stop?
Xinghuan Immortal was a little curious, but immediately Xinghuan Wudi said, listen to him, don't attack, be careful of boss attacks. After saying this, the players of Xinghuan Guild began to avoid the boss attack, but even so, 2 teammates were forced to die. At this moment, Xinghuan Invincible soon received the information from his subordinates. When the Anteater King dies, he will drop a quest item, the Ring of Sopa's Wife. This thing can increase the completion of the plot by 15%. If you have this ring, you can directly go up the mountain to brush the boss. A simple sentence instantly changed Xinghuan Wudi's face, and then he said it without hesitation on the teammates' channel. Don't worry, just hold on, the attack will take place in 4 minutes. Yi Chun spoke slowly, he needed to delay for 5 minutes, wait for his ability to recover the cooldown time, and then launch a fierce attack. If the item does not explode, immediately go back 10 seconds, wait another second, and then kill the boss. With a 100-point lucky bonus, Yi Chun couldn't believe that he couldn't get a quest item. Roar! 5 minutes later, the Anteater King fell, the white light disappeared, and 2 things appeared on the ground. A bottle of sobriety potion, a ring.
It's shipped. Good luck. The luck of the king and the big brother is really awesome.
Everyone didn't expect that Yi Chun would brush out Sopa's wife's ring once, and couldn't help feeling excited.
Because owning this ring is equivalent to having a copy of the customs clearance.
Hurry up and use the sobriety potion to wake up this adventurer.
Xinghuan Rabbit said she couldn't wait.
In the first stage, collect 5 maps and kill the boss, the plot completion rate reaches 30%, and the second stage kills the boss and saves the adventurer plus 20% plot completion. If you go directly to the mountain, destroy the altar and kill the boss, add 15% completion rate, this is 65%. And if you let Sopa summon the boss Evil Spirit Archmage, and then kill, add an additional percent, a tenth of the completion rate, plus this ring, means that we can get 90% of the story completion rate. So we will definitely clear the level.
Star Fantasy Rose opened her mouth to analyze. To be honest, in the entire Xinghuan Guild team, the only players who make Yi Chun feel that they are not decorations are Xinghuan Invincible and Xinghuan Xiangwei.
These two people have obvious leadership styles, and they are also the backbone of Xinghuan Guild. Although the rest of them also have my own ideas, but most of the time, I prefer to follow the arrangements of others. Everyone has their own aspirations. Yi Chun didn't say anything, he just collected money to do things, and he was just making some friends. Soon after the adventurer woke up, the system sounded.
Ding dong. It took 16 minutes to complete the second stage of the task.
The current plot completion rate has reached 50%.
Please make persistent efforts.
The sound of the system sounded. Because Yi Chun forcibly delayed the second level for 5 minutes, the clearance time was 16 minutes. Of course, even so, the second team was 32 minutes, and Yi Chun, the team, remained the first.
New book for subscription and everything. Thanks. Owning Sopa's wife's ring is equivalent to 90% completion of the plot. So what is the remaining 10%? This is what everyone is curious about.
No one knows what it is, and no one knows it, and the official has not given an answer. From the very beginning, the events we have experienced are the blood-raging Wolf King and the broken map, and then the Anteater King plus Sopa's wife's ring plus the awakening potion and the awakening of the adventurer Offit. Now what we are going to do, it is to stop Sopa from summoning the undead, and in order to supplement the plot, then let Sopa summon the undead successfully. In this way, we will complete 90% of the plot perfection, so we must pay more attention along the way. I think the last 10% of the plot is the details.
Yi Chun said, this is his opinion.
In fact, 90% of the plot completion is considered to be clear, but if the players in the back have completed 95% or 100%, it doesn't matter how long it takes. Time, the position of the first place, is to hand over to others.
Although the first kill in hard mode is not very important, Yi Chun is a person who strives for perfection, and 100% definitely wants to complete 100%.
Yes, if Sopa's wife's ring is revealed, it is equivalent to 90% completion, so the remaining 10%, I think there should be 2 other paths, otherwise, the normal plot, no, could there be other mishaps?
Xinghuan Invincible is also thinking seriously.
If you want to be more stable, let's go straight up the mountain now and get 90% of the first kills?
Xinghuan Immortal said, he wants to clear the customs first. Do not.
Yi Chun and Xinghuan Wudi both spoke at the same time and rejected Xinghuan's request for immortality. Then they looked at each other, and then Xinghuan Wudi said, since you are here, you must strive for 100% completion, otherwise, sooner or later will be surpassed by others. Yi Chun nodded, and at this moment, the third plot was triggered.
Oh. Thank you very much for your help.
I thought I was dead.
Thank you, brave adventurers.
After the unconscious adventurer woke up, he sincerely thanked everyone, and then continued, my name is Thomas, thank you very much for your help. Did you receive a letter of help from the village chief?
Or are you sent by the Adventurers Guild? Thomas asked.
We received a letter from the village chief for help. In fact, according to the story of the Forest of Warcraft, they came to investigate after receiving a mission from the Adventurers Guild. As soon as he finished speaking, Thomas was slightly taken aback, but he quickly returned to normal and said, thanks to the village chief. Alas, troublesome guild, adventurers always like to procrastinate when they encounter problems, but fortunately, the goddess of luck protects me. I am lucky I met you all, and since that's the case, you should know what happened, right?
Thomas laughed. This plot is completely different, and several people have changed their expressions. This plot is not right. Triggered a new plot?
Actually, we should say that it was sent by the Adventurers Guild, and this guy should explain the matter to us, and then let us choose a road.
Could it be that the last 10% are here? Everyone was shocked.
The reason why they knew it was because Vulcan Palace and Tiangong used to have such plots, but now their plots are different, which surprised them. The village chief didn't tell us what happened.
We walked too fast and didn't communicate much.
Yi Chun opened his mouth and said, he looked at Thomas, the latter is a young brother, wearing very ordinary bronze equipment, whether it is his expression or eyes, he is like a real person, and those who don't know think it is a GM pretending to be. Oh, since that's the case, let me tell you, the Forest of Beasts has been very quiet recently. The village chief sent someone to investigate and learned that someone had set up an evil magic circle on the cliff end.
wanted to summon the evil spirit Archmage. Come out, and it is now at the end, so we must defeat him, otherwise, once the evil spirit Archmage appears, it will be a disaster. All adventurers, are you willing to join me in defeating the evil? Thomas said in a very righteous tone. This guy is weird. Star Magic Invincible said. Well, I also think this guy is a bit weird, but now if we don't continue to accept the plot, we can't go to the next step. Yi Chun also agreed with this, and many fans in the live broadcast room also began to talk about it. This guy must have a ghost. Maybe it's up to this guy to pass the customs. What can you do if you know he has a ghost? Could it be that you still hurt him? Obviously, this guy is hiding something. At this moment, there are already 8 million fans watching in the live broadcast room, and it is estimated that it will break 10 million soon. And at this moment, suddenly, Yi Chun shot. Kill the king. Yi Chun's shot was extremely fast. One skill killed him. The dagger in his hand seemed to be able to cut through the void. With this cut, a figure appeared behind Yi Chun, exuding the majesty of a king. No one would have thought that Yi Chun would actually do something to an NPC, which is very strange. Call out. In an instant, Thomas quickly retreated 4 or 5 meters. Yi Chun's speed was extremely fast, but Thomas's reaction ability was faster. Have you met the village chief? After dodging, Thomas looked at Yi Chun with some surprise. Really? This guy has some secrets, Yi Chun sighed. When he mentioned the village chief just now, his face changed slightly. Later, when he learned that he didn't know anything, Thomas felt relieved, so Yi Chun felt relieved. It feels like things are not that simple. So I will try it out and see if it can produce other plots. Unexpectedly, he guessed right. Who are you? You're not Thomas at all. Yi Chun's face was cold. As Yi Chun's voice sounded, Xinhuan Wudi also assumed a fighting stance, while the NPC disguised as Thomas sneered. You really met that old guy, ha ha ha. I originally wanted to lead you to the dungeon to meet Sopa's wife, but it seems that I don't need it now. The NPC disguised as Thomas laughed. And at this moment, Yi Chun got the information he wanted to know. Sopa's wife, still alive. Go back a minute. Undoubtedly, Yi Chun released his ability and returned to a minute ago. Would you like to go on an adventure with me? A minute ago, Thomas asked righteously. Recommended work. Online game Doomsday God Level Unboxing has the same occupational setting as this book, but the content and plot are completely different. You can go and see it. The author is my friend. Close the customs. The Tiangong Guild has cleared the customs, and the completion rate is 90%. At this moment, Xinhuan Wudi said, with a very solemn and ugly expression on his face. The two sides started a live broadcast together, but the other party had already cleared the customs. This made him very uncomfortable, and he was still 90% complete. If it is 100% clear, then it can only be the second. Because in hard mode, it is no longer determined according to time, but according to the degree of completion. If the completion degree is the same, then it depends on who finishes the dungeon first. The Vulcan Palace has also cleared the customs. At the critical moment, the Vulcan Palace actually used a one-time golden equipment, causing tons of damage and defeating the evil Archmage. 2 of the Wasteland Reclamation groups have won the first and second place. Can the Xinhuan Guild set a new record? Both are 90% complete. If the Xinhuan Guild can't complete 100%, then it can only be the third place. This is the playability of the Hope World. Even if you are invincible, so what? If you don't know a game, even if you use enough luck and enough output, it will be in vain. It seems that the outside world is right. The sigh of the king is just. Good luck. If the King's Sai can win the first kill in hard mode under such circumstances, I promise that I will be the King's braindead fan from now on. Just now, after the Tiangong and Vulcan Palace cleared the hard-level dungeons, the official website has also updated the content, and even publicly stated that it is almost impossible to complete the hard mode of the Forest of Warcraft 100%, because in addition to one ring, it also involves 2 Easter eggs. For players at the current stage, even the size of 10 kings can't complete the task 100%, at most 95%. This is the announcement on the official website. There are many players chatting in the live broadcast room, and among the team, Xinghuan Invincible has a very ugly face. It is not a problem if the two teams stole the first kill, and they are currently attacking the nightmare level dungeon. Then the reward is gone. Although it is said that the first kill in the Forest of Warcraft can get you a silver gift box X1, but Xinghuan Invincible does not want a silver gift box, but a sculpture. The official sculpture created in the copy. This is what he wants. We are naturally willing to fight evil. Yi Chun opened his mouth, but he did not change his face, and did not appear anxious because the Vulcan Palace and Tiangong completed the copy. Oh, that's great. Thomas, who was disguised, was overjoyed. He didn't know that he thought he was very happy, but it was also possible that this guy was really happy. In that case, I will take you to a shortcut. We can hurry up the mountain, otherwise, once the evil Sopa summons the evil spirit Archmage, then everything will be troublesome. Pseudo Thomas said so. Yi Chun nodded and followed directly. But the crowd seemed very surprised. Xinghuan rose. It's not to choose one of three, but let us go directly. Can it be said, is this a hidden setting? Xinghuan Wudi, it should be. Everyone be careful, success or failure is here. The Xinghuan Invincible, who was already a little discouraged, finally recovered after finding out that the plot began to change, and the 8 million viewers in the live broadcast room were also watching the live broadcast room carefully. Because someone had already cleared the customs, Xinghuan Invincible did not need to cover up. Cover up and play the most exciting part directly. Therefore, the popularity quickly rose to 9 million, and in order to attract traffic, Xinghuan Invincible changed the title to Warcraft Forest Hard Mode 100% Story Completion Challenge. The King and the Big Brother will take you to pretend to force you to fly. This title immediately attracted a large number of players, but it still ranks third, because Vulcan Palace and Tiangong are broadcasting nightmare levels. Pseudo Thomas took everyone on a short path. Just halfway through, suddenly, bursts of screams sounded. Because of the sudden appearance of a python monster, this python is huge and an elite monster. When it first appeared, everyone was startled, because it was too realistic. Even Yi Chun was a little scared, but immediately Yi Chun said the curse of the king and the beheading of the king instantly killed the python monster. It is also a surprise. After walking like this for a while, suddenly, a slight cry rang out. Help! 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 The voice was extremely weak. If it weren't for the fact that everyone walked carefully, and if this was a mountain forest, it was estimated that they could not hear it at all. There is a strange sound, go and have a look. Pseudo Thomas opened his mouth and said, he passed by the first time, and everyone did not talk nonsense, and immediately followed. Be careful, you may have to touch the plot mission. Xinghuan Invincible reminded everyone once again. Immediately after the Pseudo Thomas came to a cave, Xinghuan Invincible meant that he wanted Yi Chun not to go in and not take risks, but Yi Chun said he didn't care. Because no matter what happens, he can go back a minute. The cave was very humid, and the faint cries for help gradually became louder. Everyone walked into the cave. Yi Chun took the lead and walked in, and soon saw a woman locked in the cave. Her eyes were gouged out, blood was flowing, and it looked very miserable, and the name that appeared on the top of this woman's head was Parker's wife. Parker's wife? Why is she here? How is this going? What's wrong with you? Everyone hurried up to ask. Seeing the other party in such a miserable state, they couldn't help but ask with concern. At this moment, suddenly, bursts of cold air filled the air, followed by a system sound. You are within the core range of the high-level frost magic circle, so you are frozen, and you will not be able to do anything for 5 minutes. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded. Yi Chun knew that the time was ripe, and then Yi Chun returned to a minute ago. A minute ago, Yi Chun Zhang was about to enter the cave, and Xinghuan Wudi followed him. Listen to my command. Directly output this Thomas. Yi Chun said this on the teammate channel, and then Yi Chun continued to release his skills. The king is furious. The arrow of the wood spirit. The curse of the king. Undead curse. High-level deceleration, intermediate-level weakness, and primary-level blood loss. 1 million. A terrifying 1 million damage appeared. Yi Chun released the king's curse on Thomas, and 1 million damage instantly appeared. This scene stunned the audience in the entire live broadcast room. Kill. The next moment, Yi Chun didn't give Thomas any chance, the king beheaded, and the rainstorm archery shot out immediately, and suddenly several tens of thousands of damage appeared. Bless. Light of life. Courage increase. Xianwei and the others instantly pulled 7 or 8 buffs to Yi Chun, and Xinghuan Wudi and the others attacked quickly, slammed violently, and used all their skills, such as Earth Slash, to instantly control the Pseudo-Thomas. If you feel uncomfortable with the small number of words, I recommend a few books for everyone to read. Online game Doomsday, the lottery draw becomes a god, mysterious book writing becomes a god, become the head from today, the strongest man in the city. My backyard leads to the Great Desolation, 8 nines of the merit of Great Desolation, the numbers can't be hit, my home Taoism leads to the immortal world, the strongest divine writer in 1 billion years. Each one is a 1,000,000-word novel, everyone can go and read it. Friendly recommendation. Pseudo-Thomas never thought that Yi Chun would suddenly attack at this time, and the attack was no problem, and he suddenly made himself so embarrassed. A king cursed, lost half his life, and then felt a terrible slowness, moderate weakness, and continuous blood loss. Who is this person? How to have the outbreak of an assassin, but also master the weak blessing of a warlock, and also have the breath of an archer. 3 career plus body? Pseudo-Thomas didn't think much about it, he just wanted to quickly open the distance, but unfortunately, the skills of Xinghuan Invincible Violent Impact plus Earth Slash belong to the control stun skills. Pseudo-Thomas did not have any backhand power at all, and was dizzy by the impact. 13,400. 13,400. 6,700. 13,400. 13,400. With Yi Chun's damage of 60,500 per second, the Pseudo-Thomas suffered a huge blow. Intermediate weakness is equivalent to deepening Yi Chun's damage, but this Pseudo-Thomas is also very powerful. With 2 million health, it is obviously very difficult. Boom! Xinghuan Immortal took advantage of the gap period and immediately released a violent collision, which was a strong control. How do you kill NPCs so well? What does that mean, King? I always felt that there was something wrong with this NPC, but I didn't expect the king to be so decisive and go straight up. Can you kill NPCs in reverse? Do you want to do this? Hard mode is simply too difficult. If you have to kill this adventurer to complete the mission, how can you defeat the opponent with 2 million health points? Have you noticed that if the king hadn't given a curse in an instant, causing the Thomas's movement speed to drop significantly, otherwise, with the speed of Thomas's movement just now, the distance would have been definitely widened, then everything would have been troublesome. No wonder players can't clear the level now. How can I clear it? What can I use to clear the level? The popularity in the live broadcast room has exceeded 10 million, and because now a new plot has been triggered, the popularity of the live broadcast room has increased by 2 or 3 million, and now it has 14 million popularity, which is so terrifying. Control it, don't make any mistakes, he is the key. Yi Chun opened his mouth, his expression was cold. But even if you want to hard control the Pseudo-Thomas, it is difficult to achieve a seamless connection. When Yi Chun was close to causing 600,000 terrifying damage, the Pseudo-Thomas finally got rid of the control and dizziness, a backward flash 3 or 4 meters. The distance, he immediately wanted to escape. You go to the cave to save people, and I chase him. Relying on the high-level agility bonus, Yi Chun chased after him extremely fast. The Pseudo-Thomas moved very slowly because of the high-level deceleration, and Yi Chun quickly caught up. 13,400. 13,400. Yi Chun stepped in front of him with 2 slashes, neatly, and then released Dark Sneak, minus 1,000 perception points, so that Pseudo-Thomas did not know where Yi Chun was at all, he could only run like a headless fly. When Yi Chun followed behind, the shoes triggered the effect and the movement speed doubled for 5 seconds. In an instant, he caught up with the Pseudo-Thomas, and the knife fell in his hand, and the 5 consecutive strikes fell immediately, directly penetrating the Pseudo-Thomas' back. He has fallen into a state of serious injury, 1 million damage from the king's curse, 600,000 Yi Chun's continuous attacks, and now close to 100,000 points of damage. He only has about 300,000 health, let alone bleeding state. Stop! Why are you attacking me? Pseudo-Thomas opened his mouth, and he looked at Yi Chun with a puzzled face, but he kept running. I've seen the village chief. Yi-chun spoke slowly. He also said that he had seen the village chief before, but obviously the pseudo-Thomas didn't believe it at all. In fact, Yi-chun didn't know who the village chief was, but he always felt that the village chief, very important. Have you seen him? Pseudo-Thomas looked ugly, and then continued, since you already know all the secrets, I won't hide anything. I can feel that there is a dark power in you. You let me go, I can let the organization accommodate you. This plan counts for you. How? Pseudo-Thomas said so. Sure enough. Yi-chun nodded, but the attack was still quick and violent, and there was no intention of letting go of the other party at all. 13,000. 13,000. 13,000. However, Yi-chun no longer uses daggers, but bows and arrows. He has the bonus of natural arrows, and the range is increased by 500 points. This 500 is not 500 meters, but the map range, which is equivalent to about 1,000 meters. Concept. The slow pseudo-Thomas needs at least 5 seconds to escape from 1,000 meters away, and within 5 seconds, Yi-chun is completely confident that he can kill the pseudo-Thomas. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't even know what our plan is. Pseudo-Thomas was so anxious that he was afraid of being killed by Yi-chun. I already knew the plan, the village chief told me. Yi-chun said calmly, the speed of fire at hand was faster. No. You absolutely don't know, you are cheating on me. Anthony will never tell you the plan, and I can't tell you, because it involves. He said this, and he stiffly stopped talking. Anthony? The village chief's name is Anthony? Yi-chun remembered the name, and then continued, you can't tell me why I want to save your life? Yi-chun sneered. I can't tell you the plan, but I can make you a participant in this plan. This black talisman is a symbol of the participants. If I die, this thing will disappear, but if I don't die, you can have supreme rights. Even your future will be even more brilliant than mine. Pseudo-Thomas said so. Give me something. The appearance of the black talisman made Yi-chun curious. He stopped attacking, and the pseudo-Thomas directly threw the black talisman over. Soon the information of Heifu appeared in Yi-chun's eyes. Satan's black charm. A fact? Illustrate? Perhaps this thing was the last 5% of the quest items in hard mode. Yi-chun put away Satan's black charm without any nonsense. He shot ruthlessly and directly killed the pseudo-Thomas. The latter never expected Yi-chun to be like this. Ruthless. No. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the black talisman will disappear. You don't want to touch that plan in your life. He shouted, heartbroken. Unfortunately, it turned into a white light in the end. Ding dong. Successfully killed pseudo-Thomas and gained 50,000 experience points. Ding dong. Because of the death of pseudo-Thomas, Satan's black talisman disappeared. The system sounded, but at the same time, as pseudo-Thomas said, Satan's black talisman would disappear directly. This is a little weird. Go back a minute. Yi-chun didn't think much about it. He killed the fake Thomas just to see if what this guy said was true. It turns out that it should be true. Ding dong. The success of rescuing Sopa's wife will increase the completion of the plot by 5%. At this moment, the system sounded, and now 70% of the plot has been completed, plus 15% of Sopa's ring, this is 85%, plus the release of the evil archmage, it is equal to 100%. 95, it has surpassed the records of Vulcan Palace and Tiangong. The last 5% may be this thing. Yi-chun thought to himself, then looked at the pseudo-Thomas and said, why are you disguised as Thomas? It's just an identity, I'll tell you next time I meet. By the way, you have to remember, don't believe what Sopa said, he's crazy. Don't be deceived by him, I'm leaving here. Pseudo-Thomas covered his wound, swallowed a red pill, and after he finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace, and the high-level slowness and deceleration effect was gone. Don't trust Sopa? Yi-chun frowned tightly, but without thinking much, Yi-chun and Xinghuan Wood emerged, and then went straight up the mountain. After deliberately waiting for Sopa to release the evil spirit, he began to attack and kill the evil spirit mage. Finally, Sopa's wife appeared. Sopa cried loudly and personally sealed the evil spirit archmage.
Then a system sound sounded.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the player who passed the Warcraft Forest hard mode and cleared the level with 100% complete plot.
Surprisingly, it was 100% complete. Recommend a good new book.
Longing for the god-level dream of life? If you like to read entertainment articles, you can go and watch it. You have a lot of brain holes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for saving Sopa, thank you. Sopa's wife knelt on the ground.
Although she was blind, she still smiled, and Sopa looked at Ji-chan and others in tears.
Thank you, I did it wrong before.
I thought Sopa was dead, so I used the forbidden technique to summon the evil spirit archmage in an attempt to resurrect my wife.
Now that my wife is not dead, I am very happy. But I will atone for what I have done. Sopa is a middle-aged man who looks very gentle and has a kind feeling.
He knelt on the ground and wept bitterly while embracing his wife, looking pitiful.
Come on, you'll be fine.
The Xinhuan rabbit couldn't help but speak, and blessed the two of them, and in the barrage of the live broadcast room, there were pieces of
blessings and pity. Yeah, it's so pitiful. Poor man. What a pity, Thomas, he did it.
Mom sold out, 2 good couples were killed like this.
The official website gave information.
Sopa felt guilty because he summoned the evil spirit archmage, and his wife died very early because of physical problems, and eventually Sopa committed suicide.
Yeah, I also watched the plot, it's really pitiful. Well, it's all that, Thomas.
In the barrage of the live broadcast room, many players sent their blessings one after another. Because Yi-chun completed the dungeon plot 100%, the official updated Sopa's follow-up story as soon as possible. Just then, the system sounded.
Successful customs clearance. Countdown to exit for 3 seconds. Successful customs clearance. Countdown to exit for 2 seconds. Successful customs clearance. Countdown to exit for 1 second.
Soon Yi-chan and others quit the hard-level dungeon.
The twists and turns are really complicated.
Let's not say that the monsters inside are very strong, and just talk about such a twisted plot. How many players can think of it?
How many players can do it? But Yi-chun felt that the black talisman he got should be unique.
Even if other players copied the same routine, they would not be able to get Satan's black talisman. The Vulcan Palace in Tiangong failed directly.
The nightmare-level dungeons were killed by the Anteater King because of their inexperience.
When they reached the nightmare-level dungeons, the attributes of all monsters were tripled, and the boss doubled the full attributes. It is much stronger than the hard-level dungeon as a whole. Should we reorganize it? Xinhuan Wudi said. He looked at Yi-chun and asked.
Yes, I need hard control. If the nightmare level happens before, I need a hard control group.
Yi-chun said this. When he fought against the pseudo-Thomas before, what he lacked was control skills. If he had control skills, it wouldn't be so troublesome.
Okay.
Xinhuan Wudi didn't talk nonsense, and immediately found 6 people in the guild to replace the other 6 girls. These 6 people were all wearing silver equipment, and they were the strongest people in Xinhuan Guild. 3 warriors, a warlock, 2 magicians, both stun and other auxiliary skills. Brother King. Big King. Brother King. As soon as the 6 people came out, they called Yi-chun one after another, and Yi-chun also nodded and replied with a smile. Just at this moment, suddenly, a voice sounded, which was a shout from the whole district. Child of God, King, I'm a player of the Imperial Court Guild.
How about you and I join forces to pass the nightmare level dungeon? But you can't pass the level by yourself.
I have 8 masters here, plus you and me. There are exactly 10 people.
You should know the principle of maximizing profits. Following the Xinhuan Guild will only hold you back.
The voice rang, and a shout of 100,000 yuan. This is where I hope the world attracts gold. However, after this propaganda appeared, the first to explode was Xinhuan.
Damn, this guy is so arrogant? I heard that he is just a rookie. Doesn't he just have a little game talent? So crazy?
He was angry because the other party was despising the entire Star Fantasy Guild. But what I have to say is that the other party is telling the truth and telling the truth.
Only by joining forces can we maximize the benefits. Bringing Xinghuan invincible with a few people is indeed a hindrance.
Brother King, he is right, you can form a team with them. In this case, it will be faster to pass the nightmare level dungeon. I just got the news that Tiangong and Vulcan Palace also failed to pass the second pass, and the nightmare level dungeon also failed. It is extremely difficult, so if you take us with you, it will be difficult to pass the customs, so it is better to go with them.
Xinghuan Wudi is not hard to find, but sincere, because he knows that Yi Chun is with them, and it is estimated
that it will be difficult to pass the customs.
To be honest, it is a drag on Yi Chun.
As the president of the Star Fantasy Guild and 1,000 Machines, he has his own dignity, that's why he said this. At the same time, many players in the entire Kyushu region are also discussing this matter. Almost 80% of the players believe that the Child of God is right at all.
Who said that the best interests can be maximized by combining the powerful? They are all strong, they disagree with each other, and who obeys?
Yi Chun shook his head, and then continued, if you want to kill the first copy, you must work together. Maybe your output is indeed average, but I am the leader, and we cooperate very closely. If I go with them again, it will take a long time to argue about who is the leader. Well, invincible brother, if you regard me as a friend, just don't say such things. No matter if I fail or succeed, since I promised to brush the dungeon with you, I will never give up halfway. Yi Chun didn't catch a cold with the Child of God at all, on the contrary, he was a little bit repulsive.
And Yi Chun's remarks made Xinghuan Wudi very moved. Okay. Then I won't be hypocritical. After this trip is over, regardless of success or failure, the 5 million Kyushu national currency will be credited into the brother's account.
I know that the brother may have encountered some trouble, so don't be polite to me with this money. Xinghuan Wudi was very moved. Yi Chun didn't say much, and directly chose to enter the nightmare mode at the next moment. Soon the children of God spoke again throughout the district. I'll wait for you to fail, and chat with me privately after you fail. The sentence is very simple, but it is full of self-confidence, thinking that Yi Chun will definitely not be able to win the nightmare dungeon of the Forest of Warcraft. And because Vulcan Palace and Tiangong failed to kill nightmare-level dungeons one after another, countless traffic flooded into Xinghuan Invincible's live broadcast room. Now the popularity has reached 30 million. Let it go first. Before 8 p.m., I will try to finish the remaining 2 updates, and I will work hard to add more updates on Sunday. What do you think of the latest chapters? If you have any comments, please leave a message in the book review section. Thanks. Only after going through nightmare mode will you know how easy hard mode is. This is what Vulcan said when he first played hard mode. And remember, there is a disaster mode behind the nightmare mode. The most important thing is that this is only a LV10 monster forest dungeon, not a 20th, 30th level mist forest and skeleton camp. Entering the nightmare dungeon, it was already night in the Forest of Warcraft. At this moment, the immortal divine ring of eternal darkness has come into play. Once the night comes, Yi Chuan's attributes and full abilities will be doubled. This is not as simple as 1+1, but a superego breakthrough. In fact, why did Yi Chun dare to enter the nightmare level dungeon? He knew that if he joined forces with the children of God and the others, it would naturally be better and stronger. But Yi Chun had 3 trump cards, enough to survive the nightmare level dungeon, or even the disaster level dungeon. The trump card is, Summon the Gods. With 100 million slaughter points, you can summon a lower god, and summon it in the underworld. Is the mere beast forest a chicken? Of course, Yi Chun wouldn't use this ability unless it was a last resort. After all, 100 million kill points, you need to occupy the right time, place, and people to get so many kill points. This thing must be used for the most critical things. Ahem, cough, are you warriors sent by the Adventurers Guild? At this moment, suddenly, a voice sounded slowly. At this time, everyone came back to their senses and found themselves standing at the foot of the beast forest. An old man looked at Yi Chun and the others with expectant eyes. And the title of Village Chief Anthony Prado appeared on the top of the old man's head, and everyone was slightly surprised for a moment. This is the real story, Xinghuan said on the team channel. When they were in hard mode, they never knew who the village chief was, and now the nightmare mode is about to unlock the secret.
Yes, Mr. Anthony, what is going on here? Yi-chun said.
Oh, God of Light is above, thank you for coming. The village chief first sighed, and then continued, in the recent period of time, the monsters in the forest of monsters suddenly mutated for some reason, and they went down the mountain to attack humans.
Many villagers were bitten to death by monsters.
Later, a group of adventurers came.
One adventurer named Thomas found that someone summoned evil spirits in the forest of monsters.
The demon beasts were frantic, but in the end Thomas went to stop it and has not come back until now. When the village chief Anthony said this, everyone listened, but Yi-chun couldn't help looking at the village chief Anthony. In the hard mode, through what the pseudo-Thomas said, Yi-chun knew that the village chief was in the same group as the pseudo-Thomas, so Yi-chun didn't believe what he said at all.
Legend? What legend? Xinghuan Invincible asked directly.
It's like this. The legend of this forest of beasts originally lived in an evil spirit archmage. He has been studying the resurrection of the dead, and there is a strange man from Sopa in our village who came to the village more than 10 years ago.
The magician has a beautiful wife. They live a very happy life and are willing to help others.
They also teach the children in the village to learn magic. They are our benefactors, but until one day, for some unknown reason, his wife disappeared. For a long time, Sopa's wife has not been found. Until one day, we found the clothes of Sopa's breath in the stomach of an anteater warcraft, so we thought that Sopa was dead, so the whole village was very sad and uncomfortable, and Sopa gave up on himself, and finally someone in the village told Sopa the secret of the magic circle, and then Sopa disappeared. After a few days, the monsters began to rampage.
Thomas told me that someone was carrying out an evil sacrifice.
He wanted to stop it, but he was gone forever. Adventurers, are you willing to save Thomas and stop the evil from breeding? Anthony looked at the crowd with a longing look on his face, and some people who didn't know it completely believed what Anthony said. At the same time, the background story of the Forest of Warcraft also emerged.
The ins and outs, temporarily everyone has a concept.
The kind-hearted Sopa couple came to live in the village near the Warcraft forest and lived happily for more than 10 years. Suddenly Sopa's wife was taken away by the pseudo-Thomas and disappeared, and then Sopa became self-sacrificing and depressed for the woman he loved. In the end, the kind villagers told Sopa that there was a legendary story about the Warcraft forest. In the end, Sopa tried hard to find the magic circle, and tried to summon the evil spirit archmage to revive his wife, but because the magic was activated array, the aura of evil spirits made Warcraft crazy and began to hunt innocents.
This is the general storyline of the Forest of Warcraft. But if this is the case, it is not so complicated.
Others may not know it, but Yi-chun knows that there must be an unusual secret.
Like Pseudo-Thomas and Anthony, what are they talking about the plan? It's a secret, and the impact is enormous. Ding dong. Do you accept the request of the village chief Anthony?
Go to the Forest of Monsters to find the missing adventurer, Thomas, complete the task, and the dungeon completion rate will increase by 20%. The system sounded. This was the first stage of the nightmare level dungeon quest, and the plot completion rate increased by 20% after completion.
Accept. Naturally, people choose to accept. At this moment,
Anthony said again, but you have to remember that Thomas is very young, about 18 years old, don't be deceived. The voice sounded, and this time everyone couldn't help but be stunned.
Xinghuan Invincible, in hard mode, we answered Thomas. The village chief asked us to find him, but in hard mode, that Thomas is at least in his early 30s, which means that it is fake. If we encounter the village chief, Thomas must know that we have never seen the village chief, so he led us to the cave and wanted to kill us? Xinghuan Wudi was the first to react and couldn't help smacking his tongue. Ask everyone for an opinion. Are you satisfied with the way of writing the copy? Do you want to see the writing method of data crushing everything like ordinary online games, or do you want to see this writing method with plot, IQ, and story?
In fact, the inspiration for this writing method is completely when the author is playing the game. He found that the dungeon that requires skills and wisdom to pass the level is very popular, and the dungeon game that simply brushes monsters is basically cold, so I will try to write it.
Write different online games.
But if everyone thinks this way of writing is very watery and boring at this stage, then I will not write the second, third, and fourth copies in the future, otherwise everyone will spray me again. Please be sure to answer in the comment area, because this is related to the writing method later in the book.
Thank you, thank you.
Everyone reacted, but even if they did, it would only add to their troubles, because they didn't even know what the real plot was. They were just amazed at the flexibility and freedom of dungeons.
What is this game? It's a reasoning game. What do we do now?
Xinghuan Immortal asked everyone, and Yi Chun quickly said, "You go up the mountain first, and I will the village chief to leave."
After saying this, everyone didn't think much about it.
Although they were really curious about why Yi Chun wanted to the village chief, it was Yi Chun who could clear the first kill. Naturally, they had no right to speak. After they left, Yi Chun sent the village chief to leave.
I can go back by myself without bothering you.
Anthony smiled, still playing the role of the village chief.
You don't need to act anymore. Yi Chun took out Satan's black talisman.
After taking it out, Anthony's expression changed abruptly, but he soon became very calm, and some looked at Yi Chun in confusion. "Adventurer, who are you?"
"I'm already a participant in the plan. What does it mean for you to keep pretending like this?"
"Anthony." Yi Chun sneered. At the same time, a silver dagger appeared in his hand and aimed it at Anthony's head. Obviously, if Anthony continued to hide, he would not mind killing him directly.
Anyway, this is just a game.
Killing the village chief will lead to a copy.
If you fail, you go back in time.
Ha! Anthony chuckled, but he didn't fear Yi Chun's dagger, but said, "I didn't expect it." The news still leaked out. "I thought there was only one in Itusi knows the secrets here, but I didn't expect that there is a third person who knows the secrets here. I have been here for 20 years, the treasures here can only belong to me, don't try to get them."
After saying this, Anthony disappeared in place in an instant.
This was a magician. Yi Chun immediately cast a dark sneak, and his perception was minus 1,000 points. Effect. Even if it is a full 2,000 perception points, let alone Anthony, even if the gods come, they may not be able to perceive Yi Chun.
Darkness stealth? Anthony looked stunned for a moment, then lowered his voice and asked, "What camp do you belong to? Who is the you believe in?" He was very curious. "Dark camp, Dark King." Yi Chun answered truthfully, but after answering, Anthony couldn't notice when he left his original position. "King of Darkness? Are you the successor of the monarch?" Anthony seemed a little surprised and had an unexpected feeling. "That's right." Yi Chun directly admitted that he wanted to know what Anthony wanted to do. Just after answering, Anthony instantly knelt on the ground and said with a pious face, "The great successor of the Dark King, I didn't expect you to be the king's successor, forgive me for offending, I am a loyal believer of the Dark King, Anthony Sheila Haftu." The plot was reversed, and Yi Chun was a little surprised. He never thought that the other party was actually a believer of the Dark King. "How to prove it?" Yi Chun asked. Anthony didn't talk nonsense, he directly pulled up his shirt, and soon a skeleton throne appeared on his chest. This was the seat of the Dark King, the embodiment of faith, and Anthony was definitely not an ordinary believer, but a fanatic. In the Hope world, there are 12 main gods under the banner of the God of Light and the God of Darkness. Each of the main gods has many subordinates, and those subordinates are also low-level gods, and they have countless fanatical believers. Not to mention the 12 main gods. 99% of assassins and thieves believe in the King of Darkness, and then go to other low-level gods, such as the of Thieves, the of Bloodthorns, and the of Agility. It can only be said that there are very few believers of the Dark King, but the followers of the Dark King are very fanatical and outrageous. It can be said that Anthony's tattoo is absolutely right. This kind of tattoo is not something that ordinary low-level believers can have, but a tattoo that was branded by the temple himself. At the moment, Yi Chun withdrew his stealth state, and he didn't need to worry at all, because according to the setting of Hope World, if he was a disguised believer, he could not become a high-level believer. If he wanted to become a high-level believer, he had to accept the judgment of God. If God finds out that you don't believe in him at all, and you're pretending to be a believer, then his fate will be miserable.
As soon as Yi Chun appeared, Anthony immediately looked at Yi Chun, his eyes fixed on the ring in Yi Chun's hand.
He didn't pay attention to it before, but now, after paying close attention, Anthony was struck by lightning.
This is the Ring of Darkness, a supreme fetish. You are not the successor of the Dark King, you are the successor of darkness, Your Highness of Darkness.
Anthony was unparalleled in excitement.
After learning about this, he knelt directly on the ground and kowtowed, "Please forgive my previous offense, Your Highness, please forgive my previous offense."
At this moment, Anthony was extremely terrified.
Originally, Yi Chun was the successor of the Dark King, and he was already shocked. Now it is discovered that Yi Chun is actually the successor of darkness, His Highness of Darkness chosen by the Supreme of Darkness. This Nima is not of an order of magnitude at all.
Did you almost offend the heir of the Supreme of Darkness? Thinking of this, Anthony was really scared to death. Tell me, what is your plan with Antis? Yi Chun asked. He really didn't expect his identity to be so useful. Before, he thought that the favor of the Supreme of Darkness was useless, but he didn't expect it to be so useful. Answer, Your Highness, it's not the plan of Antis and I, but the plan that 49 Holy Seas participated in the research 20 years ago. What's the plan? Satan's plan? Resurrection?
According to the previous plot, Yi Chun expressed his thoughts and seemed very curious.
A plan for the 49 Holy Seas to study together? It sounds kind of scary.
No. Great darkness, it is, the plan of immortality. Anthony said in a calm tone, but the last 4 words surprised Yi Chun. At this moment, suddenly, several system voices sounded.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the player King Sai for completing the hidden setting of the Warcraft Forest, and the Nightmare Mode storyline
has been completed with 100% completion.
Ding dong, congratulations to the Sai of the Player King. The Nightmare Mode of the Wild Monster Forest, which lasted 5 minutes, cleared the level with 100% plot, and became the first team to kill. At this time, players all over the world were silent.
However, the next moment the world boils over. The 4th shift is over. I recommend a good book fantasy reading function. Everyone can go and read it. A beautiful million-word masterpiece. Congratulations to the 10 players, including the Sai of the Player King, the Invincible Star, the Immortal Star, the Rose of the Star, the Sword of the Star, the Cloud of the Star, the Panda, and so on. Clear the Nightmare level Warcraft Forest dungeon with 100% plot completion, and each person will receive an exquisite silver gift box, Captain X2. Ding dong.
Congratulations to the players in the Kyushu region for killing the first Nightmare level Warcraft Forest dungeon and obtaining 100 fragments of the 5 spirits divine beads. At the same time, the names of these 10 players will always be recorded in the World of Hope, and each will receive an additional 1000 reputation points, and their sculptures will be built in the Warcraft Forest dungeon, except for the disaster level dungeon. The system sound notified the entire server, not only players in Kyushu, but players all over the world heard the system notification.
Close? Nima, are you really clear? 5 minutes to clear the customs? Do you want to be so exaggerated? 6666, the King Sai is really strong. Nani? 5 minutes to clear the customs? We Dadian and the guild failed 3 times, and the Kyushu players actually cleared the customs in 5 minutes?
I want to strongly complain and report, this must be cheating.
We have just cleared the medium mode, but someone from the Kyushu Kingdom has cleared the Nightmare level? This is obviously a report. As a player from the Great Scylla Kingdom, I strongly condemn it. I want to report it. Oh, my god, it took us so long for the Crusaders to beat the first level. I didn't expect the Kyushu State Guild to succeed in the first kill, and it took 5 minutes? I can't believe it. Players all over the world don't know how to describe it.
There are many who are yelling, reporting, angry, and can't believe it, and Kyushu players are both pleasantly surprised and shocked, especially those who are watching the live broadcast.
Even more confused. What did I miss? Everyone, I just blinked my eyes just now. Did I miss something? How did I pass the level?
That big brother of Diao, please tell me. Answer upstairs. Just a second ago, I saw a beam of light, and a man in white came out, with a 3-legged chaos cauldron above his head, shouting,
I am Yi Tiandi. When I suppress all the enemies in the world, then it's over. Nima, there are talents upstairs. 6666. This is the clearance? Do you want to be so outrageous? The operator's son? Chineo's son? Nima, do you want to be so showy? Does the face of the child of God hurt? How did you pass the customs? Kneeling and begging for the answer. Who can tell me how to clear the customs? Thank you very much. My king has acted all his life, why should I explain it to others? One after another barrage appeared, and countless players were stunned. No wonder they were stunned. Even Xinghuan Wudi was stunned. They didn't do anything, just cleared the level? Just got the first kill? I completed the hidden mission, so I went straight through the customs. Yi Chun glanced at Xinghuan Wudi and the others, and then spoke directly. After saying this, the 9 people looked at Yi Chun with admiration. Indestructible is the most exaggerated, and went directly to hug Yi Chun's thigh. The king, from today onwards, I will follow you. I don't even want my boss. I even found the hidden quest. Nima, this time I see who was bashing you. You have poor consciousness, and it takes 5 minutes to clear the level. This is simply yes. Big brother king, please accept the younger brother. Xinghuan Invincible shouted loudly, making Xinghuan Wudi on the side a little ugly. But when they came back to their senses, everyone was overjoyed. Although it was a bit outrageous, what I had to say was that they cleared the level. The 4 modes of Warcraft Forest, simple, medium, hard, and nightmare all have their statues. This is the supreme glory. If we pass the level directly, we only get the clearance experience, and neither the monster farming experience nor the treasure chest is opened. If we use the hidden mission to clear the level directly, we will lose a lot of money, but if we pass the level for the first time, we will not lose money in blood. At this time, Xinghuan Xiangwei spoke, and she said the drawbacks of Yi Chun's customs clearance in this way. Only the dungeon completion reward, the experience value along the way is nothing. With Yi Chun's team, completing the simple mode, the experience points that each person can get is around 500,000, but after the full level, the experience points are reduced to 1%, and each person should get 5,000 experience points. 10,000 experience points in medium mode. 30,000 experience points in hard mode. Nightmare mode should be at least 50,000 or even 100,000 experience points, but the problem is that it is not obtained, only 10,000 experience points reward for customs clearance, so this is the pros and cons. However, in terms of the first kill, it must be blood earned, because it has received various honors and rewards. Enter the disaster level dungeon, clear the Warcraft Forest dungeon as soon as possible, and the Foggy Forest dungeon can also appear earlier. Yi Chun said, maybe others didn't understand, but he knew the reason for everything, so he didn't care about everything in the outside world, but urged everyone to enter the disaster level Forest of Monsters. Because only after clearing the disaster level Warcraft Forest, the Mist Forest dungeon will appear after 3 days. Otherwise, the Mist Forest dungeon will appear and it will take a month to wait. Disaster level? Hearing the 3 words disaster level, everyone couldn't help but get excited. They have seen easy, medium, difficult, nightmares. And disaster, they are full of anticipation. Xinghuan Invincible was also the first time to change the name of the live broadcast room to the first disaster level Warcraft Forest. The world's first. This world number 1 has indeed exploded, with 30 million popularity, and it has soared to hundreds of millions in less than a few minutes. It is true that there are players all over the world, and the barrage is like Wangyang's Sea. If you open the barrage, it is all densely packed. Word. At this moment, Yi Chun was thinking about one thing. Yi Chun already understands what it means to hope that the world is unique. It's not just an upgrade of monsters, but a kind of decryption, allowing players to be immersed in the scene and really understand a story and a plot. The integration of fighting monsters and upgrades is very innovative. Now at the nightmare level, the biggest secret is the eternal life plan, so Yi Chun can directly clear the customs. With the help of his identity, he directly knows the secret. If he follows the normal procedure, he will learn about the eternal life plan bit by bit, and he will also be attracted. 2. What is the eternal life plan?
Then the final plot of the nightmare level copy is the eternal life plan.
What is the final plot of the disaster level copy? The eternal life plan is definitely not the last secret. What is the plot behind the forest of beasts?
If the immortality plan is the last secret, then it should not be a nightmare level, but a disaster level.
What is a disaster?
Yi-chun didn't know, he wanted to personally see it, the catastrophic copy of the Forest of Warcraft.
In the end. What, to be able to call it a disaster? Ding dong. Do you want to challenge the disaster level dungeon? Please be careful. This copy is extremely dangerous. Please be careful. This copy may affect your body and mind. Do you choose to challenge? Yes.
In the new week, I beg for collections, flowers, monthly passes, clicks, and everything.
Free flowers to cast. Students who have a monthly ticket can click to vote for a monthly ticket. Thanks. Disaster copy. The night is coming, and the forest of monsters is even more silent.
At this moment, the information appeared in front of everyone.
The monster forest you entered has been a nightmare for 3 years. 3 years ago, the monster rage incident occurred in the monster forest.
However, 3 years later, another very strange thing happened in the monster forest. This month, Orion has we didn't see a single monster, but soon the civilians in the surrounding villages disappeared one by one, and strange things appeared again. At that time, the Adventurers Guild urgently sent a magic letter, but just when the magic letter was about to reach the captain, a light suddenly appeared out of nowhere and snatched the magic letter. Now please hurry up and search for the magic letter. The main quest appears, look for the magic letters of the Adventurers Guild, complete this quest, the plot completion rate will increase by 20%. The time limit is 2 hours, the quest prompts, the opponent is very fast and vigilant, you can consider deliberately distracting teammates, attract the other party to appear. The first stage of the mission appeared, and Xinghuan Invincible said it for the first time. The first stage of the task is to find the magic letter sent by the Adventurers Guild, but the unknown existence of the magic letter has been snatched away and has been hidden in the dark. If we do not act alone, we cannot attract the other party to appear, but if we spread out the opponent can kill us alone, so this is a dead end. To be precise, we must gather immediately when this guy appears, otherwise, once there is a mistake, we basically lose. Star Magic Invincible said, although they did not have any very important output, but disaster level copy, output cannot represent everything, control, assistance, cooperation, skills, better than simple output, the simplest reason. Unable to stand. What if you have output? Yi-chun's output is also quite high. In addition to the knight, all attributes are doubled, but Yi-chun's HP is only 140,000, and he can't carry it for a few rounds, so he must cooperate well. Possibly, but one more person is more power. But if we don't separate, will he show up? The problem came out, Xinghuan Immortal frowned and said, although it was said that if they were scattered alone, they would be attacked, but if they were not scattered alone, the unknown existence that took away the magic letter would not appear. Spread away, but don't go too fast, try to stay within 500 yards, I will start the dark stealth, lurking on one of you randomly, if you really encounter danger, I will immediately support. Now there is no other way, everyone just hopes that Yi-chun can bet right. Soon the 10 people dispersed, Yi-chun walked less than 100 meters, and immediately released the dark sneak, and then he walked to Xinghuan Xiangwei, because Xinghuan Xiangwei is the player with the weakest attribute among the crowd. If nothing else, I will definitely choose a weak start. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. At this moment, a system sound suddenly sounded. Ding dong. Teammate Xinghuan Panda has 0 health and is dead. Did the sneak attack on the Phantom Panda go? This was something Yi-chun didn't expect, but fortunately he told them not to go so fast. Yi-chun immediately stepped back for half a minute, and then hurried to the Xinghuan Panda. The distance between the two is less than 500 yards. Yi-chun's current movement speed can span a distance of 500 yards in 10 seconds. When he came to the side of Xinghuan Panda, Yi-chun asked him to continue searching, while he lurked in the dark, waiting for the counterattack. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds.
10 seconds. 15 seconds. 18 seconds. 20 seconds. At this moment, Yi-chun attacked instantly. A shadow flashed by. Yi-chun immediately released the curse of the king, aiming at the shadow. The horrific injury of the moment appears. 200,000. 200,000 points of damage means that the opponent has 400,000 health points. In the Dark Knight, Yi-chun's agility has also been greatly improved. He instantly slaughtered the past. The original 4,000 basic attack, plus the King's Rage, added an additional 5,000 attack power. This is the 9,000 point attack. Plus the 500 points of attack power of the equipment, this is 9,500 points of attack. Because of the Dark Knight state, it is 19,000 points of attack power. If it is a critical hit, it will be 38,000 points of damage. This is Yi-chun's terrifying damage now. The king beheaded and fell, and this was the damage of 380,000 HP. Suddenly, a whimper sounded, and then a black wolf lay on the ground, dying on the spot. Ding dong! Congratulations on killing the swift black wolf, you have gained 2,000 experience points. The first level is completed, and the level of the dungeon is 20% complete. The voice sounded, and soon after the black wolf died, he left behind a bronze weapon and a magic envelope. So soon? This output is invincible. I thought it would take a long time, but I didn't expect it to be resolved so quickly. Nima also said that the output is useless. This output should not be too explosive. It's useless to say 6 these days. No matter what it is, when you have one thing, you will inevitably lose the same thing. King, although you have a super output ability, you also lose the trouble of killing monsters. What the upstairs said makes sense, but how does it sound a little awkward? Players in the live broadcast room were looking forward to the super high operation in different plots, but they didn't expect that Yi-chun solved the first level easily, and the sense of expectation disappeared instantly. If no brains rely on the output signal to brush up, what's the point? At this moment, all the teammates had already rushed over, and at this moment, everyone was overjoyed. After all, Yi-chun solved the first trouble. This black wolf's health is low, but its speed and attack power are terrifying. 600 points of agility, 20,000 terrorist attacks, and various attribute bonuses are too terrifying. At this moment, Star Illusion Rose immediately showed the attributes of the swift black wolf. 400,000 HP, 20,000 attack, 600 agility, 5 claws per second, and comes with poisoning, weakness, and advanced blood loss. To be honest, this attribute and data are indeed exaggerated and terrifying. This shows that you don't want people to pass the test. Rational analysis: if Yi-chun didn't happen to appear next to the Phantom Panda, then this black wolf has a terrible harvesting ability, and all 10 people were easily killed, so the first level was difficult to crack. This attribute is a bit exaggerated? The disaster level is so terrifying? Monsters with this attribute, and they are good at concealment, will only attack when the opponent is single, so what are you playing? It can only be said that the luck is very good. The Big King is swimming in the team, and the luck is not bad. It just so happens that this black wolf attacks the Xingwan Panda, and the Big King is also rushing to wear. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. The setting of the first level is that the team cannot gather together, it must be left alone, and at the same time the black wolf attacks indiscriminately, and when the black wolf attacks, it only gives you less than a few seconds, so the test is the team's tacit understanding and reaction ability. The most frightening thing is that your agility must be fast, and the overall agility must be fast, otherwise, if it is too late, it will directly damage a teammate. In this mode, if you want to pass the level, you need at least 10 level 50s, and all the gold equipment, and all hidden occupations of A level or even A level or above can pass. Otherwise, you will not be able to pass the level at all. Everyone, the Imperial Court Guild has already launched the live broadcast, and they are also attacking the disaster level. Just now, with 95% completeness of the plot, they completed the nightmare level. Everyone, hurry up and watch. Imperial Court? The third guild in the sky? The guild to which the Child of God belongs? Yeah, the Child of God has contacted another professional player, and now 10 people are in a disaster level dungeon, and their technical awareness is 100 times better than this team. The barrage in the live broadcast room is like the ocean of Wang Yang.
But Yi Chun and others didn't care. They picked up the magic letter, and after opening the letter, the message appeared immediately. The sigh of the king, please be careful. After our reconnaissance again, we found that the forest of monsters hides a huge secret, which involves a huge secret, and may even involve the core of the war between gods and demons. But what is it? I don't know yet. By the way, there is one more thing. We found through the magic owl, Sopa's wife is still alive.
The letter ends at the end.
After everyone saw the letter, they couldn't help but ponder, but soon Xinghuan Rose was the first to speak.
The time period of the disaster level copy was after the death of Sopa and Sopa's wife.
According to the official information, Sopa's wife, unable to bear the pressure a year later, chose to commit suicide because she lost both eyes and was said to have committed suicide. At that time, the villagers heard the terrifying and miserable sound, and Sopa, half a year later, was confused, and finally chose to commit suicide. It was the villagers who buried him. This is the official information. Why is Sopa's wife still there?
Star Phantom Rose is very curious.
Nightmare level Warcraft Forest copy. It is estimated that this story is told, but we passed the customs directly, so we don't know what happened. Wait a moment, I will find out the situation.
Xinghuan Wudi thinks that the Nightmare level copy should be involved in this plot, so he now asks people to collect information.
But soon Xinghuan Wudi shook his head and said, the plan mentioned in the Nightmare level dungeon is the resurrection plan. In the difficult level dungeon, we help Sopa so that he will not be used by others, and the time point of the Nightmare level dungeon, Sopa Pa and his wife happened to be alive, and what was involved was the resurrection time.
They could revive people and use sorcery, so the Nightmare level dungeon was not related to the hard level dungeon and the disaster level dungeon.
There were several years in between.
Interval. It's all complicated, frowningly complicated.
Let's just sort it out briefly. Ordinary dungeon, defeat Sopa to complete the quest. Medium dungeon, defeating the summoned evil spirit archmage is considered to complete the quest. Difficult dungeon, find Sopa's wife, and at the same time summon the evil archmage to defeat the opponent. Let Sopa Pa and his wife are happily together. The first 3 time periods revolve around Sopa and his wife.
Like most fairy tales in Western fantasy, justice defeats evil, and in the end, a lover is married.
Then the time point of the Nightmare level copy is before the hard mode, and now the disaster level copy is after. That is to say, everything revolves around the story of Sopa and his wife. The Forest of Warcraft may just be a cover to confuse players.
Even in order to confuse players, even the official website cooperates with sending out information to deceive everyone.
The Forest of Monsters hides a secret called disaster.
Yi Chun said word by word, this is his current cognition and opinion. Ding dong.
Accept the second stage quest to find the whereabouts of Sopa's wife.
The limit is 2 hours.
After completing the quest, the dungeon's plot completion rate will increase by 30%. The second stage task is 30% completion of the dungeon plot. No matter what Yi Chun said, he had to follow the script first. Search first. Yi Chun didn't talk nonsense. Everyone began to search, and Xinghuan Wudi soon smiled and said, that team failed, and the challenge to the disaster level dungeon failed. No one in Yi Chun could feel how terrifying the disaster level dungeon is, but after the first brush of the Imperial Court Guild, players all over the world knew the horror of the disaster level dungeon. There are 10 players in the Imperial Court, all silver equipment plus weapons on the leaderboard, and even a lot of trump cards, but they were killed one by one by the speedy Black Wolf. Court Guild. I tried my best to kill the speedy Black Wolf, but the speedy Black Wolf escaped, and then killed one by one again.
This is the most disgusting official setting.
If more than 2 players gather together, the Black Wolf will not appear. You must be alone before attacking, unless the 2 weakest players are together. 20,000 points of attack, plus 5 claws in 1 second, and various states of weakness, blood loss, etc., who can beat it? So even though they were the children of God, they lost outright, but they did not get discouraged, but chose to challenge again. In the second stage, an hour later, Yi Chun and others did not find Sopa's wife at all, and the players of the Imperial Court Guild failed 3 times. Gold equipment with increased agility and health. Only then did he barely pass the first level, and now, like Yi Chun and others, he began to wait for the search in the second level.
There are 2 more to come. I'm really sorry because something happened today, sorry. Feel sorry. The forest of monsters is so big, how can we find it? An hour later, everyone gathered together, and their faces were not good looking, because after searching for an entire hour, they could not find Sopa's wife, not even a trace. We searched many places nearby, and there is no trace of anyone living there, including the former magic circle, and there was heavy rain a few days ago. It stands to reason that as long as someone appears, there will be footprints, but there are no footprints, including the footprints of monsters. Xinhuan Wudi is the most conscious player among this group of people, and he carefully analyzed some relevant information. The Forest of Warcraft can be said to be 1/10 big, let alone 2 novels. Even if it takes 10 hours and 20 hours, we will not be able to find Sopa's wife. Although this task is a disaster, it is absolutely impossible for us to find his wife. It is impossible to release an impossible mission, a disaster-level copy. It does not mean an impossible copy, so there must be clues. We need to think about it and dig carefully. Yi Chun opened his mouth, and his words made everyone nod involuntarily. After just thinking about it for a while, suddenly, Xinhuan said, "Actually, I thought of a place where I might be able to find Sopa's wife." He said this, and everyone turned their attention to him, full of anticipation. Feeling the expectations of everyone, Xinhuan said, "I think it is very likely that in the cave where we found her for the first time, we searched for the forest of monsters, but forgot and neglected this place." He said this, and everyone couldn't help being surprised, and there was indeed a feeling of sudden realization. Yeah, why didn't you think of that? Maybe it's possible. That place is where Sopa's wife was imprisoned 3 years ago. Maybe Sopa's wife is still not dead, she is still imprisoned there. Everyone nodded, agreeing with what Xinhuan said. Let's go and have a look. Since they all felt this way, Yi Chun also nodded and led the crowd to the cave, but because the disaster-level Warcraft forest is the Warcraft forest 3 years later, many trees have grown, and everyone will not be able to find it for a while. If it wasn't for the fans in the live broadcast room to guide the way, it is estimated that it would take a while. 10 minutes later, everyone came to the vicinity of the cave. When they first arrived, suddenly, there were bursts of soft sounds. Help! Help! The voice sounded, and everyone was overjoyed, especially the Xinhuan Immortal, who shouted excitedly on the team channel. I guessed right, boss, you have to write down this credit. He was very excited, everyone smiled and walked in, but Xinhuan Invincible considered what happened last time, so he wanted Yi Chun to stay here, but Yi Chun shook his head and chose to go in. Anyway, back in time, he is not afraid of anything. Once inside, the cave is extremely dark. And there is an indescribable emotion that pervades the crowd. Everyone walks very quietly. The cave 3 years later is obviously bigger than the cave 3 years ago. I don't know if it is an illusion. At this time, a figure in the cave made a sad voice. Xinhuan was the most excited, and he ran over there, wanting to trigger the mission. Are you Sopa's wife? Help, help, can you help me find something? It was very dark inside the cave, and everyone seemed to be a little cautious, but Xinhuan was a little bit big. After hearing this voice, he couldn't help but continue to ask, what are you looking for? Maybe we can find it. Really? Can you really help me find it? The other's voice was very eager and excited. Yes, what are you looking for? Xinhuan said with a smile. Everyone watched quietly, mainly because the cave was very dark, and everyone could only see each other's backs and clothes. It really seemed to be Sopa's wife. I'm looking for my head. Can you find it? The next moment, the voice with doubt and coldness sounded, and everyone was stunned for a moment. In front of him, there was a headless corpse, with blood still flowing from its neck, and the neck bone was broken. Everyone is creepy. Because I want the world to be 100% real, this is equivalent to the appearance of a real headless corpse. Fuck. Fuck. F***CK. F***CK. Nima. I'm shocked. Official, if you come out, I promise not to beat you. No wonder it has a bad effect on the body and mind. Nima, the headless corpse must have a bad effect. If this is good, I will live broadcast and eat shit. I feel like I'm fine. If I saw a headless corpse at such a close distance, there must be a shadow. Guys, what did you miss just now? I went to the toilet, can you tell me something big?
The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded directly.
This sudden picture is simply unbearable. Wow! I will sell your mother a batch. When he came back to his senses, Xinghuan Immortal kicked him.
His nerves were thick and he seemed to be frightened, but he actually dared to resist. It's just that this kick was kicked, but it directly penetrated the opponent's body.
Is it the undead?
Yi Chun came back to his senses, he frowned, and immediately realized that the other party was an undead.
It's you!
However, the voice sounded again, and the headless female corpse didn't know what to communicate with. She seemed to be surprised that Yi Chun and several others appeared, and it sounded that there was no malicious intent.
But just now, it did frighten them. Ding dong!
Find Sopa's wife. The second stage task is completed, except the third stage task, the head of Sopa's wife. Complete the third stage task, the dungeon completion rate will increase by 20%. The third stage of the mission has appeared. At the same time, the undead in front of him is actually Sopa's wife.
This surprised everyone. Sopa's wife is dead. The official
website did not lie, and neither did the Adventurers Guild, but many people ignored the existence of the undead. The magic owl of the Adventurers Guild should see the undead of Sopa's wife, but the magic owl could not distinguish between the undead and the real player.
That's not right. Sopa's wife committed suicide and was desperate for life.
If you want to become an undead, you must be full of resentment to become an undead, and most of the undead are very cruel.
Why wasn't the battle triggered, and how did Sopa's wife become undead?
At this time, Xing Huanyan suddenly said, he is a necromancer, so he knows this profession very well.
1 o'clock in the morning, I hope no readers are scared. Cough cough. In the setting of Hope World, it is not an easy thing to become an undead. First of all, you must be emotionally unstable before death. You must be stimulated to a certain extent, and at the same time have negative emotions. The greater the negative emotions, the more you become, the possibility of death is greater. And the most important point is that you must be obsessed with becoming an undead. Why are most of the undead evil? Because their obsession is to take revenge and to kill. They are completely evil spirits, but Sopa's wife is different. It looks very normal, but there is some horror without the head. Could it be that she lost her head, so she has a lot of resentment? Doesn't the old saying say that there is a head and a debt to the owner?
Star Ring Panda spoke, he guessed. Impossible, when the Adventurers Guild sent us a letter and saw her face, although the magic owl couldn't tell who was undead and who was not, but at least it could tell whether the other party had a head or not, so Sopa said the wife's head should have been taken away after she became a undead. Xinghuan Wudi explained, but the group of people in the cave talked about topics such as heads, which was a bit terrifying. What was most frightened was not Shangwei, but Yunzhong, who was trembling all the time, and even vomited at the end. It is true that normal people will tremble with fear when they see it. It is actually quite normal to have such a situation. Do you know me? Yi Chun said. He did not discuss, but took the initiative to ask Sopa's wife. I know you. Several years ago, you rescued me. I remembered. Sopa's wife seemed very happy, and her voice was no longer so resentful, which made people even more curious. Will the undead be happy? Except for revenge, the undead should not be happy. This thing is confusing again. You remember us? Why did you become undead? Since she remembered herself, Yi Chun simply asked directly, but when she asked this question, the latter couldn't help thinking for a while, and after a long time, she shook her body and replied as if shaking her head, I don't know, what am I? I don't know, I just remember that there was a voice that made me come back here every day, and I didn't even know I was dead until I realized after a long time that I hadn't eaten for a long time. At that time I just found out I'm dead. By the way, did you meet Sopa? Where is he? I'm lonely and I miss him so much. Sopa's wife said this, with hope in the end. She wanted to see her husband. What a poor woman. We didn't meet him. Xinghuan Shangwei didn't tell Sopa's wife her husband's ending, but said, let's help you find your head first. In this case, maybe you can think of something. Xinghuan Rose said, and after saying this, she started the third stage of the task with everyone. Look for the head of Sopa's wife. Okay,
thank you for helping me for the second time.
I really appreciate you, but unfortunately, I'm dead now and can't repay you. Sopa's wife said a little embarrassedly. Everyone didn't say much, but started the third stage task.
How did you lose your head? Yi-chun asked. If you want to find Sopa's wife's head, you must get certain clues, otherwise, it will be difficult to find. I don't remember, I just remember that when I woke up, my head was gone. Sopa's wife doesn't know it herself, which is really speechless. Captain, let's take a look.
At this moment, Xing Huanyun shouted, and everyone looked over, thinking that they had found some clues.
But when it passed, everyone was surprised again.
Nebula Cloud was frightened and vomited all the time, but unintentionally, he saw something incredible. In the depths of the cave, among the walls, the dense letters were drawn with stones.
Why?
It is these 3 words, densely packed, at least tens of thousands of Ys, covering the entire wall and looking very infiltrating.
What why? Yi-chun frowned, everyone frowned, and the fans in the live broadcast room were also completely excited and boiling, because the high chow of the copy came.
There is no doubt that the most exciting place will appear soon, and many players will rationally help Yi-chun and the others to analyze. Sopa's wife became an undead after her death, but Sopa's wife, who has a head, remembers everything. She used undead magic here, and engraved Y tens of thousands of times.
You can read it carefully.
These words are very powerful. Deep, at first glance, there is deep resentment, which means that the head of Sopa's wife has been found, then the disaster level copy is over.
That's right upstairs, and there's one more thing to pay attention to. Why does Sopa's wife stay in this cave all the time? Maybe the cave has some other secrets. Ignore the rest, I think this is getting more and more complicated. Disaster level, what are you going to do?
The third stage task is completed, that is, 70% of the story is completed, and the disaster level first kill requires 90%, that is to say, there is at least one more level.
There won't be any.
The third level is the last level, and the remaining 30% is a hidden level, and it is impossible to appear directly. Players chatted on the live broadcast barrage.
But Yi-chun found something unusual. Let's stop looking, just stay here. To be precise, we are lurking here.
Yi-chun said, and he said this, which made everyone very puzzled.
Why? What's wrong? People were curious and didn't quite understand.
There is no time limit for the third level task, which means that this level only needs to wait.
Yi-chun explained the problems he found, and everyone suddenly realized.
Well, continue to wait here, as long as the first kill mission is completed, and the plot completion rate is more than 90%, then we can sweep the dungeon with one click, and we can get 100% of the rewards without repeated challenges.
You can get the prize right away.
Xinghuan Invincible nodded. He passed Yi-chun's point of view, and at the same time stated the benefits of the first dungeon. Players who have successfully completed the first copy of the dungeon have 10 chances a day, and can complete it with one click. The reward is 100%, which is equivalent to you having experienced it all over again, but it is not a waste of your time, otherwise it will just be a disaster level wasted time, not to mention 10 times, 3 times a day may not be able to finish. And the 10 teams that finish later can only receive 80% of the experience points, as well as equipment drops, etc. The top 100 is 70%, the 1000 is 60%, and the 10000 is 100%. 50%, and the rest is 40% reward. So as long as they get the first kill, then you can complete it 5 times with one click later, and get 5 rewards directly. Although it is hard work, at least it is very rewarding. Just like that, time passed little by little. It was finally dark, 2.5 hours passed, and finally, there was movement outside the cave. The final plot can be finished today. It has paved the way for a long plot. I will try to write it. I don't know if you like it or not. It is an online game mode with a little reasoning and detective. Otherwise, it will be boring to write. Thank you, brothers who are willing to support all the time. Thank you for your support. Thanks. The sound outside attracted everyone's attention, and soon everyone quieted down and lurked in the cave. Soon a figure walked in, and everyone was curious about who came, including the hundreds of millions of players in the live broadcast room.
It was only after the person appeared that everyone was surprised. It's fake Thomas. That is, Antis, an NPC who was let go by Yi-chun 3 years ago, but he didn't expect him to come. It's another good thing he did. It turned out to be him. He imprisoned Sopa's wife 3 years ago, and cut off Sopa's wife's head 3 years later. Is this person poisonous? It is estimated that he has a grudge against the Sopa family. Don't care about anything else later, this guy to the death. This guy wanted to kill us 3 years ago, and he reappeared 3 years later, and you see, what he is carrying is the head of Sopa's wife. He should have used a special magic potion, so he can carry the Cable Paw's wife's head. Star Magic Panda and other abusers are also analyzing the plot of the dungeon. Everyone seemed very quiet, but Yi-chun was very curious, but everyone was on alert, because it was very likely that a battle would be triggered later. When Antis really entered the cave like this, he soon discovered the difference. Call out. Antis was very decisive and disappeared directly in place. He was extremely agile and fast, and everyone did not expect that the other party would flee directly. Ding dong! Failed to complete the plot, a disaster level copy, failed to pass the level. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded, surprising everyone. This failed? Do you want to be so exaggerated? Go back 10 seconds. Yi-chun didn't know why the mission failed, but he didn't dare to go back 1 minute, because if he still failed, there would be no chance to go back, so to be cautious, go back 10 seconds and try to save it. After rewinding time, Yi-chun spoke on the teammates' channel. Everyone, hide and don't do anything. Just as soon as the words were finished, Antis disappeared again, and without exception, the news of the failure of the dungeon mission came again. Go back 10 seconds. The second time back, Yi-chun didn't waste any time. He stood up and looked at each other with cold eyes. Of course, Yi-chun couldn't really do this. God ring, looking at Antis. Call out. But the next moment, Antis escaped again, which made Yi-chun extremely helpless. Is this guy poisonous? How do you see yourself once and run once? Who has this copy? But what surprised Yi-chun was that the system sound did not sound, and this time the mission did not end. Wait here, I'll go out and have a look. After Yi-chun said this, he left the cave and ran a few steps before meeting Antis. When the two met, Antis looked at Yi-chun with some vigilance, but he didn't run away. But after watching for a while, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So it's you. If I hadn't seen the black talisman, I guess I have already run away. Why are you hiding in the cave and scare me? Antis is an NPC, but he has human-like emotions. He looked at Yi-chun helplessly and complained. If he didn't know, he really thought he was a player. This is why the mission did not fail, because Antis turned back. Originally, according to the plot, Antis would leave and would not appear for a long time, so the dungeon mission would fail. Now I see that it is Yi-chun. Antis thus turned back. Then the mission can continue. Why are you here? And Sopa's wife's head, why is it in your hands? Yi-chun asked directly, straight to the point, and at the same time he was curious, why Anthony would directly surrender when he saw the ring in his hand, knelt on the ground, and obeyed, but Antis didn't? After thinking about this question for a while, Yi-chun came up with a partial answer. The answer is very simple, that is, Anthony knows the goods, this guy does not know the goods. Why are you asking me this question? However, you are very powerful. You have a black talisman, and you can still live to this day. It's not bad. He said this with a smile, not afraid of Yi-chun. On the contrary, he seemed very casual, and even had the feeling of being a subordinate. Yi-chun was his subordinate. Antis, as the son of darkness, I now order you to answer my questions. Although this sentence is very second, Yi-chun still gritted his teeth and said these words, followed by the eternal darkness of the immortal divine ring emitting a strange light. This ring seems to be able to guide people's souls to darkness. Antis was surprised at first how Yi-chun knew his name, but now after seeing the ring in Yi-chun's hand, Antis couldn't help frowning. After a while, Antis suddenly took a deep breath. Looking at Yi-chun Dao. Are you the son of darkness that Anthony spoke of? The words that were very middle of the road came from Antis' mouth, but they didn't seem so compelling. Yi-chun nodded, and the latter immediately said with great excitement. I have seen His Highness the Son of Darkness. He is sincere.
Stop talking nonsense, tell me why you are here, and the head of Sopa's wife, why are you here?
Yi-chan asked seriously.
Reporting to your highness, a mysterious person gave me this head and asked me to send it to the cave, and the other party put things with me in silence. In order to save my life, I agreed to the other party, just come over, when I meet you, I run away subconsciously.
Antis replied, but Yi-chan couldn't help frowning. Someone asked him to come?
Don't care so much, give me Sopa's wife's head.
Yi-chan said. The latter didn't talk nonsense, and gave him the head directly.
Because Yi-chan is an undead warlock, he can directly hold the head of the undead.
After getting it, Yi-chan continued to ask, Mysterious man? Why did you hide Sopa's wife in the cave 3 years ago? He asked. And Antis was immediately stunned, and then he said, Who said I hid Sopa's wife in the cave?
The state is not good, adjust your thinking, I'm really sorry.
Antis was a little stunned.
He looked at Yi-chan and said in amazement, because Sopa's wife was not imprisoned by him.
You didn't imprison him?
Yi-chan was also a little surprised.
Who imprisoned him not? Yeah, I just let her go, and then I met you 3 years ago.
On the way, I deliberately attracted a monster to scare you.
After you made a sound, I determined that Sopa's wife must be able to hear it. So I will definitely ask you for help.
The idea at the time was that you and your friends went in together, and I was designing to trap you. With your friends, I just didn't expect that you were very smart at the time and saw through my arrangement.
Antis said this, which surprised Yi-chan. If Sopa's wife was not imprisoned by Antis, who would she be? Could it be said that Sopa has an enemy?
But according to the official information, there are a lot of relevant information. Sopa came to the village more than 10 years ago, and he is still a magician.
He is admired and cannot be enmity.
Yi-chan pondered in his heart, but after thinking about it, he shook his head.
Let's send the head back first.
In this case, we can get some answers from Sopa's wife, and the dungeon completion rate has reached 7%.
10.
The remaining 10% can be explored slowly.
Thinking of this, Yi-chan left immediately, and Antis naturally followed. Yi-chan needed his help.
At the same time, Antis admired Yi-chan very much and was surprised that Yi-chan was the son of darkness. When they came to the cave, everyone was a little embarrassed when they saw Yi-chan holding Sopa's wife's head. But fortunately, this is just a game, and everyone will not mind.
Ding dong.
Have you completed the 3rd stage task?
At this moment, the system sounded and asked Yi-chan. Yes. Yi-chan directly returned the head of Sopa's wife to her.
The headless undead found his head, and then he could
know how he died. Of course, if he did this, the negative emotions would gradually expand. In the end, become a real evil spirit. Everyone is preparing and looking forward to the next episode.
After putting the head on, Sopa's wife's expression changed slightly, and then suddenly, a trace of cold air permeated the surroundings.
How did you die? The next moment, Xinghuan Panda spoke first.
They had to know how Sopa's wife died, and how could she become an undead if she died normally?
I was killed. I died so wrongly. I died so miserably.
I don't know who killed me, but I am sad, I am in pain, I am desperate. In an instant, the breath of the undead filled the surroundings, and Sopa's wife directly turned into a terrifying undead.
At this moment, the system sound rang.
The 4th stage mission is triggered. Sopa's wife has turned into a crazy undead, full of resentment and anger. Please seal or kill her to get 15% plot completion, and seal to get 20% story completion. 15 kills, 20 seals, no matter what, the mission is not complete.
This is a very terrifying undead, not an ordinary undead.
Damn, how can you provoke this kind of existence? Your Highness, run away, I will put you in the back. Antis opened his mouth and showed his loyalty, and other players were curious, why would Antis call his Highness Yi-chan?
Control first.
Yi-chan said. Xinghuan Wudi immediately controlled it, and said, using the magic of light attribute, even if it is an auxiliary magic skill, has a targeted damage bonus to it. The Curse of the King. Yi Chun looked at Sopa's wife and directly cast the curse of the king.
In an instant, a 5 million damage appeared, which made everyone pale.
The damage of 5 million health points proves that Sopa's wife's health value is 10 million, and there are still 5 million.
It's just terrifying.
Yi Chun used the identification technique, and soon the attributes of the boss appeared.
This is a copy boss, so the attributes can be seen.
The undead body of Sopa's wife.
Level, LV 25. Quality, purple gold. Boss.
Health, 5000000/10000000. Mana, 5000000/500000.
Attack power, 10,000 2000. Skill, undead movement.
Ability, death gaze.
Skill, deficiency land. Explanation, the undead body of Sopa's wife.
Before she died, she was subjected to strong stimulation, despair, fear, anger, and finally formed an undead.
This is the attribute table, the purple gold level boss. If it is not the copy boss, many attributes are restricted and suppressed, and the attributes will only be more terrifying and explosive.
At this moment, all Yi Chun's skill effects were activated, a king beheaded and hit 380,000 health points, and then various skills were released.
Dead altar.
In the end, Yi Chun even summoned the altar of the dead. He had never used this skill, because he didn't need it at all, but now he can't use it. But this time I was very lucky, and I directly summoned the altar of the undead. An ancient altar appeared at the outer door of the cave, and soon the undead warriors wielded bone knives and slaughtered Sopa's wife.
Undead warrior.
Health, 10,000/10,000.
Mana, 0 divided by 0. Attack power, 200-400.
Description: the weakest warriors of the undead, but also the largest in number, they are not afraid of death. Undead altar can summon 3 types of undead warriors: undead warrior, undead knight, undead mage. The probability is 80%, 15%, 5%. Existing for an hour, 5 undead will be summoned every minute, and the altar also has health, 100,000 health points, no attack power, but if you attack the altar, these undead will go crazy to him. Yi Chun summoned the undead warriors to let them die. Just like this, time passed little by little, and finally an hour passed.
After everyone paid 7 more lives, Sopa's wife was finally sealed. When the health value drops to 5%, it will be sealed.
If it fails, Sopa's wife's health value will be restored to 50%.
Yi Chun succeeded.
Twice, the first time he failed to reverse the time, and the second time he directly sealed the success.
Ding dong.
Complete the 4th stage task, seal Sopa's wife, and increase the task completion rate by 20%.
Add 20%.
At present, it has reached 90%, and it is still the last 10%.
If it does not reach more than 90%, it is not considered a customs clearance.
The whole live broadcast room was discussing what the remaining 10% was, because the system no longer gave tasks. The last 10% should be hidden tasks, and after the 4th stage task was completed, only the last half an hour was left.
It's time.
If the 10% completion rate cannot be made up within half an hour, it will be judged as a failure.
The last 10%, what is it? Star Magic Invincible frowned. What 10%? Antis asked curiously, not knowing. It has nothing to do with you. Xinguan Immortal sat on the ground breathing heavily. He fought just now and was as tired as a dog. Why can you get 20% completion when you seal Sopa's wife? And you can only get 15% when you kill Sopa's wife? Why is that?
Xinguan Xiangwei said that among the 10 people, she was the only one who was invincible and indestructible.
3 of them survived, so she was lucky. The crowd couldn't help but ponder. Because the most important thing is here.
Can this effect pass? And Yi Chun stood in the cave and pondered. He glanced outside the cave, and then glanced at Sopa's wife, who was confused.
In the last 10 minutes.
Suddenly, Yi Chun's body couldn't help being shaken, and then he swallowed, his eyes showing consternation. Because Yi Chun seems to have guessed who the murderer is.
There is no update later, the last chapter will be updated before 5 p.m. I know who the murderer is.
Yi Chun's voice sounded, but there was a coldness in her voice. Who? Everyone was very curious, including Antis, who was also curious about who would be the murderer. Yi Chun didn't answer, but stood in front of Sopa's wife slowly, and then slowly said, "The data shows that you chose to commit suicide because of blindness in both eyes, but if you commit suicide, it is absolutely impossible to incarnate undead. Before you died, you encountered extremely painful things, but what painful things in this world can turn a good person into an evil undead? That thing hit you hard, for example your relatives betray you, or the most beloved betrays you." Yi Chun said this, took a deep breath at the end, and then looked outside and said, "I think your favorite person should be hiding nearby." The voice sounded, but there was no movement, and then Yi Chun looked at Sopa's wife and continued, "You were killed, not suicide, and the person who killed you was none other than the man you liked and loved the most, Sopa." After saying this, everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Chun, with a look of astonishment in their eyes. No one had a blind date with what Yi Chun said. In this story, Sopa has been playing a good husband, from the easy mode to the medium mode, and then to the hard mode. Sopa is a man who loves his wife. In order to resurrect his wife, he would rather sacrifice himself to summon evil spirits archmage. How could he betray his own wife? And will brutally kill his wife? Everyone doesn't believe it, but some really smart people actually believe it. The reason is very simple. Logically, Sopa's wife, no matter what, can't become an undead. The conditions for becoming an undead are very harsh. Only after experiencing real despair and pain can there be a certain possibility to convert into an undead. And Sopa's wife is not just an undead, but a high-level undead among the undead, a boss-level existence. That is to say, Sopa's wife, before her death, suffered extremely terrifying torture and met a despairing person. Matter. What kind of torture can make people become undead? Yi Chun spoke slowly, and when he said this, his tone suddenly changed, and he said in a very cold and terrifying tone, "That is betrayal." The betrayal of her husband. Arlie has never. I thought about it, my husband Sopa, in fact, never loved her. Everything is just a plan. 3 years ago, Arlie's eyes were dug out by you, and then imprisoned in a cave. You used alcohol to relieve your worries, and it was performed for the villagers, because there is a villager who knows a certain mysterious magic circle. For this reason, you did not hesitate to mutilate your wife and then perform evil rituals, but when you really started to summon, you found that it was not the ancient magic circle you wanted to find, but an ordinary evil spirit magic circle. So 3 years ago, when we appeared, you pretended to be a good husband who loved his wife, and finally deceived everyone and took Arlie back, but 3 years later, you finally found the magic circle you were looking for. But to awaken the magic circle, there are certain requirements. This requirement is not difficult to guess. It should be related to the undead, so you tell your wife who gouged out her eyes, you tortured your wife, until death, you let her die in despair and pain for your plan. Sopa. It's time for you to show up. At the end, Yi Chun looked outside, and sure enough, at this moment, Sopa appeared. He looked younger than 3 years ago, with a smile on his face and a sickle in his hand. Long time no see, adventurers. Sopa's smile looked terrifying. The three of them looked at Sopa with chills, and Antis looked at Sopa very solemnly. Brute. Xinghuan Xianwei said, "She is a woman." After learning the truth, she hated the role of Sopa very much. Don't talk about her. Now in the whole live broadcast room, I don't know how many people scold Sopa's scumbag again. It's a beast. Beast? This beautiful lady, you may have misunderstood me. I am actually a great necromancer. I do this for the good of Arlie. She wants to accompany me forever, then I will let her accompany her forever. Follow me. Sopa spoke morbidly, attracting more scolding. This is the last secret of the Warcraft forest. Sopa is the real boss. It is his plan from beginning to end. Everyone is used by him, including the player and his wife. Actually, I'm curious, why do you know it's me? Sopa spoke, but he was not in a hurry to shoot. If you are careful, you will find that you have left a lot of doubts. You came here more than 10 years ago, and you have no origin. After your wife disappeared, you only found a broken piece of clothes in the stomach of the anteater. You are sure your wife is dead. This is not in line with the setting of a good husband who loves his wife deeply, but this is just a point of doubt, and I probably understood when Antis said that Arlie was not imprisoned in a cave.
But if I was the murderer, why didn't I kill Arlie earlier? Sopa asked, still interested.
I don't want to let Arlie die. It's not that you were soft-hearted, but from the beginning, you want to treat her as a sacrifice, but later you realized that the Adventurers Guild was investigating you, and you also found out that the magic circle is not you. The magic circle that you want to find, so you just planned it, wrote and directed a play, and then 3 years later, after you found the real magic circle, you started to implement the plan.
You want to cheat by means of suspended animation.
The Adventurers Guild, but unfortunately,
I discovered it.
Yi-chun said word by word.
Sopa laughed loudly.
You are very smart, Mr. King. Yes, you are right at all, but even if you know, what can you do?
Oh, forgot to say, I am very grateful to you. Seal Arlie for me. Next, you just die. As soon as the words were finished, Sopa turned into a demon in an instant. The wind shook.
And the next moment, suddenly, the sealed Arlie opened his eyes.
I'm going to kill you.
A cold voice sounded, and the plot changed.
The confident Sopa was swallowed and killed by Arlie in an instant. Ding dong. Defeat Sopa, the mission completion rate will increase by 5%. Do you choose to clear the level? The next moment, the voice sounded.
The status is really bad recently. I haven't updated it in time, sorry.
I'm so sorry.
No one would have thought that the disaster level copy was like this. Sopa was the real murderer, and the whole live broadcast room was already boiling. The disaster level copy refers to the disaster of people's hearts. Sopa would rather sacrifice his wife for a certain plan or other purposes.
This is the horror of people's hearts.
The true meaning of disaster level copy is this: people's hearts are better than all disasters.
The audience in the live broadcast room began to discuss.
Disaster level copy, just brushed it, from start to finish, it was Sopa's strategy.
Why do you know everything, or 95%? Xinhuan Wudi asked curiously. As long as it reaches 95%, we can clear the level. We have won this first kill. It doesn't matter whether it is more or less. Xinhuan Immortal said very sincerely, as long as it reaches 95%, it will be cleared. Getting the first kill is better than anything. Everyone nodded, and even Yi-chun didn't know what the remaining 5% were.
Arlie sat on the ground in despair. She killed the person she loved most with her own hands. She has already avenged it.
Once the undead takes revenge, it will gradually disappear.
In this way, the time passed little by little, and Yi-chun chose to confirm the customs clearance.
Yi-chun didn't know what the last 5% was, and it was difficult to know. Ding dong.
Congratulations to the King's Sai with 95% dungeon story completion, clearing the disaster level dungeon, Warcraft Forest, and getting. The sound of the system sounded in his ears, and everything in front of him continued to pass. Yi-chun was still thinking about what the 5% was, but the next moment, suddenly, Yi-chun was stunned. In the cave, Antis was about to leave, and Arlie, who turned into a ray of light, suddenly showed a smile that couldn't be hidden.
This?
The next moment, Yi-chun seemed to think of something, and now he released the ability to go backwards for 1 minute.
Back to a minute ago. At this moment, Xinhuan Wudi said, "Why do you know everything, or 95%? This is the voice of Xinhuan Invincible. Xinhuan Invincible immediately said, as long as it reaches 95%, we can clear the level.
We have taken this first kill, and it doesn't matter whether it is more or less.
He is very real.
In the cave, Xinhuan Indestructible, Xinhuan Rose, Xinhuan Invincible, and Antis all seem to be a little sad, because this plot and story really makes people feel sad. But at this moment, Yi-chun shook his head. He looked at the heartbroken Arlie, Sopa's wife, and said slowly,
"Arlie, I want to tell you a story." Yi-chun's voice sounded, making everyone curious.
Arlie, who had turned into an undead, did not respond, and still kept her head down and wept. Then Yi-chun's voice sounded slowly. Many years ago, there was a person who discovered a plan that moved even the gods, but no one knew about the plan except her, so she would rather give up everything and marry a very clumsy magician master, teach him undead magic. The two of them seemed to be very loving together. After coming to a village, they do all kinds of good deeds, which makes people like them. After more than 10 years, the men encountered a bottleneck in undead magic, and the women comforted them. To support him, to give him encouragement and courage, and at the same time to expose the plan, let the man know the plan inadvertently. In the end, the man was fooled. Because of this plan, even the gods couldn't resist. He was just an ordinary magician, and he naturally couldn't resist. In order to achieve the goal, a woman would rather have her eyes gouged out by the other party, and even die in the end. In the hands of a man, but everything is. The man is a scapegoat, because once the man dies, the Adventurers Guild will completely dispel all doubts, so that the woman can really implement her own plan. Am I right? Madam Arlie. Yi Chun's words made everyone stunned, and the live broadcast room, which was very noisy, became quiet at this moment. Because no one would have thought that this matter would actually reverse. Before, they were scolding the scumbag Sopa, and now no one continues to speak. He. Arlie lowered her head, she still laughed madly, and did not answer Yi Chun's question. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, I'll stand here and watch how you disappear as an undead. Arlie, you did everything right, but what you did wrong was one thing. Sopa turned into a demon. At this critical moment, you killed him directly. Don't you think it's strange? Yi Chun spoke slowly. Even you are very curious. It stands to reason that Sopa, who has activated the magic circle, should be very powerful. How could it be so easily killed by you? You are an undead. You can become powerful by swallowing the demon power in Sopa's body, but Sopa is not so easy to defeat by you. Do you know why? Yi Chun looked at Arlie. However, there was no change in the latter, and there was still laughter. Everyone was very curious as to whether Yi Chun's conjecture was correct. Actually, Sopa discovered your secret very early. He knew it very early. Did you know that when he killed you, it was him who suffered the most, because you were going to change? Undead, you want immortality, everything you want. Sopa is silently dedicated, because he loves you. Until the last moment, he will be in front of us, pretending to be a murderer. Arlie, you don't understand how deep a man loves you. As soon as he finished speaking, Arlie, who was laughing in a low voice, suddenly looked at Yi Chundao with extremely angry eyes. No! Impossible! Arlie was extremely angry, then looked at Yi Chun and said, he asked for it by himself. After he learned the secret, he began to change. Everything was his own. Found. Arlie's words indirectly acknowledged everything Yi Chun said. At this moment, the earth is shocked. Everyone is completely stupid. Ding dong! Congratulations to the Sai of the Player King, for completing the last hidden task of the Warcraft Forest disaster, and increasing the completion of the plot by 5%. 100% complete. The Forest of Warcraft was officially cleared successfully. Did you ask for it? You know in your heart, Arlie, you know better than everyone what Sopa did and what it was for. You know better. After saying this, Arlie has turned into a terrifying undead, and Yi Chun didn't plan to fight at all, because he had already cleared the level, so he didn't need to choose another battle. Ding dong! Congrats to the Sai of the Player King, for clearing the Warcraft Forest with 100% plot integrity. Become the first catastrophic player in the entire server to play the Warcraft Forest for the first time. Ding dong! Congratulations to the 9 players, including Xinghuan Indestructible, Xinghuan Invincible, Xinghuan Rose, Xinghuan Panda, etc. Cleared the Warcraft Forest. Become the first catastrophic player in the entire server to play the Warcraft Forest for the first time. No one would have thought that the disaster-level copy of Warcraft Forest was so difficult, and more of it was game awareness and a certain reasoning ability. To be honest, there were many players Heiyechuan just relied on luck before. Now that after passing this dungeon, no one is relying solely on luck for high anymore. 666, the king is invincible. To tell the truth, even if I heard invincible, I can't make it through. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and this Nima is too difficult, right? Not to mention the disaster level, even if it is a difficult level, I feel like I can't beat it. Is the plot so cruel? I'm scared and sad. Now. Woman.
What's the ending of Arlie? Who is the big one? Please come out and tell me. The players talked a lot, and at this moment, Yi-chun also got what he wanted. Ding dong! Congratulations to the Sai of the Player King. The first brush of Warcraft Forest has successfully cleared the level of disaster, and you will get an exquisite silver gift box X2, 5 Spirit Divine Bead Fragments X100, and an additional 10,000 fame points. The 9 members of the Xinghuan Guild were rewarded accordingly. As the captain, Yi-chun obtained the silver gift box and the fragments of the 5 Spirit Divine Beads. The former Yi-chun did not really need it, and the latter was what Yi-chun needed. Fame points? Not reputation points? Yi-chun soon discovered something else. After the first kill, he got not reputation points, but reputation points, which surprised him, but it didn't matter. Anyway, it was something sent by the system. The Foggy Forest dungeon, when it is opened, we are in the group. If you have money, just call me directly. Yi-chun spoke to Xinghuan Wudi, and now he has to make a wish and quickly obtain a great breakthrough crystal. You must know that it has taken half a day since Yi-chun entered the dungeon, but in this half a day, he has not obtained a level breakthrough crystal, because up to now, the first place in the level ranking is still the Child of God. Although level breakthrough crystals can be traded, this thing is extremely difficult to obtain. First, you have to collect 100 pieces of the 5 Spirit Divine Beads. After you get them, take them to make a wish. Get. If so, how difficult is it? 1 billion players don't even think about how many will be produced. But now Yi-chun has more than 200 pieces in his hands. Most of the 5 spirit beads cannot be traded, and only a small part can be traded. The 5 spirit beads Yi-chun obtained through the first kill copy, it can be traded, but there are only 100 per team. It was said before that Yi-chun wanted to take this thing, and Xinghuan Wudi also agreed, so Yi-chun took the 200 pieces, and now he began to synthesize them. Ding dong! Do you want to combine 100 pieces of the 5 Spirits Divine Pearl into one true 5 Spirit Divine Orb fragment? Yes. Yi-chun synthesized 2 pieces of true 5 Spirit Divine Beads in one breath. Ding dong! Are you starting to make a wish? Wish. Level Breakthrough Crystal. Yi-chun directly made a wish to break through the crystallization, and soon the system sounded. Wish failed. Go back 10 seconds. Wish. Level Breakthrough Crystal. Wish failed. Go back 10 seconds. Wish. Level Breakthrough Crystal. Wish failed. Go back 10 seconds. Within 4 minutes, Yi-chun could draw 6 times. 1 hour is full of 90 draws. Yi-chun himself didn't know how many times he had drawn, but after 3 hours, he finally made his wish. The wish was successful. Congratulations on your level breakthrough crystal. 100 points of luck bonus, 3 hours, 300 wishes to draw the breakthrough crystal? The probability of this Nima is low enough to doubt life. Yi-chun was a little confused himself. Do you want to exaggerate? Do you want to play like this? Is it too pitiful? If it were another player, let alone 300 times, maybe 3,000 times, 30,000 times could not be drawn, and the 5 spirits divine bead fragments are extremely difficult to obtain, it is estimated that the entire server can produce 10 pieces is already very impressive. Because of the bound 5 spirit divine bead fragments, the level breakthrough crystal obtained from the wish is also bound. Even if the local tyrants spend money, they have to have goods. Ding dong! Are you using the level breakthrough crystal? Yes. Ding dong! The level breakthrough limit has been cancelled, and you can now upgrade to LV31. After cancelling the level breakthrough limit, Yi-chun glanced at his experience points. It was not too much, only 100 million experience points were needed to improve the level. Thinking of this, Yi-chun randomly found a novice village, and then began to sweep the dungeon. There are 10 chances to download a dungeon every day, and it can save time to sweep directly, but the experience value and equipment explosion rate of sweeping are very low. For low-level dungeons, Yi-chun doesn't care about equipment. All he wants is experience points, as the first kill dungeon player. Yi-chun gets 100% experience points, and even Yi-chun shows the option of equipment conversion experience value,
all the equipment that exploded in the dungeon will be automatically converted into experience points, but only the corresponding experience points, not very high, but also not much.
Ding dong. Are you going to sweep the Warcraft Forest disaster level copy? Yes. Ding dong.
Since you are the first kill player and ranked first, you have gained 100% experience points. In this raid, you have gained 15 million experience points and 5 million experience points for equipment conversion.
One sweep is 20 million experience points.
If this is placed on other players, it is estimated that it can directly reach the full level, but for Yi-chan, it can only increase by 20%.
Of course, I hope that the world is very strict, and Yi-chan can get 20 million experience points.
That is because Yi-chan has a high experience value for leveling up. If it is another player, after the sweep, even if the experience value is 100%, the experience value obtained is definitely not high.
Over 2 million.
No matter what you do, basically everyone's experience points are different, unless you don't have any Jarong City, otherwise, you will not appear too invincible. Even if you are the most common player, it is impossible to say, complete the disaster level dungeon, you can get millions and tens of millions of experience points.
Because ordinary players only need hundreds of thousands of experience points to upgrade one level, can a dungeon be upgraded to 10 levels in a row? It's out of the question. Sweep twice. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times.
Finally, a beam of white light rose from under Yi-chan's feet.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the Sai of the Player King, for becoming the first in the ranking list. The next moment, the sound of the system sounded, announcing to the world that Yi-chan had won the first rank.
Yi-chan didn't dare to take it lightly after winning the first place in the ranking list.
He glanced at the experience points that he had upgraded but had to upgrade from LV31 to LV32, which also required 100 million experience points. Thinking of this, Yi-chan thought about killing monsters.
But before that, Yi-chan continued to make a wish. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the luck was even worse this time.
For 4 hours, Yi-chan drew the level breakthrough crystal. After that, he went to farm monsters. At the same time, the level rankings changed. With Yi-chan LV31 as the first, followed by 3 players, they are not famous players at all, just 3 very ordinary players. These 3 players were very lucky, and they obtained the crystal of a level breakthrough in their wish, but unfortunately they were bound and could not be traded. But at least he was on the ranking list. There are still many guilds willing to win over. This is what makes the world of hope so attractive. There is hope in everything, and miracles in everything. Maybe you will be the next lucky one. At the LV31 level, Yi-chan set his sights on the LV40 level Warcraft.
Two-tailed Earth Dragon. This is a LV40 monster with a small part of Yalong's blood, and its health and attack power are relatively high. Now Yi-chan went directly to the territory of the two-tailed Earth Dragon.
Coming to the territory of the two-tailed Earth Dragon, a large two-tailed Earth Dragon soon appeared in front of Yi-chan.
Two-tailed Dragon.
Health 100,000/100,000. Mana 50,000/50,000.
Attack power 1500-3000. Skill, Earth Dragon Rend. Skill, Earth Dragon Roar.
Description: he has a part of the blood of the dragon family, but only a trace of it. Be careful, his tail is also a weapon.
At this level of monsters, the health and attack power are very strong. The king is furious.
Yi-chan instantly activated the king's rage skill, and the current attribute value increased sharply.
Wood Arrow Spirit. Rain of arrows in the sky. Rainstorm Archery. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. 9,500. 9,500. 9,500.
The damage from the 2 group skills exploded in an instant, and all the hundreds of two-tailed earth dragons died, bringing Yi-chan 2 million experience points.
Each double-tailed earth dragon was equivalent to 20,000 experience points.
Immediately after, Yi-chan held the undead staff and summoned the altar, and he was lucky enough to directly summon the undead altar. Immediately, the undead warriors rushed up.
Although they couldn't cause any terrible damage, they were enough. There are still some effects.
But what I have to say is that although there are currently 12 skills, these 12 skills all have big problems.
First of all, the cooling time is too long.
It takes a full 5 minutes to kill the king. Although the skill damage is terrifying, it is indeed very troublesome. Secondly, the damage of single skills is too much, and the damage of group skills is a rain of arrows and rainstorm arrows.
It is still obvious to detect strange things. But how can this be done?
I can only take it slowly. I hope to get to LV40 quickly and see how the attributes of LV40 are. In this way, it took nearly an hour to brush, and it took only 1 hour to accumulate to kill 1,000 two-tailed earth dragons, which is 20 million experience points, and there are still a full 80 million experience points before leveling up. If you want to upgrade according to the current way, it will take at least 4 or 5 hours.
This kind of upgrade is not very annoying, mainly because of efficiency.
Just at this moment, suddenly, a voice suddenly sounded.
"This big brother, do you need teammates? I'm a thief."
The voice sounded, and Yi Chun was a little surprised. Someone appeared quietly beside him, and he didn't know it yet.
Obviously, this guy's perception was very low. But Yi Chun didn't have any fear.
At this stage, even if all the top 100 players in the ranking list came, they couldn't beat him. There was no need to be afraid. The speaker was a female player, wearing purple clothes, but glanced at the level, but at 15th level, she was obviously a paddling player, so Yi Chun naturally couldn't be afraid of her.
"You are level 15, can you kill the monsters here?" Yi Chun asked in a calm tone.
"I can do it, as long as you can swipe. I can swipe. My profession is special. The higher the damage to my teammates, the higher my damage, the damage can be shared, and all my skills are group-wide skills, the cooldown is short and the damage is decent." The other party said with a smile, listening to the voice. The other party should be young, at most 16 or 17 years old.
Of course, this is just Yi Chun's guess. Shared damage? Yi Chun was a little surprised.
He didn't expect such a job. If he could share damage, this guy would be very strong, and if all of them were group skills, he would be a monster farmer.
"Are you sure? Can the damage be shared?"
"Don't worry, boss, share the damage 100%, and I am an archer, with 10 group skills, large range, lack of cold, high damage, as long as you form me." The other party grinned, but she didn't even know who the person in front of her was.
Ding dong. A certain player invites you to join the team, do you agree?
Yi Chun hid his name, and he could choose to hide it during the team formation process. It was just a group of teams, and there were bursts of coquettish voices.
"Hey! 4,500 attack power? Wow!
Big brother, are you the leader of the leaderboard?"
The other party's ID is called ZUA Heart. The name is not bad, but the appearance is unknown. Give it a try first. If you lie to me, I'll send you back to the city now.
Yi Chun smiled slightly, and her face was very kind, but it could be seen that as long as the other party was lying, Yi Chun would not hesitate to send her back to the city. "Okay, boss, don't worry, I'll handle things, absolutely no problem." ZUA's Heart didn't talk nonsense, just took out a wooden bow, and then pulled the bow, and an arrow shot out in an instant. Immediately after the arrow burst, it turned into hundreds of rays of light in an instant, like a nuclear bomb explosion, and the rumbling explosion sounded instantly.
9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000.
A series of dense red critical damage appeared, not to mention the heart of ZUA. Even Yi Chun had a little tongue smacking. There is one more later. If you can wait, you can wait, and if you can't wait, see tomorrow. Thank you for your support.
Out of control arrow. Bursting arrow. Rain arrow. Multiple archery. Diffusion archery. Frozen archery.
ZUA Heart did not deceive Yi Chun. This guy mastered all group skills. Yi Chun was stunned that he had never seen ZUA Heart have single skills. After releasing round after round, 20 group skills were released. After finishing, play another round again. It is simply no CD state.
However, Yi-chan also found that his magic value was dropping sharply. With 20,000 magic points, there were only 15,000 points left in an instant. One round of skills needed to consume 5,000 magic points. I feel like my magic is low. Sure enough, everything has a good side and a bad side. Ziyue Heart has 20 group skills, which seem to be very strong, but they can only share damage. Whoever has the highest damage in the team can share the damage with the other party. In fact, this is also very awesome. It is definitely a super professional. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is SSS level, but there is a fatal disadvantage, that is, 20 group skills. The value is horrible too. Even a LV40 level magician, his magic value will never exceed 10,000 points, and a magician with 10,000 magic points will not hurt very much. One round of Ziyue Heart is 5,000 magic points. Value. Yi-chan can only let Ziyue Heart continue to attack in groups for 4 rounds, but 4 rounds are 80 group magic skills, enough to kill an unknown number of dragons with 2 heads and 2 tails. For a round of group skill damage, 60% is a fixed crit, but with Yi-chan's 100-point luck bonus, basically 80% to 90% is a crit, and the crit damage is 9,000. Do some damage, it's different if you turn on King's Rage. However, Ziyue Heart's group skills can only cause damage once, and only 3 skills can cause multiple damages, unlike Yi-chan's group skills, which can cause 3 or 5 damages. But the 20 group skill damages add up to a total of 23 damages, because there are 3 skills that can deal 2 damages. The damage is 9,000 points each time, and occasionally 4,500 points will appear several times. However, the two-tailed Yalon has a health value of 100,000 points. As long as it encounters a critical hit, the two-tailed Yalon can be taken away. Basically, 11 crit hits plus a non-crit hit can take away the two-tailed Earth Dragon. However, the critical strike rate is not 100%, and the damage of some skills is 30% and 50% of the attack power, so basically Ziyue Heart needs to release 20 skills to be able to completely and absolutely kill a large number of two-tailed Earth Dragons, and the range is not very large, only hundreds of two-tailed Earth Dragons can be killed. The upgrade efficiency has improved, but it hasn't improved too much. Thinking of this, Yi-chan couldn't help but say, "You continue to farm monsters here, and I'll attract monsters to improve the upgrade efficiency." That's right, Yi-chan intends to attract the hatred of monsters and attract a large number of two-tailed Earth Dragons. In this way, the upgrade speed can be faster. Okay. Big brother, you can rest assured that I will harvest here. The heart of Ziyue is very happy, this time it is close to the thigh. There were so many people in the group before. To be honest, it was either not enough damage or too little magic value. After 2 rounds of skills, there will be no magic value immediately. As a result, they were all hated. Just because this profession is too pitiful, although the shared damage sounds great, but the output skills are all group skills, the required magic value is extremely terrifying, and the damage of many group skills cannot be 100%, and there are some skills only 30%, 50%. To put it bluntly, this is Yi-chan. If you encounter an ordinary player with an attack power of 3 or 400, let alone a round of skills, you may not be blamed for 3 skills, and you will be scolded. Now that I have met Yi-chan, I feel like a duck to water. Not to mention the high damage, the magic value is also high, enough to consume 4 rounds of skills, 1 round of monsters, 100 two-tailed Earth Dragons bring me millions of points experience. At this moment, Ziyue Jishin finally felt that her profession was no longer a pit. At the beginning, I got an S-rank occupation. I was very happy and felt that I was going to be invincible, but it turned out that this type of occupation fooled many players at first, but gradually, those players discovered the pitfalls of this occupation. So no one paid attention, but some great guilds noticed the power of their profession, but they all disliked it in the early stage, or they wanted to raise pigs and let themselves stay in the novice village casually, and talk about it later. Because this profession is very strong in the late stage, but very weak in the early stage, and it is a profession suitable for gold and monster farming. The effect is not very large, and it is definitely useful. Therefore, the heart of Ziyue was very tired and depressed in the early stage. Fortunately, I met Yi-chan. Ding! Ding! Ding!
The melodious upgrade prompt sounded, and Ziyue's heart felt happy, and at this moment, a large group of monsters rushed over.
Hurry up! Unleash your skills! Yi-chan's voice sounded, Ziyue's heart immediately reacted, and then various skills were thrown out as if they didn't need money. Out of control arrow. Arrow of transcendence. Blast arrow. Bursting arrow. Multiple archery. Rain arrow. Split archery. Frozen archery. Diffusion archery.
All kinds of archery skills were used, and a burst of arrow feathers fell, causing dense damage. In less than a minute, Yi-chan attracted nearly 200 or 300 two-tailed earth dragons, plus the 100 originally there.
Two-tailed dragon.
20 skills fell, and the system prompt sound exploded. Directly brought 10 million experience points, Ziyue Heart gained 5 million experience points, but Yi-chan did not upgrade. Ziyue Heart has reached LV19, and it has only been 10 since the team was formed.
Minutes.
The Heart of Ziyue has been upgraded to 4 levels in a row, and the leap level experience value that has surpassed more than 20 levels makes the Heart of Ziyue smile unable to open her eyes. To be honest, she planned to delete her account and play it again before. If she hadn't thought of the S-Class career, she would have already deleted it, but fortunately, she didn't do such a stupid thing, otherwise it would be cold. To be honest, Yi-chan felt that the Heart of Ziyue was really good, with almost no CD group skills, plus his speed at attracting monsters.
The efficiency has been improved 10 times more than before? In this situation, it's hard not to think of being number 1 on the ranking list. After 10 minutes, Ziyue Heart finally reached level 20. Forgot to upload. I'm so sorry. Whoa. It's level 20. At level 20, Ziyue Heart stopped attacking. Immediately.
Yi-chan still had 1/3 of the experience points to level up, so he couldn't help but look at Ziyue Heart and was a little curious.
What's wrong? Yi-chan asked curiously.
Boss, I've reached level 20, so I can't upgrade. I have to complete the job transfer task, so I plan to. Ziyue Jishin sneered and said that her profession is very strange and she must change jobs. If she doesn't change jobs, she cannot gain experience points.
I'm almost leveling up. After the leveling up, I'll help you with the task.
Yi-chan opened his mouth and said. The latter was immediately excited. Following Yi-chan was simply delicious and spicy, and Ziyue's heart was naturally willing. After all the way to clear the monsters, after about 15 minutes, a beam of white light finally flashed under Yi-chan's feet, and then Yi-chan officially arrived at the 32 level, sitting firmly in the first place. Now that Yi-chan has won the reputation list, equipment list, level list, villain list, and 4 lists, he only needs to win any one list to complete the task. In addition to the above 4 lists, there are currently the competition list, the mount list, the money list, the pet list, and the benevolent list. However, he would definitely not be able to win the list of good people, unless he purifies his more than 100 million worth of wicked people, and then does good deeds. Yi-chan has no time to do good deeds, so Yi-chan doesn't want to read the list of good people. At the same time, I hope the world is like this. The list of good people and the list of evil people are actually the same. The mounts and pets are not yet open. What I can compete for now is the competition list and the money list. Yi-chan thought to himself, and then opened the money list. He had 10,000 gold coins on hand, but he couldn't even make it to the top 500. The money list can reflect the power and terror of the Chable. The number 1 player has nearly 1 million gold coins and 978,450 gold coins. Yi-chan really doesn't know how this guy got it, although it is the 3rd day of the game. The ratio has dropped a lot, but 1 gold coin is equal to 1,000 yuan, which is 978,450,000 Kyushu's national currency. 1 billion, and because of transaction restrictions, because it has to be acquired from other players, so troublesome. If you recharge directly, it is estimated that there will be more than 970,000 gold coins? So the gold coin list is basically impossible. Of course, it doesn't mean that it is absolutely impossible. Yi-chan sold all the equipment and became the first in the money list. It is still very easy, but it is meaningless. Competitive list. After solving the strength of Ziyue Heart, let's brush up the competitive value.
Yi Chun confirmed the plan, then looked at Ziyue Jishin and said, "What is your job transfer mission? Kill a level 40 elite monster, or a level 30 boss?"
Ziyue Jishin said with a smile, but the smile was full of embarrassment.
A level 40 elite monster? A level 30 boss?
Yi Chun frowned slightly. This task is really terrifying. Ordinary monsters of level 40 have up to 100,000 health points. If it is an elite monster of level 40, let's say 1,000,000 health points. As for the level 30 boss, it is even more terrifying. After the job change, my group skills will be strengthened, the CD will also be reduced, and the magic value consumed will also decrease.
There are many benefits.
The heart of Ziyue was worried that Yi Chun would not be willing to help, so she spoke immediately, hoping that Yi Chun could give a helping hand.
However, in fact, a player like Ziyue Heart may be a burden in the eyes of others, but to Yi Chun, he is simply a little expert at killing monsters.
Ziyue arrived at 10 elites. So Yi Chun is naturally willing to help. Of course, this is definitely not a casual help. When I was playing the two-tailed earth dragon just now, I might even share the lucky value, so I exploded a lot of equipment. Including a dozen bronze equipment, which together are worth $3,000 or $4,000. This is no exaggeration.
But when it's time to blame yourself. Ziyue Heart took away all the bronze equipment, and Yi Chun saw it all.
Then Yi Chun opened her mouth. "It's not impossible to help you, but the problem is that I never help others for free, and I needed to level up just now, so I allowed you to join the team.
Now that I've reached full level, I don't need to rely on you to level up.
So I'm going to start charging."
Yi Chun is very clear. "Huh? Still charging?"
Ziyue Jishin's little face became helpless and depressed when she heard the fee.
Obviously she has no money.
"Sure, who in this world will help you for free?" Yi Chun said solemnly, but soon Yi Chun continued, "However, if you have no money, it is not impossible for me to help you."
Okay, what to do?"
Ziyue's eyes widened, very urgent.
"I helped you, you must help me, right?"
"I will help you complete the task, you are working by my side, all the equipment below the gold level is yours, the good equipment is mine, and the benefits are 7 and 3, how about it?" Yi Chun said. He naturally wanted to tie the heart of Ziyue to his side. This is a powerful tool for spawning monsters, but Yi Chun doesn't like to hide it and say it directly, because he wants to show that he is strong, not Ziyue's heart, so that he can eat and live on this.
The heart of the purple moon. Of course, nothing can be separated from interests. If you bind Ziyue's heart, you must give benefits to the other party. Otherwise, you can be as eloquent as you are. If you don't give others benefits, who will follow you? It is good.
Where do you know? Ziyue Heart did not hesitate at all, and directly agreed to this matter.
Obviously Ziyue's heart is not stupid, she knows who is strong and who is weak.
Because I have been too busy at work recently, I originally planned to resign, but many book friends advised me not to resign if I made less than 10,000 yuan a month from writing books, otherwise it would be risky, so the author thought about it and decided to be stable.
Let's work.
I still have a wife and children at home.
How dare I take risks?
During this time, I stay up late every day to code words, and my wife says all kinds of things every day.
Please forgive me. Feel sorry. It is obvious that Yi Chun thinks too much. The heart of Ziyue obviously wants to follow her.
The reason is very simple. In her profession, she is strong when she is strong, and weak when she is weak.
If you don't speak, Ziyue Heart will agree. In that case, let's go.
This is not a pity for someone or someone to take, but Yi Chun needs the heart of Ziyue, all of which are group damage skills, and the CD is fast and the damage is shared.
For Yi Chun, this is simply a super monster. Expert.
Even if Ziyue's heart betrays him later, Yi Chun doesn't care, because Ziyue's heart can't be without him, but Yi Chun can't have Ziyue's heart. Specifically, it depends on whether your skill CD will be modified during the second rank, that is, when you are at level 50. Level 30 bosses are more difficult to find, but level 40 elite monsters are not difficult to find.
Yi Chun had seen an elite monster near the territory of the two-tailed earth dragon before. It was a two-tailed blood dragon, an evolutionary version of the two-tailed earth dragon. Two-tailed blood dragon. Level 40. Quality Elite. Health 150000/150000. Mana 200000/200000. Attack power 4000-8000. Skill Twin Tail Storm. Skill Blood Dragon Rend. Skill Wind Spell Feather Crack. Description: this is an elite monster among the two-tailed earth dragons. You have to be careful. If you are swept by his two-tailed dragon, it will provide him with a health bonus. The 40-level elite monsters are very powerful, and Yi-chun had to prepare carefully, because one careless person might die in the hands of the elite monsters. The Curse of the King. Yi-chun held the necromantic staff, and the curse of a king went on. Suddenly, 750,000 damage appeared. Yi-chun now understands that this is the curse of the king, which can reduce the opponent by 50% to 100%. 20/20ths. But why is it 50% every time? The reason is very simple, because this is the skill of the king, and Yi-chun has never encountered a boss or an elite monster that exceeds the quality of the king, so naturally it is basically 50%. Hurry up and attack. Yi-chun shouted while looking at Ziyue Heart, who was still in a daze. Immediately, Ziyue Heart came back to her senses, various group skills were released, and Yi-chun did not hesitate to start killing. The king was furious. After releasing the passive skill, the attack power instantly reached 9,500, and then the king beheaded and shot. Yi-chun, like a ghostly shadow, swiped, rushed to the opponent, and then stabbed with a sword. Puff! 150,000. The 150,000 terrifying damage directly exploded, and then a round of group skills fell, which also caused nearly 50,000 damage, because the opponent's level was LV 40, and Yi-chun was 8 levels lower than the opponent, so the original 180,000 damage was damage, can hit 150,000. The Heart of Ziyue originally dealt more than 100,000 damage, but could only deal 50,000 points of damage. This was the horror of level suppression. But no matter what, he had already caused 950,000 points of damage in one breath. Yi-chun immediately cast a dark sneak. He immediately opened the distance, and then started to attack frantically with Bamuna's explosive longbow in his hand. Standing 150 yards away, Yi-chun shot 5 arrows in 1 second, and each arrow delivered a red critical strike. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. The terrifying damage made Ziyue's heart slap her tongue. Originally, she thought that the damage she dealt was Yi-chun's limit damage, but she didn't expect this to be Yi-chun's limit damage. Do some damage. This is just terrifying, isn't it? In fact, the level is too low now, only 32. If you reach the 50 level, the occupation will be transferred to the second level. Once the occupation is transferred to the second level, all attributes and skills will be changed again. I hope there will be 3 career changes within the world's 100th level. Level 20 was transferred once. Yi-chun was transferred to level 30 because of her special occupation. But the next step is LV 50 level 2, LV 100 level 3, after the third job transfer. It may be rebirth, there is a possibility, but it is not very clear what it is. Although Yi-chun's output is terrifying, it is mainly explosive. Although the basic attack also has a certain output, it is not an endurance-type skill. In this way, the time passed little by little, and after 5 minutes, Yi-chun solved the boss by beheading the king. And luck is not bad, exploded 25 spirit beads, a piece of silver soft armor, and a small pile of silver coins. All these things Yi-chun put away at the first time. According to 37 points, Yi-chun gave ZZ 2 gold coins for the Heart of the Moon. The Heart of Ziyue, who came running at the moment, saw that Yi-chun had taken everything away, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Boss, you are all dressed up, a piece of silver equipment, why don't you give it to me?" "Me, please, look at me, I'm still in bronze equipment," Ziyue Heart said cutely. However, Yi-chun didn't take this set, shook his head and said, "At your level, many new players, let alone bronze equipment, may not even have a set of white equipment." "But I'm yours after all?" "Little brother."
The heart of Ziyue hugged Yi-chun directly, and then started all kinds of coquettish acts, hoping that the world is the real world, whether it is the touch or everything is exactly the same as reality. Of course, if you take the initiative to commit a female player, you will be directly punished by thunder. If the other party is willing to cooperate, there will be no problems. The other party held his hand. Yi-chun suddenly felt a certain feeling, but Yi-chun didn't seem too unnatural. On the contrary, he hugged Ziyue's heart naturally and said calmly, "Is this just my person?" Hearing Yi-chun's words, Ziyue's heart couldn't help stiffening, and then quickly escaped. She just wanted to act like a spoiled child, but she didn't expect Yi-chun to not eat this set at all, and now Yi-chun took advantage of it in vain. This made Ziyue's heart uncomfortable and speechless. Lose the wife and surrender again. Okay, go to submit the task, and quickly change jobs. Yi-chun opened his mouth. And at this moment, suddenly, Xinghuan Wudi sent a message. "Brother King, I have a hidden mission here, can you come and help? I'm really sorry, I've been busy taking off these 2 days. There will be 4 shifts tomorrow. Then there are 4 more guarantees every day, and there will be absolutely no less. I beg all readers for your understanding. Really ask for your understanding. If I can't make 4 shifts tomorrow, I will directly apply for this book to be taken off the shelves, and I don't want any money to show it to everyone. Thank you. Hidden missions?" After learning the news, Yi-chun immediately returned the message. "Where?" "The 3rd line of the plane." Xingxia returned in seconds. "Are you in a hurry?" "Fortunately, if you have something to do, I can wait for you for a while." 20 minutes. After Yi-chun left a message, he handed in the job transfer task with Ziyue Heart. It can be said that carrying Ziyue Heart is equivalent to bringing a powerful helper. Of course, this helper can only rely on himself. 10 minutes later, the heart of Ziyue had already submitted the task. At the moment, the heart of Ziyue was surrounded by colorful rays of light, and soon a set of equipment appeared, mixed with the breath of wood spirit, and a bow and arrow made of vines also appeared in the room. In her hands. "In your profession, you still give out equipment?" Yi-chun was a little surprised. He never thought that the profession of Ziyue Heart would actually send equipment and weapons. This is simply a comprehensive service. No, it's all garbage equipment. Ziyue Jishin shook his head immediately, for fear that Yi-chun would care, and even after reading the equipment, he shared the attributes of the equipment and said, "Look, this is bound equipment, otherwise, I'll give it to you." Zaiwizi said with a smile on her face. Apparently she only gave Yi-chun a purpose after seeing that it was bound equipment. Spirit's Blessing, Silver Set. Hit rate plus 50%. Skill Critical Strike plus 20%. Group Skill Range plus 100 yards. Mana Cost reduced by 30%. Elf's Vine's Bow, Silver Weapon. Accurate plus 30. Shared Damage plus 20%. There is no numerical attribute increase, which may be related to her profession. The strongest player in the team shares attributes, so Ziyue Heart does not need any numerical attribute, because her attribute strength depends on the attributes of others. However, this piece of equipment shares a 20% increase in damage, which is pretty good. Since you don't need any equipment, then I don't have to give you other equipment first. Yi-chun said slowly. Hearing this, Ziyue's heart immediately changed, and then she said, "Who's saying that I don't need it, boss? My equipment can be refined in advance, but I need to swallow a lot of equipment. The higher the quality of the equipment, the better the attributes will be improved. Maybe the shared damage will increase to 100%. Invincible." Ziyue Heart said so. "Oh, even if it is equipped for you, you probably keep it for sale, right?" Yi-chun directly dismantled Ziyue's Heart's careful thoughts, but he didn't care about this, but asked, "After the job change, are there any other improvements?" Yes. Zaiwizi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. She obviously wanted to change the subject, and said, "After I change jobs, the shared damage will have a chance to deal double damage. This is not a crit at the same time. My 20 group skills have become 10 group skills, and the damage and cooldown have been greatly improved, and the cooldown is exactly 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, all the way to 10 seconds, and they are all multi-attacks." The heart of Ziyue said so, and shared all the skill attributes. Yi-chun glanced carefully, and then couldn't help but click his tongue.
This class is really a fork. The skills before the Heart of Purple Moon's first transfer are actually very common group skills, but now the group skills after the transfer, although the number has decreased, the cooldown time and mana consumption of the skills are all it is greatly reduced, and the damage is greatly increased, and it is still multi-strike damage.
And there are certain effects. For example, the flaming arrows, frost arrows, and blast arrows all have attribute damage and attribute effects, slowing down, burning, and other attributes.
They are simply a multifunctional skill master. After the job transfer ended, Yi-chun went to Xinghuan Wudi with the heart of Ziyue. 10 minutes later. The third line of the plane, this is the gathering place of LV-35 monsters. After Yi-chun came here, Xinghuan Invincible appeared soon. Brother King. Xinghuan Wudi looked at Yi-chun with a smile, followed by 4 or 5 players. Well, what hidden mission?
Yi-chun was a little curious, and the hidden quests were generally rewarded very richly.
Before, there was a brother in my gang who accidentally took a hidden mission and went to the lost ancient city of gold. I spent a lot of money and found this information.
There was an internal beta player who had obtained a handbook, the contents of the handbook. It records the lost ancient city of gold. Once this task is completed, we can get an extremely rich gold coin reward, at least millions of gold coins.
Xinghuan Wudi said very seriously.
And when he heard millions of gold coins, Ziyueji's heart was straight.
What?
Why don't you hurry?
Millions of gold coins. Who is this? Xinghuan Wudi saw Ziyue's heart at the beginning, but didn't ask. Now that he heard Ziyue's heart speak, he couldn't help but ask first.
Oh, it's just a small follower, don't bother. Yi-chun smiled slightly, which made Ziyue's heart a little embarrassed, but after thinking about it, Ziyue's heart did not speak, but continued to listen.
Brother King is interesting.
Xinghuan Wudi showed a smile that a man can understand, and then turned serious in seconds. If you want to find the lost golden city, you need to complete a series of tasks. We have completed the first 3 mission, but now I have encountered a difficult problem, from an adventurer, and that adventurer is very strong. We can't beat him, so please come over.
Xinghuan Invincible is also direct, without covering up. After getting the hidden quest, Xinghuan Wudi didn't think of Yi-chun for the first time. The reason is very simple. The benefits are taken by themselves. Everyone is selfish.
Although they have a good relationship with Yi-chun, they are not good enough to share everything.
It's just that I can't pass the task now, so I invited Yi-chun to come. Yi-chun understands this sophistication. He is not angry, but thinks for a while, and then opens his mouth and asks, then how to distribute it?
Yi-chun was very direct, and Xinghuan Wudi said immediately, please help me, Brother King, for one shot, 500,000. The price of 500,000 is a lot, after all, it is only one shot.
The price is very fair, Yi-chun nodded, but then shook his head again and said, this time, I will help you for free. I charged you 5 million before. To be honest, the price is a bit higher, so this time I will help you for free. But if you still need me for this task, or if you need me very much, I can always help for free, but I have to participate, 30% or 50%, depending on what I do. Of course, if you don't need me, I don't want a penny.
Yi-chun came up with a very fair distribution plan. Xinghuan Wudi thought about it for 20 seconds, and finally nodded, okay.
And the heart of Ziyue on the side was completely stunned. 500,000 shots once? 5 million? Excuse me, is it the national currency of Kyushu? Ziyue heart asked weakly. Is it the national currency of Kyushu? This question is embarrassing, because it must be the national currency of Kyushu.
Otherwise, if it is gold coins, it will cost 500,000 gold coins, and Xinghuan Invincible will probably hurt for a while.
If it is 5 million gold coins, who can get the whole game? Come out? In fact, I don't blame Ziyue's heart. Normal people will be shocked when they hear this number. 500,000 is just to ask Yi-chun to make a move? It's too much money, isn't it? And the king? What king? I don't know if Ziyue's heart is stupid or what she is doing. Until now, she doesn't know who Yi Chun is, just shouting big boss. Okay, no nonsense, take me there. Yi Chun didn't want to waste time here.
After speaking, he followed Xinghuan Wudi to the destination. In a canyon on the third line of the plain, an old man was sitting in a river fishing. He felt that there was no change after Xinghuan Wudi and others came, until Xinghua Wudi and others came to the front, and a player walked up forward. Xinghuan Conspiracy, that is, a player with a lot of luck who received a hidden mission. After Xinghuan Conspiracy came forward to communicate, the old man who was fishing soon stood up, glanced at the crowd, and said, "This is the third chance. If you fail again, then I will leave here. This secret will forever accompany me to disappear from this world." He said so. Hearing this, Yi Chun couldn't help laughing. No wonder Xinghuan Invincible would inform himself of such a good thing. It turned out to have been tried twice. If the last time is not very important, it is directly related to the life and death of this mission. Will not invite myself. But Yi Chun didn't say anything. Okay. Xinghua Miao nodded, then pointed at Yi Chun and said, "This is the friend I invited, and he will fight with you for the third time." Well, yes, as I said before, I will suppress 99% of my strength. If you win, I will tell you the secret. If you lose, then I will fulfill my promise. I will gone forever with a secret. After the old man said this, he locked his eyes on Yi Chun, and then disappeared under the eyes of everyone, as if he was invisible, and could not detect any breath. Forgot to mention, he is also an assassin. The king, be careful. At this time, Xinghuan rebelled immediately and reminded Yi Chun that this was their negligence, because in their hearts, Yi Chun was almost like an invincible. Therefore, I forgot to remind this matter, but Yi Chun didn't care. The other party was invisible, so he directly used Dark Sneak. At the moment, there was a dark light around him, and then Yi Chun lurked in the shadow, although it was said that hiding in the shadow could not double his attributes. But it will increase more or less. In the dark place, Yi Chun really couldn't find each other. He held his breath and carefully observed every corner, and the time passed little by little. Finally, the old man appeared, and Yi Chun did not hesitate to be the curse of a king. But the curse of the king, which has always been invincible, actually failed at this moment. Ding! The curse failed. Curse failed? Only against the king will there be a certain chance of failure, and even if it is the king, there is a 30% chance of failure. This person will not be a legend, right? Yi Chun was stunned. No wonder he used 1% of his strength to fight himself. If it is a legend, let alone 1%, even if it is 15%, I guess I can't beat it, right? Go back 10 seconds. Yi Chun refused to admit defeat, went back 10 seconds, and then re-released the curse of the king again, but the result was very straightforward, and he failed again. Once. 3 times. 5 times. 6 times. 6 times, all failed, and the curse of the king can only be used once for a unit, so after 6 failures, Yi Chun can't continue to go back time, so he can't use it. It must be a legendary existence. 6 failures, according to the 30% failure rate, it is impossible to fail every 6 times, and more importantly, my luck value has an extra bonus of 100 points, even if it is the king. 6 times should also be hit, unless the other party's luck value is higher, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for such a thing to happen. Yi Chun attacked in an instant, and a king beheaded and stabbed in the past, like a black thread in the dark night, cutting everything in the world, directly causing a 190,000 damage to the old man. This damage is terrifying. Xinghuan Wudi and others are shocked, happy, and jealous at the same time. The other party was a little surprised, and then Yi Chun, who was in the state of the king's rage, immediately jumped to widen the distance, held Bamuna's explosive longbow, and then directly shot 5 arrows. Each arrows have caused 19,000 terrorist attacks. In this way, little by little, Yi Chun's attack was very fierce, but the opponent's attack was also very fierce. The two were like ghosts in the night. After sneaking, they began to calculate each other, but the other party was a legend after all, although his attributes were suppressed by the system. And the setting, but years of experience, almost completely outperforms Yi Chun. But the opponent's life value is very small. After Yi Chun beheaded a king, the opponent finally failed.
The normal battle lasted for 20 minutes, and several times Yi-chun was able to make extremely effective attacks by stepping back 1 minute to know the opponent's movements and where the opponent was in advance. You are also very good. As an assassin, you are more powerful than when I was young, but your concealment is poor, but your detection ability is extremely good. The other party opened his mouth and looked at Yi-chun with great admiration. Thank you for the compliment, master. Yi-chun also answered politely, and at the same time asked, Master said that I have poor concealment, please give me some advice? Hearing Yi-chun's question, the latter smiled and said, in the battle just now, you attacked me 46 times, 24 times were effective attacks, and the rest were all ineffective attacks, of which 16 times attack is to predict in advance. This is your reconnaissance ability, it is very sharp and strong, and I have attacked you 19 times, you have predicted 14 times in advance, but I have attacked 19 times, and I have confirmed you 19 times. Where is it, do you know why? He said this, analyzing the previous battle situation. Why? Yi-chun asked very seriously. He was right, in this battle, this guy's attack was very accurate every time, and he almost knew where he was. If it wasn't for the golden finger of stepping back 1 minute, Yi-chun would have already lost, so Yi-chun was very curious, so he asked. Because your first reaction is a dark place. In your eyes, sneaking must be dark? Do you know what the most dangerous place is the safest place? The other party said with a smile, this sentence is simply earth-shattering. Yes, countless assassins, after releasing the skill of stealth, the first reaction is to hide under a tree or in a dark place. This is the idea of most assassins. If they do the opposite, it will be difficult for the enemy to guess. Thinking of this, Yi-chun couldn't help but nodded and said, I have been taught. Whether you are taught or not, it is up to you. It has nothing to do with me. You are very good. Your future is destined to surpass me, but your offensive methods are very monotonous. I will teach you a skill, no, be precise. Say, it's half a skill for you, do you want it? Half door skill? For free things, Yi-chun naturally refuses to come, and the other party is a legendary profession. How could Yi-chun refuse? Sir, please enlighten me. Yi-chun looked very respectful, and the latter raised his hand a little. Suddenly, the voice of the system came from Yi-chun's ear, ding-dong. Congratulations on obtaining the God-level inheritance and the incomplete God-level skills. All things magic. The secret of everything, incomplete. Quality, God-level. Effect, according to your occupation, when you perform a basic attack, there will be a 20% chance of being converted into a random skill. Effect, after the active release, your next basic attack will evolve into a variety of different skills according to your occupation. The lowest bronze and highest king has certain limitations because it is an incomplete skill. Effect, you can switch to single skill or group skill freely. Consumption, active release consumes 500 magic points. Restriction, because it is an incomplete magical skill, the damage of single skills is fixed at 70%, and the damage of group skills is fixed at 50%, which can be affected by crit and other stacked damage attributes. Description, according to legend, there is a skill enthusiast who has learned all the skills of all races and occupations in the Hope World, and finally created such a god-level skill. It is said that learning this skill is equivalent to possessing all the skills of the Hope World. Simulate other skills? This is not bad. If you don't release the skill, there is a 20% chance to trigger the effect. If you want to trigger the effect 100%, you only need to spend 500 mana points, but you need to use it once. More than 20,000 magic points. It can be used nearly 50 times, and 50 skills are not bad. This skill greatly increases Yi-chun's mobility. Although he now has 12 skills, the knight skills cannot be used, because there is no mount. Most of the warlock skills are auxiliary, except for the Curse of the King, and the archer skills are only one as group skills. Now that he has this skill, even without the Heart of Ziyue, Yi-chun doesn't have to worry about it anymore. He just said that the damage of group-wide skills is only 50%, while Heart of Ziyue is 100%, and because of the occupation and the reason for the equipment, the shared damage will also increase by a part. So Ziyue Heart is still helpful, at least before this skill is complete.
Okay, you have passed my test. The information about the ancient city of gold. In fact, I have deleted this memory. You take this map records, the map to the ancient city of gold is hidden, but you want to be careful. The ancient city of gold has been cursed, and it is dangerous all the way. With your strength, even if you are 10 times stronger, you will die if you go. It is better to persuade you to improve yourself and wait until you are really strong, then go. He said this, but Xinghuan Invincible just took over this map and ignored what he said.
What's your name?
Yi Chun listened to what he said, but he asked the other person's name.
My name? Call me Woods.
The old man smiled and disappeared.
Woods? Is it him? Woods? A legend of the Assassin Guild? Woods?
Someone in the Star Fantasy Guild knew the story of Woods and couldn't help but exclaimed.
Legendary?
Xinghuan Woody frowned, but soon he looked at Yi Chun and said, "Thank you, Brother King, for your help.
If you need Brother King next, I hope Brother King will not be bothered." Xinghuan Invincible laughed. It's okay, if you need it, just follow the previous distribution plan.
Yi Chun smiled, and didn't feel anything, and then left here with the heart of Ziyue.
After leaving, Xinghuan Conspiracy couldn't help but ask, "Boss, if we do this, will the king and boss be able to do it?"
When he said this, he stopped talking, but looked hesitant. No, he is a smart person, and he will never be angry because of this.
People who are really angry will not be like this, you can rest assured.
Xinghuan Woody shook his head, he thought with great certainty. In the next 3 days, in addition to eating and resting, Yi Chun called a lot of construction workers to start construction and build a new orphanage at 5 times the price in order to be faster. Because the land is his own, Yi Chun also specially built a football field and a basketball court. After all, he used a fence to block the surrounding area, which can be regarded as a clear line. Then he built a dormitory building, 4 stories high, and each floor has 6. The rooms, 4 people in each room, are enough for everyone.
It's a big villa. 5 million was spent in a blink of an eye.
At the same time, within the past 3 days, Yi Chun also took advantage of the situation to win the 5th list, the competition list. After completing it, he will get various rewards, experience points plus gold coins.
2 kinds, 10,000 gold coins alone, and 500 million experience points. However, all these experience points are stuck on it. As long as the level is opened, Yi Chun can instantly reach level 40, which is very cool. In this way, time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. In the second month, Hope World distributed 5 billion helmets to welcome the second batch of newly logged in players. There will be one more update later, and the 4th update is finished yesterday. Thank you all for your support. Thanks. Ding dong. Newcomers' colorful activities are here.
In the next 7 days, players with a level lower than the world level will receive a 500% experience bonus, while newly logged in players will receive a temporary attribute bonus, for the item attribute is increased by 100 points, and each player will get a temporary suit, which can be used up to LV30. A month later, with the sound of the system announcement, the terrifying new players rushed into the Hope World like crazy. The monsters in the novice village were once again destroyed, and this time the destruction was more violent and terrifying than the last time. Officially, in order to make the level gap between new players not too large, 5 times the experience reward, plus a temporary reward of 100 points for all attributes, and a set of novice errand seconds, this is already a favor. This makes many old players extremely uncomfortable, but fortunately, the official is not stupid, and every old player has been rewarded accordingly. Colorful lottery card plus 100 bound gold coins, yes, 100 gold coins, because the currency exchange transaction has been opened. 10 yuan is equal to 1 gold coin, and 100 gold coins means that each person gave 1,000 yuan. Of course it is bound, and the purchased things will also be bound items.
So there is no such thing as a transaction. This compensation makes the players quite happy.
100 bound gold coins are small, mainly colorful lottery cards. As long as the face is not dark, an exclusive silver equipment can be issued. Of players own silver gear, but still only have a few. And the colorful lottery card can draw up to purple gold rare equipment, so many players are happy. And at the end of the second month, 10 billion new players will join, and there will be compensation at that time, but the third wave of compensation is to give you a score based on your contribution in the game, and then reward you according to the score. And this rating official has informed the detailed content, according to your experience value, online time, contribution, reputation value, and major lists in the game, to give you an evaluation. The highest is SSS level evaluation. The higher the evaluation, the more the reward is better, and the experience value accounts for 50% of the reference value of the score. In other words, no matter what else, as long as you get more experience points, the better the rewards you will get in the future.